A holy angel descended to the mortal world. Everyone was stunned by her beauty. But this man strode through the crowd and coldly slapped her hard. Then he cruelly broke the angel's wings. Because only he knew that. The angel before them was just a sick killer. In fact, the man had gone through 98 cycles of reincarnation. In the 99th reincarnation, with just a scythe he became the strongest person, and the last survivor. But as Ryu Min prepared to enter the final challenge that would end everything, the system announced that the boss chamber requires at least 5 players to open. Unable to meet the requirement, he could only watch his body slowly dissolve. But his eyes showed not a trace of regret. Because Ryu Min knew well that after he died that familiar sound would ring out again. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the return badge. But he could never have guessed that this system announcement was different from the others. The number of his regressions had now reached the usage limit, which meant that if this 100th attempt failed, he would truly die. Do you think Ryu Min will complete the mission to escape this world? Or will he perish here? Let's follow the protagonist's journey. It begins with the image of a temple lit by shimmering lights. Countless people were gathered along the street. It's finally time, everyone, when there are 5 seconds left, count down with us. Among the bustling crowd, a hooded young man emanating a powerful, mysterious aura stood amid the people's counting. 5. Ryu Min looked up, not expecting what would come next. Beside him, the crowd kept counting. 4. Seeing this, he couldn't help but fret and mutter, damn it. He looked at his hands and realized one thing, he had returned. They were trembling from his fearful emotions. I had come back just before being pulled into that damned game. He clenched his fist. Although he had reached the final round, the counting never stopped. 3. Only Ryu Min was not joyful among those celebrating the new year. If he could, he'd want time to stop right now, too. His system interface appeared and announced that the number of temporal reversal runes used was 100. The moment had finally come for him to make a decision. 1. After all, this is the final attempt. No longer needing to hide himself, he pulled down his hood. I'll finish this game once more. Ryu Min scanned the crowd to find companions. To do this, he needed 4 more people who have reached the final round, who would be the best to team up with. A few minutes earlier, Yongmin listened despondently as his friends cheered. At last we've become adults. The 2 in front chatted with delight. No need to pretend anymore, right? Of course. They were still noisy like kids, making the young man who could only sigh. After graduation, what should I do? Maybe try food delivery. Hey, that girl looks so much like Seo Aaron. She's not actress Seo Aaron, though. The 2 in front kept arguing loudly. How could that be Aaron? Are you blind? The kid who was teasing turned to his friend and asked Yongmin, what are you going to do? He suddenly said me. He answered very casually, haven't I said, I'm going to become part of the underworld. His friends put on concerned faces. Are you crazy? If you do that, one mistake and you could die, so you're not joking? Yongmin shrugged. Hey, I said just let it be. You only live once, right? I just want to live the way I want. On the surface, they just laughed quietly, but inwardly they shared the same thought. What a crazy, sick bastard. Honestly, once we graduate, I'm cutting him off. Then Yongmin's friend asked again, so after graduation, what are you going to do about that errand boy? He blanked for a moment before remembering him. You mean that miserable bastard who's always gloomy? Then he laughed and said, I won't forgive him just because I graduate. The friends pointed at him and hissed, poor guy, he probably thinks once he graduates everything will end. That bastard is really mean. Yongmin gleefully added, he doesn't get to decide when this ends. I have to tease him as much as possible. While they were talking, suddenly his friend saw someone. Wait, isn't that your errand boy? Ryu Min's figure threaded through the crowd, his voice coming from the loudspeaker. It's finally time, everyone. When there are 5 seconds left, count down with us. He smirked as the countdown began. That's my errand boy 5. But then he suddenly noticed the aura around Ryu Min. 4, 3. His eyes narrowed slightly because the sight grew stranger and stranger. 2, the bastard 1. And at that very moment, Ryu Min took off his hood. He simultaneously turned and made eye contact with Yongmin. That made him start to feel uneasy. He's different today, isn't he? Yongmin's hot temper flared up. Happy New Year, is he crazy? Why's he staring at me like that? The friends had to step in to stop this. Yongmin, it's New Year's Eve, leave him be. You'll have plenty of time to bully him later. Because it was crowded, he didn't dare cause a scene and muttered, bastard, I'll let it slide today. The fat guy in the group covered his face and whimpered, "Finally, I'm an adult." People around exchanged New Year greetings, "Happy New Year, may everything go well," but suddenly a strange voice rang out. Humans are funny, celebrating New Year without realizing how dangerous their situation is. Yangmin was provoked by that remark. "What did you just say?" The young man quickly denied it. "I didn't say anything." And the guy in the middle looked up and said, "What did I just hear?" High above, an angel was beating her wings and flying down slowly, looking at them as if they knew nothing and were utterly shocked. Though her face was beautiful, she spoke words that were extremely cutting, like watching monkeys in a cage. The people looked up at that halo in confusion. Damn, is that an angel? Is the TV station putting on a New Year event? If they say it's real, I'll believe it, she's so beautiful. Ryu-min also looked up but wasn't very surprised. She's appeared. Even after 99 times, it's still irritating. The woman gently hid a smile, then uttered words full of contempt. "Filthy humans, you all seem to have fallen before my beauty, haven't you? But don't get any weird ideas. I have no intention of socializing with you vermin." The angel looked at them with amusement. "Judging from your reactions, you must have heard my voice." Suddenly an uncle pointed up and shouted, "Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you dressed up as an angel or what, and what's with calling us vermin?" Ryu-min heard those shouts. What did she mean, you bastard? And he silently thought, how humiliating. The angel's smile was instantly snuffed out. Instead, her eyes flared red with anger. She was furious. The bold man immediately exploded before the eyes of countless onlookers. The young man standing nearby trembled as blood splattered all over him. He screamed in terror, which spread panic through the crowd. Yangmin was also taken aback. Damn, what the hell was that? The angel pointed at them and rebuked the one who had been dealt with. How dare a lowly human speak to a higher being like me in that tone? Now everyone's faces were filled with fear. You humans have no right to question me. Don't pretend you are my equals. What was that sound? Unless you want your brains to explode like that man's. She stopped joking and got to the point. You must be bewildered by the situation. How could you lowly humans possibly know what's happening? The game has begun with its first rule. I will explain simply and clearly, so listen carefully. Ryu-min sighed, having to hear the explanation again. The angel's body shimmered as her voice echoed. Now we will begin a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of each month, human souls are taken to a new dimension to play a game. The smile on the angel's lips was warm as she returned to a relaxed state. Humans only need to do one thing correctly. The people must listen to what she says and not utter a word to complete the task. If you complete the tasks, you can return to reality with a reward. The fat man whispered, "What's she saying?" His friend replied, "It seems she'll let us live if we complete some tasks." Reading their thoughts, the angel added a reminder. "You may think she'll spare us if we finish some tasks, but not everyone survives merely by completing them." That was the crucial point she would state next. Only half of the participants will be spared. The faint hope kindled among the people was immediately extinguished. No way, how can that be? Her smile not yet gone meant she still had more to say. But don't worry too much, I won't take everyone. The crowd's chaos and disorder made Ryu-min sigh in weariness. What does she mean? Quiet down over there. He looked at her again and sank into his thoughts. Only those aged 15 to 29 must participate. When I was pulled into this game on New Year's, I never imagined I'd encounter it 100 times over. A middle-aged man beside him clenched his hands in joy. So I'm alive, I will live. The young man next to him clicked his tongue, damn. He excitedly grabbed the old man's shirt. Are you so happy to be alive that you're mocking us? The man panicked and couldn't explain. What? Yangmin, more clear-headed behind him, shouted a warning to his friend. Stay put. Haven't you realized the situation? Didn't you see the person whose head just exploded? Having explained the rules, the angel moved on to tally the numbers. It appears the total participants will be 1,801,029,290. She stretched out her hand and emitted a blinding light. Now that I've finished explaining, let's begin the game. Ryu-min was transported to a space that was entirely white. His face remained expressionless as the angel's voice rang in his head. You are now in a space where you cannot see one another. The space created a mirror before him. Before transferring your soul, you must create a body. Ryu-min slowly touched the glass. Customize as you wish, you only have one chance, so choose carefully. He didn't want to waste time either, so he finished quickly, just do it like normal. The form reflected in the mirror gradually changed. My nickname will be. His hair secretly fluttered as he chose that familiar nickname again. Black Crow. The space for the first game was created. A vast, empty green plane appeared. Ryu-min's new body slowly stepped into that space. With a more mature face and the name Black Crow above his head, he thought to himself this would be the 100th reset. He even flexed his arm muscles to test his abilities. I've used the same appearance before. Since this is the 12th run, it feels like this is truly my body. Shortly after, players were released onto the empty land. What is this place? A plane, huh? My body really changed. I tried using a celebrity face. Wow, damn, it actually works. Ryu-min glanced at a few people who deliberately fashioned flashy appearances. Everyone's trying to look their best this time, but if you have any sense, you shouldn't do that. The girl was delighted with her dazzling face despite the danger. This world is for those with the strongest survival ability. If you're too attractive, you become a target. Die here and you die in the real world too. Ryu-min paused, paying attention to others, and looked for a name. It's almost time. Yangmin stepped out with overwhelming presence. Here he is, Hwang Yangmin. He wasn't surprised by that choice. This time he picked a muscular body. The angel didn't take long to return. Seeing you like this, you must love your new looks. I enjoy watching your fearful expressions. Let's see, there are 1,802,910 people total. That's the number in Seoul. The crowd looked around and wondered. 1.8 million doesn't seem that many. The woman clutched her head and mocked them, truly inferior humans. She suddenly grew angry and shouted, do you think this is the only space? Humans will be divided into different planes with other angels and proceed with rounds. Focus on yourselves. Before we actually begin, I'll explain briefly. While she was instructing, Ryu-min quickly grasped how it operated. First, think of the status window in your head, the status window. It immediately appeared with the information. Status window: name Ryu-min, nickname Har, novice, level 1, profession 0, title 0, strength +3, intelligence +3, agility +3, luck +3, stat points none, normal skills none, special skills none, ancient language none, additional mysterious skill unlocks at level 10, mystery unlocks at level 20, at level 40, at level 60, at level 99. He thought dejectedly, makes you want to sigh. The angel above called down, have you all looked at your status windows? You'll understand how worthless you are if you've played this game before. Yangmin watched her as she offered some encouragement. Become stronger if you can survive to the end and conquer round 20. The angel's face darkened beneath the blindfold. Not only will you gain freedom, but you will also be granted a wish. That hint moved countless people. A wish? No way. The angel continued, however, you must be the first to obtain it. She curled a corner of her mouth. Finally, say inventory and look inside. I prepared a gift. Yangmin thought the keyword she indicated and was startled as the system panel changed accordingly. Inventory. He touched the screen and read the line of information on it. An arbitrary fragment of ancient language stone. A red ruby was placed in the inventory as a starter gift. You see, any fragment of ancient language stone can only be used once. You can only use it at level 1. And that's the only item you're given at the start. You can use it by holding it in your hand and thinking use. Yangmin held out his palm and followed the instruction, use. Real power manifested, making his eyes widen in surprise. Having finished her part, the angel quickly concluded, judging by those expressions, you're not happy. Whatever the outcome, you must accept it, it's your fortune. She raised her hand, the ancient language imprint is complete, now let's begin, shall we? A snapping sound echoed as the nightmare commenced. The first mission was distributed to the players immediately. Round 1 mission, each person defeat 100 goblins in the safe zone. Participants 1,801,029,290. Eliminated 0900514645. Area ESX 45-5. Participants 10,286. Eliminated 05143. Goblins respawned as well, equipped with some crude weapons. Only one had appeared so far, so the crowd was complacent and asked each other, is that a goblin? It really feels like playing a game. Are we really in a virtual world game? Were we kidnapped for some experiment without knowing? The angel gently produced countless more lights. It's still too early to get excited. I haven't finished reviving the goblins yet. Then the players grimaced in dismay. Wait, why are there so many of them? She announced an unfair number, 10,000 people versus 50,000 goblins, fight to the death. No sooner had she finished speaking than the low-level goblins lunged forward with open mouths. The newcomers were flustered and could only shout, it's running toward us, don't come near. Amid the chaos, a single person walked forward with measured steps. Ryu-min pushed past the frightened people and advanced toward the monster. They warned him desperately. "What's wrong with that guy? He's heading straight for the monster. Wait, wait, it's dangerous to go near there." Ignoring the pointless shouts, his eyes glowed red as he spun his body. Ryu-min swung his leg and delivered a direct blow to the goblin's head. Ordinary players gaped in astonishment. Whether in groups or solo, first impressions matter. What he did actually had a purpose. It was extremely important. I was embedding my impression into their minds. The goblin's face was stomped and it flew backward. It thudded to the ground, dropping its weapon, the small knife. Ryu-min picked up the knife and followed through with his planned actions. To keep bothersome pests from harassing me, I need to show strength. He didn't attack immediately but paused to look up, and most importantly, the angelic woman uttered a pleased sound. I've got to attract her attention. Right after the goblin had collapsed, two more charged forward like moths to a flame. So it looks like I have to put on a bit more of a show. Ryu-min slid past them and landed 2 strikes on each of their backs. The onlookers watched and marveled. "So cool, did you see that? Who is he? Is he some special forces? Black Crow, huh? The nickname sounds badass too." And thanks to his display, they gradually regained confidence. These goblins are usually the weakest monster type in these games, right? The young men dawdled, saying we can probably kill it too. Maybe not as easily as Black Crow, but if we fight seriously it shouldn't be that hard. However, those goblins' speed was no joke as they jumped straight at the players, smiling with a sly grin while plunging a stab into the young man. The person beside him went pale and groaned. They had spoken bravely just moments ago, but now they lost all courage and fled elsewhere. "Help, help me." Behind Ryu-min, things began to descend into chaos. Here they come again. A slaughter unfolded, but the advantage lay with the goblins. In this situation, no one would any longer mistake this for just a game. The woman watched in horror as a goblin drove a sword into someone being restrained. Right now, the only thing on their minds was one thing. Just as he predicted, she panted and lost her mind at the word survival. Ryu-min was so familiar with predicting players' actions. Their survival instincts surged, dominated their minds, and they all ran away half dead. He swung his arm and slashed one cleanly. I chose that method the first time too. His gaze still lingered on that girl as if remembering himself. Only by the second time did I realize that fleeing across this desolate plain was impossible. She suddenly slammed into a yellow barrier. When she collected herself, she realized she couldn't pass through it. What is this? Nearby, someone trembled, raising a knife. People from the modern world who had never harmed an animal before. He still hesitated, unable to finish it off. Though the monster was sprawled on the ground, they would probably find it very hard to kill a goblin. But to survive in this game. The goblin looked at him with its blazing red eyes. It suddenly sat up and swung its weapon, frightening him. I have to overcome that fear. The angel stood watching that bloody scene as a delight. Help, help me. How interesting the battle between humans and goblins is. She was well aware of the player's capabilities. Though they're the size of small children, if they offer no resistance, the goblins can take you down barehanded, let alone with a dagger. That smile grew clearer as her golden-eyed gaze swept over them. However, Ryu-min nonchalantly fought the goblins, making her curious about what that human was. She tried opening his system panel to inspect it. Black Crow, Goblin Defeat Progress 7100. Black Crow, huh? Although she's the administrator here, her authority is limited, which annoys her. This damn system hides all player information except quest progress. But the angel was in a good mood, so she continued her amusement. Fine, guiding these pathetic humans wounds my dignity, but it seems there are a few interesting ones, so I'll stay a bit longer to enjoy them. The goblin was impaled by Ryu-min's blade right in the face. The system kept reporting his progress. You have defeated a goblin. Experience plus 4%, gold plus 10. You have leveled up. Goblin Defeat Progress 75-100. Activities needed to complete Goblin Defeat Quest 25-100. He leaned aside to dodge a thrown knife from the low-level goblins. 3 or 4 more goblins ran at him from beside. Very skillful and graceful. His finesse allowed Ryu-min to take down 5 at once with the same move. He twirled his knife with hands stained blue with blood. The goblin sensed the approaching danger and tried to back away. But it couldn't avoid Ryu Min's killing blow this time as he drove both hands down into its head. His voice was about to etch itself into the goblin's fear, any others. The whole pack cried out weakly and dared not charge again. He sat up and wiped the blue blood from his face. Looks like I get a short breather. Thanks to his hard work, his stats had leveled up many times. Status window, name Ryu Min, nickname Han, novice, level 4, profession 0, title 0, strength +3, intelligence +3, agility +3, luck +3. Stat point 6, normal skills 0, special skills none, ancient language none, supplementary skills, mysteries unlock at level 10, level 20, level 40, level 60, level 99. In the blink of an eye, he'd gained 4 levels. The small knife in his hand touched the screen to allocate skill points. Each level grants 2 attribute points. Put all points into agility. With his seasoned experience, Ryu Min was cautious when upgrading. Besides increasing dodge chance, agility also boosts attack speed and movement speed. In the early stage of the game, agility is the most important stat. He was satisfied and flicked the knife to wipe off some blue blood. With such rapid progress, he'd likely attracted the angel's attention. Now to finish this. Suddenly the knife spun several times in midair and plunged straight into the head of a goblin in the rear. Its shriek rang out along with Ryu Min's intense expression, "Come here." The more he provoked them, the further the monsters backed away. At that moment he let out a sigh. "Aren't you afraid?" Then the strongest player burst out of the bushes, him. The sharp increase in agility allowed him to move through them without leaving an opening. "Then let me deal with you." That goblin turned angrily to face him. Before they could attack, it took a spinning blow from Ryu Min and became a wooden corpse. The system announced, experience 4%, gold 10. You have leveled up. Goblin Hunt Quest 100-100. Round 1 quest completed. A halo appeared around Ryu Min's body to mark the player. He waited there very calmly. Round 1 was over. After defeating these goblins, I'm sure I've drawn the angel's attention. Praise notifications announced his name in the system. Congratulations on completing the first round quest in this area. Congratulations on completing the first round quest across all areas. Ryu Min smiled with satisfaction. I achieved first place. The higher the completion rank, the better the rewards. The top 3 ranks receive the best rewards. Just as he expected, the system offered him a choice. Congratulations on completing the first round quest in this area. You will receive a selectable weapon, the regional reward, and the global reward. A small chest was granted to his inventory and the global reward announced, congratulations on completing the first round quest across all areas. You will receive a treasure chest. My reward should be the largest compared to others. Ryu Min pressed the sword-shaped token first. First, choose the weapon from the regional reward. The screen suggested 3 weapon types with 3 different names. You may choose one of the following weapons. He pulled his hand back in mild surprise. It wasn't huge, but lucky to have gotten this so early. Then the young man tapped the screen lightly to select a weapon. The item updated instantly. Short sword type, short sword category, weapon rarity, rare, attack 15 effect. Agility +1, durability 150-150. Equipable from rookie rank and above. Description, the best dagger a rookie can use. He tossed the small goblin knife to the ground after receiving the better gear. Throw away this trash. With blue blood still on his hand, he tapped the X icon. Now I'll keep the choice chest I received from the special reward for now. While Ryu Min leisurely prepared, those outside were still straining to fight. Glancing once through his information, one thing caught his attention, thinking back now. In his description there was a line nodding Last Traveler, which made him curious, the title he had acquired before. This was something he'd never seen in 99 regressions. He reached out again and whispered use. The stone shattered to activate the system function. You have used a random ancient fragment. Congratulations, you have obtained the time reversal ancient. Ryu Min clenched his hand and continued listening. The ancient received will automatically engrave onto the player's body. The subsequent notices confirmed his thoughts. The trace of this ancient had appeared in the player's soul. Due to its special attribute, another engraving had failed. The obvious result, if he could engrave one more time, it would mean he could reset countless times. However, this time he heard new information based on the ancient trace in his soul. You have been recorded as a time traveler with 100 travels. Ryu Min's face showed clear surprise at what followed. Received title Last Time Traveler. What? In this game titles are even higher than ancients. Title Last Time Traveler. Unlock condition, obtain 100 time reversal ancients. Effect, after death maintain soul state at that location for 1 minute. If desired you will be resurrected and fully recover HP, single use. The title will disappear after resurrection. They are far stronger than ancients and harder to obtain. What troubled him now related to the skill he received. Moreover, resurrection is a skill exclusive to clerics. And even that skill only restores 30% of max HP after resurrection. But rather than worry, it excited him. This title allows full HP resurrection. It seems I've just got an awesome title. Ryu Min stroked his chin, eyes gleaming with interest, thinking he'd obtained something great. Looking at the system panel before him, he thought and reached out to choose. Holding this card is always good. Last time traveler title, public or private. He chose private. The title will not display under the ID when set to private. The effect still applies. He chose private. Ryu Min narrowed one eye, stretched and thought. The others have probably finished their quests too. I wonder about Yongmin's. Yongmin stood behind two people fighting, holding a knife. There he is. Ryu Min smiled. He thought it seemed Yongmin had survived. Blinding streams of golden light flowed down from the sky. The angel Brielle appeared. She curled her lips into a smile. No wonder it's getting increasingly boring. Her light shone directly on several people. Her voice echoed, making the others freeze. Pitiful humans, you will gradually be eliminated to match the remaining goblin count. My apologies, it's my fault. Angel Brielle clasped her hands, her wings spread wide, stir things up again. The blonde girl hugged her loved one, two streams of tears falling from her eyes. Stir things up, huh? She stood stunned as the young man she held slowly faded away. The others looked on in confusion as the cold bodies on the ground began to dissolve. They cried out in bewilderment. The corpses are vanishing, what's happening? They cast their eyes up at Brielle, the angel hovering in the air. The ferocious monsters, foaming at the mouth, charged forward angrily. They shouted in shock, damn it. Her eyes flared as she looked down, a sinister smile forming on her lips as she taunted. I've granted you an extra 50,000 lives, surely that's more than enough bloodlust for you. The armed monsters surged forward, slaughtering. A young man stabbed into its belly, its blood spraying everywhere. The knife-wielding monster chased after that person. They grappled and struggled with each other. The system panel popped up. Quest requirement completed 10-21-5143. Yongmin looked at the monster ahead and pulled the other's shirt down over his back. He tightened his grip around the monster's neck. The system chimed. Quest requirement completed 21-29-5143. Ryu Min sat down on the grass. One person trapped inside the beam of light reached out to help, but couldn't break free. He could only watch helplessly as his teammates were attacked by the monsters. The system appeared again. Quest requirement completed 35-32-5143. Angel Brielle laughed with delight at the bloody scene. Ryu Min glanced at her. Waves of light shone down on each person. The system's machinery roared. Quest requirement completed 51-43-5143. The monsters instantly disappeared, leaving the townspeople puzzled. The goblins are gone, where did they go? She glanced at the system panel and said, only half the task is complete. Quest requirement 51-43-5143 fulfilled, it's done now. Angel Brielle looked down at those below and said coldly, the others will have to die. After all, it's the rules of the game. Everyone stood frozen, faces full of helplessness. We're going to die. Wait, Angel, I only killed one more, please, no. Beams of light from the sky flashed down, causing many to panic. Brielle lightly clapped her hands and mocked aloud. Why the long faces, shouldn't you be happy to be alive? It's fine, you've survived, you may return now. She raised a hand to cover her smirk, her voice dripping with disdain. Congratulations on clearing the first checkpoint, try harder next time. Now let's announce the rankings before you leave. The leaderboard appears, Round 1 regional results. 1H level 5 no title 10 minutes 21 seconds. 2 Bunch of Idiots level 5 no title 16 minutes 15 seconds. 3 Thien Maver level 5 no title 17 minutes 7 seconds. Current area ESC 45-5. 1 Black Crow level 5 no title 10 minutes 21 seconds. 2 Life is a Movie level 5 no title 23 minutes 55 seconds. 3 Black Dragon in Hand level 5 no title 24 minutes 43 seconds. Another board appeared. Ryu Min studied each list and saw he ranked first in both the entire region and the current area. Ranking rewards: low-tier rare weapon voucher, selectable special reward chest, quest completion reward 1000 gold. You will receive the completion reward in a few minutes. You have received 1000 gold for completing the quest. Congratulations. You can use this gold to buy items at the shop. The equipment purchase feature unlocks at level 10. Countless people looked at him in surprise. He offered a small smile and thought to himself, surely everyone knows I'm first place now. Angel Brielle propped her chin on her hand. Amused, she called out loudly, I can't believe the region's #1 is in my territory. Black Crow, is that you? Answer me. He looked at her and spoke, go ahead. She raised one hand and smiled, asking, how are you so strong? Did you get a special ancient or something? She smiled outwardly, but inside she was stirred up. Damn it. Ryu Min didn't answer directly. Just look at my status window and you'll know. Angel Brielle stammered, well. She awkwardly spread her hands, of course you do. An angel like me can always see that info. I was just testing you. He suppressed a smile, thinking to himself, don't make me laugh. Ryu Min suddenly called, hey Angel. She wondered, yes. She straightened at his request. May I make a request? His confident expression puzzled her. Angel Brielle muttered a request. Ryu Min folded his arms seriously and spoke, right. It seems the first place prize is a bit lackluster. Yongmin and the others looked at him in astonishment. Everyone gazed at Ryu Min in disbelief. Brielle's face filled with rage. She snapped, what did you just say? He stood within the beam of light and said arrogantly, I hope you can grant something more decent. Her voice tightened with threat, say that again. Ryu Min, unafraid, repeated, I don't like my reward and would like you to grant something better. The space fell silent, everyone's attention fixed on him. Brielle's eyes lit up and she curled a fiendish smile. A mere human dares demand from me. I noticed him because he was so eager at first, but he only killed a few goblins and already looks down on me. She reached out, I'll make your head explode. Recalling that power had been used, she angrily withdrew her hand and clenched it. Damn it, I've already killed with a one-time ability. Arrogant human, do you think I can't kill you? Angel Brielle saw something and paused, wait. She spoke mysteriously, yes, I know what to give him. Angel Brielle looked down at Ryu Min below and asked back, you want a better reward? She replied, 1 foot on the grass. I normally refuse such requests outright, but... Angel Brielle took a step closer to Ryu Min on second thought, let's talk privately. Everyone else wait a moment. Everyone erupted at her words. She's actually going to grant him that. I can't believe someone bargained with an angel. Should I try? I want a different reward too, must be because he's first place. Whispers rose. Yongmin glanced at Ryu Min, get out of my way. What kind of prize could be worth this? I'm jealous. He gave him a cold look. He was puzzled by that look. Ryu Min didn't explain and walked off, much to Yongmin's amazement. He followed behind Angel Brielle. She turned to him and asked irritably, why don't you come closer? Are you going to make me keep turning back? Walk beside me, he replied, yes. Her eyes narrowed and her lips curled with hatred, thinking foolish humans. Only obey when ordered, not naturally obedient yet so greedy. Angel Brielle turned and continued walking. And why should I exchange what the system gave him? I mean, even if I do it, he shouldn't be the only exception. She glanced at Ryu Min with malice, a scheming smile playing on her lips as she thought, he should accept what he's given. I'll show him the consequences of greed. Spotting a rock ahead, Angel Brielle thought to herself, I'll kill him the moment he steps past that stone. The two continued walking. Countless thoughts circled her mind. Of course, this is likely to cause trouble. If I kill a player out of spite without using a one-time ability, what if players later complain of unfairness and revolt? Then those in charge will hold me accountable and the game will be broken. Brielle's foot drew closer to the rock, so I need a place with no one around. She gave a wicked smile, devoid of kindness, thinking, you stupid bastard. If you keep your mouth shut, no one will ever know. Angel Brielle turned back, her tone oddly cheerful and seductive as she looked at Ryu Min. You want a better reward, right? Speak, what do you want? A fist from him came up close to her face, freezing her before she could finish speaking. Ryu Min's blow fell straight and uncompromising onto Angel Brielle's face. Her face swelled before she could collect herself. Surprise flashed across Brielle's eyes. She collapsed to the ground, seething with rage. Golden fluid streamed down Brielle's face. She raised a hand in astonishment. What is this? Did that wretched human just hit me? She sprang up, her face twisted into a terrifying snarl as she glared at Ryu Min. Damned human. He suddenly vanished without a trace. Angel Brielle was stunned, unaware he'd reappeared behind her. He had disappeared. Ryu Min grabbed her wings. Brielle looked back in panic. With his other hand he squeezed her throat. She screamed in fear, "Wait, wait, what are you doing? Stop, stop." His movement was resolute. Brielle's piercing screams rang out. She fell forward to the ground, eyes vacant, mouth agape. Ryu Min must have felt some measure of emotion. He used his hand to snap off one of Angel Brielle's wings. He looked at her coldly and said, "Don't be such a softie." Ryu Min gripped the remaining wing, making her howl in pain. The severed wing bled golden fluid. He said indifferently, "Now you can't run anymore." Brielle ground her teeth as she glared at him. Ryu Min asked casually, "How's that? Does it hurt?" She shouted back, "It hurts, of course it hurts." A smile spread across his lips as he said calmly, "If I'd waited another 5 minutes you'd have been the one asking that obvious question and laughing that contemptible laugh of yours." Brielle sat up abruptly and barked at him, "Are you crazy, human? What are you talking about?" Ryu Min lifted both wings. A hidden dagger glinted in one. He asked coldly, "You were going to use the dagger hidden in your wing to kill me, weren't you?" Realizing she'd been caught, she tossed the wings aside and replied casually, "Too obvious." Brielle cried out in pain, one hand on her shoulder, shouting, "What do you mean by kill?" She stammered, "I never intended that." Ryu Min frowned, his blood-red eyes fixed on her with icy intensity. "Lying won't help, you only need to look at your face and I can see everything, Brielle." Her expression turned fearful and she stammered, How could a human know my names?" He drew the system dagger and his voice grew cold, "Even if you know it, it won't help you." Angel Brielle recoiled in fear. "What are you doing? Why suddenly pull a weapon?" Ryu Min eyed the dagger and asked back, "You still don't understand." She pointed her index finger at his face and threatened, "Do you want your head to explode from going insane? I just need to snap my fingers and you will." He seemed to have her cornered and said, "You no longer have the ability to kill anyone." Angel Brielle pressed her lips together and fell silent. She still shouted, Do you think you can escape punishment? My companions certainly won't sit idly by." Ryu Min was bored by her words. "Companions my ass, angels are a selfish lot, they don't care about others' affairs. Whether you live or die, they won't give a damn." She stammered in disbelief, "Nonsense." He stepped close to her and raised the dagger. "Enough. Let me send you on your way." Angel Brielle scrambled to her feet and backed away, waving her hands. Wait, there's no gain for you in this." He answered, "There is, but you wouldn't know." She threatened, "If you kill me you'll regret it, you won't be able to return." Ryu Min, as if knowing everything, replied calmly, "This system will automatically return me after everything is settled." She was taken aback and helpless. "What? How did you know that?" Angel Brielle made a proposal. "All right, I'll give you any information you want, give me a chance." He flatly refused. "No need." Ryu Min continued, "If I needed information, I'd have tortured you to extract everything I wanted. In this game environment, your kind looks out for your own. Besides, the truth is you're just a pawn playing the guide." She widened her eyes in surprise. "A pawn?" Angel Brielle raised her hand, astonished. "Since when?" Ryu Min lunged forward and drove the dagger indecisively. A piercing scream rang through the forest. He looked at Angel Brielle coldly lying on the ground. She was completely gone. The system's mechanical voice rang out, "You have defeated an angel. It is confirmed that you are the first player to defeat an angel. You have been awarded the title, First Angel Slayer." The system voice rang again, "You have been awarded Angel's Blood and the First Angel Kill." A glass vial and a gem appeared in Ryu Min's hands. "So I really am the first this time," the system announced. "You have been rewarded the Bloodthirsty Ancient for the First Angel Kill." The items in his hands glowed, a golden light surrounding him. The robotic voice spoke again, "The Ancient just obtained is automatically imprinted onto the player's body." The system panel displayed the current rewards for the first player to kill an angel. Title, First Angel Slayer. Condition, become the first to kill an angel. Effect, when fighting divine creatures all stats double. The first time I learned of this reward was when I avenged an angel on the 13th run, probably because it's limited to one player. The Bloodthirsty Ancient. Effect, each time you kill a target, all stats increase by 1% up to 100%. Maintained until the relevant game round ends. Each reward can be compared to a unique item. Ryu Min smiled at the system panel before him, thinking, "The angels will be very surprised if they find out I acquired an ancient." His eyes glowed red and also He lifted the glass vial in his hand, planning intently. The main reason I killed the angel. Its use was shown on the system panel. Angel's blood, type unique consumable item. Effect can change your class to Death God, usable from level 10 onward. Explanation, reward item for the first player to kill an angel. Only the first player to kill an angel has the right to change their class to the angel's nemesis, the Death God. Badges appeared one by one. Starting at level 10, all players can have a class. There are 30 different classes in total, and changing class is very easy. The blue glowing shield lay on the ground, emanating spiritual power. You must obtain an item to change class. Usually you get this item through hunting or completing some simple condition. The glass vial shown along with the red glowing class above, but there are exceptions. That's when you change into a special class that is only awarded to players under special circumstances. The red class ranks above all other classes. And of course, those who hold this special class are on a completely different level compared to normal classes. Bonus stats, ancients, level ups, skill systems, and many other things. Everything is so good it's nearly perfect. Ryu-min opened the system inventory and thought to himself that if he spoke out, he'd return before even completing the first round. He thought further, then I'll use the reward earned from ranking first in every area. The system displayed the selectable rewards. You can choose one of the rewards below, touch the reward you want. 1. Triple experience effect lasts for round 2, 2,000 gold. 3. Information about round 2. Ryu-min set his goal and thought silently that the important thing now was to quickly reach level 10 and change class. He raised his hand and selected a reward. The system immediately announced, "You have chosen the triple experience effect. It has been automatically applied as round 2 begins." Ryu-min glanced at where Angel Brielle lay and fell into thought. This is the last time, so I have no other choice. By any means necessary, I must become stronger. He walked over to her. A notice panel appeared, round 1 has ended. All regions, survivors, 900,514,645. Current region ESCs 45-5, survivors, 5,143. Souls will be transferred into bodies in the current dimensional space. Date, February 1. Round 2 is beginning. We will see you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Yangmin shouted in anger. He looked at the high-rise buildings ahead and suddenly paused. It was the sound of New Year's bells. Yangmin frowned in puzzlement, wondering what was happening. He wondered if everyone had collapsed like he did. People began to wake up, murmuring, "Did I just faint? I just had a super vivid dream, my head hurts like it's splitting." He felt confused, his dream had been very strange. Yangmin picked up his phone and suspicion rose in him. 5:20, did time here flow the same as in my dream? One by one in the city people woke up, each moaning, "Oh my head, my limbs ache." He looked at the brown-haired guy and asked, "Are you guys awake?" That guy retorted, "Yangmin, did I just faint?" Yangmin answered, "Yeah, not just you, everyone here did." The brown-haired guy was surprised. "Did we fall asleep for a bit?" The Joker asked confusedly, "What's going on? I was just about to say I had a really weird dream." Another replied, "Yeah, me too." "Yangmin, did you dream anything?" He answered, "I did, but..." Yangmin looked at everyone and said, "I don't think so." People clutched their throbbing heads, wondering if we'd returned from that hell. "I'm alive, am I really alive? But surely a goblin was my head," he said quietly, "it was just a dream." People confusedly asked if all of that was real, the goblins and round 1, everything. The brown-haired guy suddenly asked if we'd be transported back there at the start of next month. The Joker snapped angrily, "Hell no." Seeing the guy across still unresponsive, Yangmin wondered aloud. "Hey, why isn't this guy waking up?" The Joker said confusedly, "I'm wondering too." The brown-haired guy shouted, "Hey Kim Tisek, wake up." That guy reached out and touched the motionless person, "Hey, wake up." When Tisek was turned over, his face had gone pale. The brown-haired guy panicked and brought his hand to Tisek's nose. Impossible. That guy's hand began to tremble more. The brown-haired guy panicked. "Damn it, he's not breathing anymore, I can't even feel a pulse." Yangmin was stunned, "Tisek is dead." The brown-haired guy went pale. No way did he die because he couldn't survive in the game. The Joker looked equally ashen, impossible. He looked at the others still lying motionless, so all those who didn't wake up here. Yangmin looked at the chaos before him, wondering if they were all just corpses now. The Joker forced himself to stand and said in disbelief, "This is absurd, only half survived. Will the next round be like this too?" Yangmin's face darkened, his hands trembled as he thought, this is insane. As Yangmin witnessed the chain of events, he began to brood crazily. Doesn't this mean that even if they were spawned at the starting line, everyone should still have equal chances? His eyes grew mad and he smiled with glee. Now there's no need to lament life's injustices. Then he turned to his buddies and tried to sound reassuring. Calm down, you bastards. Now we just need to survive, why get all worked up? His two comrades were so frightened their worldview shattered and couldn't pay attention to his words. One sat on the ground clutching his head, trembling. It's so unfair to die without even a chance to try. He acted like nothing had happened and said casually, it's not just us. Everyone else has been dragged into this, so what right is there to complain about unfairness? Hearing that, the two were shocked and cursed him silently. This crazy bastard. The Joker sighed and frowned. Damn, you've lived your whole life like a thug, so of course you don't feel you've lost anything even if you die here. Yangmin ignored him and looked around. I'm different, I've still got things to do. Seeing that, the Joker asked, what are you looking for? He replied nonchalantly, I don't see that bastard anywhere. At that, the Joker asked back, who your errand boy? Yangmin wondered why he couldn't see him. Where's that filthy little bastard? I'm pretty sure I saw him that way before I passed out. Could he have failed the first round and died in some corner? Thinking that, he curled his lip into a smile, convinced, yeah, that's probably it. How could a weak little guy like him possibly survive? Suddenly, something caught his attention. He looked over at a man wearing armor. Where on earth had he gotten that armor? He wondered aloud, what's wrong with that guy and where did he find that pile of gear? Then he entertained an impossible possibility. He tensed for a moment, then called out in his mind, status window. Instantly, a transparent system window displaying status information appeared before him. He was completely shocked. A status window had really appeared. His buddies spoke up, a status bar. The guy in the fur-collared coat scoffed that such things could never happen, then froze when his own status window suddenly appeared. It's real. Yangmin, not seeing his buddy's windows, asked suspiciously, what the hell are you staring at? The other replied, aren't you doing the same? Maybe it only shows up individually. Everyone present then had their own status windows appear and were stunned, exclaiming, isn't this usable in real life too? Damn, so we can use stat points and items now. Yangmin picked up a stone from the ground. Without saying much, he crushed the stone by squeezing it. He silently stared at the fine dust in his palm, then grinned with delight. This is awesome. The news reported the events. Early this morning, something truly unbelievable happened. A short-haired news anchor solemnly recounted the story. In the square in front of the New Year's Bell area just before the New Year, over 10,000 citizens suddenly lost consciousness. Now we take you to the scene. The footage switched to the moment Angel Brielle appeared. A woman of unknown identity in an angelic outfit had appeared before the New Year's Bell. She then spoke to the crowd below. The scene on the screen suddenly turned chaotic. Not long after, a mysterious explosion occurred after a bystander pointed at the woman and said something. The person who spoke was killed instantly. The female anchor continued, then the woman spread her arms toward the crowd. People on the screen kept collapsing, causing more than 10,000 to lose consciousness abruptly. Switching to another report. According to police, most of those who fell were between 15 and 29. The reporter said gravely that we have confirmed this phenomenon did not occur only in this country but on a global scale. Netizens immediately erupted in the comments. What the hell, are the reporters crazy? Why are they broadcasting this nonsense so early? Many refused to believe it and pushed back. Is today April Fool's? Over 1.8 billion souls have been abducted. It's unbelievable how large-scale fake news has become. Some even criticized the reporters, saying they're too willing to cooperate. Others agreed in the replies, claiming the reporters must have had nothing to do on New Year's to fabricate such a story. The video looks CGI. People are fighting in the comments, some don't believe it, and while typing they suddenly drop dead. Ryu Min calmly scrolled through social media. It started, he thought. He thought to himself, this is only the beginning. The news continued reporting the incident around 5:20 a.m. About half of the unconscious recovered consciousness, while the other half remained in a vegetative state at the scene. All had been diagnosed clinically dead. Celebrity A was found dead in the square. This is the first time over 11% of the population have died in a crisis. Deaths kept being discovered and reports of fatalities continued to rise. He remained remarkably calm. The real issue lay elsewhere. He looked at the news screen. Survivors were now being labeled as players and investigators were probing the cause. His thoughts mixed with the anchor's voice. The problem is that players' powers have been brought into the real world. He continued thinking, no player yet has truly high stat points, so the impact is limited for now. His expression was icy. As players' levels rise, they will gradually become powerful entities. A figure like a dark knight appeared, clad in mighty iron armor with surging potent energy. No modern weapon or deployed army could suppress such players. Weapons that are the people themselves, uncontrollable, would be born. He lifted his foot to walk, but he had no intention of watching the world sink into chaos. The hooded coat over his head gave him an air of mystery. If he let things continue, the world might perish before reaching round 20. There was only one solution. Then his gaze sharpened. I need to control all the players, he thought firmly, with a power above all others. He recalled the loops he'd endured. Of course he'd have to use different methods than before. A system notification appeared before him. To open the boss room door, you need at least 5 players. His face, shrouded in shadow, grew solemn. I already have a few potential people in mind and some ways to recruit them. He ended that train of thought and continued walking. But it wasn't time to act yet, there were more important tasks now. By then he had gone from the square to the front of his house. He gently opened the door and stepped inside slowly. His gaze fixed on something. It turned out to be a cup of instant noodles someone had eaten and left. That brat, he ate dinner with cup noodles again. He then slowly opened his bedroom door. He saw a young man who looked almost like him but younger, sleeping soundly. Seeing him sleep so peacefully, he couldn't help but smile softly. He can still sleep soundly even though his older brother hasn't come home. It turned out the sleeping youth was Ryu-1, his younger brother. This is my brother. Next year he'll be a third-year high school student. He began to talk about his family. We were nothing special. A framed photo of the 4 of us hung on the wall, all smiling happily, but my parents died in a traffic accident. Overnight, many things changed. Under the table was a photo of the 2 brothers playing together. One of the most notable changes was that I became Ryu-1's sole guardian. My younger brother's body was covered in severe-looking wounds. He slowly reached out and taped up his brother's wounds with medical tape. He stared for a long time with a very complicated expression. Suddenly the whole room lit up, waking the sleeper and making him blink a few times. After he turned on the light, he sat by the mattress and said to his brother, "It's time to get up." Ryu-1, seeing his brother, called out, "Bro." He reminded him, "It's morning." Ryu-1 checked his phone and replied, "It's only 6 in the morning, bro." Not letting his brother laze any longer, he flipped back the covers, startling him awake. As he tidied the bedding, he said, "We don't have time to keep sleeping." His brother asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" He replied curtly, "I'll explain later, so get dressed and then we'll leave." Still sleepy from being roused so early, Ryu-1 yawned and asked, "Where are we going?" "If you're saying we're going to watch the sunrise, I'd rather sleep in." Then he spoke seriously, "Listen to your brother." He said calmly, "Now is not the time to relax or sleep." Holding up clothes, he told his brother plainly, "The world has fallen into chaos." Ryu-1, surprised, asked, "Didn't you say we were going to the New Year's celebration? What happened while I was asleep?" He didn't answer and simply left. "Just come with me, I'll tell you on the way." The 2 left the house and walked quickly along a street with no one in sight. Ryu-1 glanced at his brother with tension and suspicion. He wondered silently what could have made him so serious, what else had happened. Noticing his brother's look, he finally spoke. "Ryu-1, you don't know the global situation, do you?" Startled, Ryu-1 asked hastily, "Why would you say that? You're scaring me. Did something happen while I was sleeping?" He calmly replied, "Check the top search results." Full of questions, Ryu-1 immediately grabbed his phone to look. As he scrolled, he couldn't believe it and exclaimed, "What does this mean? An angel suddenly appeared and abducted people to another world." He gently clarified more precisely, "Their souls were taken." Hearing that, Ryu-1 panicked. "No way, even you?" He calmly confirmed, "Yes." Then he continued, explaining that only after he hunted 100 goblins could he return to life. Hearing this, Ryu-1 worriedly asked, "What? Is that true? Are you hurt anywhere?" Ryu-min calmly reassured him, "Don't worry about me." Ryu-1's face filled with worry as he spoke loudly, "How could I not be worried?" The scene shifted to the memory of their parents' death. So this is the family. Only the 2 of them attended their parents' funeral. You're the only person I have left. With tear-streaked cheeks, Ryu-1 looked up at his brother. Of course I know. His figure is lonely yet steady and reliable enough to fill the void their parents left. Even now his silhouette is as dependable and solitary as ever, so he has to forge an unshakably strong mindset for himself. No matter how he thinks about it, Ryu-1 is deeply worried for his brother. But having a strong mindset and killing 100 monsters are two completely different things. And seeing his brother in pain, he must have a weak side too. Ryu-Min finally smiled with a hint of helplessness and said, I know what you're thinking. After that he turned to his brother and carefully explained, there is a system there called stats like in a game, so my physical skills really aren't that important. Then he added, so you don't need to worry. Ryu-1 hesitated if that's the case. But he continued patiently, if you see me in the future you won't think this way anymore. Puzzled, Ryu-1 asked what he meant. He didn't answer immediately but smiled and said, if you want to know, just follow me. At this Ryu-1 stubbornly refused, I don't want to. I won't take another step until you tell me where we're going. Hearing this, he stopped walking. Perhaps overly worried for his brother, Ryu-1's gaze hardened as he said, please tell me. Looking at the wound on the back of Ryu-1's hand, he fell into thought. Finally he spoke, Bang Tiju. Ryu-1 was surprised to hear it. He said calmly and slowly to his brother, we're going to Bang Tiju's stronghold, the place of the thug who keeps bullying you. Then he pretended not to know and asked, is Bang Tiju threatening you? Startled by his brother's question, Ryu-1 stammered, what, how did you? Ryu-1 asked in a low voice, you already knew about everything. Hearing this, he replied nonchalantly, why would you think I didn't know? Surprised that his brother knew it all, Ryu-1 pressed his lips together and thought he didn't want to show it. His expression was awkward, he'd been through a hard time. Seeing his brother embarrassed made Ryu-Min feel even heavier inside. Ryu-1, I'm sorry. He carried a lot of sorrow, honestly he hadn't known. I only learned the truth a few hours after returning from round 1. When light streamed through the window of their small room, Ryu-1 had already woken and said to his sleeping brother, hey bro, I'm going out for a bit. He seemed deeply haunted by that day, wondering where his sibling had gone on that day. At that moment he was suddenly awakened by a phone call, thank goodness. Ryu-Min, eyes half open, answered hello. As soon as he picked up, the voice on the other end said, hello, is this the guardian number for student Ryu-1? The voice on the line sounded urgent, you need to come to the hospital immediately. After that one sentence, he hurriedly threw on his coat and ran to the hospital. The result of that dark day was that his brother was blinded after Bang Tiju beat him. Ryu-1's body was covered in wounds as he sat in pain against the wall, feeling foolish and weak. He blamed himself and clenched his fists, I couldn't protect you. He regretted deeply and kept apologizing inwardly, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. When Ryu-Min finished that painful memory, he stood before his brother and vowed, no one will bully you again, no one. The scene shifted to another, more rundown place. A foot appeared from nowhere and kicked a man's chest, making him cry out in pain. The blonde-haired guy, seemingly the boss, shouted, do you want to die? He pointed at the 3 men in pain and said, didn't I tell each of you to bring 200,000 won? Not getting the answer he wanted, he continued yelling, no answer. Do you dare ignore me? With that, his face went savage, and he mercilessly stomped his subordinate repeatedly. The 3 guys had been standing aside watching and now joined in with amused comments. That's Bang Tiju all right, yeah, he's cruel even to his own men. The guy with the rounded head said fearfully and bitterly that even seniors from other schools didn't want to get involved with him. Hearing that, the instigator added, whatever happens, I don't want to go against him. After dealing with his subordinates, he angrily kept cursing, damn it, I was going to buy a car today. These useless idiots make it impossible to do business. He glared at the 3 and asked, hey, do you know any way to make money? The rounded head guy froze and hesitated where to get money. Tiju replied, yeah, think faster. Under his pressure, his henchmen strained to think, and finally the instigator came up with an idea. Nervous but trying to act calm, he said with a forced smile, there's one guy, the kid who does odd jobs for you, Tiju. Careful description, the tall one with short hair, why don't you call him? Hearing that, Tiju broke into a vicious grin. Ryu-1, huh? I was going to call him today. His eyes turned terrifying as he continued, I plan to beat him to celebrate the new year. The 2 henchmen exchanged looks and egged Tiju on, then we can take his money, yeah, that's good. Suddenly he spoke up, hey, that guy actually has no home. Tiju's offhand remark made his men curious. What? He continued contemptuously, he wouldn't be able to produce any money even if I killed him. What home does he have? That statement left the 3 stunned. Really? Tiju went on, and that kid has no family left. As he spoke, he glanced at his companions. He lives with his older brother. Suddenly he froze and fell silent, leaving the instigator puzzled. What's wrong? Another of Tiju's men followed the direction of his gaze and asked suspiciously what's going on. At that moment, two familiar figures appeared from outside. Tiju recognized who had arrived and curled his lip in disdain. Isn't that Ryu-1? Suddenly you're making me nervous. His cruel face slowly advanced as he hurled cutting words at Ryu-1. No, you aren't a big shot, you're just a bastard. Then he suddenly screamed Ryu-1's name and cursed, you bastard. Terrified, Ryu-1 could only tremble as he stammered a reply. His hand reflexively clutched at Ryu-Min's shirt. Only now did he notice Ryu-Min's presence, which put him off. Who is that guy? His face really annoys me. He rudely sneered, hey, who is that dog at your side? You bringing some other lackey because you're lonely? Ryu-1 heard the question and hesitated. Without waiting for his brother to introduce him, Ryu-Min grinned provocatively and said, I'm Ryu-1's brother. The thug doubted and asked, you're. He then threatened Ryu-1 as if he had no fear of dying. Look at this guy, didn't I tell you to keep your mouth shut? And now you disobey me. He stammered and then confidently said, you're dead today and so is your brother. He glanced at his men and gave a signal. The instigating henchman rolled up his sleeves and barked like a street thug. The sun rises in the west now, who dares defy Tiju? The lead henchman smugly asked, hey Ryu-1, is your brother good at fighting? He waved his hand mockingly to belittle his height and sneered, you bastard, you gonna run. Without further words, he swung a punch straight at the thug's face. The man took the blow and flew, rolling to the ground, which stunned the henchman standing behind him. He learned nothing from the others and, furious, swung a punch straight at him, you damn bastard. The punch was so fast, yet he easily dodged it. Immediately following, he delivered a blow that knocked down the second man. That punch sent him flying out. The remaining men all surged forward together. He unleashed two extremely fast punches to their faces. You dog, how dare you? Watching his henchmen handled so easily made Tiju tremble with anger. He ground his teeth and flashed a cruel smile while cursing inwardly. He convinced himself he was right, guessing the kid learned boxing somewhere and grew overly proud of his striking, but you want to fight me with just that little skill. Calmly smiling, he then called out to Ryu-1's brother, hands in his pockets as he approached. So you think you're great just because you know a bit of flashy fighting? He was a head taller and stared down maliciously. Haven't you learned that physical conditioning is crucial in boxing? Unfazed by his words, he shot back, haven't you seen the news? Tiju frowned in confusion and asked, what news? Knowing he hadn't seen it, he sighed in disappointment. That provoked Tiju into a furious swing. What news, you bastard? He once again lightly dodged his punch. Several times he attacked with all his strength. And he still dodged effortlessly as if it were nothing. After flailing at air until Tiju was panting, he finally realized something was off. Something was wrong. Why? His face contorted into madness. Why can't I hit him? Then he slowly gathered power into his fist and said slowly, if you saw the news. Then like lightning he'd dart in. You would never dare to oppose a player like me. He punched him in the face once. Ryu-Min, pale-faced, thrust a powerful punch at Bang Tiju. He took a very painful hit and collapsed motionless. Only moments later did he regain his senses enough to react, you. Bang Tiju angrily lunged forward with a punch, you bastard. But there was nobody in front of him, no figure anywhere. Where did you run off to? He spun around in panic, impossible. Bang Tiju was struck by another punch to the face. He clutched his face furious and yelled, you, how dare you hit me? He froze as he saw a tooth fall out. Bang Tiju roared in extreme rage and hatred, I'll kill you. He threw all his strength into a punch at Ryu-Min. Die. He easily avoided it and countered. Ryu-Min unleashed a flurry of punches to the man's face. He staggered, struggling to stand. Even those sitting farther away watched in cold sweat. His face swelled into a grotesque lump. He kept targeting his face with his strikes. Bang Tiju panted and turned to stare at Ryu-Min. That bastard, if I land one hit. He charged forward with the determination of delivering just one punch. Before he could finish, Ryu-Min lifted his leg to block the fist closing into a punch plays. As predicted, the blonde guy was hit again. This time it wasn't gentle. He was sent flying and slammed hard into the wall. Bang Tiju struggled to brace himself and sat up. Ryu-Min watched him gloomily. Bang Tiju glared in pain, you bastard. Ryu-Min recalled being covered in wounds and bruises, hiding in a dark room. No matter how many times he was reborn, he could never forget that feeling. He slowly approached to ensure that hell wouldn't repeat. Bang Tiju tried to stand, pale with fear. Don't come near. He clutched his neck and backed away, stopping. Ryu Min sat down in front of Bang Tiju, held his hand and smiled. He shut his eyes tight, full of suspicion. He glared menacingly at him and said, "That's why you shouldn't touch my little brother." Bang Tiju went blank for a moment. A second later he screamed in pain, clutching the hand that had been held. Bang Tiju wailed pitifully as Ryu Min continued to grip that hand. He panicked in terror. "No, it hurts too much." Bang Tiju's screams grew louder and more pitiful. The followers who saw this were terrified and fled immediately. Ryu Won stood at a distance, heard the cries and turned away, unable to watch. Ryu Min glared and warned, "Bang Tiju, if you dare touch my brother again, do you know what will happen?" "I know." Bang Tiju trembled and knelt. I know, I won't do it again." He changed his expression back to a friendly smile. "All right, but..." Contradicting that angelic face, Ryu Min broke the other hand as well. "I'll teach you a proper lesson so you don't repeat this." He screamed and begged, "No, please don't." In the abandoned factory, the sound of bones breaking rang out along with anguished cries. Ryu Won followed behind. Ryu Min called him back. "Hey bro. You're so gentle and kind, how could you do that? When did you learn martial arts?" Ryu Min smiled and said to his younger brother, "Didn't you notice? Players can use skills in real life too." Ryu Won was puzzled. "How?" He used his power. A golden light radiated from Ryu Min's hand. With a pop, a small knife appeared. Ryu Won was astonished. He excitedly shouted. A knife materialized from the air. Ryu Min boasted to his brother, "Cool, right? I can summon weapons I've obtained like this too." Ryu Won asked curiously, "So when you moved so fast earlier, was it the same thing? That guy couldn't land a single punch on you." Ryu Min answered, "Yes, my agility stat is 11. Ryu Won was still hazy. "You mean stats like in the game?" Ryu Min clarified, "Yeah. A normal person has 3 points, a gymnast can reach 10. Ryu Won had countless questions, wondering what would happen if he leveled up. Ryu Min shrugged. "How would I know? I'm not there yet." He thought to himself in a low voice that he'd better lie. Ryu Min remembered the past, his brother locked in a dark room. He hadn't intended to reveal he was a time repeater when he did it on his 11th loop. At that time, Ryu Won had been kidnapped by another player. He brooded silently. Even though he'd avenged them, he didn't want his brother humiliated because of him. Ryu Min turned to look at Ryu Won, resolving internally to prepare to protect him in upcoming battles. Suddenly, his brother's stomach grumbled. Ryu Won felt a bit embarrassed. Ryu Min, being thoughtful, suggested they get something to eat. "Wanna eat? You're hungry, right?" Ryu Won immediately agreed, "Yes." The scene shifted to the front of a convenience store. Inside, the two brothers went to eat together. Ryu Won called, "Where are you going? Instant noodles are here." Ryu Min vaguely replied as he headed to the ATM, "Wait for me a bit." He inserted his card into the machine. Ryu Min looked at the screen. This was the money he'd saved so far. The ATM screen showed a balance of 133,202 won. Ryu Min held up the cash he withdrew to show his brother. Ryu Won stared at the amount in amazement. "You withdrew that much?" Ryu Min held the money and said, "I need to buy a few things." He pointed to the instant noodles and sausages on the shelf. "From now on we'll eat this." Ryu Won asked again, "These things?" He glanced at the prices on the counter and began to sweat a little. "Bro, everything here is over 5,000. Ryu Min didn't care. "It's fine, you can pick whatever you want." He smiled and looked at him. "It's New Year, are you planning to only eat instant ramen?" Ryu Won hesitated, unwilling to spend the money. "I know, but eating that would be expensive." Ryu Min urged his brother, "It's okay, hurry and choose." Ryu Won happily chose, "Then I'll have this spicy beef hot pot, please." He looked at it with sparkling, longing eyes. "I want to eat that too, it looks so good." Ryu Min pointed and said, "Let's go to a restaurant sometimes, Korean beef, okay?" Ryu Won felt it was already more than enough and didn't want to waste money. "You don't have to do that, this is already too much for me." Ryu Min looked at his brother gently and thought, "Wait a few more days. I'll feed you so much meat you'll be sick of it." Steam rose hotly from the box of meat. Ryu Won put a spoonful of rice and a piece of meat into his mouth. His eyes shone in delight as he savored it. "It's so delicious." Ryu Min happily watched his brother and said, "Really? Eat more." Ryu Won looked at him with curiosity. "Bro, thanks so much. Where are you going?" Ryu Min stood up. "Wait for me a bit." He left. Ryu Won watched him go. Suddenly Ryu Min turned back, slammed a black pen down hard on the table. Ryu-1 stared blankly at the pile of lottery tickets on the table, speechless. Wait, did you withdraw all that money just to? Are you planning to play the lottery with all of it? Ryu-Min replied confidently, exactly. Ryu-1 hurried over, hold on, how many did you buy? But Ryu-Min calmly and happily looked at his pile of tickets, 20. Ryu-1 panicked and shouted, what, you spent 100,000 on lottery tickets, do you even know what we'll get? Ryu-Min put on a mysterious look, just wait and see. Ryu-1 broke out in a sweat at his brother's behavior, what are you doing? He looked more alarmed at the pile of tickets, why do you keep choosing the same numbers over and over, Ryu-Min, why? Ryu-Min looked at his brother with confident certainty, these are the winning numbers. The two returned home and turned on their phones to listen to the winning numbers being read. Lottery draw 1049, we will begin the drawing today. Ryu-1 turned pale and sweated. We're done for we wasted 100,000. The program started, the draw was announced. He grew more upset, regretting the money they could have bought better food with that cash. Ryu-Min didn't care and said, hey, can you stop biting your nails? The lotto numbers rolled out. The first lucky number was 3, the second was 18. Ryu-1 froze. He was shocked to hear the program announce the third lucky number as 9, the fourth as 38, the fifth as 21. Finally, the phone screen displayed the winning sequence that matched the numbers on their ticket. We will announce the numbers for Lottery 1049 once more. 3, 18, 9, 38, 21. The bonus number is 5. Ryu-1 yelled in surprise, this is insane, we hit the jackpot. He was moved, eyes shining as he looked at his brother. Hey, pinch my cheek to make sure, do it yourself. Ryu-1, unable to believe it, asked again, is this not a dream, right? Ryu-Min smiled teasingly, would you rather it be a dream? Ryu-1 shook his head, no, it's not. Ryu-Min laughed happily, don't worry, it's not a dream. Ryu-1 asked once more, really not a dream? Ryu-Min affirmed firmly, I said it's not. Ryu-1 held the ticket in his hand and cheered with joy, we won the lottery. Ryu-Min signaled for silence and lowered his voice, the neighbors can hear. Ryu-1 fell silent. He smiled at his brother, do you like it that much? Ryu-1 confirmed, of course I'm happy, aren't you? Ryu-Min nodded, of course. He recalled to himself that he'd been the same the first time he'd even screamed. In Ryu-Min's memory, the two brothers had each been stunned and beaming. We won the lottery, this isn't a dream. But after repeating it many times, it became routine. He had to quickly make money after each rewind. But the joy didn't last long, because over 900 million people had died and the economy had collapsed. Times changed and hardships piled up. Exchangeable items between players, things that would be valuable in the future, still had to be bought with money. Ryu-1 looked at his brother's pile of tickets. I can't believe we won, how much is the prize worth? Ryu-Min propped his chin and said, who knows? He estimated that this win would be enough to shake the world. The scene shifted to a clear sunny day in front of the non-Hyop Bank. Ryu-Min slowly walked in. I no longer worry after winning the lottery countless times. He went to the bank counter and called the staff over. I'm here to redeem a winning ticket. The clerk smiled and congratulated him. Is that so? Congratulations, sir. He looked at Ryu-Min and thought to himself, he won the lottery, he looks like a student. The clerk began the process. Can you tell me where you bought the ticket? He replied, from the QS24 store Yeonwi branch. The clerk flinched. What? He fell silent, recalling what a colleague had said. The Yeonwi QS24 branch, there were 115 winning tickets this time. What, 115? That's a lot. The colleague had added, it's crazy, and the craziest part is that hundreds of those tickets all came from the same place. The clerk admired, don't tell me one person bought them all. He remembered the colleague's instruction. If anyone says they bought tickets from the Yeonwi branch, call the chairman immediately, it's a VIP customer. Back in the present, he was a bit distracted. Ryu-Min spoke up, sorry. The clerk awkwardly said, I'm sorry, but could you wait a moment? Ryu-Min answered, okay. After a short while, an older man appeared and thanked him for waiting. He welcomed him, shook his hand, and introduced himself. I'm Kwon Jun-ho, chairman of Non-Hyop Bank. Ryu-Min shook back and introduced himself. I'm Ryu-Min. Kwon Jun-ho congratulated him. So you're the winner, congratulations. Ryu-Min smiled and replied, thank you. He chuckled and suggested a private chat. Why don't we go somewhere quieter? Please follow me. Kwon Jun-ho led him to the lottery business office. Over here. They entered and an employee stood to greet them. Welcome, sir. She looked up and wondered, who's next to the chairman, his son. Kwon Jun-ho pointed and introduced. He's a VIP here to claim his prize. Make sure he's as comfortable as possible. The blonde with a ponytail stared at Ryu Min in astonishment. So he won with 100 tickets, he replied. Feel free to look around. Ryu Min smiled and said, yes, thank you, sir. She tried to steady herself, keep calm. She smiled and went to work. Welcome, sir. Please have a seat here. The blonde ponytailed woman leaned down and asked attentively, would you like something to drink? We have coffee, tea, juice. Ryu Min just wanted to claim the prize and leave. I'm fine. More importantly, I'd like to receive the prize. She sat down and asked, all right, first I'd like to verify the winning tickets, sir. Ryu Min handed over a thick stack of winning tickets. Here. The blonde's eyes widened in shock at the pile of winning tickets, thinking she couldn't believe he bought them all with the same numbers. Did he foresee the future or something? She finished the check and looked up. I've completed the verification. They are all first prize tickets. Ryu Min got straight to the point. So how much will I receive? She broke into a sweat. He sat emotionless as he listened to the amount. Yes, sir, the prize is about 22.5 billion won. Ryu Min sat and calculated. After tax, he'd have about 15 billion. Everything moved quickly after he claimed the prize. With the money received, he began executing his plans. The first thing was to secure new housing. After buying a house, he planned to invest a sum in stocks. That night, he opened a trading account. Bitcoin would rise about 500% next month. If he intended to invest in stocks after increasing his capital via Bitcoin, then today. Both brothers moved into the new house. Ryu Min asked Ryu Won, how do you like the new place? Do you like it? Ryu Won enthusiastically replied, of course, it's beautiful. I've never seen such a big, nice house. I have to take a picture. Ryu Min still felt it wasn't enough. He wanted something a bit grander and more spacious. This place was the best we could move into right away, and the security was good too. Ryu Won turned puzzled and asked, but why are you paying rent? With that money we should buy it outright. Ryu Min dropped a shocking line, I don't have much money left. Ryu Won froze. Ryu Min said proudly, I've already invested over 14 billion won in Bitcoin. Ryu Won, still stunned and not fully processing it yet, looked at him in disbelief. What? Two different reactions. Ryu Won went pale and froze, while stubborn Ryu Min remained calm and tried to reassure his brother. I know what you're going to say, but I'm not going to do anything stupid, okay? Ryu Min clapped his brother on the shoulder confidently. I can always make more money from the lottery. I've already seen 4 more numbers in my dream. Hearing that, Ryu Won's eyes lit up. He'd only heard rumors before about people dreaming the winning numbers. He grabbed his brother and shook him back and forth, urging, you remember them all, right? Don't forget, remember them. Ryu Min was shaken until his head spun. I'm dizzy. He was a bit bratty, thinking there was no way he'd forget after doing it so many times. Ryu Won got a little agitated. Please, sorry. Ryu Min turned toward the door and said, let's go have dinner, get ready to go out. Ryu Won asked, go out to eat where? Ryu Min smiled brightly at his brother. Didn't I tell you? We're moving today. The scene shifted. A fist slammed hard into a wall, sending bricks and stone flying. A guy in a green jacket looked furious, venting his anger on the adjacent wall. Yang Min grinned slyly, thinking to himself that he'd been right to pump all his points into strength. He raised his fist and kept hitting, moreover. Yang Min punched the wall repeatedly with visible delight. He even had an old rune of strength that could double his power. He'd been lucky to get that random rune. He laughed loudly as he looked at the dents, betting that even Tyson would be jealous of these punches. Yang Min's face went dark. He clenched his fist so hard the veins stood out and trembled. Testing is fine, but why not try it in actual combat? Yang Min pounded on the door and screamed like a madman, Ryu Min. He grew increasingly enraged at the lack of response. That bastard can't be dead, yet he won't pick up the phone. His expression darkened further, his eyes reddening with veins showing. Just imagining that face and those eyes made him boil with rage as if they had an ancestral grudge. That arrogant bastard, do you think I'll let you off? He swore, after you look at me like that, I'll kill you. Thoughts in his head made him angrier, his arm movements accelerated. We're both players, but a loser is still a loser. I have to teach you a lesson. But however much he raged, the only response was an eerie silence. Clearly that bastard was hiding inside. Why won't he come out? Realizing this wasn't the right approach, Yang Min immediately changed tactics. Then, a creepy smile spread across his face as he pressed his ear to the door to listen for sounds inside. He's probably not home. Fine, no choice, let's go. He seemed ready to act at the slightest noise from inside. Try breathing and I'll smash this door. At that moment, someone suddenly called out, "Hey, student." Turning around, he saw an older man standing there as if he'd been there the whole time, his expression annoyed at being disturbed so early in the morning. "What are you doing in front of someone else's house?" Yangmin rudely replied to the older man. "Why do you care? Are you the homeowner or something?" The man answered plainly, "Yes, I'm the homeowner." The blunt reply made Yangmin start and recoil in shock. Back to the main point, what are you doing here, visiting a friend? The definition of that relationship made him pause. Friend. The word friend immediately sparked an idea in his head. He wanted to use it to extract information about Ryu Min. "So, a friend, could you open the door for me?" "I've lost contact with my friend, if you could open the door." The uncle interrupted abruptly, "Oh my." After that he calmed down and added, "It seems your friend left you behind." He explained that the room was now empty. The student who lived there had moved out, only now revealing this. Yangmin froze and hurriedly asked, "What, since when, where did he go?" The uncle had no answer. "He just moved out today, I don't know where to." As soon as he learned this, his hand clenched into a fist without thinking as a fire burned inside him. That bastard, he ran off without saying a word. He looked at the building outside, its entire facade covered in glass. Ryu-1 couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so tall." It was his first time here, everything felt unfamiliar. Since arriving he couldn't stop talking, there's even a revolving door at the entrance. Seeing the receptionist hand Ryu Min a room card surprised him even more. They even had access cards. A guard also checked identities thoroughly. His identity had been verified and there was security as well. His eyes filled with admiration for the building. "This place is amazing." The elevator opened quickly. Ryu Min gestured to him, "Let's go." "Yes." Entering the apartment he had rented, Ryu-1 felt even more overwhelmed. "How big is this place?" Ryu Min was casual and replied, "About 330 square meters." The number made him gasp. "That's huge." "Isn't that too big for just the two of us?" Ryu Min simply thought, "We have money, at least it should be this big." "So how much is the contract?" "Let me think, deposit is 500 million and 22 million per month." The more he heard, the more dizzy Ryu-1 felt. 22 million won rent per month. Just days ago, he'd been fretting over whether spending 5,000 at a convenience store was wasteful. Thinking that, he couldn't help but speak up. "I think this place is too expensive. Wouldn't it be better to move somewhere cheaper?" He didn't know that for Ryu Min, price wasn't the issue. No, at least it had to be this expensive. The higher the cost, the better the security. The reason he rented a high-security apartment was that on the first day of each month, all players fall into a deep sleep. And that's when they're most vulnerable, susceptible to disasters like fires or earthquakes, and dangers lurk nearby, assassins hired by other players. Therefore, players must prepare to enter the other world from the safest place possible. Ryu Min understood this better than anyone. Even if you're strong in that world, it all ends if you die in the real world. Still, he respected Ryu-1's opinion and asked, "You don't like the house?" "Of course I don't mean that, I love it, but why did you ask?" He replied, "Nothing good that you like it." For some reason, upon hearing that, Ryu-1's expression instantly darkened. Suddenly he started speaking politely, "I'm sorry." He explained he felt guilty for not being able to help. Next month he'd be pulled into another world to fight, yet he sat here enjoying things as if nothing was wrong. "I'm useless, I'm sorry." "Stop overthinking it, you deserve a smack for that." Ryu Min laughed encouragingly to lift his spirits. "Why so down, don't you think you'll win in the next round?" To change the mood, he suggested not to think about it anymore and go eat something. He'd heard the Korean restaurant on the second floor was good. Okay. Just then, his phone vibrated unexpectedly with an incoming call. At a glance, Ryu Min immediately understood. He knew he'd moved. "Just ignore him, I don't intend to meet him in real life anymore." That said, he couldn't be certain himself. Maybe they'd run into each other in the other world. Time passed quickly. One day after moving, Ryu Min shuffled into the living room with a sleepy face. He saw Ryu-1 standing there neatly dressed and asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Ryu-1 looked up at his voice and greeted, "You're up." Then he smiled and replied, "Yes, I ordered some rice cakes, so I'm going to pick them up." Still half awake, he was a bit drowsy. Rice cakes. A moment later, he realized this hadn't happened before. Time regression doesn't guarantee everything stays the same, but this seemed like the first time you'd go out to buy rice cakes, right? That thought made him curious. "Why are you buying rice cakes?" Ryu-1 cheerfully explained, "We just moved in, I should bring some to the neighbors. Isn't that polite?" Ryu Min praised the idea. Becoming a good neighbor isn't bad, clever, that's my brother. He proactively greeted Ryu-min and prepared to go first. I'll go meet the neighbors, you rest. Then he suddenly suggested, we should go together to greet them. Let me change first, wait a moment. The doorbell was lightly pressed, notifying the homeowner someone had come. Hearing the bell, the homeowner called out from inside, yes. It's the Ryu brothers, Ryu-1 offered with a friendly smile. Hello, we just moved into the room next door and wanted to greet you. The landlady responded politely, hello. At first glance she remarked they looked very alike. Are you siblings? Yes. He carefully handed over the introductory gift and tactfully said, we brought some rice cakes for you, they're best eaten hot. Their courteous manner put her at ease. She cheerfully replied, oh my, thank you both, I'll enjoy them, thank you, see you later. They continued on to other doors. We just moved into room 4302 today. Smiling as always, here are some rice cakes. He said modestly, please take care of us. The atmosphere among strangers was warm and intimate rather than distant. Enjoy them, say thank you, brother. Before long they reached the top floor. Only one more apartment to go, let's finish greeting them and then rest. As they walked, Ryu-min explained, did you know this floor is a penthouse? Hearing that, Ryu-1 was even more stunned. They'd bought both the 44th and 45th floors. So they're super rich, right? Ryu-min simply guessed he didn't know the details, but it must be someone wealthy or a celebrity. He rang the bell but waited a long time with no answer. Maybe they're not home. Ryu-min tried pressing the bell again. Nothing changed, it seemed they weren't home. The moment he turned to the right, his gaze froze in surprise. Ryu-1 saw his expression and turned curious. That person. Ryu-1 quickly realized the beautiful woman before them was actress Seo Arin. Meeting her here is truly an unexpected honor. While Ryu-min didn't yet know who she was, Ryu-1 kept exclaiming, she's so beautiful, like an angel. Suddenly, a large arm blocked them. Seo Arin's assistant stepped forward with a very serious expression and asked, who are you guys? Fans. His unfriendly attitude surprised him a little, but he quickly explained, we live downstairs. Seeing him bewildered, Ryu-1 held the plate of rice cakes out toward him. We live downstairs. Now Seo Arin's assistant understood their meaning. Oh, I thought you were someone else, Ryu-1 said with a friendly smile. Would you like to try a rice cake? He responded coldly, no need, besides she doesn't eat that kind of thing. Saying that, he stepped forward and opened the door. He called Seo Arin in, come in please. Okay. But she still seemed attached to the plate of rice cakes in his hand. Her eyes couldn't leave it. Once the two of them went inside, Ryu-min said irritably, who does he think he is to be so rude? Anyway, don't mind that bastard. Of course not, you're busy paying attention to someone else. It's fine, more importantly. A moment later, his eyes brightened as he turned to say to him, did you see? She's really beautiful. Ryu-min showed no emotion, puzzled by his way of speaking. Why? That killed Ryu-1's enthusiasm. What do you mean, you just saw her too? He patiently explained, it's Seo Arin. To his surprise, Ryu-min asked, who's Seo Arin? The tabloids are currently filled with negative news about the entertainment world. Actor Gong Ji-suk suffered cardiac arrest. Fans are grieving this shocking news. Gong Seojin, Sim Hwan and others. The tragic deaths of major actors have shocked the film industry. Korean actor Cha Il-woo has passed away. Surveys show only 58% of stars have survived. Filming of urban crime was halted because actor Kwang Min-yu developed panic and anxiety disorders. Seo Arin read those lines and couldn't help but sigh. Her expression grew increasingly worried as she wondered how the world was functioning like this. Suddenly, a message arrived from Hong Seon. Have you heard the news? He messaged to tell her Gong Seojin has died. They chatted about it back and forth. Are you going to the funeral tomorrow? Of course we owe him a lot. Then let's go together. The more she scrolled, the heavier her mood grew. She couldn't believe someone more successful than her died in the first round. Thinking that, Seo Arin felt too lucky. If she hadn't gotten a good role, her name would have been on the papers too. Everything has happened so fast and unexpectedly for her. She's grown a lot and even thought there would be an article about her. It's unbelievable. Then again, without the company's sponsorship, could she have grown this much? The penthouse was bought by the company too. Seo Arin was so preoccupied with those thoughts she didn't notice when her assistant arrived. What are you thinking about? He suddenly asked, startling her. No, it's nothing. Seeing her expression, he guessed what she was thinking and tried to reassure her. It's okay. Like I said, you can tell me everything, it's fine. Arin exhaled and continued, I'm just wondering why the world turned out like this. How will I survive the next round? That's what I'm thinking. But you have me right, don't worry about the next round, I'm here. What are you worried about? Arin's assistant felt she was too anxious and said, trust me and rest. At that, the beautiful smile returned to her face. Of course, who else could I trust? The assistant sat back and reflected. When the company assigned him as her assistant and bodyguard, he was very wary, feeling like they just wanted someone to watch over her. That thinking changed completely after they fought together in the game. If not for him, I would have died in the first round. Arin's assistant kept repeating, I'll protect you at all costs, so don't give up. That reassured her considerably, thank you so much. Putting aside the gloomy mood, she changed the subject and mentioned that they brought rice cakes earlier, so they must have just moved in. They look tasty. He's always so cold, if you eat that you'll put on weight. Arin friendly felt they must have gone to the trouble to greet them and that they were probably sad. Arin's assistant brushed it off. Ignore it, it's just a greeting. He reminded her they're just trying to take advantage of you. If you agree, they'll keep bothering you. Even so, she still felt they didn't seem like bad people. Recalling how the two had looked, she guessed our neighbors seemed over 15 and probably killed 100 goblins to survive, right? Probably. If that's true, it's fascinating. People who have been through such danger can act like nothing happened. Arin's assistant was less fanciful. He bluntly added, do you think killing 100 goblins would be hard for them? Only fools would lose. Arin understood why he said that so calmly. His skills in the other world were outstanding. Even so, mentioning outstanding made Arin think of Ryu Min. He wasn't as skilled as that guy. He almost made her pity the goblins. Curiosity stirred, he probably has some job in real life. What does he do? Could I survive round 2 if I teamed up with someone good? Then she turned to worry about her own fate again. Surviving last time was luck. Could she survive the next time? The vacuum's noise shattered the home's silence. Tuesday, January 31 at 11 a.m. Ryu-won was cleaning and hearing the door open, hurriedly looked over. He immediately saw Ryu Min come in. You're back, you came back. Seeing him, he anxiously asked, did you make money this time? Ryu Min replied calmly, not that much this time, about 15 billion. Last time was 17 billion. And you still complain that's little? Are you kidding? The bank said nothing. This is the 4th time I've won, regarding that. He remembered how at the bank he'd left Kwon Junho astonished. You're back again, lucky customer. The man asked curiously, what's your secret? He didn't hide it and told him directly, I already told you last time, I was dreamt to it. That answer made the man envious. Impressive, I wish I could be dreamt to. Don't even mention him. Ryu-won himself didn't understand why it happened to his brother. Anyway, he wanted to ask, so are you going to put all the money into Bitcoin again this time? Of course, it's up to 15 billion now. Such a huge sum made him worry. Shouldn't we cash out now? I'm afraid we'll lose it all. But Ryu Min felt it wasn't the right time yet. Not yet. This is all part of my plan, so don't worry, Ryu-won. I'll handle it. Let's go eat something. They quickly went to a nearby restaurant. From his expression of enjoyment, the food there was clearly very good. After eating, the brothers went shopping a bit more. Life is really nice when you have money. When night fell, whatever was to come would come. Tuesday, January 31, 11:55 p.m. Ryu-won squeezed Ryu Min's hand and called him softly. His eyes were full of worry as he prepared to enter the game again. You have to survive and come back okay. Contrary to his brother's worry, Ryu Min replied with great confidence, don't worry, I saw you beat Bang Tiju, right? And it was true, but... Ryu Min gently ruffled his brother's hair and said, don't worry, go to sleep. After sending those words, he himself drifted off. When you open your eyes, I'll wake up with you, I'm off now. The moment he fell asleep, he was immediately transported to a different space. Upon arrival, he saw quite a few players already there. Looking around, everyone was extremely surprised. We're back already, immediately. Really, we're here again, where are we? This place isn't like round 1. Ryu Min's presence caused a stir. He was the number 1 from the previous round. He could feel many eyes on him. Judging by how people kept their distance, most had recognized him. He's the one who slaughtered the goblins, right? Number 1. Yangmin was in the crowd too, screaming for him. It seemed everyone had gathered. When will it appear? Entering the game, Ryu Min's gaze changed automatically. His emerald eyes shifted to a cold red. At the same time, an angel descended from above and spoke. Is everyone present? Players' faces immediately contorted when they saw another angel. Right, what's happened? The new angel gently explained that the angel in charge of round 1 had had an accident and would not appear. Smiling at them, she added, "Don't panic, humans." The next second the holy smile vanished, replaced by a series of eerie expressions. "From now on I will guide you thoroughly." That's enough greetings, now the game officially begins. Since you are all here, I'll announce the main mission of round 2. A number of boards suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Words appeared on the boards announcing, Round 2 main mission, choose a regional representative within 3 hours for the entire region. Participants, 900,514,645. Number completed, not over 900,514,645. Current area ESC 45-5 participants 5,143, completed 05143. Voices rang out, choose a regional representative. What is this? I guess they'll ask us to kill more monsters. Wait, look at the completed count. Does that mean this time everyone can survive? The angel seemed to notice everyone's confusion and immediately explained, "You look puzzled, I will explain." Pointing to the sky, the angel softly explained, "You see, this stage isn't about fighting, you just need to select a representative. Now before you is a magic circle and a person holding a sword," the angel continued. "The regional representative can use their authority to command others. If they tell someone to give up, that person must give up. If they order someone to die, that person will die." After hearing the angel, people looked worried and anxious. Wouldn't such power be terrifying? The angel went on, "In 3 hours everyone will receive their ballot. On it just write the name of the person you want to elect as regional representative." Suddenly a voice shouted, "That's it, no other rules." The angel continued to answer their questions. "Yes, you only need to hold the election to complete the mission and you can go home, consider it a break." One person exclaimed excitedly, "Just vote and we're saved, we don't have to fight anymore. Compared to the last round, this is so easy." The angel immediately declared, "Then for the next 3 hours, discuss who will become the regional representative." Discussion time remaining, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. After hearing the angel, everyone looked genuinely excited. "Really, just doing that will let you survive. It's a piece of cake. And if you become the regional representative, you gain authority." Yongmin gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn it, I've prepared to fight this whole time." The guy grabbed Yongmin to stop him. "Go away, Yongmin, surviving by vote is fine. I put all my stats into strength and never got to show it off, that pisses me off." Ryu-min thought he focused on strength like that, so this time the strength rune will appear too. He turned and replayed the details in his head. Both Yongmin's rune and this situation were unfolding exactly as in his memory. While everyone discussed, Ryu-min pondered, "They'll argue to pick the chosen one during the 3 hours, but that isn't important. Whenever there's a main mission, there will be side missions." He held the long sword and considered for a moment whether the side and hidden missions in round 2 would grant a class upon leveling up. Ryu-min tightened his grip on the sword to prepare for that. He told himself the goblins were drawing closer. He needed to reach level 10 as fast as possible. A goblin appeared before him. Ryu-min lured it over. In an instant he leapt forward, unleashing a flurry of slashing strikes at the goblin. After killing the goblin, the system displayed a notification. "You have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kills 100. Used triple experience buff. Experience plus 9%, gold plus 15. All stats increased by 1% due to the Butcher rune effect." With the goblin dead, he continued to think about the course of the round. Heading deeper into the forest to hunt was the right decision. His hand still gripped the sword as he decided to move on. Wherever one goblin appeared, a pack would follow. More goblins sprang out, their eyes full of bloodlust. In that moment, Ryu-min smirked. As the goblins approached, he took his stance, ready to fight them. The goblins appeared one after another. Ryu-min swung his arm, cutting each one down. After Ryu-min eliminated the goblins, the system again showed, "You have defeated Hobgoblin, current kills 5100. Notifications followed. All stats increased by 50% due to the Butcher rune effect. "You have leveled up." The system added, discussion time remaining 2 hours 29 minutes 24 seconds, only 30 minutes have passed. Status window. Suddenly a notification panel appeared before Ryu-min. Status window: name, Ryu-min, nickname, Ha rank, novice level 9, class, none, title, the last time traveler, hidden first to kill an angel. Hidden stats, Strength 7, Intelligence 4, Agility 18, Luck 3, unallocated points 8. I'm already level 9. He thought as he touched the system panel, early game it's best to pick Agility. If I want to imprint the Strength rune like Yongman, boosting Strength is effective, but putting all points into Strength makes survival difficult. Ryu Min believed that no matter how strong you are, if you can't avoid a critical hit, you're done for. The system continued to display information. Players have 4 stats: Strength, Intelligence, Agility, and Luck. Strength increases physical damage, stamina, and defense. Intelligence amplifies magic damage, willpower, and perception. Agility increases attack and movement speed and dodge rate. Luck boosts critical hit chance, item drop rates, and gold rewards. He turned and thought that no stat could be discarded. He reasoned that especially against the Death God, since it uses both physical and magic damage, evenly raising all stats would be ideal. He noticed some odd movement and grew suspicious. Look, is someone following me? I didn't notice because I was hunting, but it seems I'm being tailed. I haven't wronged anyone to deserve this. Ryu Min shouted a threat at the strange figure. I don't know who you are, so show yourself if you don't state your intentions. He continued to intimidate, you'll die. Suddenly a girl raised her hand and said, I think it's me. He saw Seo Arin and thought the person was the actress Seo Arin. She followed me. Please, sorry for tailing you. A voice rang out, forgive us. He continued, we mean no harm, please don't be angry. Ryu Min's mind flicked to An Sangcheol. He thought further, if it's An Sangcheol, isn't he Jeonrok's right-hand man? The system displayed info. Ma Jeonrok is the eldest son of the country's largest company, the player nicknamed Devil of Heaven, and is one of my targets. Luring Ma Jeonrok to my side would be very beneficial. But my real goal is to recruit a priest affiliated with him within 20 rounds. Ryu Min was a bit surprised to meet Ma Jeonrok's right hand so soon, but why is An Sangcheol with Seo Arin? Wait, could he be her bodyguards? Seo Arin's face showed some embarrassment. She recalled rumors that Ma Jeonrok was sponsoring a star for important work-related reasons. Ryu Min asked them, since when have you two been following me? The future keeps changing in unwanted ways. Seo Arin replied, from the start when you set out I saw you enter the forest and followed. Sorry if we bothered you. Seo Arin was a little flustered by Ryu Min's question. It's not malicious, we only wanted to propose something. Ryu Min asked, a proposal. Seo Arin continued, you must have your first place in round 1 right. She pleaded, I wonder if we could cooperate. Ryu Min sneered, cooperate? Isn't that word used when both sides need each other? He waved them off, that's true, but what do I need from you? I can fight alone, don't waste my time, leave. Ryu Min turned away and said bluntly, I have no intention of teaming up with you two. An Sangcheol grew a bit angry. What's wrong with that bastard? How inflated is his ego? An Sangcheol asked Seo Arin. Seo Arin looked worried and explained to An Sangcheol, it's not that he suddenly became stubborn, he's under a lot of pressure. What pressure? He glares and points his sword, of course I'm afraid. Seo Arin said nervously, I wanted to team up with the top player, but things didn't go as I planned. An Sangcheol replied to Seo Arin, listen, someone like him is too arrogant to need allies. It's a pity, really. In front of Seo Arin and An Sangcheol, after the goblins slashed all the bodyguards, one said to Seo Arin, what a waste of time following someone like that. I didn't expect there to be monsters in the forest. With the remaining time, we might as well go hunting. Seo Arin smiled and replied to An Sangcheol, not bad, let's go my bodyguard. A wisp of white smoke suddenly appeared in the forest. The goblins were peering around, on alert for dangers. Ryu Min appeared from behind and swung his blade straight at a goblin. He thought, already swamped and they asked to cooperate, no way. He pondered for a moment, the top priority now is to level up, going solo yields experience faster. The system continued to display, you have defeated a hobgoblin. Current kills 6,100, all stats increased by 60% due to the Butcher rune effect. Suddenly a giant gnoll appeared before Ryu Min. He smirked, 5 gnolls at once, I'm lucky. The gnolls rushed straight at Ryu Min howling. The gnolls leapt up with weapons and charged toward Ryu Min. He used a slashing attack that sent them flying, the gnolls fell to the ground. The system notified again, you have defeated gnoll. Current kills 65,100, all stats increased 60% due to the Butcher rune effect. You have leveled up, you have reached level 10. He looked decisively at the notification panel, You have met the conditions to advance. You can now use the shop function. There is a hidden quest. Finally, he leveled up. He read the rules on the bulletin. Round 2 side quest. Level up before the voting period, obtain the upgrade item and receive a class. If successful, receive a 50% discount coupon for daily items. Some are seeing the side quest for the first time. Some people cried out in confusion. An upgrade item leveling up isn't enough. Where is it? It won't tell me my class. Announcements continued to appear rapidly. Everyone knew getting a class was good, but no one knew how to obtain the upgrade item. Upgrade items usually only drop when special conditions are met. Information displayed the game rules. To upgrade, warriors must raise their strength stat to at least level 10 and kill 30 monsters within the time limit. A notice appeared. Only then will you receive the upgrade item. The game's rules reminded players that berserkers must also go out and hunt for blood within the allotted time. Additional rule notes appeared. Assassins need to successfully assassinate monsters multiple times. Each person must complete activities related to their class to receive the upgrade item. Ryu Min leaned against a tree and thought, "At first I repeatedly hunted monsters and hid in the forest, which is how I got the hunter class." He grasped the strange, glowing object in his hand, and confirmed that after learning of the death class he chose it immediately. The mysterious glowing object in his hand, the system displayed, "You have used an upgrade item." A further notification displayed, "Your class cannot be changed, so choose carefully." Do you want to upgrade to the death class, yes or no? After hesitating for a moment, he decided to press yes. No need to think twice. The strange glowing item flared even brighter in his hand. A notification appeared. You have upgraded to the death class. Play notices about the round appeared. Your upgrade reward is the death rune. Death rune effects. When used in daytime, weapon attack power doubles. When used at night, attack speed increases by 50%. When resting at night, greatly reduce the chance of enemy detection. The received rune automatically imprinted onto the player's body. The diamond in his hand turned into a stream of blazing red light, enveloping the space. The system displayed a notification on the panel. Ryu Min thought, "Your upgrade reward is the death scythe. I've got both the rune and the weapon now." Announcements kept appearing. You received a 50% discount coupon for daily items for completing the side quest. Your rank has risen from novice to apprentice. Status window, name Ryu Min, nickname H letter 1EA7U, rank apprentice level 10, class death, title final time traveler hidden, first to kill an angel, hidden stats, strength 4, intelligence 4, agility 31, luck 4, attribute point 6, bonus archaic skill. Players are divided into 6 ranks. Grandmaster level 99, master level 60, expert level 40. Veteran level 20, apprentice level 10, novice level 1. As in other games, when your rank rises, reward payouts increase and new skills unlock. You have learned the Death class skill, Death Sigil. Class skill Death Sigil. The effect creates a sigil visible only to the caster and the target. The target's remaining stamina is shown. The target takes an additional 100% damage each time the caster attacks. The effect applies to only one target at a time. You can also equip a higher tier item, Death Scythe, rare class weapon, attack 25 effect. +1 attack per swing up to +5, durability 225-225, requirement apprentice or above. Description: a giant scythe said to be wielded by the death god, novices struggle to lift it. Ryu Min considered the rules shown. If he didn't rank up, he'd remain a novice forever, so leveling quickly was better. You have been recognized as the first player to rank up. Your reward is a random bag of gold, and as the first to rank up, you learned a neutral skill, Track. He inferred further that they'd learned something. They received a neutral skill, Track. Its effect detects the location of a desired target, but the face and nickname must match to be a valid target. Price, 20,000 gold. Ryu Min smiled at the system panel and decided, a 20,000 gold skill is worth a try, Track. Suddenly an image of a person appeared on the system panel. The name and face matched, tracking the target's location. A guidance notification appeared. Target player Yongmin located 190 m from the target. Follow the arrow before you to track the target. Beams of light surrounded Ryu Min as he scanned ahead, 190 m, so he also went into the forest. He propped his hand and mulled it over. Earlier he was 2 km away from him, now only 190 m. Should I tail him secretly? Meanwhile, Seo Arin and An Sangcheol were fleeing this forest. Seo Arin couldn't keep standing, she suddenly collapsed to the ground. Panting, she told An Sangcheol, I can't run anymore, my leg won't hold. We have to keep going if they catch us. An Sangcheol worriedly supported Seo Arin and comforted her. Even if your leg hurts, you must endure. I'm sorry, the arrow wound hurts badly. An Sangcheol, a bit angry, still explained to Seo Arin. It's just a theory, but they say even if you're injured in this world, your body in the real world will be fine. If you can somehow survive and get out, you'll be able to return home. Seo Arin said firmly, I understand. I'll endure the pain, how could I run with that wound otherwise? Suddenly Yongmin appeared and said, not hurt enough yet, right? An Sangcheol swore, damn it. He gritted his teeth thinking, this girl moves too slowly. Now the whole group will be captured. Is fighting the only option left now? Yongmin smiled provocatively, big brother, you want to fight us? Yongmin's cohorts behind him continued to taunt, pointing, open your eyes and see how many of us are here. Who do you think you are wanting to fight? An Sangcheol shouted, why are you doing this? What did we ever do to you? Yongmin laughed, of course I didn't do anything, so why did you suddenly attack us? Yongmin replied, we just want something. What? He said with a taunting look that startled Seo Arin, the girl is with her brother. We're all men here, I have no reason to care about your brother. We want Seo Arin. One of them wondered aloud, is that really Seo Arin? Can't you tell by looking? Her face alone proves it's Seo Arin. Maybe someone else copied her look because they wanted to resemble her. Seo Arin's face darkened, the other continued, so what? If she looks like her, that's enough, am I right? Yongmin bargained, if you let the brother go and keep Seo Arin, I'll let the brother leave. What do you think? An Sangcheol thought angrily that if their target was Seo Arin, they should have said so from the start. If they'd said that, he would have left her behind without hesitation. He turned to look at Seo Arin and kept thinking, I don't intend to die for that girl, but there's a problem. If I can't protect Seo Arin, Ma Jeonrak will be disappointed in me. Suddenly An Sangcheol assumed a stance ready to attack Yongmin. Yongmin sneered in surprise, what's with that stance? Big brother, you wanna fight? An Sangcheol shouted angrily, do you guys know what you're doing right now is a crime? It's a crime. Laughter suddenly rang out. Yongmin responded, you're funny. There's no law here to talk about. Are you planning to call the police when you return to the real world? He taunted, go ahead and try, but what proof would you have? This face might not even be my real face in the real world. An Sangcheol cursed under his breath in anger. He's right, it's infuriating. He thought of conciliating Yongmin. Mere words won't make him back down, we'll have to fight them while we're half dead. Suddenly Ryu Min stepped out from behind a tree, arms crossed, watching everything. An Sangcheol was startled and turned to ask, are you H-letter-1 EFC cow? Yongmin wondered to himself, since when has this guy? Ryu Min stepped forward and asked Seo Arin and An Sangcheol, what are you two doing here? Yongmin, unaware of what's happening, warned Ryu Min, buddy, mind your own business. I ask who I ask, what's going on? An Sangcheol shouted plainly, their target is Seo Arin, that's why they ambushed us. If you help us, I'll never forget this, H-letter-1 EAFC cow. Ryu Min asked coldly. Is what he says true? Yongmin replied, so what if it's true or not? Yongmin added, this isn't your business. Suddenly red beams appeared around Ryu Min. What, I know these people. Yongmin asked, a little frightened, what are you going to do? Red lights still surrounded Ryu Min as he said coldly, I won't let them get hurt. Yongmin gritted his teeth and glared at him in fury. Seo Arin called out joyfully, H-letter-1 EAFC cow. An Sangcheol quickly replied, thank you, thank you. Ryu Min stepped up to protect them, thinking it would also benefit him. He looked back at An Sangcheol, thinking that helping would make a good impression on Ma Jeonrak. He calculated that if a group like that owed him a favor, the reward would increase greatly and he'd be generously repaid. Then Ryu Min turned to look at Yongmin's group. Besides, he didn't like those bastards anyway. Seeing him like that, one of them warned cautiously, what are you doing? I'll kill you if you come any closer. Ryu Min just stared coldly without saying a word. Then he gave a faint smile and asked, what's wrong, don't want to fight me anymore? At that Yongmin felt a twinge of fear. Damn it, what are you talking about? He recalled what Ryu Min had done. You gutted those goblins in an instant. Last time you even ranked top. If I were you, would I want to fight a monster like that? Suddenly a sound snapped him out of his thoughts. It was the sound of Ryu Min planting his scythe in the ground as he said, if you don't want to fight, just say so plainly. Yongmin asked him, if I tell the truth, will you let me go? He folded his arms and replied bluntly, I'll consider it if you kneel and beg for your life. In his head he understood Ryu Min's meaning, so you're asking me to humiliate myself. He hesitated amid the bewildered stares of his friends who were just standing and watching. And right in front of Seorin. Then he looked at Ryu Min and sighed inwardly. If possible, I wouldn't fight him either, but you've pissed me off, you dog. Suddenly, Yongmin remembered something. Wait a minute. He recalled that he was strong enough to punch through a wall with his bare hands, and thought that if he was lucky, he might even take him down with one punch. Then he sneered. Yongmin warmed up his limbs and said, "You've gone too far, asshole," while his men just stood there dumbfounded. He rotated his shoulders and started walking toward Ryumin. "What do you want me to do? Kneel and beg? You wanna die?" But in his mind he was calculating, right, I'll get close like this and punch him straight in the face. He figured even he wouldn't survive that blow. He wondered uncertainly, how could a normal person withstand a punch that can break a wall? At that moment Ryu Min didn't stand still either. He actively sheathed his weapon. Seeing him do that, Yongmin froze and stammered, What are you doing? Are you throwing your weapon away?" Ryu Min confidently held out his hand and replied, "If you fight me bare-handed while I still have a weapon, that's unfair. Winning so easily would be boring." Yongmin, now provoked, sneered at Ryu Min, "You're such a pathetic, ridiculous asshole." While he was speaking, Ryu Min moved swiftly, which surprised him greatly. He darted quickly toward Yongmin's. Yongmin also raised his fist with a triumphant face, inwardly contemptuous. "Ryu Min, you dumb dog, you threw away your weapon and exposed your head like that." He swung his fist aiming straight for Ryu Min's head. Die. But Ryu Min's speed and reflexes were far greater, so he dodged the punch. Not only did Yongmin miss, he got punched in the face in return. In the blink of an eye, he was also kicked in the stomach. That kick sent him flying far backward. Ryu Min casually pulled his leg back as if he hadn't exerted any effort at all. Yongmin collapsed to the ground, bracing himself with trembling hands as he cursed the bastard. He looked up and Ryu Min's voice sounded right in front of him, "Don't curse like that." As he spoke, he stepped forward and kicked him, sending him flipping backward. It sounded filthy in his ears and caused him to cry out in pain. Seeing Yongmin stagger up holding his face, Ryu Min stopped and stood still. A moment later, he grabbed him by the collar. He punched repeatedly at several spots on his face. Yongmin couldn't do anything. He only endured the blows in pain, feeling as if he were being hammered in the face rather than punched. Looking up at Ryu Min's terrifyingly frenzied assault, he wondered, is this bastard as strong as me? He doesn't have my raw power. Watching the fist still flying, Yongmin was lost in thought. How is he this strong? What he saw was Ryu Min's expressionless face and his blazing red eyes. At that point, his teammates could no longer stand by. They grabbed weapons and bows and called to Yongmin, telling someone to shoot that bastard, which drew Ryu Min's attention and forced him to stop. An arrow flew toward him. Seorin screamed in panic, H-1 EAFC cow dodge. He quickly avoided the arrow. The archer panicked and fired arrow after arrow, shouting for Ryu Min to die. But he kept dodging the arrows he shot. He moved nimbly to evade and dashed toward him. In an instant he appeared beside him and said, "Hunting monsters and getting a bow was probably just luck, right?" Which terrified him. Ryu Min raised his hand and summoned his scythe with a smile. "Unlucky for you, at that moment he swung the scythe. Now you've met me." The hand holding the bow was slashed apart. The events happened so fast he couldn't react. Pain surged and he fell screaming, "My hand." Even so, he still cursed Ryu Min a bastard. The two behind, though terrified, kept their weapons and shouted boldly, "You think you can pick a fight with us and just walk away?" Then one of them charged forward with a dagger. "Die, you dog." Ryu Min asked calmly, "Is that what you think?" Then he used Death's Mark. A black skull symbol emitting a red glow appeared over the man wielding the dagger. Ryu Min swung his scythe behind him. Then he immediately sliced forward. The scythe slash swept across his legs. It was severed instantly, causing him to scream and collapse. The remaining guy saw this and panicked, his legs trembling. While he was still looking at the previous man, Ryu Min lunged forward. Before he could react, Ryu Min was already beside him and said, "You dared attack me with a weapon, you must have some skill, huh?" The scythe was swung and despite his armor, his arm was severed. He looked at his bloodied arm and wailed in pain. The skull mark appeared above his head. Ryu Min looked back. Death's Mark is different, it doubles damage, so one slash can take off armor. Seeing the group with none left unscathed, all groaning in pain on the ground, he thought this was too easy. He fell silent in thought, but he couldn't end things like this. The hand holding the scythe moved, making the young man sitting on the ground cry out in shock. Ryu Min decided he needed to deepen this fear so they wouldn't dare come near him again. The archer lay trembling with deep cuts in both thighs, unable to get up. The man with the dagger attacked weakly and begged, "Please stop." The other one, pale-faced, pleaded, "I'm about to die, please spare me." Ryu Min swung his bloodied scythe emotionlessly and said, "Say less, you won't die from coughing up a little blood." He exhaled, "That's the lot taken care of, next is." Then he glanced away. He looked toward the tree where Yangmin was hiding and said, "Hiding is useless." The scythe was swung, no exceptions. The scythe targeted Yangmin's arm. His fate was the same as the other three, accompanied by a piercing scream. Ryu Min said coldly, "Stop whining like a child." He knew this was still nothing. Recalling the times in the past when he and his friends were brutally bullied. He knew that wasn't as terrible as what he'd endured compared to the pain you caused me. Ryu Min then swung his scythe and mercilessly cut off Yangmin's remaining arm. Seo Arin and An Sangcheol silently watched the horrifying scene and Yangmin's screams. An Sangcheol winced in panic. He'd seen the opponent's two arms cut off mercilessly even though they'd lost the will to fight. He watched Ryu Min chop one part after another from Yangmin and thought that while it might seem cruel to some, he liked people with that cold-headedness. An Sangcheol broke into a sweat. "That's H-letter 1 EAFC cow, you dare to go against the chief." He stood up and asked, "Are you two all right?" Looking at the man before him, An Sangcheol replied, "Yes, thanks to you." Ryu Min pointed at Yangmin's group and declared, "You don't need to worry about them anymore. As you can see, they're disabled, so it's best we phase them out gradually." Seo Arin and An Sangcheol immediately bowed. "Thank you so much for helping us, thank you very much." Seo Arin looked up hesitantly and asked, "Even so, won't they die soon?" He turned to look at them contemptuously. "So what? They're no better than animals." When he turned back, he saw her bowing her head in hesitation. She was too weak. Ryu Min wondered why she cared about the lives of those bastards, acting like she's some saint, probably because she has to maintain an image as a celebrity. Suddenly An Sangcheol spoke up, "That's H-letter 1 EAFC cow." He politely raised a hand and asked, "May I ask? Hope you don't mind." He put his hands in his pockets. "What's the matter?" Looking at Yangmin's ragged group gasping for breath, he was curious. "Why did you spare them? In this world it wouldn't be a big deal if you killed them." Yangmin in his pitiful state flinched at those words. He smiled. "The reason, I appreciate him. He is truly Ma Jionrok's right hand." Looking at these pathetic people, he answered simply, "Killing them yields no benefit." An Sangcheol asked, "No benefit?" He offered the reason, leaving them alive like this could still cause trouble in the future. Ryu Min looked at the group now forced to stay put and asked, "Trouble?" He gave a cold chuckle. "Could they do that?" He turned back to explain, "Besides, reducing the population isn't good either, because the number of people who successfully participate would also decrease." Hearing that, An Sangcheol realized. He bowed in agreement. Just as he said, if the number of successful participants drops, the housing for those who clear the stage will also be reduced. He looked at Ryu Min with respect. He even considered these angles. His knowledge of the game was different. He really was impressive. An Sangcheol exhaled, "I understand now. We'll stop caring about that trash." Ryu Min immediately turned to leave. "I'm off then," but An Sangcheol called him back. "Wait, H-letter 1 EAFC cow." He wanted to repay the life-saving favor. "If you give me your account number, I'll send you thanks in the real world later." Ryu Min didn't stop and replied tersely, "No thanks." Watching his retreating back, An Sangcheol wondered. He helps others without expecting anything in return. He thought to himself that he'd report this to the guild leader immediately. Yangmin's moans caught his attention. Although he wanted to kill them, he held back, because as H-letter 1 EAFC cow said, killing them brings no benefit. He spat on Yangmin's head, insulting the bastards, then called out, "Let's go." Seo Arin replied, "Understood." Where people were gathering to vote, it was noisy with arguments. "Please give all your votes to me, please vote for me. If you elect me as the regional representative, I'll do the job well. No, I'm sure I can do better than him." Two men argued and shoved each other. "You pigs," the other retorted angrily. "What did you say? How dare you call me that?" Seeing their conflict, everyone tried to calm them down. "Both of you stop fighting. Even combined we're too weak. What's the point of fighting? That's right." Taking advantage of the mediation, he put his hand on his chest and said, "People who get easily riled aren't fit to be representatives. Let me do it." One arm raised, "Wait." That person confidently pointed to himself. My father is a member of parliament, wouldn't I be more suitable as a representative? After that remark, others questioned him. Your father is an MP, how can we believe that? Meanwhile, a voice rang out everyone. Everyone fell silent and turned to look. He was the one nicknamed Minchok Man and said, there's only 2 hours left to vote. We shouldn't waste time like this, we need to vote quickly. Those around him asked, then how do we decide who to vote for? Do you have a suggestion? He said yes, very good, even better. Hearing that, people stirred. Really, who is it? He smiled and said, everyone quiet down. He curled his lip thinking, these people follow every word I say. Then he turned his back and smiled slyly at the others' gazes, predicting they'd fallen for his persuasion again. When he first got the persuasive rune from a random rune shard, he was disappointed. Back when he picked up the stone, he thought to himself, what is this? The system image appeared. Persuasive rune effect increases the persuasion of the target you're speaking with. The effect didn't apply to targets of a higher rank than the caster. He was still disappointed. Persuasive rune, how could it work on monsters that can't talk? Before long, he found a reasonable way to use it. When the men were killing goblins, nice one, pin them down so they can't move. He shouted, and at that moment the persuasive rune activated. Everyone, that woman over there is in danger. Leave those dwarven devils and help her. Everyone seemed to lose their will and surged forward. Okay, coming right away, help her first. He thought to himself that by repeating this tactic, he could loot the nearly dead goblins and easily kill 100 of them. Back in reality, he smiled slyly. If I'm lucky, I'll easily become the regional representative. Minchok Man used the persuasive rune to speak. Everyone, we should pick candidates first. Let's narrow choices down to about 5 to make voting easier. Everyone seemed hypnotized and responded without resistance. Not a bad idea, makes sense. We won't get anywhere if people keep campaigning for themselves. He raised his hand and continued to steer the crowd. Then let's reduce the choices. If you want to nominate someone, raise your hand and point to them. A fat guy hurriedly raised his hand to nominate himself, but Minchok Man stopped him. Of course you can't nominate yourself, that would just bring us back to square one. The fat guy huffed in disappointment. Those affected by the persuasive rune discussed among themselves. He's right, there's no other way. He grinned inwardly, it's so easy to persuade these lowlifes. Everyone was pondering, but who to nominate? I don't really know anyone, I don't want to see anyone but me become representative. He smiled to himself, just as expected, it's quiet. At this point, only those who stand out will be nominated. Suddenly a man spoke up, I want to nominate Minchok Man as representative. He felt pleased at being nominated. Bullseye. The same man continued, after all, the representative should be rational and have leadership. He feigned surprise and asked me. The man went on, rallying those around him. Yes, you're managing things well right now, aren't you? You agree too, right? Minchok Man saw the effect and smirked, another fool. He continued smiling and used the persuasive rune to speak. Thanks for the praise. Could anyone, before he finished, another cut in. I want to nominate H-letter 1 EAFC cow. He marveled at the nomination. That makes sense. There's no way the previous round's top-ranked person wouldn't be nominated. With others nominated, people chimed in. Then I nominate the second place from the previous round. Life is a documentary. I nominate third place, the black dragon on the right hand. Minchok Man continued to direct the crowd. That gives us 4 candidates, 1 more anyone else. No one spoke. Seeing that, he clapped to redirect attention and said, then let's finalize 4. Before voting, can each candidate give a speech? He again used the persuasive rune. I'll go first. Minchok Man seemed very pleased with his power. Convincing these pathetic people was child's play. He continued using the rune to control them. If I become regional representative, I will. Suddenly a voice rang out, stop your nonsense. Minchok Man turned around in surprise. He was second in the region. Life is a documentary. Josik scratched his ear and stepped forward to speak. I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. Minchok Man tried to use the rune to persuade Josik. What are you doing? But Josik seemed immune and instead asked, hey, Minchok Man. He laughed and exposed him. Do you think this world is that simple, that people will blindly follow a few words you spit out? Minchok Man flinched and thought, what? He discovered my skill. No way, he must be bluffing. Josik snarled and shouted, who do you think you are, deciding who becomes regional representative, you cheap instigator? Minchok Man put on a calm front. You're crossing the line. There's a saying that words reflect a face and character. Is it necessary for you to speak such insults? He thought to himself, yeah, this should work. Josik shouted, you fucking bastard. He scowled and yelled, you dare lecture me like I'm some kid. I'm sick of it. The chocolate boy was stunned. My skill doesn't affect him, no way. Saying that, Josik pointed at the crowd and ordered, hey you idiots, forget that candidate and vote for me. If you don't, I'll kill every last one of you, got it? Minchok Man stayed calm, sighed and said, you're truly hopeless. He stepped forward as he spoke. Do you really think people will obey if you talk like that? Stop humiliating yourself and step back. Josik fell silent at that. Suddenly he pulled out a knife, spun around and slashed Minchok Man in the face. Fresh blood sprayed everywhere. Everyone panicked. Minchok Man clutched his neck to stop the bleeding and tried to speak. Josik smirked, I told you mess with me and you die. Minchok Man writhed in agony, his eyes rolling back as he growled weakly. He collapsed to the ground, seemingly lifeless. Josik pointed the knife at him, blood still splattering, and warned everyone, if you don't vote for me, start digging your graves. The crowd, like headless snakes, screamed wildly, he's dead. That person killed Minchok Man, he's insane, murderer. Josik raised the knife, pointed at the crowd, his face cold. So what? Any opinions? Step forward. The man who had nominated Minchok Man spoke up. You lunatic, are you out of your mind? Seeing that, Josik sneered arrogantly and warned, if you don't step up now, I'll come get you myself. He charged with the blade and began killing those who opposed him. Everyone screamed, help, help. He raved like a madman, perfect, no police, no whistleblowers, no cameras. He slaughtered everyone present like a butcher, convinced he could kill at will. Josik brandished the knife and threatened, if you don't vote for me the next time it'll be your turn, understand? Everyone backed away in fear. He, his face covered in blood, thought that because they feared being killed they'd vote for him, and he could become regional representative that way. He thought of Ryu Min, H-1EAFC cow, and decided he'd kill that troublesome bastard first. If he killed him, he'd become number one. A system sound rang out. Knoll defeated, kill count 265-100. System display. All stats increased by 100% thanks to the Butcher rune, triple experience buff applied. You have leveled up. You are now level 16. I just hit level 16, Ryu Min stared intently at the stat board. He looked at the dead beasts and thought, the higher the level, the slower leveling gets. Even after killing over 200 monsters in 2 hours, I've only leveled 6 times. He closed the system panel and continued thinking. On the plus side, monster hunting has become easier. Ryu Min thought of the 2 glowing red stones. Obviously it's because I own both the Death rune and the Butcher rune. He sheathed his sword and silently planned, maybe it's time. With that, he stored his weapons in space. It was time to leave. The system continued to display messages. At the same time, a teleportation circle appeared. Voting time remaining, 0 hours 0 minutes 0 seconds. It's time to vote. Summon all players in the zone to the starting point. The wounded players were also forced to be summoned to the open field. Some who were in the middle of hunts were surprised to be called back. An Sangcheol and those who had just returned were all startled by the scene here. What is this? Around that killer were bodies still reeking of blood, the corpses of players. What the hell happened here? Seorin quickly covered her mouth in shock. Don't tell me that person killed them all. Ryu Min silently looked over. It seemed Josik was leading this time. The murderous bastard turned to him with a face smeared with blood. Josik is the leader of the Josik gang and the second strongest fighter in his district. In truth, his personality is utterly trash. Then he curled his lip, a perverse smile making him think harder. Better to defuse that bomb before it explodes. Ryu Min glared back coldly as if to respond, but now was not the time. Hey Black Cat, where have you been? I've been waiting for you a long time. Ryu Min, still nonchalant with his hands in his pockets, asked. What do you want? He replied with a feigned goodwill. Nothing much, I just want to ask one thing. Josik seemed very confident as he proposed to him. I'll get straight to the point. Come under my command. His words made him raise an eyebrow and repeat, come under my command. The man twirled his dagger and smiled, I'll spare your life if you do. But a snorting laugh from the Black Cat startled him. Ryu Min didn't hesitate and asked bluntly, do you want to start fighting right now? He paired it with a mocking laugh to rile him further. Kneel and beg me, then I'll spare you. Josik grimaced and picked up his dagger. Damn, look at this psycho. It seems you still don't grasp the situation, but... He continued to insist if I become the regional representative, but Ryu Min didn't care and cut him off. Is it hard for you to understand what I'm saying? Deadly power coiled around his hand. A scythe appeared along with a powerful spell from Ryu Min. Would you rather die here? Josek's heart trembled in panic. What is that? Where did he get that weapon? Damn, I picked the wrong target. The man opposite him still asked coldly, what's the matter? Did a cat steal your tongue? He gritted his teeth in bitterness, sweat running down over the dried blood on his face. Despite his fear, he remained stubborn. Hey, I'm Josek, leader of the Josek gang. Do you think I'll kneel before someone like you? Josek crouched down, flicked his small knife and shouted, take that weapon and come up here, you bastard. Ryu Min secretly smiled with satisfaction. He's still as blunt as ever, the teasing is enough. Facing a coward like him, he had to think carefully. If he revealed his power and got voted, things would get complicated. He slightly curled the corner of his mouth in a cunning smile. He had to make Josek the representative to exploit him in round 3. Moreover, Ryu Min's red eyes glanced upward. It's time for the angel to appear. No sooner had he finished speaking than a pair of white wings fluttered down where they stood. You humans have gathered enough, have you? Everyone looked at her, and Ryu Min silently warned Josek as he fumbled in confusion. You're lucky. The scythe was also gently put away. Next time before challenging someone, check who they are if you don't want to die early. Josek, his body stained with blood, stood dumbfounded and couldn't utter a word. He gritted his teeth and thought to himself, damn, I almost had a heart attack. I'll let this slide for now, just wait, if I become the representative, I'll make him pay for this insult 100 times over. Have you chosen someone to be the representative yet? Then she noticed the corpses on the ground and realized something. I see, it seems that in the past 3 hours you weren't just chatting, of course. If you filthy scum died, I wouldn't care. With interest she raised a finger to command. Let's begin the voting, shall we? A system screen appeared before the players, leaving them confused. The vote for the representative will now officially begin. You each have 1 vote. The player with the most votes will become the representative. Look at the person you want to vote for and think your vote. Ryu Min stared thoughtfully at the announcement there. Players who do not vote within 5 minutes will be eliminated from the round and vanish. And now the clock has started, time remaining 4 minutes 59 seconds. The weaker players all looked in one direction. Look at the person you want to vote for then. Josek was smug to see countless fearful eyes turned toward him. Just as I thought, they're all looking at me. He scanned the crowd and was surprised to notice something unusual. That rude guy pointed at a plump steamed bun-looking girl and shouted, hey you chubby steamed bun. She panicked and replied, me. They erupted into a noisy argument. Do you want to die? Why aren't you looking at me? No, I already voted for you. Ryu Min sighed here in bored exasperation. He looked around the crowd and warned in a raised voice, if you don't look at me then consider yourselves dead. Seconds ticked by with that guy's loud voice, who just looked away. Finally it reached 0, time remaining, 0 minutes. The angel turned eagerly and said, time's up. Luckily you foolish humans all managed to vote. She clapped her hands twice to issue a system command. Let's tally the votes, shall we? A large panel of information appeared in midair in their area. Regional representative selection voting results: 1. Life is a documentary 2412 votes, 2. Black Cat 2077 votes, 3. Black Dragon in my right hand 249 votes, 4. Plump Steamed Bun 6 votes, 5. Cute Little Bird 5 votes. Josek stared up in shock. I'm number 1 but only 2412 votes. Black Cat is in second place too. He flew into a rage and glared at the youths around him who hurriedly backed away. You bastards, I told you to only vote for me, yet you voted for Black Cat too. The angel glanced over and then announced, we have the results. Life is a documentary is the regional representative. She giggled with delight. I will grant you command authority so you can issue orders to everyone. A notification appeared. You have become the regional representative. As a representative, you will be granted command authority. Josek immediately thought of settling the score with Ryu Min. After getting the perks, I'll make you regret not killing me, Black Cat. If I command everyone, they'll kill him. But he froze when he saw something else. Before him was an information panel. What is this? Temporary skill, command authority. Effect: you can issue orders to players and control them. Players may not resist your orders under any circumstances. Usage limit 10 uses total 10 out of 10. You can only command 1 player at a time. This skill does not apply to ranked players, only 10 uses. His expression shifted from joy to astonishment in an instant. It's useless against A-rank players. That means all A-rank players can ignore his orders. The angel's sharp eyes briefly showed behind the veil. So you humans hiding your love, you probably thought the voting was over, didn't you? She announced another piece of information. Not so fast, this round also has a hidden mission. Those below buzzed, what does that mean, a hidden mission? Then another panel appeared, surprising on Sanctuary. Round 2, a subtask to level up before voting, reach A rank and find an upgrade item. You will receive a 50% discount coupon for an item today if you succeed. What is this, an upgrade item? Corin read the line with unease, level up to A rank. The angel asked them with mild contempt, the quest window is set to appear like this at level 10, and you didn't notice, did you? One man scratched his head nervously. How are we supposed to level up without monsters? That remark accidentally provoked her displeasure. What do you mean the forest is full of monsters? She immediately injected something into their world. Don't be so gloomy about it. Only 80,000 people can level up to A rank in this round. And she added casually that someone in this area has already reached A rank. This information puzzled the players. Someone already leveled up. Who is it? The angel snapped her fingers obediently. Let's check the subtask results and find that person. The panel opened at once. Subtask results for round 2 across all areas. 1. Black Cat Reaper level 16, 39 minutes 42 seconds. 2. Dark Knight Demon level 10, 2 hours 36 minutes 15 seconds. 3. 3 Foolish Mages level 10, 2 hours 37 minutes 17 seconds. Area Esks 45-5, 1 Reaper level 16, 39 minutes 42 seconds. And the earlier questions were answered. The first to level up was Black Cat. They turned their attention to the man standing calmly behind them. He's the first to level up in this area. Countless exclamations of surprise surrounded Ryu Min. He's even a Reaper. Now everyone timidly clustered around Ryu Min to gossip. A Reaper? What kind of class is that? Sounds overpowered. Is that why he lugged that huge scythe everywhere? Josik seethed. Damn, I was going to use the command power to make Black Cat attack him, but who knew Black Cat would change class right now? The angel stepped closer to the leaderboard and continued. In round 2, rankings were awarded based on subtask completion order. She pondered the information and murmured, so the player who changed class in our area is Black Cat. What surprised her most was Ryu Min. You're not only first in this area but top of all areas as well. The angel turned to him with admiration. Impressive. Black Cat, your Reaper class is unique and even fits your nickname. Tell me, did you come up with that nickname yourself? Her question was somewhat ambiguous. Did you know beforehand that you would receive the Reaper class? Ryu Min looked up and answered calmly, I didn't know I'd get a class that matched my nickname. The angel exclaimed as if she discovered something, so becoming a Reaper might be fate. He replied briefly, perhaps. But in fact, he already understood everything. Even the angels don't know how to obtain the Reaper class. They only know it's a special class. She laughed happily, repeating her words, fate, how interesting. Her interest in the player Black Cat grew. There's someone in this area who changed class, so you're the only one who won't be affected by command authority. The others focused on her words. He won't be affected by command authority. What does that mean, angel? The angel was in high spirits and decided to answer them right away. Since we're on the subject, I'll explain. Command authority does not apply to humans with classes, so the regional representative cannot order Black Cat to obey. That's how it is. She exposed all the representative's weaknesses, and besides, the command authority can only be used 10 times. So just because someone is the regional representative doesn't mean they have unlimited power. The players marveled again, only 10 uses, so that's how it is. Josik ground his teeth in rage but could do nothing. Damn that wretched angel, how could she tell them that? Having gossiped enough, she moved on to the reward. Then we must reward Black Cat for being the earliest to get a class. That powerful snap of her fingers echoed once more. Congratulations on completing the task as first place in the current area. Congratulations on completing the task as first place across all areas. Ryu Min touched the screen to choose. You receive the first place reward for the current area. Choose a low-tier rare armor. You receive the first place reward for all areas. Choose a special reward. Familiar options appeared again before him. Please choose one of the following rare armors. Rewards, select the reward you desire. Metal armor of the medieval warrior, leather armor of the professional hunter, or the breathable cloak of the mage. He quickly pressed the middle item without thinking. The first option was too heavy, the third offered almost no protection. The second golden panel opened as well. Please choose one of the following special rewards. Rewards: select the reward you want. Triple experience effect applicable for round 3, 3,000 gold. Information about round 3. He paused to think for a moment. Since round 3 has many monsters, of course he needed triple experience. Then he directed his choice according to his decision. With everything completed, an aura enveloped Ryu Min's body. All right, the rewards have now been distributed. An Sangcheol and Seo Arin both looked at the angel with worry. Everyone may return, next round, round 3. Yongmin, his face bruised and battered, was also being forced back. This should be interesting. The angel couldn't suppress her delighted smile, I assure you. Summary of round 2 results. Across all areas, survivors. 873,500,205. Current area asks 45-5 survivors, 4,988. Souls will soon be transferred to bodies in the existing dimension on May 1, 2023. The next round will begin. We will meet you again in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Souls will soon be transferred to bodies in the existing dimension. Yongmin sat bolt upright, utterly terrified. First, he hurriedly wiggled his fingers. He breathed a sigh of relief as he checked his body. His hands were intact. Just as I thought, as long as I don't die, when I return my body will remain whole. But then Yongmin's face darkened as he vowed to himself. I'll never start anything with Black Cat again, never. Damn it, I don't want anything to do with that heartless bastard anymore. An Sangcheol was in Seo Arin's room consoling her. You've been through a lot, Arin. The girl on the cushion replied, what did I do? You're the one who took all the blows. Still innocent, she turned and said, thank you for protecting me. He hurriedly straightened his tie and looked away. I'm your manager and bodyguard, it's only natural. Seo Arin suddenly brought up the person who saved them. I also want to thank Black Cat again. Is there any way to do that? An Sangcheol explained, we don't know his real appearance, so there's really no way to find him. Black Cat also seems to not want his identity revealed. The girl still didn't understand, he doesn't want that. Her manager clarified, I did ask him for his account number to compensate him, but judging by how he refused immediately. He hesitated a bit and then said bluntly, Black Cat knows that using an account number can trace his real identity. Seo Arin bowed her head sadly. To cheer her up, he suggested another way. If you want to thank him, why not find him in the next round and give him an item? Seo Arin agreed with the idea. Good idea, I should think of a proper way to repay him. They paused their conversation as the room grew dark. Rest today, see you tomorrow, yes, goodbye. An Sangcheol then took the elevator down and suddenly felt his phone vibrating in his jacket pocket. He brought the phone to his ear and spoke carefully. Chairman Ma Jionrak, a cold voice answered on the other end, Director An Sangcheol. He asked with concern if the man was still awake. The other replied cheerfully, I just got back and had some whiskey. The elevator reached the 4th floor while they were still talking. I saw the summary results. Chairman, congratulations on changing your class to Dark Knight. The chairman demurred and then probed. There's nothing to congratulate, did something happen on your end? An Sangcheol carefully summarized the events. Seo Arin and I only reached level 8 and we were injured and couldn't go hunting. The man on the line asked curiously, injured. He went down to the parking garage and started looking for his car. Actually, I wanted to report this incident to you. Are you available? The man stayed on the line but fell silent when he realized what An Sangcheol wanted to discuss. It was related to Black Cat. He looked out over the city from the window and ordered him, go to the hotel, I want to hear it in person. An Sangcheol professionally complied, yes, I'll be there in 20 minutes. He opened his car door to get in, unaware of a figure hiding against the wall. The hooded figure watched the taillights as the car gradually drove out of the garage. Ryu Min watched and thought, just as I expected, he's heading to see Ma Jionrak. Rewinding 10 minutes earlier, while his younger brother still dozed on the bed, he had woken to check a few things. The system asked him to think of the target he wanted to trace and say their name. He spoke the name in his head. An Sangcheol, name matched, and the system was locating the target's position. The system function immediately gave Ryu Min An Sangcheol's location. Target found, distance 9 meters. He's quite close, still on the upper floor of the penthouse. Suddenly the number below began rising, increasing quickly enough to catch his attention. Was the position changing? When it neared 87, he grew more curious. If the position is changing that fast, he's probably in an elevator. Where is he going so early? A thought flashed through Ryu Min's mind. Could he be going to Ma Jionrok? He threw on a jacket and left the room immediately to confirm. Back in the present, Ryu Min stood in the parking garage. Good thing I came back. I'll investigate him right away. Tonight the moon was mostly hidden by black clouds. Darkness obscured the moonlight. A mysterious figure leisurely admired the view from the building. Tonight is a perfect night to tail someone. He turned and thought to himself, I'll endure this for now and check the report first. Ma Jionrok sat in his expensive chair with many questions. Black Cat, what player hasn't heard of him? You've ranked first in both round 1 and round 2, right? His fingers tapped nervously on the armrest. Something about being number 1 gives him a bad feeling. Then he stopped that motion when another hypothesis occurred to him. Could it be that he picked a fight with one of his subordinates? His unblemished but steady hand rose. If that's the case, I can't sit idly by. Picking a fight with my right-hand man is basically a challenge to me. Ma Jionrok's face darkened at his own thoughts. I won't tolerate anyone standing in my way, no matter who they are, even if they're number 1. After a while of waiting, the person he was expecting arrived and knocked on the door. A familiar voice came from outside. Are you in there, Chairman? It's on Sangcheol. Ma answered, yes, come in. Ma Jionrok stood to greet his right-hand man. Unit Chief On, good to see you again. He entered and politely replied, likewise, Chairman. On Sangcheol was cheerful with him. It's all thanks to you, Chairman. He was also familiar to him like a colleague. I didn't do much. We're not even in the same area anymore. Still, On Sangcheol bowed his head to show sincerity. Just having you here fills me with energy, thank you. Ma Jionrok gestured to him. You're good at flattery, Unit Chief On, please sit. He looked up with the same smile. I'm not flattering, you speak the truth. Though it's a bit late, congratulations on surviving. They both sat and began to chat. Survived, round 2 felt like a kid's candy-grabbing game. On Sangcheol continued to praise. I also want to congratulate you on leveling up. Ma took a sip of wine and replied, oh, I was just lucky. In front of his esteemed chairman, he did not hesitate to offer compliments. People say luck is a skill, and ranking 2nd and 3rd across all areas isn't easy. Ma Jionrok smiled at him as he spoke. It is the greatest honor to serve someone like you, Chairman. Then he gently set down his unfinished glass and asked bluntly, hearing you flatter me so highly, I assume you want something from me. Ma Jionrok looked up and half-smiled. I'm listening, do you have something to ask me? On Sangcheol went straight to the point with some hesitation. If so, can you tell me where upgrade items are found? He leaned back in his chair and answered, nothing special, one just drops while I'm out hunting monsters. Though he answered that way, he actually hid a secret. It was all thanks to a random relic, the Dark Knight relic he obtained. He thought back to when he was in that world and heard the angel declare. And one last thing, say treasure storage and look inside, I have a gift for you. Ma Jionrok silently thought the command into the storage and an info panel appeared. Dark Knight relic, increases all stats and cloaks your weapon in dark aura. This aura can damage enemies and can automatically turn you into a Dark Knight. A special class upon reaching level 10, Dark Knight Relic. He held the relic as powerful energy swelled around him. I can become a Dark Knight at level 10. Ma Jionrok kept that to himself, knowing he'd gotten lucky in round 1 that his random relic was practically a cheat item. But his eyes remained cold as he stated his stance. Even with subordinates you trust like family, you can't reveal everything. Anyone can change in the blink of an eye, that's human nature. Then he asked the man opposite him, Unit Chief On, let's get back to the main topic, who injured you? Ma Jionrok seriously mentioned the name he always suspected. Was it Black Cat? On Sangcheol hurriedly waved his hand. What? No, not at all, actually, he was the one who saved me. This information was beyond his imagination and made him wonder. He saved him. Tell me the details. After recounting everything for a while, he understood. So those thugs targeted actress Seo Arin and you almost died? On Sangcheol answered yes. He repeated the recounted detail. If Black Cat hadn't shown up, both of us might have died. He added that Seo Arin might have survived, but would have suffered psychological trauma and would no longer be able to continue working in the entertainment industry. Ma Jionrok fell into thought. I almost lost not only a valuable subordinate but also my business. He picked up his unfinished glass and swirled it. What about those guys, are they dead? His subordinate reported back. Although Black Cat made them taste more pain than death, he didn't actually kill them. That action puzzled Ma Jionrok. Why? On Sangcheol explained. He said killing them wouldn't bring benefit. If the total number drops, then the number of survivors advancing through the rounds would also decrease. He was still bothered by Ryu Min's conduct. An was not wrong, but who knows what tricks they'd pull in the future. Still, Ma Jeonrok didn't want to appear cold-blooded. Thanks to Black Cat, his subordinate and possessions remained intact. Seems I owe him this time. He suggested they should compensate him. An Sangcheol replied immediately, I mentioned that, but he said it wasn't necessary and left. Someone sharp like him recognized the intent. He refused compensation. Was he afraid of revealing his identity? He's cautious. They both stood. If you meet him in the next round, convey my thanks. I'm truly grateful he saved the two of us. An Sangcheol nodded. I will certainly tell him, Chairman. He also carefully added, keep an eye on him and see if there's any way we can help. You know I don't like owing others. His right-hand man understood at once. Of course, I'll follow your wishes. But Ma Jeonrok wasn't finished. I forgot to ask something important. He now asked very seriously, what were those thugs' nicknames? Ryu Min stood beneath a dead tree and looked up at the top-floor apartment with its lights still on. He had been outside for a long time watching their actions. A loyal dog indeed, running straight to Ma Jeonrok's place so late right after returning to the real world. But then he turned to leave. I should go home. I've confirmed his destination. Lingering here will only arouse suspicion. Ryu Min hailed a car on the street to return. A celebrity sponsored by Ma Jeonrok living in the same complex as me. I should thank my brother. This reminded him of when the two of them first moved here. If we hadn't gone to give rice cakes to introduce ourselves to the neighbors. Ryu Min recalled Seo Arin's surprised face when she saw them. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met her and wouldn't know about the relationship between An Sangcheol and Seo Arin. He opened his car door while calculating carefully. If I use the neighbor excuse as leverage, it will be easier to gain Ma Jeonrok's trust. But I must decide whether to bring Ma Jeonrok into round 22. Ryu Min also knew the chairman's skill well. Ma Jeonrok's Dark Knight relic is so powerful it feels like cheating. However, there are disadvantages. For example, without the relic you wouldn't get the upgrade rewards and would be forced to become a Dark Knight. But the greatest drawback is a venomous snake materializes from the magic aura to drain that person's life force. To use the Dark Aura, the Dark Knight's power, you must accumulate a special kind of mana called Dark Mana. And this Dark Mana cannot be obtained by ordinary means. The Dark Knight's silhouette glowed over the piled corpses. In some ways, this skill suits someone with perverse tastes like Ma Jeonrok. He forced a smile, being teammates with a maniac like that is dangerous indeed. Ryu Min sat in the car thinking to himself, for now, treat him as a candidate, I can use him however I want. He suddenly felt at ease remembering a female player. Besides him, there are many talented people. The car slid along the empty road as he planned. Once dawn breaks, I should get started immediately. The next day began with a sigh from inside the convenience store. A man clutching his head complained at the register, what am I supposed to do? He was still brooding when a voice sounded beside him. At this rate, sales will be cut in half. Julie entered the store with a bright smile, Dad. He looked up at her, hello Julie. She replied politely, hello Dad, why are you sighing so much? He reluctantly shared his worry. The lottery has been completely suspended. Julie was surprised. Why all of a sudden? Her father outlined the main points. The government found a convenient excuse, but they said it was apparently because of the players. His words made the girl recall online articles. They don't know what skills players will use. KMS News, man wins the top lottery prize 4 times in a row, pockets $62.7 million. The secret to winning 4 times, I dreamed it. Lottery sales halted due to consecutive wins. He sighed dejectedly again. With rent and labor costs, things are very tight now, what should I do? His dutiful daughter blurted out, don't worry, Dad. She cheerfully told him, I'm about to graduate, I'll help from now on. Then she wondered aloud, wait, if I get a part-time job to increase the family's income, would that help? Her father waved his hand, Julie, leave the money to me, focus on your studies. He suddenly reminded her of her dream, your grades are great, aren't you going to college? You wanted to become a doctor. Julie replied calmly, Dad, I gave up on that dream. In this situation, what's the point of classes? Her father flinched and then darkened. You're right, money isn't important now. If something bad happens, you could die in the next round. He buried his face in his hands and said, I've been worrying all over the place lately, I'm sorry, Julie. She watched his unstable emotions anxiously, Dad. She quickly threaded her pale hand into his rough ones. There's nothing to apologize for, this isn't your fault. He was still embarrassed, but The girl promised him with great optimism, "I'll be fine, I promise, I survived round 2 and even gained a class." Her father didn't understand those terms, class. To distract him, she emitted a kind of light from her palm. "Right, Dad, wait a moment." A gentle power swirled around his body. He hurriedly touched his head and exclaimed in wonder, "What was that just now?" Julie happily explained to her father, "This skill called blessing comes from my support class. It raises all stats a bit. They say it boosts the vitality of ordinary people." His mood brightened considerably. "This skill is wonderful. I feel full of energy," he said, which made her giggle. "I'll use this skill on you often." Julie didn't forget to encourage him, "So please cheer up, Dad." He regained a smile and replied, "Okay, I'll be cheerful." At that moment the door opened and out of habit he said, "Welcome." Ryu Min entered dressed simply. The guest was. Julie whispered into his ear, "Dad, I know him." He stammered, "You're the winner." He stepped lightly inside while they still whispered. The winner had guessed the same numbers on 100 tickets. Ryu Min stepped forward and said, "Hello, sir. Do you remember me? I bought 1,000 in lottery tickets." He replied curiously, "I still remember, but what brings you here?" Suddenly he bowed to the man. "First, I want to apologize." The action made the man startle. "Why are you apologizing out of the blue?" He calmly explained his reason. "I saw the news. Because I won first prize consecutively, the store had to stop selling lottery tickets." Julie beside him silently wiped a bead of sweat hearing him accept blame. "I'm sorry for accidentally causing damage to your shop." The shop owner hastily waved his hand. "Don't worry, it's not your fault. Not selling lottery tickets won't starve me." Ryu Min still couldn't relax. "Even so, I feel guilty for affecting you so." He pulled out a white envelope and held it out. "I want to compensate you, though this amount isn't huge." The man was surprised. What is this?" In front of both of them he casually announced the amount, 10 million. The shop owner was very flustered and tried to persuade him, "You don't have to do this, take it back." But Ryu Min insisted, "Please accept it, I did cause trouble." After that he decisively turned and left. "I'm going now." The owner tried to call after him but failed. "Hey, you there." Holding the envelope, the man felt a headache. How could he accept such a large sum? His daughter finally spoke up, "Dad." She quickly grabbed her bag, snatched the money to run after him and returned it. Her father agreed immediately, "Yes, give it back." Julie ran quickly along the flat sidewalk. It didn't take long before she caught up to Ryu Min and called out, "Wait for me." He turned and looked at her with a very blank expression. Because she had been running, her face was flushed. "Ryu Min, is that you?" she asked. He replied in an odd tone, "And you are?" She smiled brightly and introduced herself. "Don't you know me? I'm Min Julie, we're in the same class." With his memory, he thought for a moment, same class. She froze. "Don't tell me you don't know we're classmates." Outwardly, Ryu Min merely smiled and apologized, but inwardly he thought differently. "I'm sorry, I'm bad at remembering faces." Of course that was a lie. He actually knew a lot about her. Min Julie is in my class and is the convenience store owner's daughter. She also has a special class, Buffer, who specializes in buffing support effects for teammates. In his previous life, Ryu Min had swung his scythe to help her during a monster hunt. Afterward she had thanked him excitedly, which he remembered clearly. "Back then I only just found out she was in my class and was really surprised. Such fate exists." My reason for using the coincidence excuse to meet Min Julie was to recruit her to my side. Back in the present, Julie boldly invited him, "Shall we go somewhere to talk?" He nodded warmly in agreement, "Sure." They walked for a bit and then sat down on a bench inside the park. Julie took out the bundle of money from earlier and handed it to him. "Here, take it." Ryu Min looked surprised. "Isn't this the money I just gave?" she said firmly. "We can't accept such a large sum, so you should keep it." Ryu Min didn't force her. Accepting 10 million felt heavy. He knew they wouldn't take it anyway since she's the kind of person who, however hard things get, hates living in debt. She waited a moment and since he still hadn't taken it back, she reminded him lightly, "Take it, my hand hurts." But Ryu Min responded with even more stubbornness. "No, I already said so. That's the money I want to use to compensate because I feel guilty. At least this way my conscience will be clear." She tried to persuade him again. "It's just too much money." This time he cut her off. "No matter how large it is, I want you to take it, otherwise I'll feel guilty and keep thinking about it." Julie honestly told her friend, "Still, this amount is too much, I feel burdened." In his mind he replied, "That's precisely why I gave it to you." He leaned toward her and whispered, "Tell the owner as well this sum isn't much to me, so feel free to take it." Julie felt even more awkward holding the money. Are you always this stubborn? He said that, stood up and added, we've finished talking, right? I'm going now. The girl startled and cried out, wait, wait. She opened the envelope and pulled out a few bills. 10 million is really too much. I'll only take 1 million, that's enough, right? Ryu Min replied, are you the one to decide? Go ask the shop owner. Julie looked up at him uneasy, but surely Dad won't feel comfortable with this amount. Then he suddenly noticed something. The convenience store owner is your father, she nodded. Ryu Min exclaimed in admiration, I go there a lot, how interesting. Julie awkwardly went along with his remark. I think it's interesting too, the lottery winner being a classmate. A faint sadness flickered in his eyes. She then repeated what she'd asked earlier, you really don't know we're in the same class. I recognized you as soon as you walked into the store. Ryu Min stuck to his answer, sorry, I'm really bad at remembering faces. He smiled at her and asked, also, this is our first time talking like this, right? The girl faced him and hesitantly said, yes. Finally, she looked so disappointed that she bowed her head. So this is the first time you've heard my name, huh? He continued to feign sincerity, sorry. Looking at the girl's embarrassed face, he thought to himself that although he felt a little guilty for pretending not to know her, he had no ill intent and so regarded her fondly. He had to do this to pique her interest in him. Her feet twirled slightly on the paved ground from embarrassment. I already told you, my name is Min Julie, I'm in your class. Julie pointed to herself and straightened up, and this is my face, do you remember now? Seeing her flush, he stopped teasing and cheerfully promised, I will remember. The girl then became aware of her own actions and felt even more awkward, slapped by reality. What on earth am I doing, introducing myself to a classmate right before graduation? Ryu Min made a suggestive remark, at least now I know, after graduation we won't lose touch, right? He seized the moment and made a request, by the way, can I have your number? She froze for a moment, his words carried a slight misunderstanding, my number. He already had his phone ready in hand, what's wrong? Asking a classmate for their number isn't strange, is it? She quickly reached out, give it to me. She couldn't meet his eyes and hurriedly typed the digits into the device. When she finished, she quickly handed it back, here. Ryu Min looked at his phone and exclaimed, meeting like this is fate, so let's keep in touch from now on. Julie, surprised by the advance, could only go along, okay. They paused the meeting there as he took the initiative to leave first. Well, I'm off, I have urgent business to attend to. Only then did she realize something had been left behind, but Ryu Min had already waved and walked away. Wait, the envelope. So the girl was left standing alone with her thoughts. I'm still unable to return it to him. Julie pressed a hand to her chest and then ran back the other way. It's really strange that he asked for my number out of the blue. Oh no, my heart is racing. A warm ray of sunlight filtered through her emotions, and she realized that, even though she knew he only saw her as a friend, she liked Ryu Min. Things weren't always as pleasant as they are now. At first we met by chance, Ryu Min was beaten by bullies right behind the school and she witnessed it. You bastard, I told you to bring the money, did you think we were joking? No. Julie quietly called for help on her phone, police please. After that she hid behind a lamppost and watched the lonely figure of that young man. Maybe it was because I felt sorry for him, or because I was the one who called the police so I felt responsible. I followed him to make sure he got home safely. Because of that, she also saw what he did inside the store. She saw Ryu Min working part-time as if nothing had happened. They were separated by only a pane of glass. I realized he was much stronger than he looked. Even during class duty, Julie's eyes would follow him. From then on, I started to take an interest in him. She secretly watched Ryu Min dozing over his desk, but I didn't have the courage to talk to him. Even when he went to meet his younger brother, she only dared to hide and watch from behind. After that, my feelings for him grew a lot, to the point where I didn't dare approach him anymore. Who would have thought we'd meet here? Julie stood still, closed her eyes, and silently gave thanks. Now I'm brave, this is an opportunity given by heaven. A light breeze blew through the short hair of the girl newly in love. I can't pretend I don't know him after receiving 10 million. She smiled happily and then wondered, should I invite him to eat? At that moment Ryu Min had some free time and sat on the bed scrolling through his phone. Messages popped up on his phone, have you eaten yet? I have a few things to tell you. Can we meet at the cemetery area? I'll treat you to a meal. He replied when he saw that, all right, I'll pay. The other side seemed very insistent and insisted on treating him. Let me pay. When he saw the other send a cute sticker, he cheerfully replied, I have plenty of money. It seemed the other was determined to pay for their meal, but I don't like eating indiscriminately. What do you like to eat? Ryu Min read their messages and thought comfortably that indeed she felt indebted to him, and she even suddenly invited him to eat, good sign. He even relaxed enough to let a small smile slip. If I befriend her naturally, it'll be easier to turn her into an ally. After turning off the phone, he got out of bed and thought further. I'll help Julie and get her to round 20. Ryu-1 was sitting on the sofa when he suddenly noticed his older brother so well dressed and paid attention. He asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Ryu-min calmly answered, "To meet a friend." Ryu-1 hesitated a bit but asked, "A friend, not a girlfriend, right?" Hearing his brother, he asked back amusedly, "Why can't you go meet some girls?" After that, he told his younger brother one thing, "I'll eat out, don't skip your meal, got it?" Ryu-1 cooperatively replied, "Yes." After his brother left, he sat dazed and motionless on the sofa, not really thinking about anything. Then he suddenly picked up an unexpected signal and incredulous asked himself, "No way, are they on a date?" Cut to some fancy steakhouse and suddenly a probing voice asked, "Do you like steak?" Julie was a bit surprised by his sudden question and blushed, covering her mouth. What? Seeing her flustered, he calmly repeated, "Do you like steak?" She shyly stammered a reply, I like it a lot." He acted as if nothing was wrong and casually said, "Then eat a lot." After replying to him, she sighed inwardly, thinking she couldn't believe she was having a private meal with Ryu Min. What a lucky day. The two ate in silence under the soft music and the murmurs of other customers, the atmosphere awkward. She realized the atmosphere wasn't very comfortable, it was getting increasingly awkward. "I have to say something, come on, be brave." After thinking for a while, she came up with a topic and hurriedly asked, "How did you win the lottery so many times, 4 times in a row?" He was eating heartily and hadn't noticed the awkwardness. Hearing her, he finally looked at her. He then, unbothered by embarrassment, made up a ridiculous reason. "That was thanks to an ancestor's dream, I'm really lucky." In Julie's imagination, the ancestor appeared with shining eyes saying, "Remember these numbers." She, imagining it, feigned surprise and asked, "In a dream, so how much have you made from that dream?" His expression didn't change as he continued casually, "It looks like I won't have to worry about money for the rest of my life, though I'll still have to worry about staying alive." Suddenly she remembered something she'd been curious about and asked, "I'm really curious, what was your first raid like? Killing goblins must have been tough, right?" He didn't deny it and answered, "Yes, it took a lot of time." She went on to ask about him. "Which region are you in?" He, not at all bothered, answered honestly, "I don't remember, only that the last digit is 5. She seemed a bit disappointed, forced a sheepish smile and said, "Mine ends with 7, what a shame, then we wouldn't meet." Hearing her, he smiled gently and thought to himself, but didn't tell her, "Don't be disappointed, we'll meet eventually, because regions get merged as the number of survivors declines." They continued exchanging small talk to learn about each other. "What level are you?" "Level 10. I'm level 10 too. Do you have a class yet?" "Not yet, how about you?" After chatting a while, they relaxed and Julie naturally smiled. "Luckily, I got a class change item, it's called a buffer." He repeated curiously, "Buffer." He laughed and explained the name happily. "It means you can give teammates buff effects like in a game." He thought inwardly, lucky that she's a buffer too this time. Excited to show him, she immediately raised her hand and focused her power. "Want to see? There's an effect called Blessing that boosts all stats." He got interested and said, "Really? Show me." She then cast a skill with ornate visuals and colors right above his forehead. System messages appeared before his eyes. "Blessing has increased all your stats by 50%. Blessing, duration 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Seeing his stats buffed so high, he was delighted. "No wonder it's a special class, the effect is great." He praised her skill, impressed. Then he thought the effect would double if she reached max level, raising stats to 100%, but only at max level. He looked at her very satisfied and was glad she had buffed him. He watched her friendly smile and thought to himself that this had been his primary goal from the start. He then thought about the reward item he'd received earlier. The reward from the first class change side quest was a random gold pouch. Thinking of that item, he considered its function. By the name, it was a pouch that gives a random amount of gold and can be affected by the luck stat, so the higher the luck, the more gold received. After that thought, he smiled gratefully at her. "Great effect, thanks, Julie." She, finding nothing special about it, cheerfully told him to feel free to ask. "If you need blessing, just ask. Using this skill doesn't tire me at all." Hearing that he couldn't be formal and replied, "Got it." He suddenly brought up the thing she wanted to say earlier. "Didn't you say you had something to tell me?" Julie remembered, and a bit flustered replied, "Oh right, I was going to say that first." She smiled gently, moved, and thanked him. "Thank you so much for the 10 million. My father asked me to pass along his thanks as well." Seeming worried he might misunderstand, she added, "I'll try to pay you back soon no matter what happens." He felt awkward and didn't know what to say, so he awkwardly replied, "Is that all you wanted to say? I told you not to worry about it." She wasn't offended by his refusal. Instead, she teasingly suggested, "If you don't need the money, maybe you want something else. I've got an idea." With that, she took something out and offered it to him. "Here, take this." He looked at the item in her hand and asked, "What's this?" She held the strange purple object and gave it to him. "I got this while hunting. If you don't need the money, at least accept this from me." Her face was sincere as she urged him to take it. "This is my gift, so don't refuse." After they finished eating, they went their separate ways and said goodbye. "That was a great meal, see you later." As he said goodbye, he reminded her, "Okay, be careful in the next dungeon." "I will." She smiled happily and replied, "Stay alive so we can meet again." After parting, Ryu-min walked slowly by himself along the paved road. Then he opened his inventory system window. He began reading the information for the item Julie had just given him. Lower grade violet mana gem category properties description. A pretty purple stone with delicate mana detectable inside. Simply put, a gem used for socketing into items to boost stats. He carefully read each line of text and marveled at his luck. Who would have thought he'd receive this from her? He took the mana gem out of his inventory and analyzed it carefully. From the short description alone, it was hard to know its full function. He held the gem up and thought to himself that once it reached level 20 he'd realize how rare the item truly was. It turned out that at level 20 players receive a fixed skill. The fusion feature unlocks when a player reaches level 20. Its function sounded similar to weapon forging but at a higher level. Using it, you can fuse a weapon with a magic crystal. The skill itself could be upgraded and you could choose upgrade paths. He then reviewed the types of mana gems. Magic crystals come in 7 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, teal, and purple. Each colored gem grants different abilities. Red is damage, orange is strength, yellow is luck. These mana gems are extremely rare because of their superior effects. Green enhances agility, blue increases intelligence. Teal reduces incoming damage, and the rarest gem is purple, the very one he now held. Finally, the violet mana gem is the rarest of all. It has a very low drop rate and boosts all stats. He was overjoyed to have received such a mana gem so early in such an unexpected way. He was truly lucky to have stumbled upon one. He suddenly realized his fortune wasn't bad at all. His luck stat in the present was indeed very high. He thought for a bit longer and put the precious mana gem into his inventory, planning to use it when he reached level 20. Now he decided to take advantage of Julie's skill to open his blessing reward item, time remaining 30 minutes 58 seconds. He should open the gold pouch before the buff ends. Suddenly he remembered something. Wait. While thinking, he rummaged in his bag for something. He needed to boost his stats with the butcher's ancient rite. He pulled out a small white pouch that contained powder maggots, 100 of them. He looked at the pouch and pondered. The butcher's ancient rite increases stats by 1% for each target you kill, and it counts insects too. Any living creature counts. Then he suddenly dropped the pouch to the ground. There are no insects in the other world, so he must hunt monsters. Luckily, he was in the real world now. He calmly lifted a foot and said, "Sorry about this." Then he stomped down hard. Immediately the system notified, kills 45-100, all stats increased by 45% due to the butcher's ancient rite. He kept stamping to crush the maggots. Kills 67-100, all stats increased by 67% due to the butcher's ancient rite. Each time he stomped, the number rose until it reached the max of 100. Kills 100-100, all stats increased by 100% due to the butcher's ancient rite. He then opened his status window. Status window: name Ryu-min, nickname Blackcat, rank apprentice, level 16, class Reaper, titles last traveler hidden, first death god hidden. Stats: strength plus 90, intelligence plus 9, agility plus 63, luck plus 45, unassigned stat points 0. Seeing the numbers on the window, he noticed the change. His luck had risen from 15 to 45. That promised a favorable outcome. Next, he opened his inventory and took out the reward item, a gold pouch. Random gold pouch category: consumable, rarity, rare, effect, grants a random amount of gold from 1 to 9,999. Usage requirements: must be used before the next round begins and rank must be above novice. A limited item given to the first person to change class. This item automatically disappears when the next dungeon begins. Its yield is affected by luck. Now he confidently decided to use the reward item. His luck had been raised as high as possible. So, thinking that, he wasted no time and issued the use command. Immediately the gold pouch in his hand floated up. He watched it with some anticipation, wondering how much he'd get. Even with the same stats, different amounts of gold were normal. But he seemed to have calculated beforehand and guessed confidently. Based on his luck so far, it should be around 3,000 to 6,000 gold. Suddenly something on the display made his expression turn extremely surprised. The system panel popped up. You used a random gold pouch. The notification made Ryu Min curious. It repeatedly notified him, you used a random gold pouch. You have obtained 9,999 gold. He was somewhat stunned. 9,999 gold. Ryu Min was delighted to receive more gold than expected and thought inwardly that he had gotten the maximum amount. Receiving blessings really paid off. The system summary showed his total gold, 16,249. That should be enough to buy an epic tier item. As he thought that, the system panel blinked out. The item he wanted wouldn't be available for another 2 weeks, so he'd keep his gold safe for now. Bright morning sunlight streamed into the building where the two brothers lived. Ryu Min stepped into the house, taking off his coat and saying, I'm home. Seeing him return, Ryu Won, phone in hand, called out happily, Bro. Ryu Won held his phone over half his face, but his puppy-like grin was visible. How was your date? Ryu's question made Ryu Min curious. A date? Ryu Won, seeing his brother didn't understand, asked again, a bit deflated, weren't you going on a date with your girlfriend? Ryu Min sat, avoiding his brother's question. Don't be ridiculous. Lunch, what are you having? Seeing that, Ryu Won sat beside him and answered happily, I ordered jjajangmyeon. Ryu Won sounded sulky and defensive. So what if it's jjajangmyeon? Do you know how badly I wanted that? His words made Ryu Min recall their earlier hardship. That's right, just last month our situation was still really tough. Ryu Min continued thinking, and by the way, my Bitcoin investment has risen to $150 million, like before it might drop significantly in 2 weeks. When it does, I'll cut it loose. Meanwhile, Ryu Won beside him had a gleam in his eye at something on the screen. On the TV, a car was being shown, sparking an idea in Ryu Won. I should get my driver's license before that. In the exam room, everyone was concentrating on their test papers, including Ryu Min taking the written driving test. The repetition seemed to weary Ryu Min, so he sighed and thought to himself, how many times have I entered this test? I'll just go through it and leave. With that, he grabbed his coat and stood to leave, prompting the proctor's curiosity. As Ryu Min's back moved toward the door, it only deepened the proctor's thoughts. What's wrong with him? When the proctor looked at Ryu Min's computer screen, he was startled. Your score is 95. You passed the commercial driver's license theory test. His head was full of questions. He only spent a short time. How did he get a 95? Ryu Min knew his result better than anyone. The outcome was obvious, and he only took 4 days to get the license. He proudly showed the shining license to his brother Ryu Won. So bright, I've got more driving experience than anyone. Suddenly, Ryu Min thought briefly about his current life. Wait a minute, how many years have passed? How old am I? He thought that once he had the license, he'd immediately buy a supercar, a Lamborghini Aventador. A red Lambo he didn't hesitate to pick since he'd driven this model before. Ryu Min asked, how long does direct import take? The salesperson cheerfully replied that if he ordered today, he'd receive the car within a month. Holding the iPad, he said, fine, I'll sign now. Hearing Ryu Min finalize the order made the salesperson visibly pleased. He practically radiated. Excellent, sir, you have such taste. The salesperson's over-the-top attitude left Ryu Min speechless. Time passed. 2 weeks later, on this fine day, the moment had come. He held his phone with a bit of smugness. Time to part with my pile of Bitcoin. Ryu Won asked, curious at his brother's calculating, dangerous smile. Something good happened? Why are you smiling like that? Ryu Min, sitting, replied, little brother, I just sold all my Bitcoin. Ryu Won sat down and asked in surprise, really? How much did it go up? Ryu Min answered calmly, $300 million. The number shocked him. $300 million. His brother fidgeted and asked loudly, your entire lottery winnings were only $60 million. How did that become $300 million? Ryu Min calmly answered all his brother's questions as if it were obvious. Ryu Won felt both admiration and recollection. A month ago, he tried to stop his brother from investing in Bitcoin, and yet he made this much. Ryu Min replied with a smile, I didn't know it'd surge this much. He thought to himself that last time it was at most $280 million. Now Ryu-Won had calmed down and asked his brother, "So you're stopping now?" Ryu-Min, still looking at his phone, answered, "Of course." Ryu-Won held his cup and smiled, "Good." But not long after, his brother spoke again, causing Ryu-Won to spit out his coffee. "Time to invest in stocks." Partly worried for his brother, Ryu-Won asked, "You know nothing about stocks, what are you going to do?" Ryu-Min reassured him calmly, a smile on his lips, "Don't worry." Ryu-Min made up a casual excuse to soothe his brother's worries. "I dreamed it." Ryu-Won, startled and skeptical, asked, "You had that future-predicting dream again? Which stock should we buy this time?" Ryu-Min answered confidently, "Yes, my dream showed that if we buy now it'll be very profitable later." Hearing that, Ryu-Won helplessly said, "Fine, do as you please." Looking at his brother, Ryu-Min thought to himself that he couldn't blame Ryu-Won for worrying. After all, he knew the future. Then he stared at the screen and considered the company he wanted to invest in. The company he would invest in was. The phone displayed a list of stock names. One company ranked 85th on KOSDAQ, valued at about $900 million, the Manhwa Consulting Company. Ryu-Min thought that Manhwa Consulting was a company owned by Ma Jeonrak. Although it wasn't very prominent yet, after round 4 it would roll out a special system and grow rapidly. Ending the recollection, Ryu-Min quietly approved of his decision. If he knew this company would become famous, there was no reason not to invest. He held his phone, thinking that by owning a large number of shares and controlling operations, he could influence the company as a major shareholder and earn a substantial profit. With that, he tapped the order bar. "First, I'll invest $280 million and take 31% ownership. Now." Suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts, "Please." It turned out Ryu-Won was silently clasping his hands and praying for his brother. Please make his dream come true again. That settled it. As he thought that, he watched the screen display the purchase confirmation number 5,684,241, order successfully processed. Without hesitation, Ryu-Min considered what to do next. Now I just need to buy the item. As night fell and the building's lights went out, only the brothers' house remained lit. The light came from the midnight desk lamp that night. Accompanied by the system chime, the system screen displayed items available in the shop. Ryu-Min lay on the bed, hands behind his head, thinking that he'd been saving gold for today. He tapped the device bar, silently admiring the benefits of having lots of gold. With gold you can buy items and common skills, nothing could be more convenient. The screen showed the items he'd selected. Although they were all at common level, that didn't mean rare or epic materials couldn't be obtained. A notification bar appeared, "Today's item." Today's item, Ryu-Min was still lost in thought. This function lets you buy a daily changing random item. Usually it's hard to get exactly what you want, because you don't know what the shop will sell. The random cards represent items on sale because no one can predict which items will appear. But for me it's not a problem, I already know when each item will be sold. Thinking that, Ryu-Min tapped the Today's item bar. And today was the day the epic item he needed would be on sale. The system panel displayed detailed information about the random item on sale. Bone necklace, accessory type. Necklace rarity, epic effect, +3 willpower, +1% attack speed each time you kill an enemy, up to 25% total effect until the round ends. Requirements, apprentice or above. Durability 500, price 4,600 gold. Sale ends 23/59/59. Buy. Ryu-Min's tone brightened at seeing the exact item he wanted. There it is, the bone necklace. A smile flickered across his face. The item increases willpower and attack speed, and for its effect it's quite cheap. Now that I have the item I want, I should use it right. Ryu-Min returned to the main inventory page. The system displayed a coupon along with its usage rules. A 50% off coupon for today's item that you earn after completing the level up mission. 50% off today's item, consumable, rare, effect. You get 50% off when purchasing today's item. Limitation, valid only until the next round, apprentice or above. Description, limited reward item for players who complete the round 2 side quest. If not used by the next round, it will expire automatically. Ryu-Min thought for a moment and already had his hand on the purchase button. If I buy this necklace after using the 50% coupon. The remaining gold after buying puzzled him. Gold 13,949. Ryu-Min sat up. I have way too much gold. He propped his chin and recalled the items he wanted to buy. At first, he had planned to buy a set of common gear with the remaining gold. Ryu-Min recalculated. A few support skills he wanted came to mind. But if he saved another 6,000 gold, he could buy one more common skill. Common skills are still better than common gear. He propped his chin, a grin on his face. I should quickly earn another 6,000 gold. Luckily round 3 has lots of monsters. And time passed. On May 1, 2023, the gem in the center of town glowed purple. Countless townspeople gathered around and some of them had a golden light. This day had to come. Players kept appearing, trash-tier players spawning in the round 3 play area, and at the center a large purple gem shone conspicuously. Damn it, I'm being dragged into the other world again. After being forced to log into the game, players kept asking questions. Isn't this the forest? Where are we? A few of them carefully looked around and commented, the houses are all destroyed but it looks like a village. Hearing that remark, another voice suddenly cut in to rebut, it's a mess, what's the difference? They even noticed a tall defensive wall surrounding the area where they stood. Look, there's a wall around the village, it's real. At that moment the players finally realized the eye-catching presence of the large gem at the center. What's this crystal? What will round 3 make us do here? Ryu-min appeared in the distance, watching silently. This place feels strange, everyone looks quite worried. Then his attention fixed on one person who appeared calm across from him. The only indifferent one was Josik. Moving closer to where Josik stood nonchalantly, he heard someone behind him ask, isn't he our regional representative? After that, more and more people started whispering behind his back. Yeah, life is like a documentary, it's him. I heard he's a gang boss, he even threatened me with a sword to make me vote for him. In their chatter they mentioned his name, it should have been Black Cat as the representative, not that murderer. Suddenly one guy raised his hand and quietly tried to restrain his comrades. Hey, he's heard you, he has authority. But Josik didn't seem to pose any real threat, so the others remained calm and ignored the warning. Whatever, he only gets to use that power 10 times, nothing to fear. The more Josik heard, the less he could tolerate it, so he spun around and threatened, you bastards, shut up. Funny enough, those people weren't intimidated at all by his threats, some even mocked him. What the hell are you cursing about, like we've never heard curses before? He wouldn't back down and pointed directly at them, calling names. Who was mumbling just now? At that, the crowd realized it wasn't easy to retreat and stopped clustering to gossip. His face contorted uglily with anger as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, I knew this would happen. If only that angel would shut her mouth. At that moment a pair of shiny leather shoes appeared. Yaman immediately stood before him and bowed respectfully, hello sir. Many people recognized him and asked in curiosity, what's Yaman doing? He paid no attention to the surrounding questions and boldly lifted his head to look at Josik, speaking earnestly. Sir, life is a documentary, Big Boss Josik, Senior Josik, I came to greet you. Josik looked at him calmly and asked, Senior, are you my underling? Yaman immediately replied, not yet sir, I'm just a 20-year-old guy with dreams of being a gangster. Hearing that, Josik raised an eyebrow in puzzled amusement, thinking he wants to be a gangster. This guy's crazy. He put on an expression of great admiration and said with a smile, you are my role model sir. I really want to join the Josik gang. Before he could finish asking, Josik was startled into silence by his next action. Why are you? Yaman then knelt deeply to the ground and declared in a sharp voice, I'll follow you for the rest of my life, sir, please take me in. Josik found the spectacle so amusing that a wide grin spread across his face. He'd met plenty of lunatics in his life, but never one this extreme. He liked the spirit. Thinking that, he told him to stand up, get up. Yaman immediately responded hurriedly, yes, sir. Then he asked with great curiosity, are your eyes blind? Don't you know my reputation has sunk and yet you still want to follow me? Yaman shamelessly replied, whatever. He clenched his fist, patted his chest, and added, you are the brother I respect. He faced Josik and spoke words meant to move the heart. If you take me in, I don't care what others think. Praised and idolized like that, Josik couldn't help but smile. I like your answer. Fine, I'll take responsibility and teach you. He was deeply grateful and kept bowing in thanks. Thank you, sir, it's my honor. Those nearby were astonished at his crazy behavior. He just joined the team, life is a documentary, are you insane? Someone couldn't help but exclaim, birds of a feather flock together, horses of a kind stick together. Ryu-min, watching from afar, was very pleased. This time the guy also teamed up with Josik, it's a good thing. At that moment the angel suddenly appeared in the sky and called out, is everyone assembled? She slowly surveyed the players below and said with a smile, let's see, today we're short 90 people. A few players, not understanding her meaning, asked, short on people. Another couldn't help but ask why. One after another, other players received the same notification. Main mission, protect the sacred relic for 3 hours across the entire zone. Total participants 856,030,200. Completed 0214007550. Current area ESCs 45-5. Total participants 4,900. Completed 01225. After reading the round 3 information, other players immediately panicked. Are we really short on people? How did this happen? The angel spoke very calmly as if nothing had happened. It's impossible for people to just die for no reason. It seems in the real world you were killing each other. I worried how far your rivalry would go. Suddenly a player noticed something and loudly warned the others. Wait, everyone look at the number of people who can pass this round. Others saw that the number allowed to clear round 3 was severely limited and panicked. 1,225 people. What? That means only a quarter remain. One guy, unrestrained, shouted, "Weird angel, what's wrong?" She laughed wryly when she heard that question, wrong. Then she casually voiced what the players were thinking. What do you expect? There's nothing wrong. You seem worried because the number who can complete the mission has decreased. She then asked, but did you forget? The players below fell into shock at her words. Only half the players can survive each round. The angel's smile didn't fade. She explained even more cruelly that since everyone survived the final round, it was reasonable that only a quarter of players survived this round. Facing that statement, the players were utterly stunned. Her beautiful yet cruel eyes scrutinized those below through a veil as she said plainly, "It's not unfair, just work hard to make the top 25%. She then moved on to the rules for this round. All right, I'll explain round 3's rules. The angel slowly outlined this play's mechanics. Every 30 minutes, monsters in my army will appear before the castle gate and target the sacred relic at the village center. Her figure remained in the sky watching the ground. There will be 4 waves of attacks in total, and everyone must cooperate to defend the relic. She explained the importance of the purple gem. You will receive additional rewards if you defend the relic for 3 hours. If you fail, you will suffer severe penalties. She also reminded them about player rankings. Regardless of success in defense, ranks will be determined by the number of monsters you defeat. The players, nervously listening to her rules, kept glancing toward the city gate. Because of this round's nature, more monsters will appear than usual, but they're only strong in number. It should be much easier, right? Of course, that also means gold and experience will be reduced proportionally. Horrible sounds kept coming from outside the gate. Hearing how rankings are decided, Josik smirked confidently. So I just need to kill a lot of monsters. Holding command this round is as easy as pie. Then she suddenly clasped her hands together, almost forgot, and added something cruel. The representative chosen from the previous round is a documentary, right? She continued nonchalantly, from this round on he can use command authority, but I bet everyone here is curious what will happen. After that she emphasized, if the representative dies. An evil smile crossed her face as she spoke this tantalizing point. If the representative is killed by monsters or the environment, their spot will be vacant. But what if they're killed by another player? Hearing that, Josik froze and opened his eyes wide. As the angel's hints grew darker, players around him began to have impure thoughts. In that case, the killer would immediately become the new representative and receive all 10 uses of the command authority. When she finished, she clapped cheerfully and said, "All right then, monsters will appear in 10 minutes. Cooperate to survive the next 3 hours." Finally, she added disdainfully, "Although I'm not sure you lot can manage it." Then she turned into a point of light and vanished, leaving only Josik in a mood as if he'd eaten shit. He cursed furiously at the disappearing angel. Then his gaze immediately focused on the killing intent behind him. Instead of preparing to fight the monsters, the other players now pointed weapons at their fellow humans. Seeing this, Josik became utterly enraged, summoned his weapon and shouted a threat. "You bastards, come here, I'll take you all down one by one." Those players aimed at him with murderous intent, unafraid. "You look tough, but you only get 10 uses of command." The angel said whoever kills that bastard becomes the representative. One shamelessly ambitious player even said, "If I become the new representative, all the better." At that moment, a shadow suddenly appeared. Ryu-min calmly held his weapon and slowly stepped forward from behind. Josik was startled as he saw him approach and stammered, What are you doing, Black Cat?" Ryu-min stood level with him and spoke, "Don't be afraid, I only want to talk." But all Josik caught from that was that he sounded scared, so he hesitantly retorted, "Scared? What are you saying? Just spit it out." Then Josik added, "Say this first, if you intend to make me bow," but before he could finish, Ryu Min interrupted. "I have a proposal." Seeing his hesitant face, Ryu Min didn't beat around the bush and said plainly, "I guess you're in trouble." He then made him a very tempting offer. "How about I protect you?" Josik, surprised and confused, asked, "What?" Ryu Min patiently repeated, "I'll protect you from the other players. I'll be your personal bodyguard." Other players reacted with shock in turn. "What? Black Cat will protect life is a documentary, so does that mean we'll have to fight Black Cat?" They were now a bit hesitant to confront him. That was somewhat expected. So what should they do now? Josik, hearing the others hold back from him, couldn't help but think to himself. He hadn't realized Black Cat held so much influence. Judging by their reactions, the offer really was tempting. But he immediately sobered up. Everything has a price. Thinking that, he frowned and asked him, "So what do you want in return?" He answered casually, "Not much." Then his gaze sharpened as he stated the condition. "You must obey all my orders." Josik froze at that. "What?" He clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, "Is he asking me to become his subordinate?" He didn't agree immediately and probed, "Why are you making this offer?" The other replied briskly, "I can't say." He persisted, "You say I must follow orders, but what kind of orders?" Patiently he said again, "That I also can't tell you, just obey me unconditionally." Seeing his indifferent attitude, Josik bit back bitterly, thinking, "So you want me to follow you for life? Fuck, does he think I'm easy to fool?" But then he paused for a few seconds and reconsidered. "Wait, what happens if I refuse? He wouldn't attack me for no reason in broad daylight, would he?" While lost in thought, the other decisively said, "Choose." He didn't forget to hint that others were waiting on his decision. He hesitated for a moment. Finally, he made his choice. He would refuse the offer. A cold gleam flashed in the other's eyes as he silently confirmed, "Just as I thought, there's no way this bastard would lower his honor so easily." The others, seeing his stupid decision, couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. He refused. If he'd agreed, he could already be out hunting. Pride's too high, he won't take orders, huh? At that, the players once again gripped their weapons and took turns taunting Josik. "Is honor more important than life to you, or do you just not respect us?" He calmly observed everyone's reactions without speaking, exactly like in his previous life. Then he made his next decision: draw a line. With that in mind, he faced Josik and, as if nothing had happened, set the boundary. "Fine. If you've refused, there's nothing I can do. I won't concern myself with what's happening here anymore." Then he decisively turned and left. Whether he lived or died was none of his concern. Hearing that, the others eagerly stepped forward to attack him. "You hear that? Black Cat doesn't care about you anymore. Let's finish this thug off." Josik ground his teeth in frustration, but could do nothing except lift his weapon. "Damn it, do I have to accept that offer after all?" At that moment, the system announced the start of the game. Wave 1 would begin soon. Prepare for the monster's sudden appearances and defend the relic. The players who had been about to gank Josik were interrupted by the system message. "It's starting." The system gave a brief reminder of the rules. In 30 minutes, regardless of how many monsters are dealt with, Wave 2 will still begin. The other players panicked and called on teammates to cooperate in protecting the large purple gem. Everyone defend the relic. The system then began the countdown, time remaining until the end of the stage, 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. While others concentrated their vigilance toward the gate, Josik suddenly thought he couldn't fight alongside those he had grudges with. He turned to look for another place to act. After all, this was an individual task, so he'd have to act alone. Suddenly, he noticed Ryu Min calmly walking off in another direction. Where is that guy headed? Josik secretly and stealthily followed Ryu Min for a long stretch. He hid behind a building and watched him from afar. Is he planning to fight alone too? Is he heading to the city gate? At that moment, a sound announced the official start of the game, Wave 1. And the city gates were slowly opening. The system announced the current player count, 4,900. Then it announced the number of monsters in the first assault. Weakened goblins, 9,800. The bloodthirsty goblin creatures with disgusting green skins swarmed ever more densely from outside the gate. Josik went pale at the number, 9,800. The system continued. Due to the nature of this stage, the goblins only have 1/3 of their normal strength. Then it wished the players luck and disappeared. Good luck. His pride after refusing the offer was gone. This was crazy. He could only think of fleeing, curling up and moving away from the gate. For now, hide and watch the situation. He ran into a house and immediately leaped up to the upper floor. But why wasn't Black Cat moving? Was he planning to fight the goblins at the gate alone? He was frantic but still analyzed the danger. Even if the gate was narrow, it was wide enough for at least 10 people to pass. Josik threw the door open in a hurry while his thoughts raced. He was confident he could 1 versus 10 Then he stood on the balcony and from above watched him in panic. The madman was cocky just because his level was a bit higher. No need to watch, he'd fight briefly and then run. On Ryu Min's side, goblins bared their teeth and brandished weapons as they charged him. Without hesitation or panic, he immediately raised his scythe and assumed an attack stance. Then he swung his weapon lightly and killed 3 or 4 charging goblins at once. He calmly looked up. The goblins kept falling in waves, while starving others leapt forward heedless of life. Suddenly he lifted his foot, and the gleaming scythe immediately struck at their vulnerable spots. In a single motion he slaughtered the entire mob at a speed impossible to follow. Josik, watching him fight from above, was shocked. Is Black Cat really that strong? Then he fantasized that he would become as strong as him at level 16. Would I be that strong at level 16? He realized he'd been wasting too much time leveling. Now wasn't the time to think, he needed to level up quickly and get stronger. He looked at the other players struggling to complete the task. The battle between players and goblins had become fierce. The center of the area had somehow become a chaotic slaughter filled with urgent screams. Hey, stop them, Westgate has fallen, don't let them near the relic, kill them. At that point Josik stopped hiding and climbed down from the house to hunt monsters. I have to go down there and kill goblins too. He loudly shouted to draw a goblin over the moving XP. Then he slashed and killed it. Suddenly he sensed a surge of danger. He decisively drove his weapon into the head of the goblin approaching him. As he pulled his weapon out, he smiled with quiet confidence. Thanks to the ancient text forensics, he could predict their movements. It was simple. Suddenly something flew at high speed, skimming his face and slicing a piece of flesh off his ear. Josik looked back at what had attacked him and realized something. An arrow. He'd never seen a goblin shoot arrows before. Thinking that, he confirmed someone player was trying to assassinate him. Damn it, who is it? He cursed viciously inwardly. He didn't know who, but if he caught them, he'd tear them to pieces. Suddenly someone thrust a spear into his lower abdomen. I've got you now. Furious, Josik grabbed the spear and shouted curses. You bastard. He then used all his strength to pull the attacker toward the dagger in his hand. He drove the knife straight into the man's chest. As he pulled the blade out, he cursed, intending to finish him off. Die, you bastard. Suddenly another arrow whizzed by, grazing in front of him. He looked toward where the arrow came from and spotted someone holding a bow. Without hesitation, Josik cruelly raised the spear and aimed at that person. The archer panicked and drew the bow in alarm. Before he could release an arrow, Josik's spear pierced through his head. After dealing with the surrounding people, he clutched his stomach and thought with difficulty. Damn it, unexpectedly the threat was other players, not monsters. If I weren't the regional representative. He now regretted having been greedy for the title. Regional representative my ass, if I'd had a choice I'd have thrown it to someone else. Moreover, he began reconsidering Ryu Min's earlier offer. Should I accept Black Cat's help? But ultimately he remained arrogant and unwilling to bow to anyone. No, a man must have pride. He couldn't become that man's subordinate. Some method to hunt in peace without other players bothering him. At that moment he noticed a player killing goblins across from him. That guy is. He recognized the man as highly ranked in this area. The third place here, Black Dragon mounted on his right hand. He couldn't help but grin wickedly. That's him, he called out from behind. Hey. The man heard the voice and turned, asking what, who's there? Before he could react, he used his command right to control the other. Black Dragon mounted on your right hand, he said lecherously as he ordered him. From now on, protect me. Ryu Min swung his sword and struck the monster. The system chimed. Necklace of Bones effect, attack speed increased by 25%. You have defeated a goblin, current kills 52-100. Used triple experience buff. All stats increased 100% due to the Butcher's Ancient Right effect. Gold plus 33, bonus gold plus 166. He stared at the system panel, studying the status window. Ryu Min opened his inventory and marveled. I've earned nearly 2,000 gold. His face lit up and the corner of his mouth twitched. At this rate, I'll easily get 20,000 gold in the second assault. Monsters from afar began eyeing Ryu Min, but he remained calm and contemplative. No, this round I must hoard gold to buy 2 common skills. If I can, I'll obtain the True Heart Ancient Relic. He coldly swept his red, sharp gaze over them. Ryu Min swung his scythe in a lethal arc at the monsters. The monsters behind growled warily. He sneered, "Aren't you going to charge?" Ryu Min raised his scythe high and lunged at them. "If you don't move, I'll strike first." A blinding surge of magic crashed down with a bang, throwing everyone into panic. What was that? What's going on with that sound? The monster that had been overpowering the young man suddenly vanished. And the others disappeared as well. The system displayed, "You have successfully repelled the first assault." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm alive." The system announced, "Surviving players 3,933, players dead 967. Surviving players will receive a reward of 500 gold. A young man sat down heavily and said, "We need to rest a bit before the second assault." Ryu Min looked solemnly at those lying in dark pools of blood. 967 people were dead. Even though they had weakened the goblins, the threat could not be underestimated. He scanned the area looking for someone. Where had he gone? Ryu Min saw Josik grinding his teeth in tension and thinking deeply. There he was, Josik. Not surprising, he was still alive. He probably couldn't get past this round. Panting, clutching his knife, he looked around and yelled loudly, "Damn it." Josik frowned in thought, unaware that enemies were sneaking up. "Those bastards aren't killing goblins, they're targeting me." The man screamed and lunged his dagger at him. "Die." Before he could reach Josik, he was attacked by 2 others and fell down in pain. The command icon blazing above his head made him smirk with satisfaction. Luckily for him, the command right was indeed great. Thanks to them serving as shields of flesh and bone, he survived the first assault. Yangmin stood between Josik and danger and asked, "Are you okay?" Josik looked at him puzzled. This madman was still clinging to him even though he hadn't used that authority. Blood seeped from his belly wound, and he let out a cry of pain. Blood trickled down Josik's hand and his worry rose. Losing too much blood, at this rate, can he survive this round? He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Sweat drenched his brow with each pang of pain. He gritted his teeth resolutely, thinking he would endure and survive this round. Suddenly Josik and Yangmin both turned their heads to look back. Monsters rushed in one after another. The system displayed, Wave 2-3, 933 players versus 7,866 weakened goblins and hobgoblins. Due to the nature of the round, the goblins now retain normal strength. The knife-wielding monsters charged straight at Ryu Min. The system flashed a message, "We hope you win this battle." He moved lightly, delivering each sharp scythe strike. That sliced through the bodies of the monsters. Ryu Min took a running leap into the air and charged at them with decisive attacks. His sharp scythe swung down to fell them. The monsters lay piled on the ground. Ryu Min spun his scythe, carving a slash that tore the air. After a while he looked up at the system panel. "You have reached level 20, your rank has risen from novice to common. You can now use the combine function." Ryu Min wiped a bead of sweat from his face and thought with satisfaction, "I did it, finally level 20. Now I can use combine to craft unique items not sold in shops." The system displayed a level up message. The death hue has been enhanced. Death hue additional damage increased from 100% to 120%. Additionally, you have learned the unique skill of the Death Reaper. The unique Death Reaper skill has an effect within a 500-meter radius. Using dark energy to create an artificial night, the caster can drop skills at will. The next skill will be obtained at level 40. He read the system notice and thought, additional damage of Death Hue has already risen to 120%, and he even learned a new skill. And Death Knight suits the Death Relic well because it grows stronger as night falls. The system displayed the Death Relic attributes. When used in daytime, weapon attack power doubles. When used at night, attack speed also increases by 50%. While resting at night, the chance of being detected by enemies is greatly reduced. A horde of monsters poured in from outside to attack Ryu Min. He curled his lip in pleasure. "Welcome, I've just learned a new skill too." Ryu Min's voice rose in a low tone, "Death Knight." The monsters froze in alarm. A sharp slash cut toward them. Another critical slash was launched straight at the monsters. One by one, each monster was felled by his scythe. A monster howled in the face of Ryu Min's decisive strike. His feet gently touched down on the ground. Behind Ryu Min lay piles of monsters strewn across the ground. The system displayed, you have successfully repelled the second assault. Surviving players 3,343, players dead 590. Surviving players receive a reward of 500 gold. He propped a hand on his hip, exhaling, and wondered, the second wave is done, should I buy some common skills during the break? Ryu Min reached out to the system shop and pondered, shop, the first skill I'll buy is. He tapped to select a skill, detection. Ryu Min told himself as a light magic aura surrounded him. With this, I can identify targets within a 30-meter radius. It seems the area within 30 meters is full of goblin corpses. Should I save another 20,000 gold? He plunged into attacking the monsters as the system just displayed. Wave 343 players versus 6,686 hobgoblins weakened. Others also began rushing in to punch the monsters. The system announced, you have successfully repelled the third assault. Yangmin gritted his teeth and unleashed powerful blows on them. The system then announced Wave 3,001 players versus 6,002 weakened hobgoblins. Everyone's faces showed exhaustion after defeating the monsters. The system displayed, you have successfully repelled the fourth assault. Josek's face turned pale, sweat soaking his brow. He forced himself, thinking, just one more hour, if I endure one more hour, I can survive and get out of here. He glanced at the men standing before him, scheming inwardly. Even though he'd exhausted his authority, as long as these bastards protect him, his life would be safe. The system panel displayed Wave 2,700 players versus 10,800 gnolls weakened. Josek stared at the system in shock. 10,000? Why so many? The system explained, due to the nature of the round, gnolls retain only normal strength. We wish you victory until the final minute. Giant weapon-wielding monsters charged forward. Everyone roared and fought back with all their might. He calculated in his head, no need to worry, this is actually an opportunity to set a record. Josek gritted his teeth ambitiously, thinking he'd grow stronger and tear apart those who once looked down on him. A scream rang out, startling him to turn around. A group coordinating to attack each of Josek's guards pointed at him. There he is, you filthy thug, the representative title is mine, this time we must kill him. He grabbed two men nearby, used them as shields to absorb blows and shouted, you scum, at the end of the match and still blocking, those guards, go block them now. Those two were quickly taken down by the coordinating group before they could react. Josek's eyes were full of panic. His feet lifted slightly as he took step after step backward in confusion. Damn it, it's over. Josek hurriedly spun around and ran. In his head he thought, this is no time for hunting. The men behind shouted, chase him, catch him. His legs kept moving, he thought, damn it, just survive this wave, just this one. Josek froze when he saw Ryu Min standing firm before the horde of black-hooked monsters. He rushed to him and blurted out urgently, Blackhook, I accept. I'll do whatever you say, please protect me. Ryu Min stared at Josek in silence. Josek pressed on anxiously, I said I accept your offer. Blackhook, protect me. Suddenly a cold red light flashed in Ryu Min's eyes as he glared at him and said decisively, I refuse. Josek fell stunned at Ryu Min's indifferent words. I told you I don't care, take care of yourself whether you live or die. He shouted in panic, wait, you're the one who proposed to me. I said I'd be your subordinate, so what refusal are you talking about? Ryu Min turned and left, calling back, I don't need a subordinate without command authority. Josek's face went pale, he ground his teeth in rage, thinking that brat meant he was useless. If I'd known, I'd have agreed sooner. He was startled to hear a voice from afar, everyone see, he refused. The group surrounding Josek sneered maliciously. Lucky, I'd been wondering what we'd do if Blackhook helped him. Life really is a documentary. His belly wound bled painfully again. Someone added, now we can kill him as we please. Josek clenched his round knife and roared, even if I die, I'll kill at least one of you. Yangmin stepped forward and shoved one of the group aside. Senior, you're tired, right? I'm here to help. He looked at him in bewilderment, Yangmin. He looked at him with joy, yes, I have you. If I survive and get out of here, I'll take good care of you. Before Josek could finish, Yangmin landed a stunning punch to his face. He collapsed to the ground. Josek clutched his face and cried out in pain. He called out, Senior. Yangmin smiled dangerously at him and said, I'll kill you right now, so you can rest in peace. He grabbed Josek by the collar. Josek screamed in rage, you bastard. Yangmin delivered a powerful punch to his face. Yangmin kept hammering Josek's face, making him howl miserably. His face swelled and blood oozed out from the blows. Josik lay motionless, eyes wide in panic. Damn it, poor Josik. He glanced at the man standing before him with a sneer, and thought in fury that this bastard had betrayed him. Yaman raised his foot and put his full force into a fatal kick against Josik. The system announced, the regional representative life is a documentary has been killed. The representative's power has transferred to the killer. Player Hwang Yongmin is the new regional representative of ESC's 45-5. He clenched his fist and shouted with joy, now I'm the regional representative, I'm the king here. The system displayed, you have become the regional representative and received the exclusive command rights. Yongmin schemed inwardly, if I focus now I can control CORN at will. His eyes narrowed. Yongmin glanced at the fallen Josik and thought darkly, I'll use the command rights well, don't be too upset. Isn't this because Josik's gang leader kept running away? He turned his back and walked away, sneering in his head, how embarrassing. Yongmin faced the cooperating group, pointed at him and called out, hey, you see that? I beat him to a pulp, didn't I say we'd win? They all replied at once, huh, right, good. The crowd panicked as they looked at his bloodied hands and thought, that bastard, killing someone barehanded gives chills. What a psycho who expected he'd actually die. The barrage of questions from the crowd stirred up the area. What's going on? Wasn't this guy always trailing and flattering that thug? Did he plan to betray him from the start? One man trembled in fear, that's brutal. The one beside him scoffed, how could someone like that become the regional representative? Whispers and gossip spread everywhere, folks, we've changed representatives, that's right. Yongmin fell silent and ran off, quickly calculating in his head. Are they going to target me now? Too bad, I know something that could get me out of this. He ran to Ryu Min and shouted, Black Hook. Ryu Min asked, what's wrong? Yongmin hurriedly said, did you see the notification? I'm the regional representative now, I have command rights, so what if you're confused? He placed a hand on his chest and beamed, the offer you mentioned to life is a documentary, I'll accept it. In other words, I'll follow your orders. In return, protect me. Yongmin calculated inwardly. Dengzich was abandoned because he lacked command rights, so he'll surely accept my offer, right? Ryu Min said firmly, I don't like your attitude. He was taken aback. What? Ryu Min coldly offered, if you kneel and beg me, I might consider it. Yongmin sagged and pointed at himself with both hands. Didn't you hear me? I have command rights. Ryu Min looked at him indifferently. And what do you want me to do? You seem to be misunderstanding something, but the one at a disadvantage here is you, not me. He fell silent. Ryu Min smirked, you want me to protect you, then kneel and beg. Yongmin ground his teeth and glanced at the people behind him. He suddenly spun around, his gaze locking onto Ryu Min. Yongmin dropped to his knees, bowed his head respectfully before Ryu Min, and pleaded, I'll do whatever you say, please make me your subordinate. His reddened eyes narrowed as he said, please, Black Hook. Ryu Min looked him over gloomily, thinking he'd seen this 1,000 times. However, unlike Josik, Hwang Yongmin is still useful temporarily. His voice rang out, fine, I accept your offer. Yongmin bowed repeatedly, thanking him, thank you, Black Hook. Ryu Min glared at him, get out of here, I don't want to see that pathetic face of yours. Yongmin was flustered, what? Ryu Min strode past Yongmin without looking back. Murmurs rose among the people around them. How did things turn out like this? Black Hook will protect Yongmin? No way, maybe we should all attack him at once. A man holding a spear objected fearfully, haven't you seen Black Hook fight? He can take on many at once, we don't stand a chance against that kind of monster. Ryu Min spoke coldly, astonishing everyone there, let me help you decide. His eyes sharpened as he surveyed each person and said, you have two choices. You can renounce the regional representative title and go back to hunting some monsters. Ryu Min swung his scythe before them and threatened, or you can die by my hand. His face turned terrifying, his voice low and cold with gloom. If you can, I advise choosing the first option. But the second is fine too, anyone who dares raise a sword against me is no longer human in my eyes. One man, terrified, hid the knife in his hand behind his back and looked at Ryu Min. The others, equally frightened, hastily turned and ran, I'll go me too. Yongmin planted his feet, eyes fixed on the horrifying scene before him, thinking silently how impressive it was. He hadn't expected Black Hook could cow them with just a few words. He stood up and watched Ryu Min's retreating back, musing. As an opponent he's formidable, but as an ally there's no one more reliable. His face remained calm as he silently judged that with this atmosphere, it seemed things were about to end. Ryu Min glanced at those still struggling against the monsters and thought, so we've cleared Wave 5 safely. But He curled a wicked smile, thinking that ending it like this would be unsatisfying. He called out Yongmin. He stepped closer and replied, "Yes, Black Hook." Ryu Min ordered coldly, "Do as I said like you promised." He asked, "What should I do?" "Just give the orders." Ryu Min turned, his red eyes sharp as he swept them over Yongmin and ordered him to use the command rites 10 times and destroy the relic. He fumbled back confused. What, the relic? He panicked at the thought, if the relic is destroyed. Yongmin suddenly remembered the angel's warning. If you fail to protect it, you will be severely punished. He ground his teeth, puzzled. But why can't using 10 command rites make Corin his slave? Yongmin was baffled. Can I ask why not? Ryu Min didn't explain. He ordered, "Shut up and follow my orders." Yongmin suggested, "Instead of 10, can I use 9? Ryu Min replied coldly, "I won't repeat myself. Choose if you don't want to die." He stammered in confusion. I understand, I'll follow your orders." In a commanding voice, he added that he'd designate who Yongmin should use the command rites on. Ryu Min said thoughtfully, "Sim Sungjiu, little chilly, don't bother me. Spring, summer, autumn, order these 10 people to destroy the relic." Yongmin was stunned. What did you say?" He suddenly looked at the group across from him, wondering inwardly. "My friend is among them too. Did you do that on purpose?" One of them poked Yongmin. "Come on, not again." He was helpless. "Sorry guys, it's Black Hook's order, hope you understand." His eyes lit up as he muttered under his breath, "Don't bother me, Sim Sungjiu." Characters appeared above the group's heads and stunned them. Yongmin whispered, "Little chilly, spring, summer, autumn." He ordered them to destroy the relic. The system announced a warning, "The relic is under attack." Someone panicked. What's happening? A loud explosion rang out. A group surrounded the relic, weapons raised to smash it. Those standing farther off shouted to stop them. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop now." They stared at the attackers and yelled, "What are they doing? Do they want to be punished?" Someone stopped them. "At this rate, it'll shatter." One man rushed forward and grabbed someone attacking the relic. "Don't smash it, stop now." Can't someone stop them? Another didn't hesitate and swung his knife, cutting down those attackers. Cracks began to appear along the surface of the relic. Before long, the relic shattered. The system announced the relic had broken and the main mission had failed. The system displays, "To punish the failure, an avatar of the punishing god will be summoned within 30 minutes. The crowd panicked. What the hell? What is the avatar of the punishing god? The system appeared, "Survive the avatar of the punishing god. The round will not end until time runs out." Someone anxiously asked if it's a boss. Ryu Min smirked with amusement as he read the line on the hidden side quest system board. Round 3 side quest. Fight the avatar of the punishing god and survive. Completion reward 3,000 gold. Time remaining 0 hours 29 minutes 29 seconds. The group buzzed excitedly. The system says surviving grants 3,000 gold. I told you, protecting the relic gives 2,000, so this is way better. I agree. Ryu Min watched the jubilant crowd thoughtfully. The side quest reward is even higher than clearing Wave 5, which is why I got Yongmin to break the relic. But I didn't smash the relic myself because... The crowd flinched when the system suddenly announced it had confirmed players were attacking the relic. 10 players attacking the relic will be punished. The system displayed, all stats will be reduced by 50% permanently. The attackers went pale and hurriedly protested. What? Stats reduced? We were just following orders. God damn. The brown-haired archer angrily pointed at Yongmin and shouted, "Yongmin, you bastard." Yongmin stammered, "I'm sorry, I didn't know there would be a penalty." He froze as the system continued. The regional representative for failing to protect the relic will also be punished. Yongmin was thrown into panic when he received the system notice. All stats will be reduced by 50% permanently. He kicked the wall in fury. Damn it. Ryu Min stood back and observed the chaotic scene, thinking that permanent stat reduction directly affects survival. This is a death blow. Now it's time to prepare to hunt the avatar of the punishing god. He shouted once and the system appeared immediately. Shop. Ryu Min reached out to select items, telling himself to buy common items with his remaining gold. The system showed attributes: Assassin's Hood, Common Helmet Armor, Defense 20, Agility +3, Durability 250, usable from Common tier and above. Assassin Hoods always smell of blood like a hat that never gets washed. Common Thick Cunning Boots, Defense 15, Agility, Action Speed +5%, Durability 250, usable from Common tier and above. The tight black long boots look cramped but feel surprisingly comfortable. He thought that even a small stat boost would make catching it easier. He moved into the item combination area. Next, combine. Ryu Min picked an item, placed an item into the slot. He began combining that item with another item, and then socketing it with a mana stone. The system announced the combination succeeded, +1 to all stats was added to the necklace of bones. Ryu Min studied the combination interface, thinking he could socket 1 mana stone per piece of equipment, so he'd apply the same method to the remaining items. The system chimed, combination successful, +1 damage reduction was added to the seasoned hunter's leather armor. He selected another item, the system displayed, combination successful, +2 strength was added to the Reaper's black hook. Ryu Min closed the system panel and pondered that the lowest grade mana stones didn't help much, but something is better than nothing. The crowd below buzzed, so it's starting, huh? A nervous girl gripped her spear and said anxiously, I'm kind of nervous. A man nearby clapped and encouraged them, just hold out for 30 minutes. Yangmin gritted his teeth and looked around. The people nearby murmured in agreement, he's right, we just need to keep running. Ryu Min looked up, thinking deeply, don't be mistaken, escaping the avatar of the punishing god won't be easy. In my previous life, out of 2,700 people, only about 500 survived. People had lost combat status and lay scattered on the ground. Just staying alive was already difficult. At first, the avatar of the punishing god was such a tough monster that it took 5 level 40 players to have any chance against it. He glanced up at the brightly glowing crack in the sky. But I plan to kill it outright to claim the big reward. Ryu Min recalled the moment he took down the Angel Briel because he had the title from killing Briel. The system announced the title, First Angel Slayer. The condition to obtain it is to be the first to kill an angel, its effect. When fighting divine creatures, all stats are doubled. The title of first to slay an angel doubles all your stats when fighting divine beings. A blinding angel appeared, spreading its wings wide. And the avatar of the punishing god is a divine creature. The punishing god's avatar struck an imposing figure that drew every eye and sent the crowd into an uproar. That's the avatar of the punishing god, so if we just avoid it we'll survive. Isn't that too easy? I thought at least some monsters would appear. Yangmin relaxed and exhaled a breath. Damn, you scared me just now. The guy nearby raised his hand to look around but couldn't see anything. The bell on the Agent of Divine Punishment staff gently trembled. The Agent of Divine Punishment took a step forward. The agent glanced at the staff and then raised it high. The staff slammed down on the ground, releasing a powerful stream of magic. The magical energy gradually expanded, shocking everyone. Everyone stared in astonishment at the dazzling light covering the entire space as the system announced, the Agent of Divine Punishment has established a boundary. The people inside the magical boundary panicked, trying to break free but to no avail. What the hell is this? Boundary area the system displayed, unless the one who created the zone lifts it, you are not permitted to leave. The faces of the relic destroyers gradually turned pale, and with worry they asked, can't we leave? Are we trapped inside here? The system responded, the attributes of those within the boundary have decreased by 50%. Those inside pounded on the magical boundary, calling for help, please get us out of here. Ryu Min gazed thoughtfully at them. Nearly 300 people had been captured. One person wondered aloud, what is that huge orb? He felt regretful and thought to himself, it's truly unfortunate, but I can't save those 300 people. The Agent of Divine Punishment looked down silently. In a moment, thousands of swords appeared surrounding the divine being. He turned his head away with a smirk, so it's starting now. Those caught within the magic circle screamed in pain as countless swords rushed toward them. They shouted and desperately tried to dodge the swift, sharp blades. Damn it, does it want us to throw these things? Even to the naked eye, they're hard to see. Countless swords continued to emerge relentlessly from the Agent of Divine Punishment. Cries echoed everywhere as numerous bodies fell under the rain of swords within the limited area. Once trapped inside, avoiding the shafts of light was nearly impossible. The atmosphere grew gloomy, but on the other hand, as long as you could avoid them, nothing else was difficult anymore. Suddenly, Ryu Min slipped away. While everyone was distracted, this was his chance. He cast a calculating glance at the Agent of Divine Punishment. Just as expected when hunting humans, it paid no attention to its back. The moment it lowers its shield, I will strike. The swords continued to relentlessly attack those inside the magic circle. Ryu Min looked up at the magical barrier and a thought flashed through his mind. This is the moment. He gradually advanced toward the back of the Agent of Divine Punishment, thinking he didn't have to worry about it turning around since it no longer had ears. Ryu Min tightly gripped the scythe in his hand and dashed toward the Agent of Divine Punishment. In his mind, the distance between him and it was 5 meters. A marked rune on the agent as he vocalized the seal of death. Ryu Min's sharp scythe aimed straight at the agent of divine punishment. I have to finish it with the very first strike. The agent spun to look back, eyes wide open with astonishment. He swung the scythe at the agent of divine punishment. Now, being cautious was already too late. The agent screamed in pain as streams of water flowed down its head. This move was truly perfect. Ryu Min spun around and slashed once more. I hit its eye directly. His foot landed on the ground. Ryu Min glanced at the agent of divine punishment, wailing pitifully. He thought to himself as he saw the stamina bar above the agent's head thanks to the seal of death. Now it only had 60% stamina left. Just one strike reducing its stamina by 40% wasn't bad at all. Ryu Min immediately ran off without looking back. Surely now it intended to establish a boundary zone to search for him. The agent of divine punishment raised its weapon. The system displayed that the agent had established a boundary zone. He leapt swiftly out of the magical circle and glanced back, but once it realized the boundary zone could not trap anything, it would destroy the boundary. As fast as lightning, Ryu Min charged straight at the agent of divine punishment. His sharp eyes locked firmly onto the agent since he had already taken one of its eyes. Ryu Min swung the scythe, creating a sharp magical wave that hurtled straight at the agent of divine punishment, so he had to take out the other eye as well. The god cried out in pain, his body increasingly covered with wounds. He gently landed on the ground. The system display of the agent of divine punishment had established a boundary. The stats of players inside that boundary had decreased by 50%. Ryu Min smirked, thinking it didn't really matter. Missing an eye, now it was just a punching bag. The agent of divine punishment roared angrily, generating a series of sharp swords. Frowning, he thought to himself, it seemed the god intended to shoot beams of light in all directions to kill him. The god's swords flew up and Ryu Min stood behind, raising his voice, Knight of Death. Dark magic surged, swallowing the swords. The agent of divine punishment was astonished. Ryu Min leapt up, swinging the scythe into the god. Light cannot conquer darkness because the system of this world was designed that way. His eyes turned bloodshot as he slashed the scythe toward the agent of divine punishment. It was time to end this. Ryu Min decisively swung the scythe at the god's wing. The god screamed pitifully as one wing fell off. The agent of divine punishment spun around to look at him. Ryu Min unleashed another strike on the god. He skillfully dodged the attacks from the agent of divine punishment. Ryu Min swung the scythe again, attacking the other remaining wing. The agent of divine punishment howled as the other wing was taken by him. He gently landed on the ground. Ryu Min glanced at the health bar above the agent of divine punishment, thinking its blood level had dropped to about 10%. He watched the agent stand still in one spot before fleeing far away. Now that it's a little farther away, don't rush to kill it. The entire body of the agent of divine punishment shone brightly. The system announced that the conditions had been met and activated the passive skill, Final Brilliant Rune of Radiance, of the agent of divine punishment. The agent of divine punishment is now in an immortal state. Ryu Min looked at the agent solemnly, thinking, after its blood level falls below 10%, it will enter this phase. If I had severed its head before that, I wouldn't be able to kill it later. The agent of divine punishment roared in anger and raised its staff high, creating multiple magic circles. He followed the magic streams, attacking everywhere with anticipation. Show me your final effort. The agent of divine punishment staff produced countless magics. The system sounded, 50 seconds left of the final brilliant rune of radiance. The agent crazily attacked all around, with the system counting down 30 seconds. The agent of divine punishment slammed its staff to the ground, and the system announced 10 seconds, then 5 seconds. Ryu Min smirked, watching the system's countdown, 1 second. All of the agent of divine punishment's magic was withdrawn. The system displayed that the immortal state was lifted. Immediately, he lunged straight at the agent. Ryu Min coldly raised his scythe with eyes sharp as a blade. He struck decisively at the agent of divine punishment. The system continuously announced that you have defeated the agent of divine punishment. You have leveled up, you have leveled up, you have leveled up. Gold increased by 8,200, bonus gold 4,100. Ryu Min calmly watched the agent of divine punishment fall. The system displayed confirmation that you are the first to kill the agent of divine punishment. The system notified that it has awarded the title Challenger of the Agent of Divine Punishment. He watched the body of the Agent of Divine Punishment gradually fall to the ground. The system displayed the title Challenger of the Agent of Divine Punishment. The unlocked condition, become the first to kill the Agent of Divine Punishment. Effect, reduces damage from divine creatures by 80%. 2 items appeared in Ryu Min's hand, and the system announced, you have been rewarded condensed ether for the first kill of the Agent of Divine Punishment. You have been rewarded a rune of radiance for the first kill of the Agent of Divine Punishment. He clenched the 2 items in the palm of his hand. The system notified that the recently obtained rune automatically imprinted a seal on the player's body. Ryu Min glanced at the attributes in the system panel thinking, just as he predicted, he had received condensed ether. The system displayed condensed ether item type. Advanced ether that has undergone multiple refinements. It reveals a 7-colored rainbow light depending on the viewing angle. He pondered, this is the only reason for me to kill the Agent of Divine Punishment. He looked at the items in his bag, reflecting that condensed ether is needed to create god-level items. Ryu Min focused intently on the item he just received. He was also rewarded with the Rune of Radiance. The system displayed that the intelligence effect would increase by 1, and the effectiveness of divine skill abilities would increase by 1% per level. Since he was at level 30, his intelligence would increase by 30, and the skill effectiveness would go up by 30%. He smiled slightly. Soon he wouldn't have to worry about intelligence anymore. The system announced that the hidden side quest was completed, rewarding 3,000 gold. Everyone looked at Ryu Min joyfully, relieved that they had survived. Oh my god. They were confused and whispering, their eyes fixed on Ryu Min, who single-handedly used the black scythe to swiftly eliminate the Agent of Divine Punishment. He really is a monster. A voice echoed, causing everyone to turn around in surprise. It was truly unbelievable. Another angel hovered in the air, clasped his hands, looked at Ryu Min and said, defeating the Agent of Divine Punishment alone, this is the first time Oliver here has acknowledged the power of a human. Oliver the angel flew closer to him and asked with interest, should I interview you a little? Black Scythe player, why did you want to kill the Agent of Divine Punishment? Ryu Min exhaled, thinking those questions were ridiculous. He answered indifferently, because I wanted to. Oliver the angel frowned, confused, intently looking at him. Just surviving means you will be rewarded, but you defied everything just because you wanted to. Ryu Min replied, I couldn't just stand by and watch it slaughter all these players. Everyone was stunned to hear him say that. He stood up to help us. I thought someone so strong would be very arrogant, but he's actually so kind. His character is quite commendable. Oliver the angel put his hand to his chin thoughtfully and spoke, stepping up to help those in the same situation. I've heard humans are strange, and it turns out to be true. You can overlook all conflicts and unite together. She lightly waved her hand, her voice full of frustration. I just can't understand. You're just imagining things. What would selfish angels like you understand? Oliver the angel rolled his eyes at the players and said coldly, you have tried hard to survive, but it's still not time to relax. I smirked with a dangerous grin. Remember, whether you get eliminated depends on the overall performance. Let's take a look at the results. The system displays the round 3 results for all areas. Black Scythe Death level 30 has killed 3,631. The Foolish level 13 Mage has killed 982. The Dark Knight level 13 has killed 963. Current area ESCs 45-5. Black Scythe Death level 30 has killed 3,631. On Saintial Knight level 11 has killed 687. Corin Summoner level 11 has killed 576. Everyone was amazed, their eyes glued to the system board. The Black Scythe alone had killed over 3,600 monsters, while the second place didn't even reach 1,000. Moreover, it showed that he was really level 30. It's crazy, right? Did he get extra experience points or something? Ryu Min pondered quietly, realizing that he must have received extra experience points, but only by topping the leaderboard in all areas would he truly understand. The system announced, congratulations on completing the mission by ranking first in all areas. Congratulations on completing the mission by ranking first in the current area. Your reward for first place in all areas is a special reward selection voucher. The system sounded again, your reward for first place in the current area is a rare intermediate ring selection ticket. He kept tapping on the system board, thinking, an intermediate ring selection ticket, here it is. The system notified you can choose one of the rings below. Rewards, please touch the reward you select. Ring of Impairment, Ring of Magic Blue, Ring of Resistance. Ryu Min selected an item. Judging by the names alone, it seemed like the weakest, but he chose the Ring of Resistance. The system displayed the properties of the rare Ring of Resistance. Rare level ring, luck +4, resistance 35, durability 450-450, requires normal level or higher. Description: the ring helps resist adverse status effects. Ryu Min focused intently on the item, thinking that no matter how high his stats were, once affected by a detrimental status effect, death would be certain. Resistance does not increase with stats. So taking this now is the best choice. Although at the moment, I don't need it much since monsters mainly attack to cause damage rather than applying many negative effects. He continued thinking about the system notification. You may select one of the following rewards. Rewards, please tap the reward you choose. The 50% stat increase applies only to round 4, 4,000 gold, information on round 4. Ryu Min still carefully examined each reward. Indeed, there was no buff effect for triple experience points. After all, the purpose of round 4 was not to kill monsters. He reached out and pressed his choice. Then I will choose the second one, gold. Oliver the Angel clasped his hands together and spoke slyly. How is it, humans? Have you checked your rankings yet? Those ranked 1225 and below will be cut. Everyone panicked and begged to be spared. Angel, please wait, I think the system miscalculated. Please check again, I have killed tons of monsters, so how could my rank be this low? Her eyes flashed with contempt as she said, what kind of bugs can't make it into the top 1225? Oliver grinned wickedly and snapped his fingers. They will be eliminated right now. They screamed in panic and agony as magical energy engulfed them. Somebody save me. The system announces the end of round 3. All survivor areas 214,007,550. Current area ESCs 45-5. Number of survivors 1,225. Souls will be transferred to bodies in the current spatial dimension. The next round will begin on April 1, 2023. We will meet you again in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. Corin woke up with a start, gasping for breath on her bed. She looked down at her hands and then touched her face with joy, thinking, I'm back. I survived round 3. Corin hurriedly got out of bed. Not only that, I also achieved the summoner profession. She smiled and looked up at the winged creature that had just appeared, summoning the fairy spirit. Corin gently smiled as she looked at the winged creature perched on her shoulder. It always stayed close to her in every round. I was able to complete round 3 safely thanks to these adorable fairy spirits creating shields, and also because my bodyguard distracted the enemy's attention. There is one more thing. Corin stared intently at the system panel in front of her, thinking that she was among the top 3 ranks. She reached out to take an item from the system panel. Corin held the magic stone in her hand, wondering if Black Scythe would like the magic stone she just received as a reward. Yangmin reached out and grabbed the night lamp. He threw the lamp against the wall, shattering it to pieces, then shouted loudly. Yangmin gritted his teeth and roared in rage, damn it, Black Scythe, the system announcement has applied the punishment. All stats have been permanently reduced by 50%. He spun around abruptly and quickly strode toward the bed, scolding himself silently, damn it. If I had known it would turn out like this, I wouldn't have ordered those guys to destroy the relic. The ringing phone startled him. Yangmin picked up the phone. His face turned pale as he looked at the phone. I'm doomed. Yangmin nervously stared at the phone, saw Seunghan calling, and thought to himself that he was finished. He answered the call, Seunghan. Then the voice on the other end started cursing, hey, are you crazy? Seunghan gritted his teeth as he listened to Yangmin speak, saying, what the hell is wrong with you guys? He angrily yelled at him, don't pretend to be dumb with me. Don't you know that because of you, our group is practically finished? How can you use your authority to boss around your friends and then even dare to call yourself a person? Yangmin loudly defended himself, look, I had no other choice. If I hadn't followed orders, I would have been dealt with by the Black Scythe. Hearing that, Seunghan said, in that case you should have just died. This stunned him. Angrily, he continued to speak harsh words. Instead of hurting your friends, you should just sleep forever. Yangmin indignantly shouted back, you bastard, that's not fair to me at all. Don't these guys see that my stats decreased because I was representing the area? Immediately, Seunghan did not tolerate silently but blamed him, acting as if he was the only one who got reduced. We were also used by our friend. If you hadn't been greedy for the regional representative position from the start, none of this would have happened. You traitorous bastard. His voice over the phone seemed to lose composure, rendering Yongmin silent and speechless. He nervously called Kim Seunghan, but he didn't answer and firmly stated, "Don't ever call me again, whether in reality or the other world, just pretend you don't know me because if I see your face again, I'm going to lose it and kill you." Looking at the phone in his hand, he sighed helplessly. He then continuously dialed to call others. What did I do wrong to end up like this? I'm a victim too. In his mind, he planned to rally the others to crush that bastard. But the phone notified that the number you dialed is currently unreachable, surprising him. Before the phone finished the notification, Yongmin was so furious he threw it away. "Please call again later." He cursed those damn bastards. Then he stood silently, lost in thought. Right, friends, I don't need them. Everyone has their own life. What did that guy say? If he sees me again, he'll kill me. Does he want to fight me or what? Immediately after, anger made him grit his teeth. Next time, just try to face me, I'll kill all of you. At a hotel, a voice echoed, "Come in, unit commander on." A question rang out, "This time you survived and came back, huh?" On Saint-Yeol bowed his head and replied, "I was lucky." Ma Jeonrok sat leisurely at his desk and asked him, "The third round must have been tough, are you okay?" He answered, "Yes sir, I didn't have too much difficulty, maybe the monsters have grown weaker." Ma Jeonrok continued to probe, "What level are you now, have you got a class yet?" On Saint-Yeol politely replied, "Sir, I am currently level 11, my class is Dark Knight and Co Arin is at the same level as me." He added that her class was different, she is a summoner. This surprised Ma Jeonrok, a summoner. He remarked, "Amazing, I didn't expect that to be a common class." On Saint-Yeol raised his hand and recounted, "I was quite surprised too. After her class changed, she summoned a fairy spirit to create a shield. Thanks to her, I can hunt safely." Ma Jeonrok thought for a moment, then praised him, "Very good." He said with interest, "Keep up your relationship with actress Seo. If you want, you could even date her." Hearing that, he was flustered. "Date her? What do you mean, sir?" The other chuckled lightly and explained, "I just meant that dating makes it easier to discover each other's weaknesses. I don't mean seriously dating her." On Saint-Yeol wondered, "So should I date her, sir?" Seeing him like that, Ma Jeonrok laughed happily and said, "It's been a long time since I've seen you this flustered." He said that if it was too much trouble, it wasn't necessary. Upon receiving that answer, On Saint-Yeol breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, I understand now, after all, Co Arin doesn't like me anyway." Ma Jeonrok was curious. "Why not? You're reliable and manly after all." He replied, "She's still very particular about me, still calls me bodyguard." He said indifferently, "Oh, I see." He pushed that issue aside, crossing his legs and asking, "So then what is the urgent report you want to give me?" He nervously lowered his head. First, I want to apologize to you." He asked why. On Saint-Yeol candidly accepted the blame. "I failed to carry out your order to assist Black Scythe, and I also did not manage to deliver your message to him." Ma Jeonrok said casually, "Oh, I see, surely you have a reason." He answered, "Yes, hear what happened." Then the two sat down to listen to On Saint-Yeol's explanation. He silently focused on his story. After hearing everything, he put his hand to his mouth, pondering, "Agent of divine punishment, huh? Sounds like a formidable opponent. So Black Scythe killed it." On Saint-Yeol said, "Yes sir, he used overwhelming skills to deal with it, as if he already knew how to win." He hesitated to express his impression. "Black Scythe seems like the kind of person who doesn't need anyone's help." Ma Jeonrok seriously reflected, "So his stats really surpass what we imagined. Strong enough that I feel embarrassed for having thought myself strong with the Dark Knight's rune." His eyes turned yellow with anticipation. "Black Scythe, if there's a chance, I want to meet you." Then he spoke, "You had your reasons, so I won't hold you responsible." Meanwhile, On Saint-Yeol kept apologizing repeatedly, I'm sorry." He raised his glass, lightly dismissing the matter. "Enough already, what are the results of tracking down those thugs?" He reported what he knew to him. The first name was Yongmin. Even if that's his real name, there are dozens of people with the same name across the country. But if he is in his 20s and living in Seoul, that narrows it down to about 5 people, I guess. Ma Jeonrok asked about their locations. He awkwardly said the detective agency said it would take a month to determine their home addresses. He sighed in disappointment. "A month, huh? Then we won't know until after round 4. He held the bottle and poured a drink for him. "Well, there's no rush, so we can take our time." He wondered how much gold he had managed to earn so far. He answered, "About 10,000 gold." Ma Jeonrok pondered and reminded him, "That's half the amount. There's a common skill in the shop called tracking, so remember to learn it once you've earned 20,000 gold. On Saint-Yeol wisely agreed, "Understood." Then he suddenly remembered something else and promptly reported, Ah, sir, I was a bit distracted and forgot to tell you that last month a shareholder bought a large number of shares in your company. He was puzzled and asked which company of mine I was referring to. He quickly answered that the Devil Consulting Company was the one you are currently focusing on. Ma Jionrok put the glass of wine down on the table and asked how much stake that person held. On Sangcheol revealed, please don't be too surprised, it is as much as 31%. He was stunned. What? Someone bought as much as 31% of the shares. He confirmed, yes, even I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw the screen. He thought Devil Consulting Company's market value is 90 billion, so 31% means that person invested 28 billion. Can one person really have that much money? His eyes turned yellow again as he concentrated. Is this some rich guy I don't know about, or is it done by my own brothers? Then Ma Jionrok reached for his phone. No matter what, he was sure that person invested as much as 31% to be able to participate directly in management. Holding the phone in his hand, he asked Unit Chief on Sangcheol, what is the contact information of this major shareholder? Another person was also holding a phone, waiting. That was Ryu Min, eagerly anticipating. It was about time he contacted me. I couldn't call him first. As a major shareholder, I had to save face. Suddenly, Ryu Won rushed in hastily. Brother, which floor are you at? Startling him so much that he dropped his phone on the floor. He sat up in pain, wondering why he was being asked that question out of the blue. Ryu Won hurriedly said that there was this kid who was extremely arrogant and kept bragging that his brother's level was very high. He grumbled, telling how they kept mocking him and said that his brother was already level 11 and had obtained a profession. Hearing that, Ryu Min sighed helplessly, saying level 11 is higher than yours, so don't worry. Ryu Won was doubtful, asking if that was true and what level he was. He put his hand on his neck, awkwardly thinking about how to tell her, since telling the truth might cause a lot of trouble. After that, he lied that he was level 12. Ryu Won was excited and asked if that was really true and if he also had a profession. He said of course, which made Ryu Won eagerly curious. What is it? What is it? What profession do you have? But Ryu Min decisively pulled the blanket over himself and lay down, keeping it a secret. This made Ryu Won disappointed, saying, come on, we're brothers, how can you have secrets? He coldly replied, of course I have, go outside, I need to sleep a bit more. Ryu Won sulked and stepped out. Fine, he said. He slammed the door shut. At that moment, Ryu Min's phone rang. He held it in his hand and said, it's here. He sat up and answered the call. Hello, a voice from the phone asked, is this Ryu Min? He replied, yes, who is this? The voice on the other end introduced himself. Hello, I am Ma Jionrok, the executive director of Devil Consulting Company. Upon hearing this, he smiled thoughtfully, deciding to play dumb at first. The more he appeared to be an easy mark, the more he could make the other party lower their guard. Ryu Min said, ah, hello. Ma Jionrok cheerfully asked, last month you invested a fortune into our company, right? Are you pretending not to know about it? Yes, what's the matter? He wants to meet you. Since you have become the largest shareholder of the Devil Consulting Company, I want to meet you. I'm planning to treat you to a meal. He said, ah, okay. He was delighted and said, great. He scheduled with him, how about this Friday? Ryu Min opened his calendar and thought, this Friday is very important to obtain the Rune of Inner. He suggested, I already have plans on Friday, so I can't. How about Saturday? He immediately agreed, okay, see you then. He folded his arms, a bit curious. Good, I knew Ma Jionrok would call. After all, he founded the Devil Consulting Company to be recognized by his father. He would never treat a major shareholder badly. Ryu Min was excited before meeting Ma Jionrok. I should go get the runes I need. In another space, there are many ways to obtain runes. They can be found in certain places in certain rounds. Or they can be special rewards. They can also drop from boss monsters after you defeat them. Or from regular monsters in extremely rare cases, but it can still happen. But Ryu Min realized there was a way not many knew. You can also obtain runes in real life. He stepped into a large warehouse. Stepping up the stairs, he knew that of course the conditions for the rune to appear were somewhat complicated. He hid in a corner, thinking that Jang Xiaokine would appear here soon. Ryu Min unpleasantly recalled that the nickname Jang Xiaokine was also his real name. I will never forget that name, because he was the criminal who kidnapped my younger brother, and I still remember that guy's voice clearly. When he kidnapped Ryu Won, he asked if I wanted to see him and then pressed a knife to my neck, threatening Ryu Min, so there had to be a corresponding price, something like giving me the hidden information that others didn't know. At that time, I tried to explain, what nonsense is this? How could I possibly know any such information? He laughed when he heard that from me. Then he turned and glared at Ryu-min. Don't lie to me, you're a fake time traveler. I was stunned, how could he know that? While I was confused, Jang Xiaokan came closer and said, you're wondering how I knew, right? I have the rune of inner, I use it to fake read your brother's thoughts. Of course, I also know what you're thinking right now. After that, he lay motionless in a pool of blood on the ground, and I helped Ryu one up and left. Since that incident, I have been seeking revenge against Jang Xiaokan from the 11th time travel until now. That is why my goal no longer carries any personal grudge at all. But then he put on the mask, his eyes full of determination. I will obtain the rune of inner before that guy. Immediately the warehouse door was opened, and Jang Xiaokan entered carrying a woman with him. It was today, right in this place. He threw her down onto the mattress on the floor. Then used his hand to peel the tape off her mouth, saying, I'll take the tape off, so don't scream, understand? As soon as the tape was removed, she immediately begged in fear, please spare me, I beg you. He pointed dismissively and said, damn it, I let you open your mouth but you can only say that much, try saying something different. Jang Xiaokan frowned, holding the tape in his hand. Help me, I have a little child, I'll give you money. I don't want to hear any of that nonsense. That made the woman tremble with fear. I'm sorry, I apologize. He threw the tape away and asked, sorry for what? The woman knelt down, clasping her hands together and replied, sir, you're doing this because of the way I looked at you disrespectfully the other day, right? I'm truly sorry. Hearing this, he stepped forward and interrogated, that's right. Why did you do something that makes you feel guilty? He said, I was in a bad mood that day, don't you know? 2 nights ago, Jang Xiaokan was wandering the streets. As he walked, he thought, which girl should I choose today? I feel like just one woman can help me relieve all my problems. Then he noticed a girl with a beautiful figure. He turned back to look at her back, then followed her into an alley, glancing around. Seeing no one around, Jang Xiaokan quickened his pace toward the girl. He immediately emitted a light that appeared and blocked the girl's path, leaving her shocked. He used his hand to make her eyes unable to see anything, causing her to panic. My eyes, I can't see anything at all. Her belongings and buttons fell to the ground amidst screams. Who are you, Chihan? After doing the bad deed, he left, leaving the girl triumphant. Truly, it was a pleasure. The current situation makes me want to act freely as much as I want, it's just too good. He used to be in a re-education center. My previous life was boring as hell, so even if I died, it wouldn't matter. Then one day, he found a rune of radiance that could make the body glow and blind opponents. For him, this was a new joy. This rune was perfect for him to find happiness. He entered a shop. A woman greeted him warmly, welcoming his visit. Jang Xiaokan smiled slyly, she was quite pretty. He approached the counter and ordered, give me a large iced Americano. She politely replied, yes, your order is 5,001. He handed over the money to pay and then probed, by the way, are you a part-time worker here? I'm a regular customer at this place, but you're not the staff I usually see here. She forced a smile and answered, ah, so you're a regular, I'm really sorry, it's because I didn't know, all the part-time staff have taken time off. You know how it is now, the world has become truly strange. Hearing that, he thought it made sense. They could die anytime, so there was no way they would waste time working part-time. Jang Xiaokan started a conversation while she prepared drinks. Are you the owner of this shop? She replied that she was. Then he asked, how old are you? You look quite young. She answered, oh, I am 32 years old. Knowing the woman's age, he laughed amusedly and said, so you're not a player. She responded, yes, I'm relieved too. Then he directly approached and said, may I have your phone number? I already like you. This made her quite confused. Seeing her awkwardly looking at him, he quietly asked, what's wrong? Then he showed a displeased attitude. Why are you making that face? Do you hate my face that much? She was embarrassed and asked, what? He shouted loudly, are you really disgusted by the spots on my face that much? Jang Xiaokan angrily slammed his fist on the table and cursed, this is so annoying. I'm not drinking that cup of coffee, so give me my money back. It's disgusting. Seeing his attitude, the woman cautiously, fearfully handed the money back to him. Here, your refund. Immediately, he rudely snatched the bill back. Jang Xiaokan aggressively stormed out of the shop, cursing the bitch who, just because she was a bit pretty, judged others by their looks and looked down on them. In his anger, he decided, I will make you pay for looking down on me with that contemptible gaze. Then, as she stepped outside the store, he struck her unconscious with a stick. Back in the present, she could only kneel and plead with him, I'm sorry, sir. He lectured the woman, you shouldn't look down on others just because of their appearance, understand? She obediently listened. Yes, I won't do that anymore. Suddenly, Jiang Xiaokai turned his face away, showing displeasure. This won't do, you don't seem sincere. Then he pushed the woman down. He grabbed both her hands. Do you think I don't know? You're just pretending to apologize so you can be released. She kept begging, please let me go. A figure appeared in the distance. He raised his hand toward the woman with a sinister smile. You admit your mistake, right? If you do, then pay the price for your wrongdoing. She struggled and cried out, I'm sorry, it's my fault, okay, while he smugly touched her. That's right, so stay still. The figure was approaching them. A voice rang out, you stay right there, understood. Hearing the voice, Jiang Xiaokai was startled and dumbfounded. He was confused and suspicious. What the heck is this? I thought no one was here. Is he a detective or something? He quickly turned around and shouted, damn it, who is it? The voice replied calmly, don't swear. Ryu Min appeared, holding a black scythe in hand, saying, anyway, you were going to shout and curse yourself shortly. Jiang Xiaokai stood stunned. What is that huge scythe and a white mask too? He sneered and looked at him saying, you crazy bastard, do you think this is a playground for your little tricks? Ryu Min raised the scythe. It seems you still don't fully understand the situation. Do you think this looks like a toy? He swung the scythe decisively. He started to worry, wait a minute, then spoke up to ask, is it real? Are you a player? He mocked him, how stupid, what do you think? Then he looked at the woman and said, you may leave now, miss, this is your only chance. Jiang Xiaokai turned to look at her and shouted, who said that? A sound echoed from the ground. It was Ryu Min stomping his foot to gain momentum and darting toward him. He grabbed the scythe's handle and stabbed straight into his vulnerable spot. Jiang Xiaokai screamed loudly in agony, collapsing onto his knees and cursing fiercely. He calmly stood before him and said, I told you you would be cursing a lot. Ryu Min turned to the woman, go ahead, leave this guy to me. She gratefully thanked him, thank you. As she ran away, he swung the scythe down to the ground and said, now it's just the two of us, right? Ryu Min smiled at Jiang Xiaokai, now the real game begins. He angrily grabbed the dagger from the ground, stood up and cursed, damn you, I'll kill you, you bastard. He stood still watching him provoke. Your attitude's not bad, if you gave up this soon what fun would there be? He shouted back, you bastard, how dare you laugh in my face. Then Jiang Xiaokai wildly swung his knife to attack, but he dodged all of them. He kept attacking continuously and began to lose strength, feeling bewildered inside. What the hell is this? Did he dodge all my attacks? Dodging his attack, he glanced at the dagger. Unexpectedly, you even brought along a goblin's dagger. Then he decisively swung the scythe to chop at his hand. His severed arm caused Jiang Xiaokai to scream in pain. Seeing him like that, Ryu Min put one hand into his pants pocket and asked, does it hurt? Watching him tremble while clutching his arm, he said, I haven't even started yet. Then he moved with very high speed. In the blink of an eye, he rushed past and cut off Jiang Xiaokai's other arm. Hearing his screams, he coldly said, look at your overreaction. At that moment, he trembled all over in fear, thinking that at this rate he would be killed, if he wanted to stay alive and escape from here. He looked at him and realized that to find a way out, he had to blind him. Then he used his ability to create a light that blinded others, saying, die, brat. Just as he fiercely charged, he suddenly froze. Jiang Xiaokai was bewildered. What was happening? Why was it ineffective? Ryu Min looked at him silently. Try to shine whatever amount of light you want, it's useless. Night of Death does not allow any source of light to exist. He had planned in advance, knowing that Guy would use this move, so he activated the Seal of Death skill beforehand and smiled. He decided in his mind that even if there was no Night of Death, he would still cut off this guy's wrists and ankles first. Immediately, he swung the scythe. Ryu Min decisively severed both legs of Jiang Xiaokai. He collapsed with a scream of utter terror. With fear and pain, he shed tears and questioned him, you devil, why are you treating me like this? Why? He spoke up, why? At the same time, the scythe moved, stabbing straight into his thigh. Ryu Min withdrew the scythe and asked back, then why do people exterminate pests? He answered his own question, because letting them live only causes harm. Each word of his was like a stab into the man's body. But Jiang Xiaokai still did not change his attitude and continued to arrogantly curse. Damn it, you lunatic. Seeing that, he said, let's see how long you can keep that attitude. Then there was only the sound of blood and screams flooding the room. Jiang Xiaokai lay face down on the ground with countless stab wounds covering his body. In his mind he wondered, damn it, why is this guy doing this to me? What grudge do I have against him? He was frustrated, thinking, this isn't fair at all, truly unfair. He bit his lip tightly, hesitated, and thought that instead of enduring this, maybe he should just commit suicide. Tears streamed down his face as he squeezed his eyes shut, preparing to bite his tongue to kill himself. Fine, let's just die already. But then Ryu Min's scythe was pressed against Jang Xiaokai's neck, startling him. He raised his head and looked at him suspiciously. With cold eyes he looked down and said, "What's wrong, planning to bite your tongue and commit suicide? Do you think I'll just let you go like that? He declared that until you kneel and beg me to set you free, you are not allowed to die." Then the scythe swung down on him once again. And so it kept swinging continuously, striking every part of Jang Xiaokai's body. His face turned pale from the torture. "I have to make this pain stop." His lips trembled as he said, "Kill me, please." Ryu Min stood looking, asking, "What did you say?" He pleaded with him, "Kill me, please." He wondered, "Are you serious about this?" Jang Xiaokai was still lying on the ground, begging, "Please kill me." He sighed. He lifted the scythe onto his shoulder and asked him, "You don't know why I have to go this far, do you? After all, you and I are complete strangers." Ryu Min revealed to him that they couldn't really be considered complete strangers. "Jang Xiaokai, here's the thing, we have met before." He was stunned. How does he know his name? He was curious and said, "Don't tell me you have something to do with that woman." He turned away and answered, "No, I have nothing to do with her." He wondered then why. Ryu Min explained, "You kidnapped my younger brother and threatened me so I would reveal hidden information to you." He didn't know and asked, "Did I really do that?" He calmly replied, "Of course you don't remember, since it's a matter of the future that hasn't happened yet." He added, "For me this matter is in the past. If I don't intervene now, you will obtain the rune of inner." Ryu Min told him that a rune is hidden here. "Do you know the condition for it to appear? It's when it hears the true voice of another person." He still looked confused. The true voice. He explained that the voice comes from the heart, sincere and without deceit. He looked at him with disdain. "If I hadn't appeared here, you would have raped and threatened that woman. She would then use her true voice to beg you to spare her, and you would obtain the rune of inner and use it to commit even more crimes." Jang Xiaokai remained silent before his accusations. "This has been proven many times through my regressions. But even without that, your previous 1 or 2 convictions already show that you are a damn despicable bastard." He pleaded, "If I am worthy of death, please kill me quickly." But he refused. "No, I will not touch you." It shocked him because he could not end the pain right now. He raised the handle of the black scythes. Ryu Min pressed it firmly across Jang Xiaokai's mouth to silence him. He looked at him with loathing. "What do you think I've been doing all this time? I've been waiting for you to stop breathing on your own." He was in pain but couldn't beg. "I told him to kill me quickly. This pain is unbearable. Didn't you want to have the rune of inner thoughts? Didn't you want to hear the true voice coming from my heart?" He squeezed his eyes shut, feeling the pain. "So why did you stop me from speaking? Why didn't I let you speak?" I read his thoughts and answered, "Because I wanted to try the rune of inner thoughts." Jang Xiaokai widened his eyes. "What?" He said indifferently, "Sorry, but I already got the rune. Don't you remember you sincerely begged me to kill you? Straight from your own heart. When he was in pain from having his limbs cut off, I felt that the rune reacted to your true voice at that moment. At this moment, the system announced that you have caused the target to use their true voice, fulfilling the activation condition. You have discovered the rune of inner thoughts hidden in this place." That rune hovered and shone before him. The system announced that the rune will automatically be engraved into the player's body. The rune of inner thoughts allows you to read the thoughts of the target before you. If you observe the target, you can also glimpse their inner intentions, but only if you are within 30 meters of the target, then it breaks into pieces and merges into Ryu Min's body. He said indifferently, "I'll check a little to see how it is, and as you can see, the rune is very effective." Hearing that, he couldn't reply, only think inside his head, "You have what you want now, so please just kill me." He answered the questions in his head, "Well, I can't just kill you that easily, that wouldn't be fair to your victims." The last thing Jang Xiaokai could think of was that damn devil thing. His body was completely motionless. He stood up, looked at the motionless corpse, thought the guy was dead with no witnesses, but he still needed to clean up this mess. So he decided to use the skill he had just learned this time. Ryu Min then used Erase Traces. Its effect appeared. The ordinary skill Erase Traces removes all traces at the scene including the body, blood, fingerprints, and footprints. Then everything was covered by a certain blue light. Watching that light gradually make everything disappear, he knew it was effective. Better not leave any mess behind. After achieving his goal, Ryu Min took off his mask and left, ready for the next plan. Now I have what I want. Tomorrow I should go meet Ma Jionruk. Morning in the city center. Seeing Ryu Min dressed handsomely, Ryu Won was surprised. Ryu Won looked at him curiously. Hey, are you going on a date today? He denied putting his hand inside his shirt. How could it be a date? Ryu Won was suspicious. He had never seen him dress so formally before. He replied, this is an important occasion. I'm about to meet with a business partner. Ryu Won was shocked and stepped forward to probe. Are you planning to branch out into business? Ryu Min didn't answer, only nodded and dialed his phone. Seeing this, Ryu Won scratched his head worriedly. Just the other day, he had invested all their money in stocks and now going into business. If he failed, he would be very upset. Reading his younger brother's thoughts, he let out a relieved sigh. Instead of worrying about their finances, his brother was worried about him, so endearing. Then he smiled confidently and said, if this meeting goes well, I'll tell you all the details. You don't need to worry, you trust your big brother, don't you? Ryu Won immediately replied, of course I trust you, who else would I trust? Ryu Min reminded him, wait here for me, it's very dangerous outside right now, all because of other players. He awkwardly followed Ryu Won out of the room. Yes, I've seen the news. They're using their powers to commit crimes. I also heard that overseas, criminals are having issues using their powers to escape prison. Ryu Min spoke seriously, that's right. If the age fits, even criminals are given the chance to become players. In his mind, he knew players were becoming stronger and stronger, while the population was decreasing every month, so if nothing changed, that would actually be strange. He recalls that later there will be a period when ordinary people are hunted like animals and treated like slaves. That is when the players reach the peak of their power. So Ryu Min was very determined. Before the world turns into such a chaotic place, he needed to become overwhelmingly strong to dominate everyone and also raise the reputation of the Black Scythe. He turned back to remind Ryu Won, generally saying that if she went outside she should be careful. Ryu Won obediently replied, okay, when will you tell me about your business? But he only told her it was a secret, which made Ryu Won extremely curious. She was too inquisitive. He raised his hand to pinch Ryu Won's cheek and reminded her carefully, I will tell you soon, so don't nag anymore. Just wait here and order food on your own. Buy something more expensive than black bean noodles, got it? Ryu Won answered, I know. Ryu Min stood in front of a magnificent hotel looking around. Just as he expected, the guy had arranged to meet him here, like how the home team has the advantage in football. He stepped inside the place Ma Jionruk chose for their lunch meeting. Officially, it was a hotel belonging to the Osung Corporation, but in reality it was one of Ma Jionruk's hotels. Of course, this was top-secret information, probably only he knew this truth. At most, only Ma Jionruk's relatives knew as well. He had to try using this information to make himself more valuable in Ma Jionruk's eyes. He pretended to glance around to appear naive. Before that, I had to act true to my own image first. The more innocent I looked, the better. He tried to appear shy and said, hello, I have an appointment here, and I was told to go to the reception desk. The professional female receptionist asked, are you talking about an appointment with the chairman of the Devil Consulting Company? He answered, yes, that's right. She stepped out to guide Ryu Min, saying the chairman would be here soon. While waiting, he could sit over there. He bowed his head and smiled, all right, thank you. Sitting down, he kept glancing around as if everything were unfamiliar. Perfect. Now I just need to sit still for a bit and pretend to be like those country bumpkins who just arrived in the city. He looked up at the lamp and deliberately said loudly, that twisted lamp is really cool. Someone approached him and asked, are you Ryu Min? I thought you'd finally arrived. Ryu Min hurriedly stood up, yes sir. Seeing him, An Sangcheol looked quite surprised. He reached out with a questioning gesture, have we met before at the Galleria Long-Term Hotel? He acknowledged, yes, I think we met when I went to deliver rice cakes after moving in. You were the one who came with Corin. He bowed politely, yes, I apologize for behaving impolitely at that time. An Sangcheol was stunned. The guy didn't even look 20, yet this kid was a major shareholder who had invested 28 billion. Looking at his attitude, Ryu Min understood what he was thinking. Surely he was suspicious of him. It's hard to believe someone his age would have that much money, so his reaction was normal, right? He scratched his neck to appear friendly. It's nothing really, we're not exactly close. I didn't expect the chairman of the Devil Consulting Company to live right above me. An Sangcheol embarrassedly explained, please don't misunderstand, I'm not the chairman. He placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. Sorry for the delay in introducing myself. I am unit head on Sangcheol. The chairman will be arriving a little late, so I came ahead of him. He raised his hand to gesture the way. Let's go inside and wait. He replied, all right. Inside the room, An Sangcheol seated him alone at the table and stepped outside, asking him to wait here for a moment. He bowed in greeting and stepped out. Then he took out his phone and sent a message. He texted, Sir Chairman, I have personally met him, and he definitely couldn't have invested that amount on his own. Surely someone instructed him to act in his place, so please be cautious. Ryu Min sat inside feeling smug. He had guessed it exactly. He told An Sangcheol to probe first. For such an important meeting, there's no way someone meticulous like Ma Jeonrak would be accidentally late. Suddenly, footsteps caught his attention as someone entered. Ma Jeonrak stepped in to greet him. Hello, I am Ma Jeonrak, the chairman of the Devil Consulting Company. He extended his hand for a handshake. He took his hand and introduced himself. I am Ryu Min. He politely invited you to sit down. I sat down and replied, yes, Unit Chief An Sangcheol will sit beside me. He responded, yes. Ryu Min sat down and thought to himself that he intended to include An Sangcheol in this meeting without consulting him. It seemed like he planned to take the initiative. Ma Jeonrak spoke up, before we discuss anything, let's have lunch first. I've prepared Korean dishes and hope they suit your taste. Then a line of people carried in plates of food. Looking at the gourmet dishes on the table, he tried to appear interested. In such a luxurious hotel, everything tasted excellent. Ryu Min then picked up food and ate while praising, the food is very delicious. Ma Jeonrak calmly replied, knowing you like it reassures me. Observing his manners, he thought the unit chief An Sangcheol was right. He was still too young to invest 28 billion on his own. Even if he had that money, it seemed he lacked the courage to do so. Surely, he was already collaborating with someone else. Ma Jeonrak grew curious about who had sent him here. Was it his own comrades or someone else? He decided he just needed to find out the truth and began probing. The first time I met you, I was very surprised. Ryu Min, I never expected our major shareholder to be so young. May I ask how old you are? He answered, I'm 20 years old. Upon hearing that, his expression showed considerable astonishment. He acted normal, but his face showed a bit of embarrassment. I'm 20, you're 29, it's really great to meet someone around my age, he replied. Yes, I'm happy too. He continued to probe, so how is it that at this age you can make such a large amount of money? Are you the son of a tycoon family? Ryu Min looked at him, he was straightforward indeed. He waved his hand laughingly. Not at all, I'm just an ordinary student up until a few months ago. Ma Jeonrak was curious, up until a few months ago, he answered, that's right, have you been following the news lately, he asked, implying. Ryu Min asked him, have you seen the news about the person who won the lottery 4 times in a row and suddenly became a millionaire? He replied, I have seen that news. He revealed it was him, that's me, I'm the one who won the lottery 4 times in a row. The other man was stunned, what? Then incredulously he asked doubtfully, is it true? Are you the lottery winner who appeared in the news a few months ago? He admitted, yes. Noticing something unusual, he wondered. According to the news, the total prize money was only about 60 billion won. How did you make 280 billion? He explained, I invested a bit in Bitcoin. The answer made Ma Jeonrak somewhat skeptical. Bitcoin, that's all, he said. He replied politely, yes. He continued to ask, you really are unbelievable. What made you invest 60 billion into Bitcoin? I don't think I could do that. An Sangcheol looked at Ryu Min, looks like you're very lucky. He answered, it's not luck. An Sangcheol recalled, that's right, I remember there was an article stating that you said the numbers on the lottery ticket came from a dream you had. If so, how could that not be luck? He calmly said, I didn't dream of it. This only made them more curious, so how then? He turned to look at Ma Jeonrak, thinking this was the only way he could gain his acceptance and make him side with him. He tried to appear mysterious. This is the first time I'm revealing this to anyone, but I have a rune that lets me see the future. This left them incredulous and confused. Ryu Min continued to reveal that this rune helps me see events a few years ahead, in other words. I am a prophet who can foresee the future. An Sangcheol and Ma Jeonrak looked at him in bewilderment. He wondered if he had just heard what he thought he did. An Sangcheol also sat stiffly, thinking, prophet, what nonsense is this kid talking about? He asked again, are you serious? He placed both hands firmly on the table. Why would I lie to you? Hearing this, he quickly asked, so are you saying that your winning the lottery was because you used a rune to foresee the future? He happily explained, yes, that's also why I invested in Bitcoin to get richer. Because I could see the future, I was confident to invest all my money into it. He looked at him with disbelief and said, if you don't mind, can you prove it to me? If you can, then predict what I will do in a moment. He paused for a moment to think. Guessing what he would do next was easy because I could read his mind. But to prevent any trouble, it was best to set limits on my ability beforehand. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, I'm really sorry, but I can't use this ability freely. It will activate unexpectedly and beyond my control. I thought silently, it's understandable that runes which allow foresight into the future come with such limitations. He picked up his glass of water, ready to drink. Suddenly, Ma Jionrak recalled something. He called to me, this Ryu Min, about your investment of 28 billion in our company. I replied, yes, I know that the Devil Consulting Company will grow very strongly in the future, so I invested in it. He asked curiously, how strong is this growth you're talking about? Ryu Min immediately explained, within half a year, it can enter the Kospi list without any issues. Upon hearing that, he was immediately pleased. His eyes lit up brightly. He controlled himself and thought silently, if that happens, how great it would be, not only recognized by my father, but I could also sit in the chairman's seat. I seem a bit too excited already, just because of information I haven't even verified. I'm smiling like that. While picking up some food, I continued, but if you want to succeed, you have to completely change the business model. An Sangchial heard this and asked blankly, what do you mean by business model? He slammed his hand on the table in anger, demanding that the request was outrageous. At a time like this, are you telling us to change our business? You might as well tell us to change the company's name. Seeing him lose his temper, An stopped him. Unit Chief An. Although like that, he remained very calm as he picked up his food. Since the type of business will change, of course, the name must also change. He teased him like that, making him even angrier. Are you serious? He showed a somewhat displeased expression. At this point, you still think I'm joking. Both of you are players, so you must understand. Revealing your rune to others is very damaging and disadvantageous to yourself. His words left the two of them speechless. They calmed down and listened to him. I've considered that issue but still decided to reveal my rune to you as a major shareholder and business partner who will be working together in the future, because I want to help the company develop. He looked directly at him, otherwise, why would I invest 28 billion here? If you want the company to succeed, you have to cooperate with me. An Sangchial looked at his chairman with some fear. Mr. Chairman, you don't believe what he said, do you? He sighed, it seems you don't trust my ability. He looked at him unpleasantly and said bluntly, honestly, I don't believe it. He still said calmly, Unit Chief An, have you ever wondered why I moved to live right below the penthouse apartment? Don't tell me you think that's just a coincidence. It made him agitated, but he couldn't do anything about it. Ma Jionrak turned to An Sangchial. Wait, the apartment below the penthouse, hey Unit Chief An, what does he mean is the apartment beneath yours? He said awkwardly, Sir Chairman, just about 2 months ago, Ryu Min moved to live on the floor beneath Co Aran's penthouse apartment. He continued, yes, that was a few days after I obtained the rune to foresee the future. He was displeased and spoke harshly, Unit Chief An, why am I only hearing about this information now? He immediately explained, until today I thought this was nothing important. He straightened up, worry etched on his face as he thought, if that was in January, then it was before he invested in Bitcoin. He looked at him eating and thought, yet he moved to live near someone connected to the company he was going to invest in. Unless he foresaw the future, he couldn't have done that. He quietly reasoned, maybe he knew he was supporting Co Aran. He silently concluded, that's right, but even that alone isn't enough. He sneered, looks like you still don't believe me, so how about this? He stopped eating and spoke seriously. The hotel we are staying at is your property, isn't it, Chairman Ma Jionrak? As for your identity, you are the eldest son of the Osung conglomerate. The Devil Consulting Company was secretly established to seek your father's recognition. Am I correct? Upon hearing this, An Sangchial stood up and shouted in his face, hey you, who are you? How do you have access to information that only his relatives know? Before he could finish, someone stopped him and said, calm down, Unit Chief An. He took a deep breath to calm himself and apologized. His face showed displeasure and his hands revealed anxiety. That's right, everything you said is accurate. He was serious, yet he said, however, if you claim to have learned these things by looking into the future, that alone is not enough to convince me. As Unit Chief An said, anyone among my relatives knows this information. He looked directly at him and said, actually, I suspect you are a third party sent here to trap me. And in this situation, you still expect me to trust you and change my business. He spoke with a rather calm tone. Even if I don't say it clearly, you know my answer, don't you? All of this seems utterly absurd. Ma Jionrak smiled lightly. I also want to believe that your rune of looking into the future exists so it can help the company grow. Who wouldn't want to believe that? He even used his hands to describe his words so I could understand better. But what you're telling me sounds very hard to believe. Ryu Min, thank you for investing in our company, but I need to call a shareholders meeting to review this proposal. He said with a confident tone, of course, you will be the one to convince them. Then he stood up, bowed to me, apologizing that he couldn't help me, and said he would leave now. I frowned and said, wait a moment, Mr. Chairman. He sat down, looked at me, and asked, do you have anything else you want to say? I lowered my head and thought, is this really the only way? Then I decided, how about this? I will tell you information about round 4. He asked curiously, round 4. I had successfully excited him. You even have information about round 4. I replied happily, yes, the rune that looks into the future has already helped me see everything. I know what tragedy will happen. This information should be enough to prove my capability, right? An Sangcheol bowed his head to him, saying, I apologize, Mr. Chairman. Earlier I was too agitated and shouted in front of you. He was holding a phone, waved his hand, and said cheerfully, it's okay, you did that because you care about me. He stammered and said, then I just remembered something else, can I tell you? He replied, whatever you want to say, just say it. He spoke all his thoughts honestly. I was quite skeptical about Ryu Min. He could see the future. If he truly had such an ability, he could just keep quiet and enjoy a comfortable life. Why would he want to help us? He began to show a displeased expression. Didn't he say he wanted to grow together with the company? It seems like he wants to earn even more money. He put his hand on his chin and said, what's his reason for doing that? If he had 28 billion, that would already be a huge sum. He could relax and wouldn't need to work for his entire life. An Sangcheol was trying to convince him, surely that still wasn't enough for him. Human greed is bottomless. Even so, it's still extremely dangerous. And whether such an unbelievable rune truly exists remains a suspicion. He replied slowly, I agree with that, but... He placed his hand on his chest and said, if he really is a prophet who can foresee the future, then we need to make him an ally. He stood up and said, just think about it. If we always have information about the next round and can prepare in advance, how useful would that be? And if, during that time, it also helps the company develop, then it can be considered a benefit. He wanted to ask further, but whether he truly is a prophet. He asked back about that, huh? He smiled happily, we just need to wait and see, right? Ryu Min went outside. He walked while thinking about something. He looked around and thought to himself, after round 4 ends, he will surely know that I am the prophet. I tangled myself up, but I didn't reveal to him any important information, such as side quests or how to climb the leaderboard. He pictured the 3 of them sitting at the dining table earlier. The task of round 4 wasn't to kill monsters. Instead, there would be a massacre among the players. He couldn't let his guard down for even a moment. Ryu Min put his hands in his pockets and thought seriously. That should be enough to prove that he is the prophet. He reasoned smartly, then their attitude toward him would change. They would treat him well and try to protect him because he is the prophet. He thought while staring into the distance. Having the prophet on your side is always better than siding with others. Ryu Min picked up his phone. Now that I've played the role of the prophet, should I just perform it fully in the future? Then he started typing something on the keyboard. So first, who should I contact? On the pedestrian street, Julie was running desperately, thinking that at this rate she would be late. The traffic light turned red. She was afraid of being late for her appointment, so she said silently, come on, change to green. She wondered as she looked at the red car. What is that car doing? It's blocking the shop's frontage. What kind of careless person is that? The window of that car slowly rolled down. He called out loudly to Julie. She saw it and panicked. Ryu Min. The traffic light had already turned green. She quickly walked past him. She moved closer to the car. Is this your car? He cheerfully said. Sorry for stopping right in front of the store. Please go ahead inside. While you're in there, we'll take a quick drive around. Julie was still surprised but agreed. The car started moving, looking really cool on the outside. She timidly said to him, this is my first time sitting in a car like this. He smiled in response, oh really? Same here, I just bought this car recently so you understand. So that's how it is. She looked at him and asked, how much does a car like this cost? He focused on driving and said, not too much, about 900 million. She was shocked and repeated, 900 million, not too much, please come on. Do you know how many convenience stores I could open with 900 million? He spoke as if it was nothing to him. Compared to the money I won from the lottery, this isn't really much. Then she thought to herself, that's true, Ryu Min has become rich, he has 6 billion after all. I just feel like we live in two different worlds. Suddenly she blushed, feeling like she was on a date, which made her quite shy. While she was thinking this, he said something that startled her. To be honest, I have something to confess to you. She blushed and started sweating, stammering, confess. He quickly explained, it's nothing strange, so please don't misunderstand. She forced a smile and said, it's a misunderstanding, no way I did that. She thought to herself that she just wanted to find a hole to hide in. She waved her hand and asked again, so what do you want to confess? He said absent-mindedly, earlier I mentioned that the lottery results appeared in my dream, right? She promptly replied, that's right. He explained, actually that's not the case, which surprised her. He looked at her and said, in fact, I obtained the information through runes that foresee the future, not from dreams. Those runes helped me learn about future events, which is why my profession is a seer. She asked him, a seer. She clapped excitedly, that's so cool, isn't that a special profession? He scratched his neck awkwardly, probably so. She looked at him with satisfaction, that's great then, runes that foresee the future sound amazing. Thank you for telling me the truth. Even among friends it must be hard to share this kind of secret. Ryu Min smiled softly, it's nothing. You told me about your profession, so that's support which makes it fair. She looked at him happily and said, fair, that's not possible, I never told you about my rune. By the way, should I tell you about my rune? He quickly replied, no need. But she didn't pay much attention to his words. She pointed and said, in the first round I had rune protection, within a radius of 10 meters around me for every person there. There would be that many thin protective layers covering me. Suppose there are 5 people, I would be covered by 5 layers of protection. Julie burst out laughing, saying she finally said it and felt so relieved, which made him happy too, right? She asked him, but why did you suddenly tell me about the rune? He honestly told her that keeping secrets made him feel a bit uneasy, and besides, he thought if he didn't confess the truth, she wouldn't believe what he was about to say. She didn't understand and immediately asked, what do you want to say? His red car continued driving along the road. She shouted in panic, that's a 4-star mission. He calmly said, so remember to be careful, Julie. Ryu Min seriously warned her, you must always stay alert because you never know what other players around you might do. She listened to him and said, okay, I remember. She happily looked out the car window and thought, anyway, I still feel very grateful because he cares about me enough to tell me, and he even called me first. She secretly glanced at him, blushing a little, and thought, could it be that he has a tiny bit of feeling for me? I hope so. The sky began to show sunset. He sat on the bed in the room thinking, can't believe Julie has liked me all that time and I had no idea. His face showed a bit of regret, no wonder she wanted to treat me well. He glanced and thought, although it's a bit awkward, this will probably be better. He put down the phone and pondered, it would also be easier to make her become an ally. His hands free, he cleaned his pillow, she would also trust his prophecies more. Then he neatly covered himself with the blanket, closed his eyes, and felt that one matter was settled. Just a bit of rest now, after all, he didn't have much to do this month. It was already night under the city's twinkling lights, on March 31st at 11:55 p.m. The simple clock hung in his house also indicated that time. He sat on the bed looking at the system. Before entering another world, he had bought an epic item from today's inventory. The system displayed a pair of Shadow Gloves of Darkness, epic grade gloves. Effects, Strength +5, Agility +4, weapons become semi-transparent, only effective at night. Restriction, usable from normal grade and above. Description, these gloves are enveloped by darkness and can become invisible. The weapon in use will become semi-transparent. He carefully considered, their stats were high. Moreover, the ability to make weapons semi-transparent was useful too. If combined with the Knight of Death skill, the effect would be even greater. Suddenly, Ryu Min heard a knock at the door. It turned out to be Ryu 1. It's time, he said. Ryu 1 entered the room and asked, are you confident you'll conquer this round? Ryu Min glanced over and replied, you won't know until you try. Ryu 1 showed some worry. Hey, are you a prophet? You said you have information about round 4. Ryu Min replied, having information is one thing, but how to act on it is another. Ryu 1 anxiously said, how could you be like that? Ryu 1 came closer, you have to survive and return, understand? Honestly, Ryu Min was angry. Pointing at my head, he said, "Don't open that black crow mouth of yours that just spells doom." He lay on the bed, his face somber as he thought. The fourth round could very well be the round of death, but... Elsewhere, Yangmin ruffled his hair, thinking his mother was at it again. The status window. The system panel appeared, showing that punishments had been applied. All stats will be permanently reduced by 50%. He angrily thought to himself, damn it, I can't believe this is the result of betrayal. I don't even have 10 command rights left. How am I supposed to get through the fourth round? His mind was very upset. He gritted his teeth, walking and thinking that those wanting to steal the regional representative spot might be targeting him. Or some old friends might come back to take revenge. Suddenly he looked up at the sky and then realized. Besides, where exactly is this place? He fidgeted, looking around. What kind of mission starts in a damn place like this? All this white stuff around makes me feel like a lab rat. When he saw Ryu Min, he immediately thought, damn, that evil devil surely knew everything would turn out like this. Yangmin bitterly recalled how he manipulated others to destroy relics. Ryu Min said, both the 10 command rights were wrong and the relics were ruined. Looking back at that, he had no qualms about killing the agent of Divine Punishment's avatar. It was just too suspicious. His face darkened. He stood behind Ryu Min, thinking that if he were strong enough, he would have smashed that bastard's face to pieces already. Although angry, he couldn't do anything. It was really frustrating to see, but he had no choice. If he at least wanted to save his own life, he had to team up with that devil. Calm down and walk over here. Black Scythe. Ryu Min turned and said, what is it? His face was strained. Our previous deal should still be valid, right? He asked with doubt. Deal? Didn't you say that if I became your subordinate you would protect me? He gave a wry smile. I no longer need a subordinate like you. He didn't believe what he just said. What? He stood with arms crossed, saying, you have no more command rights to use. What's the point of holding on to being a regional representative without command rights? Not to mention most players already have professions now. Even if you have command rights, they don't really matter much. He spoke at length, leaving him stunned, but... He smiled lightly. You have no value left, you're just a moving target practice. He was angry, silently thinking, moving target practice. Just as he was in a state of fear, he suddenly heard someone's voice and immediately turned around. Ryu Min crossed his arms with a confident look. Don't worry too much, you're only a moving target in name. There won't be many who actually want to kill you. He was flustered, walking over to you. Won't they target me? You then explained, as you know the fate of players who hold the role of regional representative, everyone already understands clearly that being a regional representative is no easy privilege. Ryu Min spoke seriously to him, and the more levels a person gains, the fewer people they can command with their authority. Compared to the risks, it's simply not worth it. Yangmin hesitated in thought. The Black Scythe's words were correct. If possible, he too would want to give up this command right. Seorin gently approached him. Seeing this, Yangmin blushed, thinking, why are those people here? Seorin cheerfully exclaimed, hello Black Scythe. An Sanchial's expression was similar to hers, greeting him. Do you still remember us? He replied, of course. Yangmin froze for a moment. What's going on? His face looked somewhat mocking. You once saved us from the thug standing right here. We wanted to thank you once again. Yangmin angrily said, what thug? Ryu Min timely stopped him. He wore an unhappy look. One thank you is enough. No need to look for me again. An Sanchial replied, we still feel grateful to you, and our company's president also wants to express thanks for saving us. He was about to say something more, then stopped abruptly, saying, as for our president, let's drop it. I don't care, so stop there. Seorin saw him and quickly took the initiative to say, Black Scythe, this is a small token of my gratitude for saving us. She held up a beautiful, sparkling purple stone and said, please accept this. He thought to himself that it was the lowest rank purple magic stone, truly an unexpected bargain. She was flustered, thinking that just saying thank you wouldn't be enough, so. Ryu Min took the stone from her hand, thinking that it was good of her, and thanked her. Looking at the stone, he thought, since she gave me such a magnificent item, I can't refuse. When I return, I must try to create a low-rank magic stone myself. She looked at his face anxiously, wondering if he liked it. She looked at him shyly, worried that he might think she gave him a worthless stone and get angry. He thought to himself, just as I thought, she doesn't know the value of magic stones. Well, if she did, she wouldn't have given it to me. Yangmin looked at him and whispered that he also had something similar. Hearing that, he thought, so he has magic stones too. He put his hand on his cheek, thinking it might be called a black diamond. Ryu Min was a bit surprised. What black diamond? Ryu Min analyzed it. A black diamond is an item that drops from monsters at a very low rate. It's even harder to obtain than a magic stone, and at this point, trying to actively acquire one is impossible. He thought smugly that now he knew this guy had such a valuable item. Is this luck or misfortune? Corin stammered, "You're the Black Scythe, do you need a protective shield?" He asked again, "A shield?" She hesitated slightly. "I've been promoted to summoner." She explained to him with a cheerful face, "I can summon a fairy spirit to create a shield for you if you need." Before she could finish speaking, he interrupted her. "Thank you for your offer to help, but I must decline. I don't think it's necessary." Corin felt even more embarrassed. "I understand." She bowed her head and politely greeted him. "Well, we'll be going now. I wish you all the best in this round." He replied to her, "Good luck to you too." When he turned around, he saw Yongmin was about to leave. Ryu Min immediately called out loudly to him, "Wait." Ryu Min looked at him and warned, "At this rate, you're going to regret it." He asked confusedly, "What do you mean?" Ryu Min responded, "I've already told you you're a moving target." Yongmin turned away in disbelief, but he also said, "No one will target me anyway." He explained, "I said there wouldn't be many, not that there wouldn't be any. The benefits of being a regional representative haven't completely disappeared yet." Ryu Min walked away with an indifferent expression. Although most people have reached level 10 and have professions, there are still a few who haven't. That means there are still targets to exercise command over. Yongmin looked puzzled, and Ryu Min posed a question. "Think about it. Do you really believe that out of thousands of players, no one is targeting you?" He asked Ryu Min, "So what should I do?" He cheerfully continued, "I'll help you so that you won't become an easy target in danger." He was utterly astonished now, really. Before he could finish thanking me, I immediately interrupted. "I never said I would do it for free. To compensate me for helping you, you saw the stone Corin gave me just now, right? If you have something like that, just give it to me." He was somewhat embarrassed. "I also have a stone like that." He promptly handed that stone to Ryu Min. The information about it is that it is a black diamond, an item described as a solid black stone with a smooth surface and a shiny layer. He felt satisfied and said, "All right, any other items?" He refused bluntly, "No, whatever I could give you I've already given, please don't take my equipment." He sighed, "Don't worry, even if you want to give, I won't take it." He immediately countered, "I have already given you the item, now can you help me?" Ryu Min turned his back. "I will keep my promise after all." The angel appeared cheerfully and said, "O humans, today you have gathered here again, though the number has decreased." The people below wondered. The number has decreased, so someone must have fought in real life. He stood with arms crossed and thought to himself, after a whole month with no players caught in trouble, that would have been the real surprise. The angel excitedly announced, well, it seems everyone is here, so I declare the mission for round 4. This information is about round 4, the main task, mutual slaughter within 3 hours. Across all areas, the total number of participants is 181,906,418. The number of players who have completed it is 0 out of 90,953,209. The current area is ESC's 45-5, with a total of 1,042 participants, and 0 out of 521 players have completed it. Everyone exclaimed, "What the hell is this? Killing each other." The angel's tone shifted to disdain. "You humans really are slow to understand, just as I said." She smiled cunningly. "You just need to stab, slash, and kill the players next to you, simple, right?" Everyone was somewhat confused. Kill them, players killing each other. The angel confidently raised a finger to explain further. "Let me clarify a bit more for you. The goal of this round is to reduce the number of players by making you kill each other. Unlike previous rounds, this time there will be no monsters at all." Everyone suspiciously raised questions. "No monsters, but I need to level up and become stronger." A tall young man said, "Sir Angel, if half of us survive, then each person only needs to kill one other, right?" The angel put a finger to her lips with a smile. "That's a secret. If I told you everything, where would the fun be?" Ryu Min below thought irritably to himself. She only received orders not to reveal anything from her superiors. He was unhappy now, standing and observing while cursing. The angels are merely a means to convey information to us in this damned survival game. There is another game master, and the fact that she is hiding a specific rule means she has received orders from the overseer. The angel crossed its arms and warned, "Killing players alone is not enough for you to complete the mission. Only the top 521 ranks will survive, and the criteria of that ranking board is a secret." She put on a cunning expression, saying that even the first person to kill is not allowed to take first place. The angel manipulated everyone and said, "All right, that concludes the explanation. Now start slaughtering each other." Time remaining until the round ends, 2 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Everyone was panicking. What should I do? So all I have to do is kill someone, kill them and the others too. Ryu Min had no conflicts with them at all. This crazy cycle. Yang Min stood smugly with his arms crossed and said with delight, "Kill other players, great, I want to kill a few bastards too." Ryu Min speculated, "I guessed right, he's thinking about killing his friends." He smiled maliciously and slyly said, "Wait, now that I think about it, wouldn't it be better for me if the other players hesitate and don't strike? That way I become the champion." Yang Min was furious, scheming intensely in his mind. "Those dogs, I don't know where you all are, but I will kill every last one of you." He turned around and saw Ryu Min standing beside him, which startled him. "You really scared me." He immediately felt uneasy. "Black Scythe, what's going on?" He spoke as he walked. "I told you I would help you avoid becoming a target, didn't I? Well, now I'm fulfilling that promise." He immediately reached out and combined his power. Seeing this, Yang Min didn't have time to think about anything. He began to step backward. But it seemed too late when Ryu Min adjusted and did something. Ryu Min made a swift move that caused him to lose his balance and fall down. A sudden notification appeared, side mission. Round 4 side mission, eliminate the regional representative within a set time. Completing the mission rewards you with a lowest rank mana stone draw token. The system announced, you have completed the side mission and have been awarded the lowest rank mana stone draw token. The lowest rank mana stone draw token is a rare grade item that randomly provides between 1 and 5 lowest rank mana stones. It is restricted for use until the next round for participants of apprentice rank or higher. Description: a limited time item that randomly grants you mana stones. When you reach the next round, this item will automatically disappear, and it is affected by your luck stat. He was quietly pleased. Good, I got the reward I wanted. I killed Yang Min to get the side mission reward, although that wasn't the only reason. The blonde young man shouted, "Someone's dead. I saw it, Black Scythe killed him." He cast a displeased glance. Not long ago, they were the ones aiming for the regional representative position and wanted to kill him. Truly a bunch of hypocrites, and now they pretend to be decent. Everyone looked at him and shouted, "Hey Black Scythe, you can't just go around killing people like that. Don't you have any humanity at all? Murderer, you're a murderer." Ryu Min thought to himself, "They're not wrong to call me a murderer. I killed Jiang Xiaokain. Not only that, I will continue killing countless others until round 20. He stood there silently for a moment. "I've never killed anyone without reason, especially in this round. I have no choice but to kill to get through it, whether I like it or not." The announcement for round 4 came in. Main mission, kill each other within 3 hours. All regions combined, total participants 181,906,418. Players who completed 0909532209. Your region asks 45-5, total participants 1,042, players who completed 0521. He silently speculated that even though they knew this would happen, they still criticized him. A young man with black hair said, "If things go well, maybe I could urge everyone to kill Black Scythe." The hooded youth thought similarly, "I have to use this chance to ruin Black Scythe's reputation." A tall man full of determination said, "If we attack as a group, Black Scythe won't stand a chance." That young man thought, "We can't let Ryu Min become the regional representative. We have to accuse him of something new. They think they've found a good opportunity. It really is a joke." The young man shouted, "Do you think this is funny?" The girl beside him added, "You're crazy. After what you did, how dare you?" The system displayed a notification. Player Ryu Min has become the new district representative of the ESC's 45-5 area. The young man was shocked, so Ryu Min is now the district representative. The black-haired guy next to him was worried. "At this rate, it's like a tiger growing wings. What should we do?" Ryu Min spoke confidently. "What's going on? Why aren't you yelling anymore? Or is it because I'm the district representative now that you're scared?" He crossed his arms, looking even more arrogant. "If you're afraid of command authority, then you probably haven't changed your profession yet." The blonde man exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" The tall young man shouted, "Look over there." He shouted loudly, "The name of the Black Scythe has changed color." Everyone here was stirred up. He's right, the name really did change color. Why is he the only one whose name changed? And calmly thought, maybe it shifted from bright yellow to red. Ryu Min somewhat understood this. In these rounds, once you have killed someone, your nickname turns red. The more people you kill, the darker the red becomes. The man looked utterly savage. The changing color of the nickname is to distinguish those who have taken the lives of others. Everyone around gathered on one side to attack Ryu Min. The primitive hunting rifle has already killed, murderer die. He felt a bit of sympathy. Instead of targeting innocent players, people would choose to kill the murderers. In any case, that way their conscience would be much less troubled. To some extent, he also realized that those who had killed murderers had themselves become murderers. He was the person who understood that more than anyone else. And the result was that they encouraged each other to go on killing the people around them. Ryu Min thought to himself, right now they might still hesitate and not want to kill anyone, but this would be the reason behind many deaths. He seriously asked, "What are you people doing? I'm sure you don't have time to stand there and dawdle." Two of them retorted, "Hey, you stop right there. That's right, you murderer." He raised his hand to explain, "You act like I'm the only one who wants to kill the representative of that area, but what about those who rushed toward Josik in the previous round? Do you want to give him a kiss or something?" The man stammered. "Well, it's..." He continued, "Kill or be killed. Don't tell me you survivors still don't know this simple rule." He asserted loudly to everyone around, "Stop being hypocrites and face the reality. If your life is in danger, there's no way you wouldn't point your spear at the one threatening you." He rolled his eyes fiercely. "Now is not the time to just sit and do nothing. If you all are so worried, then argue it out just like we voted the last time." He told himself and left. Even if I don't say these things, they'll start fighting anyway. Ryu Min guessed that by then it would already be too late. If at least I didn't say this, they would keep wasting time. He turned around, looking at everyone while thinking, if that happens, the number of people who pass this round might not be 521. Even if it means making them fight, encouraging them to perform the mission is also a way for more people to survive. A woman with a strong appearance tried hard to persuade, "I think now we shouldn't just stand here like Black Scythe said. Shouldn't we do something?" The man beside her raised the issue. "So do you have any suggestions on what we should do to talk about it?" She retorted, "What right do you have to mock me like that? I'm just discussing what we should do." That guy challenged her, "How about a one-on-one duel to be fair?" The platinum-haired boy, seeing that, immediately wanted to stop it. "Fighting to kill each other, how is that fair? And a duel, do you think this is a game?" He urged, "We don't even have enough time now." The other man shouted angrily, "What did you just say?" And so, everyone kept arguing with each other non-stop. Corin hesitated and asked, "Hey bodyguard, what should we do? Is it really true that we have to kill someone as Black Scythe said?" An Sanchial looked at her and replied kindly, "Of course it is. Otherwise, we ourselves would be killed. Why would we care about the lives of strangers we don't even know?" He silently advised, "I completely agree with Black Scythe's words, Aaron. You should also make up your mind because killing someone is not a pleasant experience." She looked at him and worriedly said, "You talk as if you've killed someone before." He frowned, "No, not at all, I'm just guessing." She looked around awkwardly and asked, "So who should we kill?" He replied, "Let's just see how things go. Right now everyone is arguing loudly. Stop behaving like this. We need to decide who to kill and get it over with. Then tell me, who would you kill? Those who have already killed are perfect targets. Focus on those whose nicknames have turned red. Who gave you the right to decide that?" The long-haired man expressed his opinion. "You mean we should kill Black Scythe, huh?" The black-haired man said smugly, "Black Scythe is clearly crazy. How could you kill someone who's already reached level 30? The blonde young man pondered, "I bet even if we all attacked him at once, we wouldn't be able to kill him." The brown-haired man was more cautious. "Be quiet, what if he hears us?" Ryu Min was extremely frustrated and powerless, thinking, "I can hear everything." They were arguing when suddenly they froze. The gray-haired man shouted, "What the hell are you talking about? Life is precious. Even if that person is a murderer, we shouldn't kill anyone." The man wearing a hat added, "This guy is right. If we kill someone, we ourselves will become murderers just like him." The young man argued back, "So what do you want us to do? Someone has to die before I can continue living, right?" The nearby man stopped him, saying, "Stop arguing. Let's just agree to kill some criminals, okay?" The strong-willed girl spoke up, "How can we tell who is a criminal? Are you going to ask those with a criminal record to raise their hands? They won't resist voluntarily turning themselves in." The long-haired man shouted angrily, "Who the hell do you think you are, looking down on others like that? Why don't you offer your own opinion?" She immediately insulted him, "How dare you curse at me, you bastard? Should I just kill you right now?" He was unafraid, replying, "What, you bastard? If you're so good, try it, you bitch." A young man among them tried to fan the flames. "You two, stop talking and just fight." He became increasingly irritated. "Who the hell do you think you are, provoking us?" She pointed directly at him. "You guys hiding behind others and provoking people are the worst, you despicable bastard." He used his magic and you just said something. "Damn it, these bastards. I will kill all of you," and she was also preparing an attack. Ryu Min shook his head in frustration. It was really chaotic. They kept talking endlessly but couldn't do anything yet. He calmly observed that there was nothing to worry about. Soon enough, they would just start killing each other. The young man, appearing mature, expressed his opinion. "Hey everyone, stop shouting and start thinking realistically." Immediately his face showed panic. Yangmin was sitting there yawning repeatedly. He wondered to himself, isn't that damn impossible? Ryu Min stood with his arms crossed, having learned all the rules. This was the hidden rule of this round. After dying for 10 minutes, players would be resurrected. Yangmin was stunned to realize everyone was staring at him. Why was everyone staring so intently? And it wasn't just staring, it was as if they were seeing a corpse. He stood up and looked at everyone in confusion. This was strange. Clearly he was talking to the Black Scythe. What was going on? The black-haired man shouted, "He's alive again, like a god reincarnated." "What are you saying? It's the resurrection system for him." The long-haired young man reasoned, "So that means the dead in this round will be resurrected." The woman beside him had a resentful expression and said, "Then killing them doesn't really matter, does it?" The young man held up a knife with a dangerous expression. If they were to come back to life, then surely it would be fine. The woman with her hair tied up high walked over to stop them, saying, "Everyone calm down." She tried to prevent it, saying that we're not even sure if they can be resurrected, so don't rush. Suddenly, she was unexpectedly attacked from behind by someone. The man plunged his sharp wolf-claw weapon into her repeatedly and shouted loudly, "Or you can sleep first, you bastard, die." He stopped, looked at the bloody dagger and breathed heavily for a moment. He didn't stop yelling, "Come on, wake up, we still have to fight again." Those outside watched with chilled disgust as they looked at him, in front of the crowd surrounding him. Before them was a head with hair hanging lifeless on the ground. Everyone surrounding it broke into a sweat in shock. The people standing outside murmured excitedly, "But she's not coming back to life. We should wait a bit. She probably won't resurrect immediately." The two brown-haired brothers and the moss-green-haired guy shouted. Thinking back, it was only after 10 minutes that she revived. "Hey everyone, let's wait for her to resurrect." Everyone around agreed. "I agree, me too." Time passed, and after 10 minutes the girl lying motionless on the ground began to glow. The very deep, severe wounds began to glow and show signs of healing. Later, those large wounds closed up. She was now completely healed, without a single wound, able to stand. The brown-haired girl woke up, stretched comfortably, feeling very relaxed. She suddenly realized and gasped loudly. The brown-haired girl pointed at the people standing around and shouted, "Which one of you bastards is it? Who ambushed me?" The man with the fake wolf-claw weapon suddenly appeared behind her with a terrifying smile and shouted, "It's me, you bastard." This time, unlike before, as he prepared to attack, he was cleaved in half by a tall, powerful man behind him. He fell with a thud and lay still on the ground. The big guy pointed at him and repeated the action he'd done earlier. "So they come back to life after 10 minutes, right?" The entire crowd outside had gone pale. Some held their heads, others covered their mouths. No one dared make a sound. Ryu Min stood at a distance, watching and thinking silently. Even though resurrection had been proven, they would still feel uneasy about killing, but the people outside began to join in the slaughter as he suspected. Humans are often influenced by circumstances and reveal their madness. Cold words set aside humanity as a series of slashes killed each other. Screw it. One person ambushed another. Damn it, whatever, I don't care anymore. Even raising swords against comrades, they're still human like me. Die, you're all crazy. Suddenly scuffles broke out among the frenzied crowd. "Hey you bastard, sorry, I have no grudge against you." The silver-haired man swung his sword angrily at the brown-haired man beside him. "Why don't you taste your own tricks?" The brown-haired man parried and said, "Please just die, don't resist anymore, you'll resurrect anyway." The two argued loudly and the matter was decided in the middle. If you're so tough, why don't you go die? In this area right now, battles were tearing each other apart. Attacks on one another happened continuously. Blood splattered everywhere. Ryu Min watched from afar and assessed silently. About 1,000 players were slaughtering each other brutally. Basically, this was a battlefield. He activated magic, and a red light emerged from his hand. Ryu Min strode forward confidently. "Well then, I should take action too, right?" One of the people fighting noticed Ryu Min, black glint. Suddenly a streak of red light flashed. He swung the scythe in a circle, and the people in front hit by the blow were sent flying. Ryu Min easily dealt with them. Around him were players lying motionless. The others signaled to each other. They all rushed forward at once. This is our chance. Kill him. Before the gang's captain could finish speaking, a series of thuds rang out, and seconds later all three lay flat on the ground. I noticed it, so you can't sneak attack me. Behind Ryu Min, the black dragon on his right arm kept striking with its blade at the backs of weaker players lying on the ground. Die, he glanced back. All right, that one too. He laughed loudly, attacking enthusiastically and then looking satisfied. He thought calling round for the black fire dragon round wasn't an exaggeration. With the ancient devourer in hand, this situation was like a feast for him. Ryu Min watched him carefully as he struck from one person to another. Seeing his name so dark, he must have killed about 10 people already. That guy needs to eat a few resurrections. The black dragon looked at his status panel, chuckled with pleasure and thought to himself, I didn't expect that each time I kill a player my stats increase. What a windfall. He was delighted by the windfall. I knew stats increase when killing monsters, but I didn't expect killing players to have a similar effect. That status panel is filling the Ancient Devourer's progress bar. The Ancient Devourer effect, the progress bar increases each time you kill an enemy. When the bar fills, you receive a random stat. The enemy's level corresponds to how much the bar increases. The black dragon slaughtered wildly, using every ruthless method. He even put on a cheerful grin and shouted, die, die, die. The Ancient Devourer's progress bar kept rising and rising. It's increasing a lot. Could it be because of their levels? The black dragon turned and grinned widely. They're the same level as me, but my progress bar increased so much. His eyes widened with excitement at the thought of defeating the black scythe. If I kill the black scythe, how much will the bar increase? It might fill instantly and I'll get a stat. Thinking of that benefit, the black dragon searched for Ryu Min. But then he reconsidered. Forget it. Provoking that big name could bring disaster. He changed targets to the small low-level crowd. I should take care of those trash and level up more. True to his word, the black dragon smiled and sneak attacked one. Sorry, I bear you no grudge. He pulled out his cleaver and swung, thinking this really relieves stress. The black dragon continued with another target, still delivering powerful cleaver swings. Because of that, Thug Eye can't even hunt properly. He didn't notice someone sneaking up behind him planning a sneak attack. This round is definitely mine. The man lunged and thrust his sword, but the black dragon easily dodged aside. The others gained nothing from killing players. He grinned wickedly and swung the cleaver down. His stats increased and he grew stronger. The Ancient Devourer's progress bar continued to climb. Those who had been killed began to resurrect now. Some lay motionless, some fell forward clutching their heads. The black dragon was ecstatic. Best of all, his prey kept resurrecting and offering themselves up. He targeted those people, then backed up to gain momentum. What better opportunity is there? The sound of blades rang out and another person fell. Having cleaned up this side, the black dragon looked toward the other brawls. How many have I killed? I must kill as many as possible to climb the leaderboard. Should I head that way now? Suddenly, footsteps approached him from afar. Ryu Min strolled forward casually, causing him to exclaim, Black Scythe. The black dragon panicked and looked around. Ryu Min stepped closer and said tersely, prepare to die. Those who had been fighting all stopped, staring around in stunned confusion. What's this? What's happening? Why did it suddenly get dark? The black dragon broke into a sweat and watched Ryu Min silently. His scythe blade turned semi-transparent, and whatever it is, I must be extremely careful. A familiar red slash appeared. From the black dragon's perspective, he saw Ryu Min above looking down. Only later did he realize Ryu Min had severed his head in one strike. He was dead. No wonder he's the black scythe. I should have avoided him. The scene shifted slightly, swords clashed. The brawl showed no sign of ending. Players kept trying to kill each other. Die, die, you bastard, die for me. Yongmin, having just resurrected, looked around dazedly. He saw a girl who had also just revived yawning. She revived too. Is it true everyone comes back to life after 10 minutes? Yongmin had a malicious thought and resumed his cheerful smile. Good. He clenched his fist thinking, they set this ring for us to slaughter each other. This is my chance to avenge those bastards who stabbed me in the back. I'll kill you all. Yongmin entered the fighting area, glancing around. Seunghan, where are you? Where is he? He smiled brightly with delight. There he is. Before Yangmin, Seunghoon trembled, drawing his bow. The idiot looked scared out of his pants just over that tiny stat penalty. He ran over grinning. Seunghoon turned to look back. Yangmin greeted him with a straight punch to the face. "Good to see you, you dead dog." Seunghoon was thrown back, his bow and arrows scattered across the ground. He trembled in pain, clutching his face as Yangmin's voice rang out. "Hey Seunghoon, you damned bastard." Seunghoon's face was bruised and his nose bled from the punch. Yangmin grabbed his collar and said, "You said if we met again you'd kill me, didn't you?" Yangmin laughed terrifyingly, raised his fist and shouted amidst the wailing, "So why don't you try killing me now?" He let Seunghoon go, finally done. That felt great. Yangmin glanced back and said, "Where are the rest of those bastards?" The brawl now seemed to be just beginning, growing more intense with crueler acts. If hell exists, is this what it looks like? The strong bullied the weak. You wield a powerful weapon and slaughter those without proper gear, die. Seorin stood huddled in a small corner, gripping her sword tightly, surrounded by violence where people only hated one another. On Saint-Chiol beside her asked with concern, "Are you okay, Aaron?" Seorin forced a smile and said, "I'm fine, I'm not tired, but my spirit is a bit shaken." He turned his head thinking he could endure a bit, but Seorin would likely struggle. If this affects her mentally and hinders her work, I won't have the face to meet the chairman. Suddenly, as An Sang-cheol was watching her, a hand appeared from nowhere reaching towards Seorin. The hand was not gentle, it grabbed her hair tightly. The man raised a knife, holding Seorin tightly and shouted, "Go die." An Sang-cheol quickly sprang forward from afar to rescue her. "Don't even think about it." He swung his sword and cut the man's weapon away. An Sang-cheol nimbly and skillfully switched his grip. With a series of fluid moves, he drove a thrust into the man's shoulder. An Sang-cheol easily felled him with a single strike. Seorin still trembled on this side, staring at the blood-stained sword in front of her, sweating. She clenched her teeth with determined resolve, staring intently at the sword. Seorin lunged forward. She ran straight to the trembling man kneeling on the ground and stabbed him. The scene shifted, the sky seemed darker than before. Seorin trembled, covering her mouth and kneeling. An Sang-cheol stood nearby and glanced over, thinking if I told her to follow orders she'd obey. She stood up and asked him, "How long do we have to fight like this, bodyguard?" An Sang-cheol replied, "At least another hour to go." Seorin's face turned pale and dark. "I can't even watch them die. I don't understand how people can slaughter like this." An Sang-cheol gritted his teeth, staring at Seorin, a little angry. "Too weak, she's too fragile, looks like she's been overprotected." He tried not to show his true feelings and asked with concern, "If you're tired, please rest." "Didn't you kill about 50 people already?" Seorin couldn't remember clearly, it seemed so. An Sang-cheol turned away and told her, "That should be enough to make the rankings, leave the rest to me." Seorin looked up at him, deeply grateful. "Thank you so much." He turned away with a smile, feeling like a burden lifted. "I'm the one who should be thanking you. I don't need to hand them over for you to kill anymore." An Sang-cheol began his hunt. Whoever he met he charged at and struck. "I can focus on my own score now." The round's announcement popped up. Time remaining until the round ends, 10 minutes 21 seconds. We meet the familiar scythe again in that red slash. Ryu Min casually fought each person. Whoever came he hit back. About 10 minutes left. Round 4 always drains you. He sensed someone and turned, eyes cold, swinging the scythe, but he looked at his opponent like a predatory beast and swung the scythe at him. "I can't miss the reward of being first in all zones. I must do everything possible to grow stronger and reach round 20. After finishing with this one, Ryu Min ran off to find others. Anyone who met him fled pale-faced and barefoot. I can't possibly know how strong the final boss will be. Ryu Min easily chased down and caught each person, so I must become as strong as possible. He was always ready, raising his scythe and staring at his prey. The guy being chased by Ryu Min cried tears in panic, terrified. Black scythes. Ryu Min ran past him from behind through the ring and continued forward. The man collapsed down, stunned he had escaped death. I'm alive. Ryu Min ran thinking about choosing opponents. Those I've already killed don't need killing again. He killed anyone unfamiliar he met, not everyone he saw. Rankings in round 4 aren't just about killing as many as possible. You need to kill as many different people as possible. Even if you kill the same person twice, it only counts as one kill. Ryu Min glanced back attentively. Behind him was the familiar Yangmin pummeling others. Ryu Min, a bit annoyed, thought that meant he couldn't kill that guy. He was still enthusiastically punching the opponent repeatedly. Die, die, you bastard. Yangmin over there smiled brightly pleased. Ryu Min silently judged him. He's just been killing the same 3 friends of his. Those guys will have a hard time surviving this round. Suddenly someone behind him resurrected. Yangmin turned his attention back. He immediately slapped Seunghin. Ryu Min thought to himself, if they keep dying right after reviving like that, there won't be a chance to earn points. The game's announcement continued. The preparation countdown, 1 minute remains until the round ends. Ryu Min dashed off, glancing around. Only 1 minute left, not much time, I have to get the highest score possible. He looked at the silver-haired guy grinning over there. I've already killed that one. Next was the brown-haired guy sobbing while clutching a girl, him too. Ryu Min looked over at the light brown-haired man holding a knife. I don't remember that name, this will be the first time. Finally he chose a target. The man didn't notice and glanced back. There's no time, so I'll finish him with 1 blow. 1 slash to his back sent him to the afterlife. Ryu Min's final slash coincided with the match ending. The scenery shifted and a golden aurora filled the sky. A protective barrier formed around every player. An angel descended from the sky. Enjoying killing one another, are we? Those below looked very displeased, glaring at her angrily. Ryu Min glanced at the angel thinking, how could killing others be fun? The angel leaned down, smiling mockingly. Look at that filthy pile of blood, this clean space is all messed up now. She sneered, anyway, you've done very well at slaughtering each other. Before we check the results, I'll resurrect those who died in front of you. Ryu Min didn't care much, thinking. She speaks as if she's the one resurrecting them, but this is actually a system ability. Suddenly a player's severed arm began to regrow. The other players were the same. Wounds, whether severe or minor, were healed. Seunghin was no exception. Yangmin's friends, once healed, angrily cursed at him. Yangmin, you bastard, your mother, I'll kill you. Yangmin smiled and glanced as he heard it. You dead dog, you're only second to Josik. What the hell are you saying? Wash these bastards. The angel cut him off, silencing them. She glared, irritated, warning. Any human who dares speak from now on will have their head blossom. No one below dared to utter a word. The angel brightened with pleasure. Now it's a bit quieter. If everyone's resurrected, let's look over the results. She began to proceed. First, let's see what the round side quest is, shall we? Everyone was puzzled and curious. Does this side quest have a star too? The angel snapped her fingers, laughing. Of course it does. Do you think there are no side quests, are you idiots? The round info appeared. Round 4 side quest. Eliminate the area's representative within a set time. Reward for completion. A draw ticket for the lowest grade stone. Each person had a board in front of them showing they hadn't eliminated the area's representative. Side quest, is it? She explained and mocked them. Yes, you stupid humans, only one person in this area has completed the side quest. Ryu Min's name was called the Black Scythe. People turned to look at him. The Black Scythe, now that you think about it, wasn't he the one who killed Yangmin at first? Yangmin's face darkened and he clenched his teeth, furious. Damn it, so becoming the area's representative this round is a good thing. He sullenly turned to look at the board without saying anything. The people outside glanced at Yangmin, thinking, if we'd known this would happen, we'd have killed Yangmin already. He thought, pale and bruised, was I dead, dead at the Black Scythe's hands? A message appeared on the announcement board, skill temporarily unavailable. Yangmin panicked, nothing, my temporary command right is gone. He recalled what Ryu Min had said, I'll help you so you won't become an easy target. Yangmin was puzzled. He said he'd keep me from becoming a target, but then he stole the representative spot from me. The angel's voice rang out, now let's see the overall results. She opened her eyes slightly, a smile on her face. That's right, you're all curious how the results are calculated, aren't you? Everyone who heard the announcement went pale, collapsing in disappointment. Rankings are based on the number of different people you've killed. Even if you kill the same person multiple times, it counts as only one kill. People were stunned, different people, so isn't it just about killing as many as possible? The angel laughed scornfully, truly simple-minded, do you really think it's that easy? She snapped her fingers and said, then here are the results. The summary board appeared. Overall round 4 results across all zones, Black Scythe Death Reaper level 30, 722 kills, Foolish Mage level 13, 521 kills, Dark Warlock Knight level 13, 433 kills. Current zone ESCs 45-5 Black Scythe Death Reaper level 30, 722 kills, Cute Little Bird Warrior level 11, 211 kills, On Sanchial Knight level 11, 209 kills. She sounded surprised. Oh, so Black Scythe is first this time too. Ryu Min showed no emotion, expressionless, only staring at her with cold eyes. Those who heard the results were shocked, unable to believe he killed over 700 people. How could a person do that? Aren't there about 1,000 of us in total, so he alone killed 70% of the people here? That's insane. The angel laughed with delight. You personally killed 722 people. Impressive, you deserve a reward, don't you? Then the announcement board appeared. Congratulations, you placed first in this task in your zone. Congratulations, you placed first in this task across all zones. The reward for first in your zone is a mid-tier rare armor selection ticket. The reward for first across all zones is a mid-tier special reward selection ticket. Ryu Min read it and seemed pleased. A mid-tier rare armor ticket is good, it's time to change armor. The system continued, you may choose one of the rare armors below. Selectable rewards, glimmering bronze armor, bloodstained assassin garb, dark cloak. Ryu Min selected, I'll choose number 2, the bloodstained assassin garb. The info for the bloodstained assassin garb appeared. Rare armor, defense 60, agility +4, attack speed +5%, speed +5%, durability 600, usable at normal level or higher. Description: a blood-colored outfit worn by some assassin, sometimes it reeks of blood. He glanced at the system board beside him. Next was the special reward. The system presented choices. You may select one of the special rewards below. Option 1, a 50% buff to stats limited to round 5. Option 2, 5,000 gold. Option 3, information about round 5. Ryu Min considered that the round 5 side quest reward was valuable, but the difficulty seemed high. He made his decision and selected. Considering the difficulty, the stat boost would help him more. The angel continued, have you all seen your rankings? Just so you know, in our zone there are 30 people tied at rank 521, everyone below them will be eliminated. She smiled slyly, now the elimination process begins. Those who didn't qualify began to fade away. No. They screamed in panic, wait angel, are we really dying this time? One by one they vanished, Yongmin's friends were among them, I don't want to die. Angel, please help us, give me a chance, help me. He grinned in astonishment, I made it through, that was close. Over with Sioran, she trembled and clamped her hands over her ears. An Sangchial remained cold, watching them vanish. Please help me, I don't want to die. Ryu Min closed his eyes, solemn, listening to the cries. The elimination phase ended, silence returned, and he looked up to see. The summary board for round 4 appeared. Round 4 concluded across all zones, survivors 90,953,209. In your zone ESCs 45-5, survivors 521. Shortly, your soul will be transferred into a body in the current dimension. Round 5 will begin at midnight on May 1, 2023. See you next round. Congratulations on surviving. The scene shifted to the front of a hotel as dusk fell. Suddenly, the sound of running footsteps cut through the night. An Sangchial burst open the door in a panic. Sir. Ma Jionrak, who had been sleeping in bed, stirred at the loud noise. The handsome man woke, Unit Chief An Sangchial. Ma Jionrak sat up, puzzled. What are you doing here? I don't recall summoning you. An Sangchial panted hurriedly. I couldn't reach you, so I took the liberty of coming in. I thought something bad had happened to you. He winked and smiled confidently. Nonsense. Do you think I would die in round 4? Didn't you see the results? An Sangchial scratched his ear, sweating with worry. I did see your name on the rankings, but I was still worried. After all, that round was insane, wasn't it? Ma Jionrak, still a bit dazed, held his face. So when I returned, I just collapsed onto the bed. I'm exhausted. An Sangchial said seriously, that's right, 433 people died. He now grew serious, his eyes sharp and cold. If you count repeated deaths, the number would be even higher. I'm that strong. What kind of monster is Black Scythe? Is he even human? He speculated with some curiosity. Do you think he's an active-duty special forces soldier, someone with that skill and courage in Korea? I've been wondering. Ma Jionrak secretly thought about Black Scythe. The more I think, the more I admire him. Whatever his true identity, if we could cooperate with him, it would put me at ease. He didn't know Ryu Min's other identity in the real world. Later, he'd have to ask the Prophet Kid about Black Scythe. An Sangchial added anxiously, but sir, round 4 unfolded exactly as that Prophet Kid predicted. It was astonishing. To be honest, until I saw it with my own eyes, I had serious doubts about him. Ma Jionrak agreed, same here. He recalled the Prophet Ryu Min's words in the real world. The mission of round 4 wasn't monster hunting. It was a massacre among players. Ma Jionrok was somewhat puzzled. A massacre. Ryu Min had analyzed seriously back then. That's right, it was a calamity where players had to kill one another. You must remain on high alert. On Sanchial asked for guidance. What should we do now, sir? Ma Jionrok hadn't formed a plan. What do you mean? He asked him regarding the prophet Ryu Min. Do you really want to make him a business partner? Ma Jionrok firmly held his coat. Of course. He's the major shareholder with 31% of the shares. What power do I have? In practice, the company is essentially under Ryu Min's control. An Sanchial raised a confused hand. So you'll follow his advice and shift industries. Ma Jionrok put on his coat and stepped onto the balcony. What else can we do? This way the company can grow further. As he stepped outside, he said, besides that, we need to bring him into our camp. Don't underestimate him or get arrogant just because he's young. Ma Jionrok gazed at the view pensively. Even if you dislike his attitude, flatter him and follow his every instruction. That's the only way. He turned and smiled at An Sanchial. Only then can we reap all the sweet benefits from this prophet's honey pot. Understand? He bowed as if in understanding. Yes, sir. From now on, be more cautious when dealing with Ryu Min. Dawn was breaking and their conversation was ending. Good, call him immediately. What should I say to him? Ma Jionrok suggested they throw a party tonight to celebrate our survival, telling him to bring family if he has any. Should I invite Miss Seo to the party? An Sanchial seems to have a bit of a bias against her. Seo Arin. He looked incredibly handsome and gentle in the morning sunlight. At times like this, shouldn't we have someone popular celebrate with us? The scene shifted beside a cafe. Ryu Min had been standing there waiting. He smiled and waved, over here. Julie approached to greet him. Ryu Min, you look well, he smiled in reply. You too. She asked with concern, are you okay? Why suddenly invite me out to eat like this? Ryu Min said casually, it's nothing, I just thought we should eat to celebrate getting through the round. Don't worry, it's on me. Julie teased, then I'll take advantage of having a rich friend, if you don't mind, of course. A red car started off and drove down the road. She smiled, thank you, Prophet, thanks to you I could prepare for round 4. Ryu Min wondered, you don't think I was lying, do you? Julie trusted him completely. You would never do that, what would you gain by lying to me? Ryu Min replied cheerfully, thanks for trusting me. She was a bit embarrassed. Thank you, come on, I'm the one who should be grateful. If you hadn't told me I needed to kill at least 30 people, I'd be dead now, thank you. Inwardly, Julie thought he really had no reason to be grateful to her. He thought that even if he hadn't revealed anything, she'd survive thanks to the ancient talisman's protection. She's quite capable too. And compared to Seo Arin, who is like a greenhouse flower, she resembles a weed growing outside. They arrived at a Western-style restaurant with a touch of Japanese influence. They sat at the table reserved by Ryu Min. Let's eat, thanks, enjoy your meal. Julie looked at him thoughtfully. How many times has he thanked me already? She seemed awkward and sweaty with embarrassment. Julie fell silent and darkly pondered whether a killer like her should be doing things like this. She came because Ryu Min called, but dining in such peace felt strange. Ryu Min noticed her oddness and asked, Julie, why aren't you eating? He guessed she still felt guilty. She made a perfunctory excuse, I don't feel well. He went straight to the point. Is it because you killed someone? Ryu Min comforted her, don't overthink it and don't blame yourself, you have to survive. Julie still had many lingering scruples. That's true, but... He said gently, besides, you're not the only one, me and the other players couldn't avoid it either. She still couldn't escape that shadow trembling. Even so, I killed someone. Ryu Min cut in, enough. He explained seriously, so what? If something similar happens in the future, will we just let it happen? If I don't wake up, what will happen to my family here? He recalled his beloved little brother. Don't we have family waiting for us? Julie paused and murmured, my family. She remembered her father burst into tears and held her. If I don't wake up, father will be very sad. Julie clenched her hands in determination. You're right. I had forgotten my family and didn't realize they were the reason I kept holding on so long. She looked up at him, thank you for comforting me. Ryu Min cheerfully picked up his chopsticks and nudged her to eat. It's nothing, have some of the delicious dishes here to lift your spirits. Julie brightened up. Okay. Only then did the two truly begin eating. This is delicious. It feels like the fatigue from round 4 has been swept away. Hearing you say that makes me happy. The sky was darkening toward evening. Thanks for treating me, Min. Ryu Min noticed. This is the first time you've called me without using my full name. She didn't seem too concerned, she asked. Is that so? If you don't mind, can I call you that from now on? He agreed cheerfully. Of course. Ryu Min thought subtly. It seems he's in better spirits now. Should I get to the main point? He grew serious. Julie, I called you here to share information about round 5. Julie froze in surprise. Round 5, can you already predict the future? He got straight to the point without beating around the bush. Round 5 will be the toughest yet. Also, zones will merge. She couldn't quite picture it. Zone merging, Ryu Min summarized simply. Basically, the previously separated zones will combine into one. Julie sprang up in astonishment. So you and I could meet each other. He calmly sipped his tea. Yes, but not in round 5. In Ryu Min's mind, he actually thought we'd meet in round 5, but if I say we're in the same zone, she'd want to meet me. He set the teacup down and continued, I have to meet him while remaining anonymous. To do that, listen carefully to what I'm about to tell you. Ryu Min suggested to her, as I revealed, round 5 will be even harder, you might not make it, but there's one way. Julie waited eagerly and asked, what is it? He mentioned a familiar name and pointed out the way to clear the stage, Black Scythe. Go meet him and ask for his help. Julie was stunned. Black Scythe. Julie wanted to confirm her thought. The Black Scythe you mean is that person, right? The one ranked first across all zones. Ryu Min, you're sure it's him? She awkwardly pointed at herself, flustered. So you want me to ask Black Scythe for help in round 5? He advised her that rather than asking for help, it would be better to say you'll cooperate with him. Ryu Min offered the best plan. You need to temporarily ally with him. That's the only way to survive. Julie pointed at herself and asked, but he's level 30, would he agree to cooperate with me? She was somewhat hesitant hearing him. You have your own abilities. Black Scythe probably needs you too. Between you it'd be a symbiotic relationship. Julie thought if she could safely get through this round with his help, it would be great. She sighed anxiously. Honestly, I'm still worried. I don't know if Black Scythe would take me along just for my small buff. Ryu Min smiled and thought, that's not just a small buff, the skill is excellent. Ryu Min reassured her. Don't worry, Black Scythe will try to cooperate with you not only this round but the next as well. I've seen that scene in the future, so you don't need to worry. She hoped it was true, really. She felt somewhat reassured. Thanks for telling me such important information. Ryu Min replied, matter of course, we're friends, it's something I should do. Julie remembered and asked him, can you put out your hand a bit? She gathered power and a blue light radiated out. I should give you something to repay you, right? A blue glow shone around Ryu Min. He smiled brightly and thanked her. Thank you, Julie. Ryu Min had kind of anticipated this. I'd guessed she'd buff me since I know she dislikes owing favors. Julie blushed with embarrassment. At last he achieved his goal. Now I can go home and use that. The system information board popped up. All stats increased by 50% thanks to the blessing skills effect. A white pouch was tossed onto the table by someone. Kill count is now 100. All stats increased by 50% thanks to the Butcher's Relic effect. Ryu Min returned home and sat in a chair to think, boosted by Julie's blessing effect and the additional stats from the Butcher Relic after killing 100 worms. He observed the information panel before him and inwardly assessed that his stats had risen considerably. Status window. Status window, Ryu Min, alias Black Scythe, rank common, level 30 class, Reaper titles, Time Traveler hidden, First Angel Slayer hidden, Challenger hidden, Divine Punisher hidden. Stats. Strength plus 93, Intelligence plus 111, Agility plus 105, Luck plus 84. What Ryu Min noticed most was that luck was at 84. He drew a random card. With luck that high, I might be able to hope for something good. What he drew was a lowest tier Magic Stone lottery ticket, a rare tier item. It grants a random 1 to 5 lowest tier Magic Stones, restricted for use until the next round from novice rank upward. Description, a time-limited random item that gives you Magic Stones. If you don't use it by the next round, the item will disappear. It is affected by the luck stat. Ryu Min held it, studying it intently and thinking how to use it. If I were ordinary, I'd probably beg the gods for something better. He smirked inwardly and thought, screw begging that damn so-called god. Ryu Min recalled what the angel had said. Now we will begin a game. We will play 20 rounds. On the first day of each month, human souls are taken to another dimension to play a game. He imagined some god flinging a dozen swords at people and thought, I don't know who it is, but this must be the work of a deity. Who else could seize 1.8 billion people and throw them into a deadly game? Whoever's behind all this must be a god toying with humanity. Ryu Min frowned seriously. If I survive the final round and can make a wish come true, I'll wish that the wretched so-called god who created this vile game be torn apart. The ticket in his hand vanished and something rectangular appeared. He had used the lowest-tier magic stone lottery ticket. The system announced congratulations. You have drawn 5 lowest-tier magic stones. Items obtained: lowest-tier red magic stone X2, lowest-tier yellow magic stone, lowest-tier green magic stone, lowest-tier purple magic stone. He looked a little surprised. 5 stones, 5 is the maximum. Ryu Min smiled brightly. I got the best result by cursing, not by begging the gods. Guess I'm lucky too. Now for the main part. He pressed the button. Alright, start combining. First I'll put 2 lowest-tier red magic stones together and press combine. The system displayed, combination successful, you have created a low-tier red magic stone. Ryu Min took the result in hand. When you combine magic stones of the same color and tier like this, you can obtain a higher tier stone along with the stone you already had, from Corin and the one drawn from the ticket. Notifications popped up continuously. Combination successful, you have created a low-tier purple magic stone. He considered a new approach. Next, if I combine magic stones with a fusion item, the success rate is extremely high. Combination successful, the assassin's hood received plus 2% damage. Good, now combine the next stones. Ryu Min applied various items in turn. The shadow glove's stats increased by plus 2%. The resistance ring gained plus 2 luck. Next he changed to the long cunning boots, which gained plus 2 agility. He looked at the breakdown panel thinking he'll extract the blue magic stone from the hunter's leather armor. The system notified. Bloodstained assassin's coat gained plus 1% damage reduction. Ryu Min smiled, about to reap the rewards. So I've used up all the magic stones I had. Trading information for that buff was well worth it. Dusk fell, the sky growing nearly dark over the large apartment complex. Now it's time to go meet Ma Jionrock. Ryu-won appeared with a stunned, amazed expression. So that's... He was a bit flustered and nervous. The chairman of the company he invested in is the heir to the Osung conglomerate. Ryu Min confirmed he'd been invited to the party as their business partner and that they'd cooperate in the future. He trembled, pale and fearful, eyes glistening as he looked at him. Can I really go to a place like that? Ryu Min carefully straightened his tie for him. He said he could bring family, so you don't need to worry. Your tie's crooked. The doorbell chimed. Ryu-won jumped, stiffening. They're here, Ryu Min said, let's go. They both went to open the door. Ryu Min looked calm as usual, while Ryu-won was tense and uneasy. Ryu-won widened his eyes in surprise. An Sangcheol stood at the doorway and bowed. Hello, I'm here to escort you. Ryu-won broke out in a sweat and clung to him. He's the person we met before. An Sangcheol asked, and Ryu Min raised his hand to introduce. He's my younger brother. He handed an invitation card to Ryu-won. Sorry I didn't introduce myself sooner. I'm An Sangcheol. We've met before, haven't we? Here's my business card. Ryu-won took it. Yes. An Sangcheol looked apologetic. Although I've already been punished by your brother, I'm truly sorry for having treated you rudely before. Ryu-won didn't hold a strong grudge against him after that. An Sangcheol bowed and gestured for them to go. Consider this party an apology. I hope you won't be upset. Shall we go? The car is waiting for you. The sky was fully dark. Ma Jionrock's hotel lights lit up a corner of the night. The two brothers were led in by An Sangcheol, who showed them the way inside. Suddenly a voice from somewhere caught the two of them's attention. Shareholder Ryu Min. Ma Jionrock smiled as he descended the stairs to greet them. I'm glad to see you're still alive. Ryu Min smiled in return. Likewise. Ma Jionrock noticed the person standing beside him. And this must be your family member, he introduced. That's right, this is my younger brother Ryu-won. He greeted them with a bright handshake. Pleased to meet you, I'm Ma Jionrock of Chinma Consulting. You should use your right hand to shake. Ryu-won stiffly extended his hand. Hello. Ma Jionrock asked curiously, is your younger brother a player as well? Ryu-won shook his head. No, I'm not a player. Ryu Min smiled at his brother. He's only 14 right now. Ma Jionrock looked at Ryu-won and said, that's lucky. If you'd been 1 year older you wouldn't have escaped that deadly game. I'm envious of you. Ryu Min showed no expression, but in his mind he sneered, envious. He led them further inside. This way please, although it's simple, we've prepared the party with care. Inside a room the banquet table was fully set, dishes laid out with 2 servers standing by. The food was arranged very attractively and looked extremely delicious. A server and a personal chef stood beside the table to perform and prepare the dishes. Ryu-won gazed at everything before him with sparkling astonishment. Ma Jionrock gestured for everyone to help themselves. You must be hungry, we didn't prepare much but it should be enough to fill you up. Ryu-1 spun around awkwardly, wondering if the man was joking with him. He smiled warmly and the meal began. Please enjoy your meal first. Suddenly the room's door shifted. Ryu-min, alert, turned to look behind. He stared in surprised bewilderment at Seorin entered dressed elegantly and exuding charisma. Seorin was invited too. She glanced to the side and looked. Ma Jeonrak rose from his seat and said, "So you finally made it, Ms. Seorin." She first hurriedly apologized to him. "I'm sorry, sir, I had to attend a fellow actor's funeral, so I'm late." He responded kindly and forgave her. "You don't need to worry, we understand. More importantly, this is the major shareholder of our company I told you about." Out of habit, she swept her hair back to introduce herself. "Hello, I'm actress Seorin." Ryu-min gently pulled Ryu-1, who was gawking, back to attention. "Weren't you the ones who brought rice cakes when you first moved in?" He answered for his brother. "Yes." She showed delight toward them but was inwardly suspicious. "So I'm the neighbor of the major shareholder, how wonderful. He looks younger than me yet is a major shareholder already. Is the chairman pulling my leg?" Ryu-1 turned to his brother and stammered, "Hey, is that Seorin?" His reaction made Ryu-min realize something. Ryu-1 still didn't know about the relationship between Ma Jeonrak and Seorin. Seeing her appear out of nowhere must have surprised his brother a lot. He looked at his brother's flushed face and thought, more importantly, anyone would naturally react this way when seeing her looks right. To avoid suspicion, he told himself he should act a little interested as well. Ma Jeonrak noticed them and smirked faintly. The kid really is young, so even prodigies are like everyone else, huh? Calling Seorin here was the right decision. He put on his trademark smile and stepped forward to invite them. "You must be hungry, please enjoy the meal, don't worry about anything." Everyone sat down at the table to enjoy the lavish feast. Ryu-1 was ecstatic each time he tasted a dish. "Bro, the meat is so tender it melts in my mouth." His brother smiled pleased and said, "Really? Then eat up." Ma Jeonrak waited a bit as they ate, then began probing. "Mr. Major Shareholder, is the food to your taste? I told the chef to pay special attention to these dishes." While he was still serving his brother, he turned and replied, "Delicious." He then shifted the conversation. "And you, Ryu-1, is the food to your liking?" He awkwardly blurted out, "Yes, this is the first time I've had dishes like these." Ma Jeonrak looked pleased. "I'm glad to hear that. Fortunately, my demands of the chef were quite high." They continued the meal at a leisurely pace while Ma Jeonrak kept asking questions. "I notice you didn't bring any other family members. Why is it just your brother?" Ryu-min's face darkened with displeasure. "My brother is my only family, our parents passed away." Ma Jeonrak was embarrassed by that reaction. "I see, I apologize, damn it." He gritted his teeth silently. "Why did I ask that question? I completely ruined the pleasant atmosphere." Now he clearly saw Ryu-1's tearful expression and cursed inwardly. "Damn, I should have kept my mouth shut until things calmed down." Not long after, the dishes were cleared to make way for dessert. Ma Jeonrak drank his tea in utter discomfort. Someone needed to lighten this atmosphere. He tried to signal the person beside him. "Ms. Seorin, look over here, Ms. Seorin." But his words failed. The chairman, losing patience, set his teacup down. He stood up during the meal and asked Seorin, "Ms. Seorin, can we speak for a moment?" She, still dazed, looked after him. "All right." They stepped outside together and moved a fair distance away from the room. As they walked, Ma Jeonrak began to speak. "Listen, Ms. Seorin," the woman behind replied reflexively. "Yes, Sir Chairman." He paused to collect his words. The chairman posed an insinuating question. "Was the food good?" Seorin smiled brightly. "Very good, sir." Her innocence prompted him to shift into a grim mood. The chairman's face darkened as if about to crush someone. "You think I called you here just so you could eat and enjoy yourself?" He looked down at her with reproach. "I called you here to help make the atmosphere more cheerful. Why are you so slow to understand?" Seorin hurriedly apologized. "I'm sorry, I thought you only invited me to the party." He sighed in exasperation. "Otherwise, why would I invite you to dinner like this?" Ma Jeonrak rubbed his forehead to steady his thoughts. "Didn't your unit head tell you who that person is?" Seorin awkwardly said what she knew. "Isn't he the major shareholder?" The chairman added to her words, "He's both the major shareholder and a prophet." The young actress started, "A prophet." He emphasized it further. "Yes, a prophet, true to the name. His occupation is unusual. He can see the future." His finger twitched slightly. "Do you understand? We must make him happy. If we could know the next round's information in advance, imagine how valuable that would be. Ma Jionrok's following words terrified Seo Arin. So you need to use that pretty face of yours to echo everything he says, smile at him. He clenched his hands with ambition. Along with his sly smile, Ma Jionrok pressured her with an invisible force and tried every method to capture the prophet boy's heart. Seo Arin broke into a cold sweat. Forgive me for asking bluntly, I don't think doing that would. He cut her off without listening. As chairman, I've given you opportunities to succeed in your acting career. Shouldn't you repay that debt? Seo Arin heard his demands with worry. You don't need to hesitate, use whatever tricks you want, just make shareholder Ryu Min happy. Ma Jionrok raised an eyebrow and asked again, why aren't you answering me? The weak-voiced girl hurriedly blurted out, I understand. They paused their discussion when he decided to return to the party. I'll watch to see if you make a sincere effort, now let's go. Seo Arin replied in a subdued tone, yes. Inside the party, the awkward atmosphere remained, with only An Sangcheol silently watching the two brothers. Ma Jionrok opened the door and returned with Seo Arin in a cheerful tone. Did you wait long? We had to discuss some business, so we're a bit late. He purposely glanced at her to signal. Looks like you've finished eating, let's move to another location. Ryu Min and Ryu Won stood up and headed toward the door, expecting them to follow. Ma Jionrok grew more impatient seeing Seo Arin fumble while looking at the guests. I told her everything to do, so why is she still hesitating? Fortunately, Ryu Won had started a conversation with her first. Ah, Ms. Seo Arin, she immediately answered him. Yes. The young man's face flushed with embarrassment. I'm a fan of yours, you're even more beautiful than in photos. Seo Arin politely covered her smile. Thank you. Ryu Won continued, if possible, could you take a photo with me later? They chatted pleasantly as she agreed. Of course. Ma Jionrok immediately thought, his brother is showing more interest than the other one, we need to change the plan. Seo Arin's phone suddenly began to vibrate repeatedly in her hand. She picked up the phone to check in. A message from the chairman appeared, change targets, befriend the younger brother first. Seo Arin's face showed obvious discomfort. He is an innocent fan, but I have to deceive him. Ryu Min, who was ahead, also glanced in her direction. Ma Jionrok was pleased with his plan. If we can pull the younger brother to our side, the older brother will have no choice but to join us. That way we'll easily obtain the next round's information. He gestured to direct their gaze toward the room inside. It was a private room prepared for VIP guests. Of course, here you can order as many drinks and light snacks as you like with music. The room was decorated in red lighting. The furnishings were simple but conveyed an air of refined elegance befitting honored guests. Ryu Won suddenly hesitated. Drinks, if they're alcoholic, I'm only a high school student. He waved his hand and offered an alternative. It's fine, you can have other kinds of beverages. He ordered on Sangcheol beside them, the unit leader, to bring a special VIP set here and a non-alcoholic drink for student Ryu Won. An immediately nodded. Yes, chairman. The room door closed quietly and gently. Ryu Min sighed and spoke up. Chairman Ma, I can't drink alcohol either. He replied in surprise. Is that so? If you're of age, you should take this chance to try it. After hearing that, he turned to Seo Arin. Ms. Seo Arin, could you step outside to take a photo with my brother? The gentle girl agreed. All right. The two of them nodded to the others and went out together. Once he confirmed everyone had left, Ryu Min clenched his fist and called Ma Jionrok. Chairman? The man asked. Yes. His previously calm face changed into one of greater anger. Do you think I'm lenient? Ma Jionrok still didn't grasp his intent. What do you mean? Min crossed his arms and spelled it out for him. Have you forgotten my occupation as a prophet? I can see the future. Do you really think I didn't know about your conversation with Seo Arin? Ma Jionrok was stunned silent by his words. How are we supposed to do business like this? Chairman, you shouldn't hide things from me. Ma Jionrok was extremely surprised. He knew about the conversation between him and Seo Arin. How was that possible? Could he also see the future? They were alone in the private room, face to face. You told Seo Arin to cozy up to me. The chairman quickly apologized. If that made you uncomfortable, I'm very sorry. I only wanted her to be your friend. Ryu Min paid little heed. What angered him was something else. But you wanted to use my younger brother too. That's crossing a line. He flinched as if stabbed in the chest. He even knew about that. Despite his pride, Ma Jionrok bowed his head and said, I'm truly sorry. I made a foolish decision. Prophet, I'll fix everything that offended you. Ryu Min didn't make things difficult and accepted his apology. If you apologize sincerely like that, I'll let it pass this time. I'll pretend I never heard what you said to Corin. Then Ma Jionrok raised his face. Thank you for giving me another chance. At that moment On Sangcheol happened to enter. Mr. Chairman, I'm back. This time Ma Jionrok looked awkward and ordered him, please step outside. He was surprised. Pardon. Ma Jionrok cleared his throat softly to signal him. I have matters to discuss with this VIP guest. On Sangcheol understood and left. Understood. He gently closed the room door behind him. Now just the two of them faced each other, which made him more tense. Damn it, I meant to use Corin to ease the mood, but I made things worse. Ryu Min suddenly asked, do you want the next round's information? Ma Jionrok startled and replied, of course, how did you even know that? The man opposite him continued, the reason I accepted your invitation was to give you the information for round 5. He shrugged, showing his displeasure. But if you keep treating me like this, whether it's giving you information or cooperating with you, it will be very difficult. Ma Jionrok continued to plead gently. I sincerely apologize, please forgive this mistake of mine. With his firm tone, Ryu Min warned directly, Chairman, don't hide anything from me. In the future, trust me unconditionally. Since he was asserting control of the conversation, he went on to give orders. I hope you stop questioning how the company is run. Also, convince the other shareholders at the meeting. The chairman must meet those demands. I will do everything to manage the other shareholders. Satisfied that matters were settled, Ryu Min smiled again. Good, do your best to help me grow the company. It was then he began to mention what Ma Jionrok needed. I'll tell you the information you want about round 5. But even at the start, that statement made him tense again. The difficulty of round 5 is the highest of all the rounds we've faced. Seeing his reaction, Ryu Min added a reassuring line. Don't worry, if it's you there won't be any major problems. He grew impatient to hear more. So what's the objective of round 5? Ryu Min held up 3 fingers. The task is to kill 300 orcs, but it's not that simple. And one more important thing, you need to remind him the zones will merge. Ma Jionrok widened his eyes in surprise. The zones. Ryu Min carefully explained the reason. Because the number of players has dropped significantly, the previously divided zones will start to combine into one. He asked with some anticipation, so we might encounter players from other zones like Black Scythe. But Ryu Min shook his head and affirmed he would not be in the same zone as the player named Black Scythe. Ma Jionrok didn't press further but asked an aside, is that so? Do you even know Black Scythe's identity? He smiled inwardly and replied as usual, I don't know who he is either, but you'll meet him soon. Yet in his mind he thought, we're already meeting. Ryu Min's gaze turned serious again, and one more thing. To build trust, he said something Ma Jionrok hadn't expected. You're chasing someone, right? The one named Yongmin, Ma Jionrok gasped. You know about that too. He folded his arms calmly and repeated what he'd said before. I told you it's useless to hide anything from me. By now the chairman fully trusted him. As I thought, your foresight surpasses imagination. Profit if you knew who that person is. Then a blunt sentence was uttered. Don't investigate him anymore. Ma Jionrok, curious, asked, is there a reason? Ryu Min turned his face away and hinted to him, if you touch that name, you'll suffer a great loss. The chairman wanted to know more. Can I know exactly why? But he declined politely. I can only tell you that much. Ma Jionrok fell into thought, pondering this. Watching him work so hard, Ryu Min smiled inwardly. Actually, I spared that man's life because he's still useful. Ma Jionrok understood quickly and agreed at once. I understand, we'll stop investigating Yongmin. Then he left first. Let's restart the party. No alcohol this time, keep the mood harmonious. I'll call the others back. Ryu Min nodded. All right. After leaving the conversation, Ma Jionrok sighed with a cold look in his eyes. Phew, I need to go blow off some steam tonight. Outside, heavy rain made the road slippery as a strange man hurried out from an alley. His shirt was already stained with blood, but he kept running through the downpour. His mouth gaped as he gasped for breath, bleeding heavily. Looking closely now, one of his hands was gone, and he was cornered on all sides. He stood looking up as lightning split the sky white above him. Even against the steady roar of the rain, the sound of regular footsteps rang out. The man turned back in terror and was about to scream. The cold blade rose high. Then it slashed down, cutting 2 very deep gashes into his leg. Now even his leg was severed, causing him to stagger. His whole body convulsed and collapsed to the ground. A piercing scream rang out, but someone clamped a hand over his mouth to silence him. Soaked, Ma Jionrok ordered the man, if you don't want your tongue cut out. The man crawled and writhed on the ground in fear. "Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong?" The chairman coldly spun his sword and shot back at him. "You, a child rapist, still trying to deny it, don't you really know?" The man sobbed, trying to raise a hand to shield himself. "Wait, that happened a long time ago. Why are you attacking me now? My prison term is over. I was released. I'm just an old man." Without listening to his excuses, the sword was driven down again. Ma Jionrok mercilessly stabbed straight into his shoulder. His face darkened as he continued the warning. "If you don't want to die a slow, painful death, shut up. If you create more witnesses because of you, the body count will rise." The man, in too much pain and terror, fell silent at his command. A wave of dark power emanated from Ma Jionrok's body. "Is that so? An old man like you still has ears that hear. If scum like you remain alive, that's not good, is it?" It coiled around the sword that was embedded in the man's flesh. That potent force grew stronger and concentrated around the spot where the blade was lodged. Tears streamed down the man's face in terror. "What is this?" The magic then tightened around his mouth and face, preventing him from speaking. Slowly, those strange forces consumed every section of the unfortunate man's body. His arm reached out, trying to find help. Countless venomous snakes gnawed at every fragment of the old man's soul, making him moan in agony. Ma Jionrok watched the scene with disgust inwardly. If it weren't for needing to replenish his dark mana, he would have killed scum like him immediately. He gently lowered his sword to let mana flow into it. There was no other way. Using the dark radiance required dark mana. Ma Jionrok raised his sword high once more. To replenish dark mana, he needed to take lives. With a single swing, the blade cut through the slimy mass on the ground. Now he could die. That bloodied arm collapsed and lost all vitality. "And when I kill people..." The body, torn and far from intact, yields more dark mana than killing monsters. Ma Jionrok thought to himself with grim pleasure, fitting for someone who enjoys executing criminals like this. He swept his wet hair back and laughed heartily. "Isn't the Dark Knight class perfect?" Then he brought his sword close to the corpse again. Cleaning up this trash behind has relieved some tension. He mentally issued a command for the magic to slowly release and devour. But after waiting a while, the magic merely hovered around the corpse with no other movement. He was slightly disappointed, as he thought it couldn't consume the corpse. The dark radiance can only devour the life force of living targets. The trash bin behind him suddenly shook. His eyes widened and he spun around to look behind him. A calico cat dashed through the rain. Perhaps it had caused the noise earlier. Ma Jionrok exhaled in relief. There could be no witness. The dark alley scene had been staged by him. He'd driven the man into a dead end to keep prying eyes away. And it was still dawn. No, there might be someone. Then he suddenly remembered someone, the prophet Ryu Min. He could see scenes like this through his foresight. Rain pelted his body, but Ma Jionrok had only one concern. If that's the case, then the prophet already knows he's a serial killer and still approached him. He curled his lip in a sneer. Interesting. Out of habit, he lifted his phone to call his right-hand man. "Unit Chief on Sangcheol, come help me deal with some trash." Time passed quickly. 2 weeks had gone by since the party with Ma Jionrok. Ryu Min sat on his bed idly scrolling his phone. He had no concrete tasks, stayed home most of the time, and kept thinking about the future. He needed a little rest like this. A headline flashed, "Players will change the world" and the like, but today the rest period was effectively over. He tapped the red button on the screen. It's time to act. A gleam lit Ryu Min's eyes. Now to retrieve one of the 5 relics available in the real world, the relic clone. The hot headline carried tragic news about the game. 1.8 billion people pulled into another world, down to 90 million in just 3 months. The economy is endangered by the loss of the younger generation. Schools nationwide are closed. Endless pain. Parents and siblings around the world are plunged into grief. The fat man sat in his chair and clicked his tongue. It's only round 4 and already a pile of people are dead, useless scum. He sneered with pleasure as he continued scanning the news. Player-caused deaths spiked after round 4. 45 minutes ago, thousands of surveillance cameras were destroyed. The city devolved into lawlessness at night. 55 minutes ago, anti-government players formed an online community. 2 hours ago, public anxiety rose further. Emergency measures were discussed 3 hours ago. Criminal psychologists say people lost motivation to work. It's a mess. If they were players, they'd do the same. He lifted his axe and muttered, "What's wrong with doing whatever I want before I die? Damn hypocrites. They shouldn't always force us into boxes, don't do this, don't do that, it's all restrictions and rules. The black dragon fire in his hand swung the axe up. He shouted angrily as he brought it down with a heavy blow on the floor. That's why we're all exploding now. Then his expression went vacant as he looked up. It didn't matter anymore, no one could stop him. He curled his lip into a grin, face wrinkling. After all, he's a player, he's superior to them all. Bodies lay scattered around him in pools of blood, so who should I kill next? The black dragon fire looked at his hand and wondered. He'd killed in real life but felt nothing. Was it because he'd already endured hell in round 4? He complained nonchalantly after making the mess. But only 1 point per person, stingy because they're civilians. Recalling himself in the previous round excited him further. Round 4 was truly great, actually more enjoyable than killing monsters. On his system board it read, Relic Devour Effect. Accumulation increases when you kill enemies. When the gauge fills, you receive a random stat. The accumulation amount scales with the enemy's level. Thinking that, he pushed open the classroom door to look for more people. I want to kill players instead of civilians because I get more points from them. While scrolling his phone, the black dragon fire in his hand accidentally spotted a noteworthy line. Is there an online player community forum? Players opposing the government formed an online community 2 hours ago. This was exactly what he wanted, and an idea sprang up. Could I join the forum and meet other players to kill them? That way I'd get far more points. When he clicked it, countless questions appeared. Joining the forum. This forum is the nation's first online community to help players. Players change the world. Welcome to BCW, yes or no? BCW staff are conducting interviews to accept new members to ensure only players join the community. Yes or no, please answer all the following questions honestly. There will be consequences for non-compliance. 1. Please enter your name, address, and phone number. 2. Please enter your level, class in the other world, and your username. Please enter your region. 4. Please enter the rounds you participated in. 5. Type I agree if you consent to the interview. Black Dragon Fire clicked his tongue inwardly. What, they want all my personal info and an interview, what a hassle. Still, he quickly filled in his information. He had to get in to meet other players. As he brought up the keyboard to type, his twisted thoughts grew more pleased. Other players would surely never suspect there's a player out there killing other players. After finishing the procedures, he went to a shop nestled among green grass. Is this the place? On the screen was a clear message from the interviewer. Please come to Welcome Cafe in Wabu Namyang. Before noon, you may wear whatever you like. Looking up at the sign in front of him, he'd arrived at the right place. This was it. But Black Dragon Fire felt a pang of irritation. Damn it, they called me out to the middle of nowhere. Not even a bus goes here. In that uneasy mood, he opened the cafe door to step inside. I'll kill that damn interviewer if he pisses me off. The clean, tasteful interior made him a bit unsettled. What, the decor is more modern than I expected. A 30-year-old sitting at a table soon noticed the arriving guest. Are those two the only customers? He hurriedly stood and asked, Are you the one we have an interview appointment with? Black Dragon Fire froze, then replied, Yes. The man approached him and asked friendly, What's your username? He answered, Black Dragon Fire in hand. 30 shook his hand. Nice to meet you, I'm the interviewer, my username is 30. Black Dragon Fire gaped in surprise. You're a player? That reaction was expected. I know I don't look it, but I'm 30 this year, this way please. He pointed at the person in the pink jacket seated nearby and introduced. This is Little Cockle, he's here for an interview too. Cockle, this is Black Dragon Fire in hand, you might become teammates, say hello. He pulled out a chair with a sneering thought. That bastard who looks like an anchovy is a player too, he looks so weak. Hello, the person beside him nodded politely. Hi. Once seated, he fidgeted and wondered aloud. I guess the business doesn't do well, no customers and no part-timers around. 30 smiled faintly and explained, It's quite far from the city, so that's understandable. That's why we rented this place for interviews. Black Dragon Fire, still naive, asked, So you rented this place, but shouldn't the owner still be here? I don't see anyone. He answered enthusiastically, The owner is preparing food in the kitchen. It's a cafe, but they also serve meals. He continued to study the odd surroundings of the cafe. I see. What he had been staring at was a corner of the wall. There aren't even cameras here. Then Black Dragon Fire glanced at the pink-jacketed person beside him. If I kill these two and run, nobody would know. Still, he reassured himself, he wasn't just here to kill two people, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Aren't we going to interview? 30 asked cheerfully. We're waiting for one more person, we'll start when he arrives. He heard that and asked again to be sure, one more person, so there are 3 of us. He answered while looking out the window and blurted out, "Yes, the appointment's a bit late, so wait a little longer, he's coming." The cafe door opened gently and the welcome bell chimed. 30 politely went to greet the player. "Are you here for the interview?" The man replied, "Yes." Then he asked, "What's your username?" An unexpected name was spoken that made him cover his mouth in shock. Black Scythe. Time rewound a few days to an online meeting on a computer screen. "Welcome Jammy, nice to see you. Welcome Poppering." The chairman steepled his fingers and smiled to begin. "Everyone is present except jam made of honey. Now let's start the meeting for the 3rd week of April. Lost Yark, you go first." The called person immediately spoke up, "Yes." The chairman asked him how many people joined the forum this week. Lost Yark reported seriously, "About 2,000. The chairman remarked, "More than last week," and he agreed. "Player numbers are declining month to month, but forum participation is rising weekly." Lost Yark offered his guess. "I think the article about us attracted them." The chairman then wondered who hired the journalist. Jammy raised her hand to claim it. "It was me, chairman." He looked surprised. "I see, didn't expect you to have connections in that field." She smiled and added, "It's a new contact." The chairman kept a smile and said, "Wonderful, nothing less from a long-time member." "So Lost Yark, of the 2,000, how many actually have skills?" He replied immediately, "If we exclude players without classes and those under level 10, we have about 1,200. A fairly large number that made the chairman ponder. "So how many are genuinely useful?" Lost Yark put on his glasses and picked up his tablet. "I'll address that." He scrolled through the data and began to read. "One notable player is Black Dragon Fire in Hand from Region Esks 45-5. He's a level 10 warrior of average rank but placed 3rd in his region." The chairman considered that. "3rd, he must have a good relic for his level, or he's lying." Lost Yark expressed satisfaction. "But I think he's skilled enough to be nominated for an executive position." The reports continued. "Anyone else?" He scrolled and paused. "Another is Little Cockle. He's from Region Esk 122-7, usually ranked between 4th and 10th. Lost Yark reported another encouraging figure. "Besides those 2, 50 players are in the top 100 of their regions." The chairman brightened. "That's quite a lot. Looks like I'll be busy interviewing people." Suddenly the conversation shifted to someone else. "Right, my 30, he snapped, awake from dozing. "Sorry." The chairman's face immediately hardened. "You were dozing? What were you doing last night that you're sleepy now?" 30 tried to speak but was cut off by his superior. "I won't accept excuses. Finish 50 interviews before the next meeting. If you don't, a higher-ranking candidate may replace you." Because of his mistake, he had to nod in agreement. "Understood, please assign them to me." The chairman turned to another issue. "Has Lowe's H been contacted?" He checked his phone and replied, "If so, I reported immediately." Hearing that, he sighed. "Probably. I'll grant him an executive position immediately if he joins. That's unfortunate." He then continued directing the officers. "Jammy, can you ask that journalist to write another piece? We may need more promotion to attract Black Scythe to join." She beamed and gestured. "Of course, so long as there's money." He generously agreed at once. "Don't worry about that. I will reward you for your contribution." Jammy smiled brightly. "Thank you, Chairman." He was about to say more. "Now let's move on to the next topic." But Lost Yark exclaimed in surprise, "Wait, Chairman, a high-profile person just requested to join the forum." The chairman immediately paused, curious. "Who is it?" His subordinate's hand trembled as he hurriedly spoke the name, Black Scythe. All the administrators were jolted awake at the presence from the top server. Back there, 30 awkwardly shook the hand of the person before him. "Nice to meet you. It's not too hard getting here, is it?" He coldly brushed off that remark. "It is hard." He quickly rubbed the back of his neck and forced a smile. "Sorry about that. This is the best place for us to keep privacy." Then they all moved into the meeting area. "By the way, you're really handsome. I'm sure the girls like you. This way, please." The guest sat down in the chair next to 30 at his invitation. "These 2 are here for interviews too, like you." Black Dragon Fire in Hand's eyes widened in astonishment. "Hello." The introverted young man also softly spoke up. "Hello." Sitting opposite them was a stranger who introduced himself. "I am Black Scythe." Ryu Min revealed a sly smile beneath his hat. "I'm Little Cockle. That bastard has a sense of humor." Black Dragon Fire in Hand broke out in a sweat. "Is that really Black Scythe, the one who's killed me 5 times? I really want to ask him if we've ever met in real life. Why does he enjoy killing me so much?" 30 reminded him. Black Dragon Fire, what's wrong? Aren't you going to introduce yourself? He hurriedly bowed his head and whispered, hello, I'm Black Dragon Fire in hand. The fake Black Scythe nodded as if he'd heard. That reaction made Black Dragon Fire grit his teeth in greater fear. What the he didn't even respond. I thought he'd recognize me if I said my username. Or does he not remember my name even though he's killed me 5 times? Ryu Min sipped his drink and watched their every move in silence. Have I been acting so arrogantly? I'm impersonating someone too, but this guy is a real con artist. He actually knew the identity of the man before him. His username is Kyukyurubingbong. He's a professional scammer who uses every trick to make money. This imposter has the potential to create a duplicate in the future. Right now he's not a major problem, but later he'll obtain a cloning relic and become famous, more precisely infamous, because he'll use the cloning relic to carry out all manner of crimes. He carefully calculated in his head, it's a bitter reality that even criminals can gain power from the other world. But it's good that I met him as planned. I'll use him to get the cloning relic. 30 took out his laptop and opened his mouth. Have we finished introductions? Then I'll begin confirming personal information. Let's start with Little Cockle. Ryu Min successfully feigned innocence and shyly said, my name is Kim Seunghyun. I'm 20 years old. I just finished graduate school, so I don't have a job right now. 30 The moderator recorded the information meticulously. Here it says you're an assassin level 13, correct? He answered, yes. 30 asked further, you also rank 4th in your region, right? Right. Though he appeared flustered on the outside, Ryu Min cursed inwardly. Hell no, that's all a lie, except for the username. At one gathering, he'd seen a player with that name and stole it. Little Cockle is indeed an existing name. In other words, I'm impersonating someone else, but I have to do it to meet the conditions for obtaining the cloning relic. As he recalled, In Hong had stabbed a girl himself. The cloning relic requires the recipient to kill someone at the site where the relic is hidden while impersonating another person. The other man remained calm, deliberately making himself seem as cold as Ryu Min. In the past, that bastard killed someone while impersonating me and obtained the cloning relic. Then 30 looked at Hyangtek. All right, next is you, Black Dragon Fire. He replied immediately, my name is Sim Hyangtek. I'm 16 and currently in high school. The chairman exclaimed in surprise but thought something else inwardly. You're the youngest here. That chubby pig, he's a high school student? That's disgusting. 30 looked at the person before him and wondered whether he could still look down on him if he knew Sim Hyangtek had killed his classmate. That's not something an ordinary high schooler could do. He repeated the same question. You're a level 10 warrior who previously ranked 3rd in your region, correct? Black Dragon Fire slammed his hand on the table. What, you think I'm lying? He shrugged and explained, it's just part of the process. Sorry if you feel offended. 30 then continued the interview with the last person. It's your turn, Black Scythe, your name is In Hong. He glanced at him and said, Kim In Hong, 28, I'm a fund manager. I've never dropped from the top ranks in my region and I'm level 30. You know my profession is death, right? What else do you want me to confirm? The moderator naturally didn't dare contradict and only forced a smile. Nothing else, thank you. Ryu Min kept eating the strawberries in his cup but felt very displeased. Fund manager, my ass, he's probably managing con artists. Then he'll use the name Black Scythe to borrow money from other players. 30 set his laptop down and grew serious. That's all I need to confirm about your identities. Now we'll begin the interviews. Just tell me why you want to join BCW. You go first, Little Cockle. Ryu Min twirled his straw to show awkwardness. Right now the world is dangerous, it's scary to go out alone and there are other issues. I think living with other players would be better. He moved on to the person beside him. Okay, next, Black Dragon Fire. Hyangtek thought carefully. He couldn't say he came to kill other players. So he borrowed the previous answer at will. I'm similar to Little Cockle, I can't go to school anymore and I'm worried about the next round. Turning to In Hong, 30 grew a bit enthusiastic. Is that so? And you? Black Scythe raised an eyebrow and replied, I only signed up because I saw the forum, it piqued my interest. 30 forced a smile, I see. Ryu Min stared at him, he'd get through this no matter what. Whatever he said, he's Black Scythe after all. He straightened his posture and smiled. All right, all your answers are satisfactory, now for the final part of the interview. When he said this, 30's tone grew delighted. Killing, you must kill someone to pass the final part of this interview. Ryu Min panicked, kill someone, but why? He responded very calmly, you don't understand yet. Fine, let me enlighten you. His eyes widened with discomfort. Surely you've seen the articles. The government has begun to crack down on us players and turned its back on us. They're afraid of us because we're stronger than them. 30's hands clenched with ambition. Still, our players will soon rule the world. That world will come much sooner if we all cooperate. A broad smile spread across his face. So we have no reason to be hindered by the law. We need to show the government that players are the law now by opposing the government's rules. Ryu Min, still very confused, covered his mouth. So that's why we have to kill someone, 30 emphasized further. Yes, that's how we show the government our resolve. Heintek was also frozen in shock, while Kim In-hong remained composed to demonstrate to them that they were not controlled by the law. After saying that, 30 returned to his gentle smile. Now do you understand? Little Cockle answered very softly, yes. He raised a finger and reminded them, if any of you don't want to carry out the final part of the interview, you can leave now. However, leaving also means you won't be able to request our help later. He wiped the cream from his mouth and showed little surprise. His meaning was clear, anyone who leaves will be blacklisted. They're doing this to pressure us into killing, so later we'll have a hard time leaving this community. Black Dragon, fire in hand, and the fake Kim In-hong were both pensive for a moment, but did not object. 30 clapped his hands in satisfaction. It seems you are all ready. Good, I'll take that as consent from everyone. We'll begin the final part right now. Heintek asked, what do you mean by begin? Begin killing, but there's no one here to kill. He answered immediately, you don't need to worry about that. 30 smirked and spoke insinuatingly, I've prepared everything. Outside, heavy rain poured. Dark clouds covered the sky, making the atmosphere colder. With the interview finished, 30 stood up first. Shall we go? All right. At that moment, a petite girl stepped out of the cafe door. Are you leaving? You can stay if you want. The place is rented by you anyway. He chatted with her cheerfully. No, we're in a hurry. By the way, is there a restroom here? The girl pointed helpfully. It's over in that corner, 30 answered while rummaging in his pocket. Thanks. While you're at it, could I ask you a favor? She was curious. What is it? Then he took out his key and handed it to her. Could you move my car out of the parking lot for me? I'm in a hurry. The innocent girl took it and accepted at once. Of course, don't worry. She took her red umbrella and stepped out into the rain. The car was unlocked very slowly as she approached the vehicle. She then folded her umbrella and prepared to get behind the wheel. The heavy rain prevented her from noticing a rough hand reaching toward her ear. Then all 10 fingers clamped around the little girl's throat, making her scream in terror. The man continued squeezing her neck as she struggled helplessly. Her small hands trembled desperately and her screams grew faint. 30 held the unconscious body in his arms and curled his lips in a casual smile. Ryu Min gasped in shock. What did you just do? Heintek was equally surprised. Why her? After placing the girl inside, he urged them nonchalantly, what are you waiting for? Get in the car. The car door shut, making the water-dampened arm of the girl tremble slightly. All 3 interviewees felt the same mixed emotions. Was he the cafe owner? The car drove along a trail lined with green canopies on both sides. After some time, the wheels slowly came to a stop at a location. 30 carried the cafe owner inside and instructed the others. We're here. This is where we'll carry out the final part of the interview. They opened the warehouse door. Inside it was old and dark, exactly as intended. The girl's body was placed on the floor while the moderator asked, let's begin, who will kill her? He, interested in Kim In-hong, turned and suggested, why don't you go Black Scythe? He agreed. Fine. 30 chortled with satisfaction, just as expected from him. Suddenly another voice cut into their conversation. Wait. He turned his attention to the young man in the pink jacket. What's up, little cockle? Ryu Min hesitated as he spoke. I can do it. The request made him sneer. You want to do it? Interesting. I didn't expect much since you seem so shy. Since the outcome is the same, he had no objection. Fine by me. Black Scythe, let him do it. Kim In-hong said nothing but nodded in agreement. Then Ryu Min slowly walked toward him, while Kim In-hong went in the opposite direction. As they passed each other, the imposter whispered to him, make sure you do it well, I just helped you. Ryu Min shot him a cold glance. Thanks, I'll make good use of the cloning relic. Kim In-hong, having heard that, turned back in surprise. The cloning relic, you're talking about that. And at that exact moment, 2 arms shot out in front of him. Ryu Min decisively twisted until bone and flesh gave way and took him down on the spot. Kim In-hong's neck was wrenched backward, definitely finished. 30 looked at the scene in horror, his eyes wide. 30 clutched his head, his whole body trembling. What's going on? He panicked and yelled, "What did you just do? You dare kill Black Scythe? Are you crazy?" Ryu Min turned back a little annoyed. "Hey, keep it down, man." 30 fell silent, too afraid to speak. His eyes were like those of a predator. Something felt different. What on earth had happened? System notification: you have killed someone while impersonating another. You have met the hidden condition. You have discovered a cloning relic copy, an archaic rune located at a predetermined spot. The acquired rune automatically engraved itself onto the player's body. A golden light danced around him. Ryu Min remarked happily, "Nice, finally a reward for impersonation." 30 stammered as he interrogated, You at least say something. Why did you kill Black Scythe?" He slowly reached for his mask. "Why?" Ryu Min put on the plain mask and said, "Because he's a despicable bastard who tried to impersonate me." 30, not understanding what was happening, asked back, "Impersonate you?" Then and he pointed at the cafe owner. 30 fired questions rapidly. "You were supposed to kill that woman. Why did you kill Black Scythe instead? Answer me." Ryu Min remained indifferent as he picked up the black bag beside her. "Because he's trash." "He's trash too." He pulled the bag over the cafe owner's head. That contempt left 30 dumbfounded. "Huh, say that again if you can." He drew his weapon, his face contorted with rage. "You just said." Ryu Min fell silent and summoned a scythe. A bloody red aura cloaked the weapon, startling 30. Wielding the oversized scythe, he said, "I called him trash, so was I wrong?" 30 froze, unable to move. That scythe, what was it? Could it be his main weapon? Staring at the grotesque scythe, he searched his memory. He'd never seen a player wield such a huge scythe. No, wait. As if realizing something, 30's mouth gaped wide enough to fit an egg. A player uses a giant scythe. The earlier words of the man in front of him replayed in his head. "Because he's a despicable bastard who tried to impersonate me." Impersonate, hold on. Ryu Min looked at the man who seemed to be realizing things and spoke. "Now do you understand who Black Scythe is?" He stammered in reply. "Why you are Black Scythe." Ryu Min looked at the ashen face and added, "Sorry for lying." 30's hand trembled violently. So it's true, this guy isn't the little cockle I know, he is the real Black Scythe." He dropped to his knees and begged, Lord Black Scythe, I'm so sorry for mistaking you. You acted too well, please spare me." With a single slash, 30's head flew off before he even understood what was happening. His head rolled straight to Hyentek's feet before finally stopping. 30 died with his eyes wide open, his pupils dilating and contracting. Even though Hyentek had struck at a classmate, he couldn't shake the chill crawling over him. He looked at Ryu Min and realized this was the real Black Scythe, on a completely different level. Cold sweat poured from Hyentek. He couldn't even track the motion of the scythe's swing. Suddenly Ryu Min pointed the scythe at Hyentek's face. "Now it's just you and me. What do you think my next move will be? If you have any last denials, say them now." Hyentek trembled, whether from habit or nerves his voice stammered. I won't say meaningless things like spare my life. I only have one question I've always wanted to ask if I could meet you." Ryu Min already knew the question. "You're wondering why I killed you 5 times in round 4, right?" He flinched for a moment, then answered hesitantly, "Why yes." Ryu Min didn't hold back and explained blandly, "The reason is simple, I wanted to keep you under control." Hyentek frowned. "Keep me under control, why me?" Ryu Min answered casually, "You seemed the most skilled among those I met then. I needed to eliminate the competition." Seeing his silence, Ryu Min asked again, "Anything else?" As Hyentek stayed mute, Ryu Min's patience wore thin. "You can close your eyes now." After a long moment, Hyentek spoke up, "Can I ask one last question?" "What is it?" he stammered, trying to buy time. "Why did you want to kill me?" Ryu Min didn't hide it and said plainly, "Because you're trash." "Me? What did I do? Didn't you come here to kill that woman?" Hyentek tried to deny it. But I haven't done anything yet." Ryu Min continued, "You haven't done anything yet. You've been standing and watching this whole time." The atmosphere filled only with Ryu Min's cold snort of contempt. Finally Ryu Min said, "Fine, unlike those other bastards, your only crime is apathetically standing by. I'll give you a chance to live." Hearing that, Hyentek brightened, visibly relieved. Really?" Ryu Min struck the scythe on the floor. The tip hit the ground with a piercing sound. He stated the survival condition for Hyentek. "Now you must give up everything you have." Though he looked cocky, at the threat he hastily laid all his gear out on the floor. Ryu Min mused that the guy had quite a few useful things. Seeing the pile of items, Ryu Min thought of making money. If he sold everything the man bought at the shop, he'd earn about 2,000 gold. Heintek scratched his head and said, I even gave you a boost and the equipment I used. This really is my entire fortune, I have nothing else. Ryu Min picked up 2 amber-colored gems. I already said so. Seeing Ryu Min take nothing else, Heintek timidly asked, why you're not taking anything else? I don't need them, you can use them. Ryu Min just nodded in agreement. Yes. Watching Heintek fumble packing, Ryu Min thought to himself that he couldn't sell most of those items back to the shop anyway. After stuffing all the items into his space bag, Heintek turned and asked, so you'll spare my life as promised, right? Ryu Min nodded. Of course I'll let you live, a gentleman keeps his word. Heintek was briefly surprised, then bowed deeply in sincere thanks. Thank you so much. Stop, I'm embarrassed, go to hell. He kicked the bodies of the 2 others and said, live properly from now on, go deal with these corpses if you want. He bent down to the cafe owner. Ryu Min said again, I'll take this girl with me. Heintek offered to help. Ryu Min flatly refused, no need, how can I trust you, get out of here. Heintek stood there watching his back as he slowly carried the cafe owner away. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to die, but the man spared him. Losing some valuable items was nothing compared to staying alive. Heintek wiped sweat from under his chin with his sleeve, thinking inwardly, why do I feel so empty right now? He stood there wondering what he really did wrong. He lost his items just for watching. Heintek gritted his teeth, victim mentality rising. It's so unfair. Seeing Ryu Min walk off on his own, a murderous impulse flared in him for a moment. Wasn't he completely off guard just now? Black Scythe took a blow to the back and didn't die. A smoldering flame of greed rose, urging Heintek to act. What should I do? If I kill someone of Black Scythe's rank, how many times will my stats increase? His pupils constricted, bloodshot veins visible. Yes, this is a rare opportunity, one I'll never get again. Heintek tightened his grip on the axe. If he didn't seize this chance, he'd regret it for life. Then he crept forward as quietly as possible, silently praying, don't notice me, don't notice me. The distance closed. Heintek gently raised the war axe above his head, just a little more. Seize the imminent chance and strike quickly, at that moment. Heintek brought the axe down with all his might. Die, you son of a bitch. The downward blow was fierce, blood sprayed from the open wound. Ryu Min collapsed to the ground, and the cafe owner fell beside him. Heintek panted, I killed Black Scythe just like that. He burst into triumphant laughter. Is this for real? Black Scythe killed by someone level 10 like me. Heintek stomped hard on Ryu Min's body, kicking and cursing, you dog, you shouldn't have turned your back on me. Who cares how high your rank is, stupid as hell. He squeezed his fists in glee, ecstatic at the stats he expected. Thanks for these numbers, you idiot. But after a while nothing happened, no system message appeared. Heintek was puzzled. Why hasn't the stat increase message shown up? It should appear immediately. Sensing he'd missed something, a chill ran through his body. What on earth is going on? Suddenly Ryu Min loomed behind him and spoke in a grim tone. What did you think? Heintek panicked and jerked around. Ryu Min wore the pink jacket mockingly. Why are you so scared, see a ghost or what? He looked pale and trembling with fear. Why, I just killed him, does he have a resurrection skill or something? Ryu Min advanced slowly. Heintek startled and turned to look. The shopkeeper lay there with a plastic bag tied over her head. Faint blue auras emanated from her hands, and there was no blood to be seen. He stepped forward and said, what you killed was a copy of me. Heintek repeated in astonishment, a copy. At the moment he was about to strike, the original of him had watched everything and silently clicked his tongue. The ancient cloning ability can create a duplicate identical to oneself. He smirked as he explained to Heintek. However, it can't fight. The ancient cloning effect creates a replica with the create copy keyword. The user becomes a spirit after 10 seconds, but the copy can't engage in combat nor access skills or inventory. Cooldown is 10 minutes. But you were completely fooled by it. I suppose even if it can't fight, it's still useful, a very good experiment. Heintek gripped the war axe in anger. You tricked me. He pointed at his head mockingly. And now you act like you're the victim. I'm the real victim here, you almost killed me. Heintek pushed back without backing down. You're the victim, you're the one who threatened me first. His hand summoned the scythe. He replied indifferently, whatever. A powerful red aura swung toward Heintek. He froze dumbfounded, wondering, what's happening, my body won't move. He held the scythe tight as he watched Heintek's head be severed. Like I said, this is just a waste of time. Blue auras immediately enveloped Hyentek's head, erasing the traces. They spread throughout the room. He put his hands in his pockets and sheathed the scythe. No one would be able to call this a crime scene except for one person. He walked over to the woman and called out, "Hey." With his hands in his coat pockets, he exposed the truth. "You can get up now. How long are you going to pretend to be unconscious? You know you can't fool players." I can hear that thought. The shopkeeper slowly sat up but was too frightened to remove the plastic bag. "I'm sorry." She hesitantly asked him, Can I take it off?" He crossed his arms and curtly refused. "No, keep it on until I leave." "Yes." Sunlight streamed through the window. "I'll ask a few questions. Will you cooperate with me?" "Yes, yes." He began to interrogate. "How many customers? Can you remember each face?" She knelt anxiously and answered, "4 people, one around his mid-40s. I remember his face because I talked to him, the others." He stared, absorbing the information while analyzing it. She was telling the truth. Once he got what he needed, he interrupted. "All right, that's it." She hesitated and asked, So am I safe now? Is everything over?" Before letting her go, he gave detailed instructions. "Yes, you can go home now. Don't report this to the police, it could backfire." "I understand. You can take the bag off after 1 minute." The shopkeeper nodded, yes. The countdown began with quick breaths. 1, 2, 3. The woman removed the plastic bag from her head as the final numbers were reached. 58, 59, 60. She looked around in confusion. What just happened? After a while, the shopkeeper recovered fully. There was nothing here. It can't have been a dream, right? Tall apartment buildings glittered in the sunset. He entered the house and called out loudly, "Ryu-1, I'm back." Ryu-1 rushed out to greet him. "Hello." He was startled, having noticed something. Then he asked curiously, "That's your jacket, where did you go?" Ryu-Min hesitated at the question. "Well, He dodged into the house. "I'm exhausted, so tired." He hurried after him asking, "Where did you go? Have you eaten dinner?" Ryu-Min took off his coat and replied, "Not yet." After a moment's thought, he suggested, "Shall we order something?" Ryu-Min nodded. "Yeah, order whatever you want." Looking at the jacket and recalling the earlier bloodshed, he couldn't help but think, "It's clean, but I can't give it back." Then he threw the jacket away, which startled him. Ryu-1 ran over in confusion. "Min, what are you doing? Why did you throw it away?" He answered calmly, "It's old, I'll buy you another one, you've worn it too long." He looked like he wanted to cry, which made him a bit uneasy. "I'll buy you a nicer one, okay?" He turned away with a sigh. "No, it's fine, I can't go out anyway since school is closed." He looked at him with a fleeting sadness. He must be bored staying home and unable to go to school because of people like Hyentek. Then he offered, "Gani, do you want to go out with me tomorrow?" Hearing that, his face instantly brightened. He jumped up in delight, afraid he misheard and asking again, "Really? Are you serious?" He was easily persuaded. Ryu-Min told Rugan, "We'll have dinner quickly and go to bed early," and he agreed happily. The next day, Ryu-One's face sparkled with excitement at the sights before him. "It's been so long since I've been here." He looked at his joyful face, thinking to himself that times have been hard lately, so he hadn't been able to take him out. The two of them stood out in the crowd. "Is this place still open? Lately more places are closed than open. In times like these, hope is an important belief." Suddenly he noticed a family laughing and chatting together. His gaze toward him was full of meaning. Ryu-One suddenly grabbed his arm and pointed ahead. "Min, you go first, hurry up." They arrived at an exhibit full of stuffed pandas. He awkwardly clipped a panda headband on. "How do I look?" His eyes glittered as he pulled out a few more. "You're so cool, so cute, pick that one." He happily looked around, so many cute things. He held up his shiny black card like a boss. "Yeah, take whatever you like." The two of them walked and chatted happily. "What do you want to do now? We should do everything here." They moved on to ride the roller coaster. Then they went on the bumper boats. They visited the panda exhibit. Ryu-One took pictures non-stop with his phone, praising without stop. "Twin pandas so cute." He looked at him, quietly proud of his choice. He was so down yesterday, taking him out like this was the right thing. He suddenly turned and asked worriedly, "But Min, tomorrow is the 1st of May, will it be okay for you to go out with me like this? I mean, I'm happy but..." Ryu-Min quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, I'm fine. This time it'll be over 10 hours, so even if I sleep a bit long, don't be afraid." He grabbed his coat anxiously. 10 hours, it's not dangerous, right? You have to come back safe, okay?" He smiled brightly and held out his hand. "Don't worry so much." Ryu-Min patted his head comfortingly. "I promised I won't leave you alone." He touched him to soothe his anxiety. That's enough, what now, let's go visit the zoo. In a towering apartment building on April 30, 11:50 p.m. He jolted in bed at the sound of his phone's notification. Ryu-min picked up the phone and was surprised to see the name Julie displayed. A string of messages appeared. Min, it's almost midnight. I believe this will be okay. Do your best. Go see you later. After reading them, he thought to himself that she must be very nervous. Ryu-min smiled at the phone. Don't worry, I'll protect you from now on. He set the phone on the bedside table. Time to go. The screen still lit, showing 12:00. Ryu-min quickly appeared in an open lot, filled with a large crowd. They looked around in confusion. Are there enough people? No way. I think some haven't arrived yet. No, last round the survivors numbered around 500. They were somewhat unsettled. It made sense, there was a feeling of emptiness. Ryu-min stood not far off and watched them, remarking, it does feel empty. Round 1 had nearly 10,000 people, but that emptiness will pass soon. Oliver shimmered into view. She grimaced and ground her teeth in complaint. Your reactions are boring. Oliver hovered above the crowd, murmuring, a total of 442 survivors have been summoned. You should have had 521, but we've lost nearly 80. Looks like there was conflict in the real world. It doesn't matter, she didn't care about that. What you do in the real world is none of my concern. Oliver raised a finger. However, with so few people we can't play properly. Her expression turned sly, so I've prepared something for all of you. Oliver smiled and informed the players that the regions would be merged. Someone raised a hand and asked, excuse me, could you explain that in more detail? She ground her teeth irritably. I already said it, you should understand immediately, what a bother. As the name implies, we're merging the regions. Oliver, impatient but amused, explained. I don't know if you realize, but the country you're in already has hundreds of regions, exactly 875 regions. Those below were astonished. 875 regions, our country alone has that many regions. She laughed loudly. What's there to be surprised about? Compared to other countries, it's still fewer. People below began mulling over Oliver's words. Right, if each region is allotted 10,000 people, then obviously more populous countries would have more regions. Hold on, if each region has angels then. Whispers broke out below, so there are at least tens of thousands of angels on Earth, really, that many angels. Oliver sneered. As you guessed, each region has a managing angel. Are you only realizing that now? How foolish. Someone below quickly caught on and asked, an angel, so this survival game wasn't created by him. Hearing that, she paused for a moment. Then asked coldly, why would you think that? The man replied boldly, there's no way tens of thousands of angels collaborated to create this survival game. Oliver flew over toward him, pointed at his face and threatened, what if we did cooperate? Are you going to praise us? Stop asking useless questions, meddling too much will get your head busted, human. Faced with her proximity, the man turned pale and stammered, sorry. Oliver muttered, it's fine, you're only human. Ryu-min watched in silence as expected. Seeing her avoid the topic showed she'd been hit where it hurt. Of course, there must be rules keeping the creator's identity secret. Not only he but others began to suspect as well, reasoning further that if an angel could be killed by players, they couldn't have created such a massive survival game. Oliver flew up, looked down angrily and said, from now on, I won't answer any more questions from you vermin. If you're a worm, behave like one, stop asking so many questions. Those below were frightened and she continued to grumble irritably, you're wasting my time. Anyway, as announced, I'll begin unifying the regions. You just need to know this measure is because there are too few players. Oliver warned, don't speculate wildly anymore. Suddenly the ground shook, startling everyone. What is that, an earthquake? The ground beneath immediately formed into evenly spaced squares. And from them, fire began to surge up. Then a large column of light appeared before everyone, causing those there to turn pale, not knowing what terrible thing from hell was about to happen. After that, the spot where they stood also became a deadly square. The areas beside them had turned into seas of fire, leaving them no escape route. Layer upon layer of light shone into view. Each square gradually flared up. Then inside their square, it split into smaller squares. The people standing inside began to materialize. Each player stood there dazed, mingled with panic. Suddenly the lights retracted and everyone cried out in astonishment, is it over? Only then did they have time to look around. Beside the square, many more people in different outfits had appeared. Those people, Oliver announced, the region merge is complete. Seeing them dazed, she asked, what's wrong? We're all human, at least say hello to each other. A purple-haired angel appeared and said, exactly, how long do you plan to stand there like statues? Looking up at the bewildered crowd below, another angel. By the estimated number, are there 10 angels? It was another angel, but the tone laced with contempt was identical. Hello, are you humans? You've probably heard of the managing angels. Because the player count was low, the regions were merged. She announced, currently, 10 regions have been merged into one, and the total number of people here is 4,844. Those below panicked. 10 regions combined. Nearly 5,000 people, no wonder it's so crowded. Oliver continued, other regions are also undergoing merges. Of course, because of the merge, region names will change. She spoke with interest. Now this region's name is CX007, and it only includes players from the Republic of Korea. The crowd buzzed. They're all from our country. Good, we can still communicate. Who knows if we'll be mixed with other countries later. Ryu Min looked around and thought that of course the merges wouldn't stop here. Whenever the count drops below 500, they'll merge with other regions. He still clearly remembered the situation from the previous regression. Eventually, when Korea's player count fell below 500, they'd have to compete with players from other nations. Ryu Min looked up, his thoughts long and running, though that wouldn't happen until round 11. For now, focus on the present. Based on the regression's progress, he was certain the angels would hold a side game shortly. Oliver spoke on behalf of them. Before announcing the main objective, we'll play a side game to celebrate today's region merge. The angels began to confer. Isn't there one representative per region? Now that they're merged, what should be done? Of course, a new regional representative must be elected. Someone below asked, the new representative for this merged region. Oliver pointed with a finger, the rules are simple. She smiled with interest. The 10 former regional representatives will step forward and fight to the death. The last survivor will be promoted to representative of this merged region. The crowd erupted, so to become the representative of the merged region they must kill each other. Cruel but intriguing. Who will become the rep? This would be perfect with some popcorn. An angry man thought, damn it, what the hell is this? A nearby girl clenched her hands nervously. They have to kill each other to choose a representative. Another man bit his hand in regret, thinking he shouldn't have become a regional representative if he'd known this. Before that gateway of life and death, everyone harbored their own thoughts, wondering if death this time would allow resurrection. These people seemed to be representatives from other regions. Though their assessments varied, they shared one thought. Also, could one forfeit the representative right? Ryu Min calmly assessed the situation. Previously being a regional representative brought no benefits, but from this round onward it'd be different. I must win this deathmatch and become the new representative. Oliver added, you regional representatives don't need to worry so much. Though it's a deathmatch, you won't actually die. After the game ends, all representatives who died will be revived. Someone boldly thought, so this time will be revived too. But everyone fell into contemplation over the vague rules of this new round. Oliver folded his arms and recapped, judging by these expressions, it seems you think becoming the representative isn't beneficial, right? The representative can use the dominion power. She continued, to everyone's astonishment, that authority lets you control players of lower level than yourself. Whether they want it or not, you can freely command that player within the region, an upgraded version of command. Of course, it's limited to 10 uses. Also, if the representative dies, this authority transfers to someone else. Oliver taunted, but enticing, isn't it? You can influence others. Those below hadn't fully absorbed it yet. Really, you can control anyone at will. Whether that person wants it or not. Oliver quickly announced, I guess you're motivated now. Once you're ready, we'll start the side game. Another angel said thoughtfully, since the regions have merged, we also need to decide which angel will be the representative. After saying that, all the angels fell silent. Any angel volunteer? If so, raise your hand. The asker sighed, knew it, I've asked a useless question. Any angel stepping forward would be quite an oddity. The angel beside him spoke calmly, confirmed, no angel wants to be the representative. So what shall we do? Any suggestions? Hearing that, the proposing angel grew more enthusiastic. Random dice to pick a representative, leaving it to chance isn't bad, though not very exciting. They began to argue in a commotion. What about deciding an order and taking turns as representative? That's unfair, those at the back would wait ages. True, regions will merge again soon anyway. Oliver asked wearily, is there a fair and interesting way? At that moment Priscilla proposed a new idea. What about this, won't the regional reps be fighting soon anyway? She looked at Oliver and said, the angel responsible for the region of the first person who dies will be punished by becoming the representative. Those around agreed. Interesting, good idea, I like Priscilla's suggestion. Do the other angels agree? They all raised their hands in response. I agree, I agree, I agree. One person raised a different idea. Wait, why not do it this way? Oliver offered, instead of the angel of the first to die, have the angel of the last survivor become the ruler. Oliver folded his arms and smiled. Choose the angel in charge of the one who survives to the end to be the angel representative. The angel beside her looked surprised, as she stated that the representative's orders must be absolutely obeyed by the other angels. If someone is appointed as guide, they must be followed, for it is a royal decree. Priscilla stroked her chin and asked softly, so if the regional representative wins, we win too. Wouldn't that make the winning player's angel become the angel representative as well? They continued to discuss excitedly. This made things even more interesting. Representative sounds appealing, an original idea, Oliver. The red-haired angel looked pensive. Daring to propose the winner become representative, that's bold. Oliver turned to her and replied, of course I'm confident. She smiled with great confidence. But what can I do? My region's representative is no joke. From the start until now, that player has never lost the top spot in their region. Oliver laughed mockingly. Oh really, that stupid bird who tops their region, does that give them the right to mock me? She thought of Ryu Min with great pride. If they knew who my regional representative is, they'd be astonished enough to fall over. After saying that as if nothing had happened, Oliver asked, so, is that decided? I have no reason to refuse. The other angels cheerfully chimed in. I agree, this idea seems more interesting. Me too, I'm confident my region's representative is formidable. An angel looked at Oliver and asked, so it's decided, shall we begin now? Oliver, you go announce it. Understood. They then looked down at the rows of players below and spoke. From this moment, we will commence an exceptional game to select the representative for the unified region. All regional representatives, assemble here and follow orders. Those words immediately made some prominent people break into a cold sweat and clench their fists. Others looked up warily at the angels. Ryumin merely fell silent, his face cold. After a while, 10 representatives were separated out, Ryu Min among them. Oliver smiled slightly and waved her hand. The ground beneath their feet immediately shook violently. Flames suddenly flared up, and a circular stone floor with patterns gradually appeared. Columns of stone rose up around the floor and the players. Finally, a fully formed circular arena stood in the middle of the open ground. The 10 inside wore expressions of utter astonishment and confusion at the sight. From above, Oliver looked down and explained again. From this moment, within this area we will hold a deathmatch, kill one another until only one survives. If you die outside the arena you cannot be resurrected, so even if you die, do not leave this arena. As everyone focused their attention, the signal sounded, begin. The 10 quickly spaced themselves apart, alert to everyone around them. Ryumin did not dare attack hastily and remained silent, observing. A regional representative glanced around the arena, thinking that killing 9 people here would make him the unified region's representative, right? He looked at a blonde and 2 girls curled up in front of him. None of them seemed willing to act rashly. They were probing each other. Right? Anyone who had secured a regional representative spot before was a capable person. He curled his lip arrogantly, thinking that nonetheless no one was stronger than him. He recalled his past battles. He had never relinquished the top spot in his region. Moreover, the archaic blade I possess is practically a cheating item. If the sword pierces an opponent's body, the relic automatically activates and slices through the rest. Even when he stabbed someone's back as if possessed, the sword moved on its own. Thanks to that, in round 4 he killed as many as 312 people. The angels above voiced the same question. What are you waiting for? Fight, fight, you foolish humans. Noticing their impatience, he thought to himself that perhaps bets were involved. Why were they so excited? No need to say more, he was about to act. He confidently strode in one direction. No one was stronger than him anyway. If he made a strong first impression now, they would be terrified and hesitate to attack. Suddenly he stopped and turned around. The representative drew his sword and stood alone, facing the others. He assumed a fighting stance, challenging them. I need a sacrifice, a victim to be the offering for my show. The representative tightened his grip on the sword and sneered. Whoever crawls out first, I'll deal with them first. At that moment, Ryu Min calmly stepped forward from among the crowd. He held a long scythe and met the challenge coldly. The representative, still inwardly smug, wondered if the first sacrifice had finally shown up. He stood watching Ryu Min with suspicion. A large, crude scythe, an uncommon weapon. How could such a thing be usual? The regional representative, still looking down on the person before him, suddenly froze. He'd seen cases with scythe in a nickname before, but someone actually wielding a scythe. He stared at the blazing golden words above Ryu Min, Black Scythe. Cold sweat poured out like a stream, his mouth hung open, speechless. Wait, that's Black Scythe, his nickname is Black Scythe. The representative's mind spun, but he tried to calm himself. Could it be a name coincidence? No, that can't be, nicknames can't duplicate, right? His sword tip slowly lowered, so that person. The representative screamed inside as Ryu Min walked toward him. Is it really Black Scythe? Top of the regional rankings, level 30. The angels flying above peered down, puzzled. What's wrong with that player? He was eager to step forward a moment ago, why the stunned look now? Oliver glanced at the red-haired one, who was nervously biting her nails, and taunted, Priscilla, isn't that your regional representative? She didn't answer, but her face showed extreme unease. What is he up to, that foolish human name? She watched the two below and wondered why they were just standing there. Suddenly a mockingly amused laugh rang out, cutting through her thoughts. The red-haired angel turned irritably and coldly demanded, Oliver, do you find this situation amusing? Oliver laughed smugly at her, sorry, but it's hilarious. Oliver pointed at the man below and explained, look at that human, see him, he's trembling at the sight of my regional representative. Yours. Now paying attention to Ryu Min, the giant scythe was indeed impressive. That massive blade is truly striking. But seeing it for the first time, shouldn't one feel enough presence to be terrified, she thought, then immediately turned to challenge Oliver. So you mean my regional rep is afraid of yours? Oliver feigned nonchalance, doesn't it look that way? The red-haired angel refused to accept it and argued back. Don't be ridiculous, Oliver, you think that regional number 1 is a joke. My regional representative hasn't lost the top spot since round 1. Oliver rubbed his cheek, his gaze full of provocation. That region number 1, that spot isn't for just anyone. My representative has never missed being top of the entire region, right? The other angels hearing this also looked down in surprise. Top of the entire region? Who dares lie like that? Haven't you noticed? Angels check the rankings, you can tell from the nickname. One angel recognized him and called out, oh, Black Scythe, I've seen that name before. Isn't that the one who always shows up whenever the summary rankings appear? The red-haired angel began trembling like a leaf. That Black Scythe is Oliver's regional representative. If that really is Black Scythe, our representative is no match. Another angel suddenly made a sharp sound that made her jump. Below, the regional representative was cut across the neck by a single slash. His head dropped and the match ended extremely swiftly. Oliver laughed teasingly, Priscilla has just been eliminated. A blonde guy seeing this broke into a sweat and realized, her Black Scythe, why is Black Scythe here? He scanned around, the others seemed almost paralyzed with fear, unwilling to fight, none of us could beat Black Scythe even if we all charged. I would die like that one without even reacting. Level 30, what could beat that? I'm only level 13. Then he saw him walking toward him and panicked. The blonde backed away while forcing a smile and greeting him, but his tone sounded more like begging. Lord Black Scythe and Honor, who would have thought we'd be in the same region as the famed Black Scythe? I'm so thrilled I could cry. Ryu Min drew closer and closer, and the man grew increasingly frantic. Now stop, let's speak our language. A girl with a bow quickly sheathed her weapon to show sincerity. See, I put my weapon away, I told you I have no intention of fighting Black Scythe. The blonde hurriedly stowed his weapon, looked up at the sky and cried, sorry angels, I give up, I surrender. Me too, I give up, me too, I give up. One angel sighed in disappointment, how pathetic, what is this give up, you people said give up. Another, displeased, added, you're ruining the game I worked hard to prepare. The angels all grew angry, their faces full of murderous intent. Warning, from now on, anyone who even mentions surrendering will have their head blown to pieces. Hearing that, the people below went even paler with fear. If your head explodes, don't even think about resurrection, understand? The girl with the bow took her weapon back out again. The others silently followed suit, watching Ryu Min warily. One tried to reassure them, "We have 8 people, maybe we can win." Seeing their expressions, he felt a bit disappointed and thought, "So you think those angels are scarier than me? It seems they're planning to charge together." But that only amused him more, and he smirked coldly. No matter how many ants there are, they're still just ants. The others, bruised in pride, snapped back angrily. "Is that bastard mocking us? He's high level, so he's all relaxed, huh? We're also well known in this region." Provoked, the group, unafraid of death, surged forward to attack all at once. Ryu Min leapt forward swiftly. His eyes were soaked with threads of blood as he decisively swung the scythe. Ryu Min unleashed a powerful attack, knocking many enemies away in an instant. That left the crowd stunned. He charged from one to the next, taking each down. The scene became chaotic as Ryu Min swept the battlefield, fresh blood spraying everywhere. The angels showed horror at the sight. They began to whisper, surprised the fight ended so trivially. "It's over, Black Scythe won." Priscilla seemed to realize something and spoke up. Then the angel in charge of the Reaper's scythe, Oliver, "Does that mean they'll be treated like a king for a while?" She shouted angrily, "Oliver." Priscilla demanded furiously, You knew the result would be like this, didn't you?" Oliver replied calmly, "Of course I knew." Her blood boiled further. "Of course." Priscilla pointed accusingly, "Everyone, that bastard tricked us. She knew she'd win, that's why she proposed it." She grew even angrier at that remark. "Why state the obvious? What did you say?" Oliver, unabashed, explained, "Of course I suggested this because it benefits me. Why would I propose something that doesn't?" She then looked down with contempt. "And did I force you to bet? No, you all agreed to wager because it seemed fun, and now you blame me." Seeing her grow angry, she taunted, "So, want to fight? If you're confident, then fight." Oliver raised her voice in warning. "Angels fighting in front of humans is undignified. If the Archangel finds out, don't even think, you'll be locked in the cocoon." Priscilla suddenly tensed and muttered, "Cocoon. That place is really disgusting. I truly hate cocoons." She continued to taunt, "Aren't you afraid to attack? After all, by the bet I'm the king now. Priscilla, temporarily you take charge as the unified regional representative." Priscilla panicked, Until when?" Oliver replied calmly, "Until I'm no longer angry." "Well, what are you waiting for? Get on with it." Priscilla left still complaining, "Why did I even make that bet anyway?" She flew down to the humans and announced, "As you can see, the unified regional representative has been decided." At that moment, the system displayed that player Black Scythe had become the new regional representative of CX-007. Temporary skill domination. Effect: issue orders to players and force them to comply. The targeted player cannot refuse orders under any circumstance. Usage limit: total 10 times 10. Can issue only one command per player. Skill has no effect on players of higher level than the user. Sure enough, Black Scythe would become the representative. Black Scythe is level 30, so if she wishes, she can control anyone. Don't anger her. She looked down from above and declared, "All right, the outcome is decided, so I will resurrect the players who died." Saying that, her feathered wings glowed and a few feathers drifted down. The souls of those who had just departed suddenly shone. The man who had been felled gasped in horror. Those who had just been resurrected were equally surprised. What's happening? I clearly remember my body being cut apart." Priscilla, showing impatience, explained, "You were killed by the Reaper's scythe. The new unified regional representative is the Reaper's scythe." They finally suspected something, so it turned out like this after all. She continued to announce, "Since there's a new regional representative, I will revoke the representative rights of those resurrected." The group looked disappointed at Priscilla's words, but she added, "Don't be too down, there's always a chance to reclaim the representative post." Priscilla snapped her fingers to instruct them, "The side event is over, now I will guide you on the official quest." Each person had their own information panel appear. New information for Round 5 updated. Main quest: each player kill 300 orcs within 10 hours. Subquest: collect 4 balance stones. Successful completion yields a full region reward. Participants: 77,310,228. Completions: 0193275557. Corresponding region: CX-007. Participants in region: 4,884. Completions: 01211. Someone doubted, "What? Kill 300 orcs? Then why are so few people completed it, only a quarter?" Priscilla, seeing their questioning, threatened, "Why so many complaints? Complaining that the completion count is low, want me to reduce it further." The people had no choice but to accept reluctantly. She reassured everyone, I've always given you easy ones. So this time I've lowered the completion quota, prepare for something harder, but don't lose heart. They gradually regained their spirits, but killing 300 orcs isn't a hard task. Aren't orcs in the game just weaklings? Hearing that, Priscilla rubbed her temple in exasperation and said, you can experience it yourselves and see how hard it is. I won't say more. The two who had been confused asked again, Angel, what's the subquest? Why is the reward marked with a question mark? She explained helplessly, unlike previous rounds, this round's subquest is public, but as you can see the reward remains a mystery. He was no less dissatisfied, it's always secretive. Ryu Min pondered for a moment. The subquest reward for round 5 is the Balance Rune, one of the 18 essential runes. This subquest reward can only be claimed by one person in each region. Of course, since it's per region, other players also have a chance to obtain the Balance Rune, but the difficulty is even higher than the main quest. Ryu Min's expression hardened as he thought. Moreover, even if someone completes the subquest, how many will actually meet the Balance Rune's conditions? Priscilla quickly clarified everyone's doubts. The subquest this round is to collect balance stones. If you gather all 4, you immediately receive the question mark reward, but only one person can claim it. Their faces fell at that. There are only 4 balance stones in the region. Someone asked, what if nobody finds all 4? Does the subquest just get discarded? Priscilla smiled wickedly, yes, but don't worry, you can kill other players to seize balance stones. They were astonished. You can kill to steal them, like with the regional representative position. She turned and reminded them, yeah, of course you can't steal other items, only balance stones. And unlike the previous round, killed players will not be resurrected, death is final. Priscilla left a final remark before the quest began, that's all the announcements, do your best. Time remaining until the end of the round, 9 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Ryu Min watched her silhouette depart with disgust. Of course she'd vanish in an irritating way. He began planning, first, quickly kill 300 orcs as fast as possible, then set a record. With that in mind, he sprinted off. Ryu Min ignored the surrounding chatter. Everyone turned to watch his figure streak by. They whispered he passed by, thank goodness, he came so close he nearly startled me, I thought my heart would jump out. Someone suggested, where is he going, let's follow and see. A hooded man objected, are you crazy? Follow Black Scythe, do you want to be controlled by him? The Reaper's scythe might enslave you for life. The black-haired guy reasoned, isn't it still better than sitting here? Whatever it is, Black Scythe moves faster than us, that's why he's always ahead. They hesitated for a long while and didn't dare follow. Someone worried, what if we're discovered while following? A guy came up with an idea, we just tail him from as far away as possible. Some still hesitated though. The black-haired guy said without a care, if you don't want to stay here, I'll go alone. Saying that, he turned his back and left. They had trouble deciding. In the end, the group followed. Whatever we're going to, right, if it's Black Scythe, he'll know the way. At a small orc village. The orcs stared in surprise as Ryu Min stepped out from the trees. The people hiding in the bushes whispered, look, there's a village over there, seems Black Scythe is heading in. Seeing an intruder, the orcs roared angrily. He showed no emotion and charged forward. In an instant, Black Scythe touched the orc's neck. Ryu Min decisively delivered the finishing blow. And it couldn't block the strike and collapsed to its knees. After taking down the first target, he pressed on into the village. Ryu Min watched the orcs' activities intently. The orcs quickly noticed and grew more ferocious when they saw an intruder. They surged forward to attack. He calmly sliced across with his scythe. They angrily swung a heavy axe down. Ryu Min nimbly dodged the counterattack. He raised the scythe high, gathering spiritual energy. When he reached the power threshold, Ryu Min re-engaged in the fight. Ryu Min glided past the orc corpses with dark red blood. He stepped into a erected tent. Wails of lamentation echoed from inside the hut. Before long, Ryu Min had dealt with all the orcs. The players who had been following stood watching from start to finish. The group brightened. Turns out it wasn't a big deal, just orcs. Probably similar level to the gnolls we've taken before. Maybe it looked easier because it was Black Scythe. Someone warned, don't be overconfident, right? Better to be cautious. So instead of standing here, let's sweep through an orc village like he did. Fine. The hooded player calculated carefully, I'll probably need to operate with these guys for now. Come on, move out. Looking at that group, he'll definitely be useful. I'll watch from the rear for a bit. If it's safe, I'll split off. For now, the more meat shields, the better. Another pointed ahead and shouted, that's another orc village. They were surprised and exclaimed, this one is much bigger, looks 3 times the size of the last village. A huge orc on a watchtower blew a whistle and warned of an intrusion. The shrill sound echoed through the air. In an instant, the orcs poured out. They had been excited moments ago, now filled with fear. Why does that guy have a trumpet like that? Did he just call more orcs here? Could it be? A large force quickly ran out to meet them. Each orc was bigger and more muscular, charging fiercely. Outnumbered, the orcs immediately surrounded the group. The group of players froze in place, panic evident as dozens of eyes stared at them. They lost their composure and shouted, damn, I thought this orc village looked bigger earlier. Didn't expect so many, must be over 50. The black-haired guy replied, earlier someone panicked and asked, what do we do now? A curt voice answered, damn it, what do you mean what, fight to the death? In an instant, the orcs charged forward to provoke them. They tried to reassure each other, they're just more numerous, these damn orcs aren't that fearsome, kill them. In a flash, 2 weapons clanged together with a jarring ring. It angrily raised the blade and hand to retaliate. They sweated but persevered. These guys' skills are awful, their attacks aren't very fast. The brown-haired youth, as if reinvigorated, surged forward. He looked arrogant, all right, there's really nothing to fear. But the brown-haired boy's smugness didn't last long. He froze when he realized his sword wouldn't come free. Immediately, he took the orc's blow squarely. And so the brown-haired boy collapsed while the others still struggled to fight back. Damn it, get out of the way, you damned orcs. The group was quickly slaughtered by the orcs. Before long, the lead youth was again lying beneath their blades, wondering how he'd died at the hands of orcs. As the finishing blow fell, the black-haired guy shouted, help, help. Ryu Min glanced back suspiciously. He no longer saw the players who had followed him earlier. He noticed the oddity but dismissed it. 20 people moving together couldn't stay quiet. Well, 20 people means I don't need to worry. Just don't foolishly tangle with a large orc village. Best to avoid villages with lookout posts. He knew that if orcs manned the watch and blew the horn, over 50 would quickly gather because more than 200 orcs lived inside the village. It truly was an enormous number, already dozens of green bodies per square meter. He recalled the orc's strength from when he first entered the village. Ryu Min couldn't help but remark, besides, the orc's muscle density is unlike humans, swords are hard to pull out and they're extremely tough. His steps gradually quickened. While launching his attack, he thought to aim for the neck. The orc's weakest point, and he delivered a decisive cut. As he expected, the orc was swiftly finished, fresh blood spurted everywhere. No emotion crossed his face as he swept past the massive orcs. Ryu Min mused that, after all, that was only against ordinary players. He took step after step forward, then teleported behind an orc and finished it off. Pulling his weapon free, a gush of rank blood spurted up. He quietly opened his status window. The system then displayed, time remaining until the end of the round 8:59:22. Main quest progress, orcs 300. Total participants in the region, 77,310,228. Completed, 119327557. Region CS007. Participants 4,844. Completed, 11211. He planned his next moves. Finishing the main quest would take about an hour. First, I've secured first place, now go help Julie. Ryu Min remembered her character's model and signaled to keep watch. Elsewhere, a battle had apparently just ended. Mankey hurried over to check. Are you okay? Young-ho, breathing hard, forced out, that was close to death. Those two were Choi Mankey, a member of the Young Climbing Guild, and Cho Young-ho, the guild's leader. After the drawn-out fight, they could finally relax and chat. What kind of orcs are these, so strong? Yeah, they look like walking pigs, but you can't underestimate them. These people here are members of the Young Climbing Guild. Young-ho turned to ask Mankey, how many have we killed so far? Mankey, a bit surprised, answered about 50. Young-ho voiced concern, 5 people killed 50 in an hour, that's not good. At this rate in 10 hours, never mind 300 will be eliminated. Someone raised a hand to ease the mood, eliminated. No, that's wrong, this time if you're eliminated you'll be wiped out completely. He impatiently reminded them, everyone, maybe we have to attack a larger village. Mankey asked doubtfully, isn't that too dangerous? Right, dealing with 3 was hard enough, now you're talking about a larger village. Someone replied, I think we should stick to hunting small villages for safety like now. Young-ho agreed, yes, you're right, I have nothing to refute and I'm not forcing anyone. But at this rate, none of us will kill 300 and we'll all die. Whatever we choose has risks. Suddenly Young-ho hesitated, but he spoke seriously, listen, on a sinking ship there is no future. Footsteps echoed through the air. The forest had somehow been stained with blood. When they arrived, Mankey raised his hand forward as a signal. There it is, that's the village we saw before. He hesitated, wait, there's a guard post at the entrance, let's go around the side. While the orcs weren't watching, the group slipped in. Someone spotted a gap and pointed it out. Look over there, there's a hole in the fence. Mankey went ahead carefully to scout. It seemed no one was patrolling around. And inside it was eerily quiet. When they deemed it safe, the group entered. And they quickly searched for remaining traces. Young-ho frowned, are they all inside? At that size there must be about 5 per house. He replied worriedly, more than I thought. He lowered his head, idiot, then it's hopeless. Someone suggested a plan, we'll have to go house to house and ambush. Young-ho agreed and urgently ordered, all right, if that's decided, let's go in. The other nodded. Yeah, with 5 of them we can handle it by using the element of surprise. He carefully reminded them, start with this house. On my signal, everyone rushes in. They readied themselves for combat, tension showing on their faces. Then they decisively moved in. Near the door, Young-ho pressed his ear to listen. Then the group quickly broke the door down and entered. Everyone's faces were now panicked. They cried out in surprise, 10 of. The orcs snarled at the intruders and swung heavy clubs in counterattack. Someone screamed in fear, there are too many, what do we do? He calmed them, first we kill them one by one. Young-ho ordered everyone left side first, they answered yes. The young climbing guild moved fluidly, supporting one another. They quickly cleared the way for Young-ho to advance. An orc was struck and collapsed. After diverting the orc's attention, Mankey from behind lunged to attack. Seizing the opportunity, he finished it quickly, leaving it lying on the floor. The orcs went berserk, roaring with fury. One of them sprang toward them. The orc fixed its gaze on Mankey before it. And in an instant, it slashed his shoulder with its claws. Young-ho saw him fall and shouted in panic, Mankey. He immediately drew his sword and sliced the orc's throat. You damned pigs, die. A sword pierced straight through its neck. The large orc was quickly felled to everyone's astonishment. Seeing their comrade dead, they grew even more ferocious. He and his teammates surrounded Mankey to protect him. The orcs stared at them, the battle about to ignite. Young-ho tensed for a moment thinking, only 8 left now, but can we handle them with our numbers? A member advised, boss, this isn't good, retreat. He agreed, I was just thinking the same. With that, the group hastily fled. The savage orcs gave chase to catch them. The door was quickly torn open. But as soon as they stepped to the doorway, the scene before them froze them in place. The sound from inside the tent must have alerted those nearby. They all stepped out to surround the young climbing guild. This. Facing a mob of orcs, a guild member exclaimed in shock, how many are there? At least 10. They sank into despair, it's over, it's really over, is it really over? Young-ho didn't give up, he calmly ordered everyone to pick up their weapons. The bloodless faces of the group awkwardly looked to their leader. It's really the end, it's been a joy being with you all. Young-ho grew more serious than ever, do you know why they haven't killed us yet? He told them, if you want to know, look at those orcs' expressions. The orcs chuckled together, and they couldn't help but tremble at the sight. He pointed at them and said, they're mocking us, because we quake like mice, they find it funny. Young-ho shouted provocatively, angry now, being belittled by orcs and treated like a joke like monkeys in a zoo. He quickly rallied everyone's morale, don't give up now. Pick up your weapons and kill at least one, then we can die without shame. One grabbed a sword and replied, I understand, boss. Each of them raised their weapons with resolve. Sorry for showing you this shameful side, boss, if I die I'll die at your side. The orcs lost their earlier amusement and turned serious. Young-ho quietly told his brothers, on my signal we'll swarm them one by one, understood? They answered, yes, boss. At his call they rushed forward to the orcs' astonishment, then charge. The orcs were suddenly startled, then burst into laughter as if something hilarious had happened. For some reason, they began to flee. They turned to look and saw the orcs had vanished. Someone cried in surprise, "What's going on? Why are the orcs acting like that?" The whole group turned when they heard a shout, "Everyone!" Young-ho was still fighting the orcs where the group had just entered their tent. They stood there staring. He wore a confident expression, "There are 8 left, charge." They obeyed and rushed forward, "Yes, boss." After a weary battle they won and cheered, "We beat all 8. Everyone excitedly praised Young-ho, "Boss, did we do it? You did it." "Yes, if not for you we'd have given up and been wiped out." He replied modestly, "Don't say that, it's because everyone held firm and fought desperately. Otherwise I'd be dead here too." Young-ho turned to check on Mankey. "Hey Mankey, how's the wound?" He forced a reply, "It still hurts but I can bear it, I'm fine." He helped him up and warned, "First rest, absolutely no moving. Everyone hide here too, I'll scout to see if there's a way out." Someone asked anxiously, "Won't it be dangerous?" "Don't worry about me, stay here quietly." They watched Young-ho leave and called after him, "Be careful, boss." He looked around, puzzled. "Strange, why is it so quiet? There's been no sign of anyone." Young-ho continued searching for traces. His gaze focused on the scene ahead. "What is that over there?" Young-ho couldn't believe his eyes. He stood stunned before thousands of corpses. Young-ho stepped forward, wondering, what on earth is this? He kept questioning who could have done such a terrible thing, who committed this atrocity. Young-ho was even more astonished when he saw the person before him. "Oh, who's that?" He couldn't believe it and blurted out, "Black Scythe." Ryu-min turned his head to look. "Huh, someone was here before us." He glanced at the info displayed on the man before him. The nickname read Young-ho. Ryu-min recalled something. This guy is Young-ho, the mercenary king. He pondered, among melee classes, mercenaries are like angels. They can use many weapons and have similar skill sets, but there's one clear difference. They grow stronger when they form pacts with others. For that reason, most players who choose mercenary pair up with acquaintances or make pacts with the mercenary king. Young-ho was exactly who he was thinking of. The mercenary king is the only class that can command mercenaries via pact. And when mercenaries pledge to the mercenary king, they receive additional effects. So there's no reason for mercenaries not to form pacts. Ryu-min gripped his scythe, thinking the man before him, Young-ho, must be exactly that class, the mercenary king. Seeing Young-ho flustered made him reflect. He hadn't expected to meet the mercenary king in a place like this. Young-ho noticed him looking and said, "Ah, hello, Black Scythe." Ryu-min asked in surprise, "You know me?" Young-ho continued, "Of course, I mean, who doesn't know Black Scythe, the one always topping the rankings?" Inside, he felt like a fan meeting his idol. He hadn't expected to meet the region's #1 here. If he suddenly reached out for a handshake, would that bother him? Ryu-min carefully judged him, thinking he didn't seem like the type to stab people in the back. He sank into his thoughts. Perhaps that's how he became the professional mercenary king. To be the mercenary king, you need a kind heart and a leader's mind. Young-ho muttered, "Well, let's talk a bit." Seeing Ryu-min stand frozen staring, he awkwardly asked, Did you kill all the orcs here?" He quickly received confirmation, "Yes." Although he'd suspected it, Young-ho was so surprised at the answer he stammered, "Unbelievable. Top-ranked players or something else." Then he bowed 90 degrees. "Thank you because you drew the orcs away, I survived." Ryu-min replied calmly, "I didn't even know you were here." Even so, Young-ho was very grateful. "I know you didn't mean it, but I still got help, right?" Ryu-min sighed at his insistence, closed his eyes and said, "All right, once you're done, lead your teammates out quickly. I killed everyone in the village, so don't worry." Young-ho asked suspiciously, "Really, but how did you know I had teammates?" Ryu-min signaled behind him. Young-ho turned to look in Ryu-min's direction. His teammates had all come out. No wonder Ryu-min knew. Young-ho was surprised at the sight. "Why did you guys come out? I told you to wait there." A young man nearby with a sword teased, "We were worried you'd leave everyone behind." Young-ho pouted, "Are you kidding? Where would I go and leave you guys?" Ryu-min glanced at them, thinking the 4 looked like mercenaries and seemed to have pacts with Young-ho. He looked back at Young-ho. They followed him out of concern. So early on he already had reliable teammates, truly the mercenary king. After some joking, one of them recognized him and exclaimed, "Huh, Black Scythe." The man next to him echoed in surprise, "Huh, what is Black Scythe doing here?" Ryu-min, scythe in hand, replied calmly, "Nothing, I'm just here for a light hunt." The asker forced a smile, "I see." Another went pale and broke into a cold sweat. "Light hunt means wiping them all out, right? Hundreds of orcs probably." Hearing them chatter too much, he snapped, "We're done, leave." He thought to himself that since he'd killed all the orcs, the mid-boss would appear soon. It would be dangerous if they got caught up in it. His words sounded like an order to them. Understood, see you next time, Black Scythe, nice to meet you. The orc bodies began to dissolve. The group hurriedly prepared to leave. But then someone noticed something. Hey, don't you hear something? A nearby teammate replied. Hear what? A youth said. Listen carefully. Young-ho also sensed something off and asked, what is that sound? Ryu-min answered, the mid-boss run. With the tremor growing stronger and Ryu-min's words, Young-ho broke into a sweat and asked again, what mid-boss? Under the deep red moonlight, the boss's silhouette appeared as if answering him. The young swordsman cried in horror. Is that your teammate? Someone quickly answered, an orc. The massive orc monster let out a deafening roar. Wherever it passed, it sent shockwaves that shattered earth and stone into pieces, raising choking clouds of dust. Ryu-min saw it without panic and thought, finally, it has appeared, an orc warrior. A shard of crystal flashed in his mind. Even though he'd cleared the village of orcs earlier, he hadn't left because of this one. To get the side quest item, the balanced stone, he had to kill it. Ryu-min smiled slightly, thinking that by defeating this and the bosses of the other 3 villages, he'd complete the side quest. Seeing the target standing before it, the boss charged forward. One of Young-ho's teammates, seeing the monster, asked, Captain, that thing looks angry, right? He answered in terror, yeah, seems so. Young-ho turned ashen and managed to blurt, run, run. The boss had found its prey. It raised its blade and began the hunt. And its first target was Young-ho. He could only stand frozen, limbs trembling with fear, unable to run. Death loomed as the boss's blade descended toward him. 2 nearby members witnessing it shouted, Captain. Just when it seemed he was done for, inexplicably Young-ho was still alive, sitting not far from the blade. The near-death experience drained all color from Young-ho's face. His hands and legs shook and he couldn't speak. Seeing him still sitting there, Ryu-min suddenly appeared and pushed him aside with his scythe. Whether it was a rescue or an attack, Young-ho tumbled to the ground. Ryu-min said coldly, what are you doing standing there dazed? Young-ho had come to his senses and looked at him with gratitude. Thank you, Black Scythe. With a cold expression, Ryu-min stepped back. If you want to stay alive. Young-ho scrambled backward on all fours while the boss advanced toward the 2 of them, preparing to attack. It prowled forward, growling constantly, baring blood-smeared razor teeth, truly terrifying. Ryu-min swung his scythe and charged, terrible. He landed a strike on its leg. Energy poured from the scythe, damaging the boss. Feeling the pain, it let out a deafening, anguished roar. That blow sent the boss into a berserk state. It raised its blade again, determined to finish Ryu-min. An even more powerful strike fell where Ryu-min had been, shattering earth and rock into fragments. Still, it wasn't enough. Ryu-min had jumped back in time and was safe. He landed cleanly without a scratch. The boss remained enraged and kept swinging its blade. Another blow came down, but the result was the same. Ryu-min vanished using his blink. Ryu-min circled to the boss's rear with contempt. A powerful impact, so what? Avoid the attack and that's it. The orc turned and snarled at the noise. After moving continuously for a while, Ryu-min's feet suddenly stopped. He launched himself upward with force. In an instant, Ryu-min was in front of the boss. He swung the scythe with full force, striking the orc. The collision produced a massive shockwave. The boss screamed in agony, while Ryu-min calmly moved away. Knowing that alone wouldn't kill it, he twisted and leapt in to close the distance again. The sharp scythe was swung once more. This time he aimed straight for the boss's throat. The pain that followed left it writhing. Angered by the strike, the orc raised its weapon to retaliate. With its massive body it swung with all its might, but the move was still too slow. Ryu-min easily dodged. Seeing it frenzied, Ryu-min remained his usual calm self and thought, its neck is too thick, 2 cuts aren't enough. With that thought, he pushed off and leaped toward it to try again. He swung the scythe again, but this time something was very different. Not just simple slashes, the scythe hooked into the orc's head. Ryu-min used the boss's body as leverage to spring to another spot. His hands still gripped the scythe as he vaulted into the air. From the momentum of the launch, the scythe drove deep into the creature's neck. Ryu-min executed a graceful spin until the orc's head dropped. The boss collapsed defeated, its head separated from its body. Ryu-min stood proudly atop its corpse. The system's experience chime rang out, Orc Warrior defeated. Experience plus 3773%. Gold plus 4000, bonus gold plus 2000. Young-ho's group not far away witnessed the glorious scene. A blonde guy gaped and asked, "Well, did you take it down?" Young-ho was so stunned he froze speechless. That name, Black Scythe. With everything settled, Ryu Min slowly stepped down. The sight of Ryu Min standing beside the boss's corpse was so arrogant, so handsome. The system began awarding him, player has defeated Orc Warrior. Experience plus 3773%. Gold plus 4000, bonus gold plus 2000. Received Orb Greatsword received, Orc Heart received, low rank Magic Crystal Shard. Received Balance Stone, Side Quest Progress Balance Stone 1-4. Ryu Min looked at his haul and thought that hunting stray monsters couldn't compare to taking down a boss. Plus it dropped a ton of great loot. A new item appeared on the screen. Orb Greatsword Weapon Type Epic Rarity Damage 100 Effect. On hit, attack speed plus 5%, stacks up to 10 times, durability 100-100, usable from common level and above. Ryu Min grinned at the stats. In terms of damage, it even outclassed his scythe. He'd have to sell it later for a profit. Another item caught his eye, the Orc Heart. A normal person would probably get goosebumps and toss it. Item info popped up, Orc Heart. Item type and description. A hard red stone that looks like a real heart but isn't. Players can use it safely. The image of the scythe flashed in his mind. Throwing it away would be a shame. It's a material for crafting a unique item. When Young-ho saw the battle was over, he and his companions ran over. "Black Scythe, thank you for saving us. Because of you, I and the others kept our lives. But did you know beforehand that that giant orc would appear?" Finding them annoying, Ryu Min figured he'd give a perfunctory answer and be done. In other orc villages, after you clear the orcs, a mid-tier orc boss appears afterward. Young-ho, "Oh, so that's why you kept telling us to run elsewhere, how kind." The others were moved to tears. Ryu Min brushed it off. "HMPH, anyway, I'm done here. I'm leaving now." Young-ho's team bowed respectfully. "Yes, thank you again for saving us. Black Scythe, be careful." Young-ho cheerfully called, "Come on, let's go too, we need to get back to hunting quickly." But suddenly a wounded teammate groaned. And he couldn't hold on and collapsed. Young-ho hurriedly asked, "Mankey, are you okay?" He tried to speak with all his strength. "Sir, I can't take it anymore, I'm exhausted." Young-ho worriedly said, "What? You said you were fine earlier." Mankey replied with a pale face, "I told you that because I was afraid you'd worry, now I've reached my limit." Young-ho panicked slightly but tried to stay strong. They had to hold on as long as possible to survive in real life. But the harsh truth answered him, "You know already, if it's not 300 kills it doesn't count. Leave me behind, I don't want to be a burden to you and the team." As captain, Young-ho couldn't accept that. There had to be a way. "Right, we'll take down the orcs, you just need to land the final strike, okay?" Mankey's face grew worse. Clutching his bloodied arm, he gasped, "Like this you and the others can't hunt at all. Even if we reach 300, I won't be able to hold on until the end." After saying that, Mankey panted and groaned in pain, making Young-ho even more desperate. He was helpless, only able to call his name and hope for a miracle. Mankey. The commotion caught Ryu Min's attention. He looked at them and thought it was surprising. A man who might one day become mercenary king standing over hundreds, yet so weak because of one teammate. Watching them struggle and worry, Ryu Min came up with a reason. "Well, if they're close like brothers, I can understand." A vision of himself and his younger brother flashed in Ryu Min's mind. That moved him. Ryu Min stopped advancing. After a moment's thought, he decided to turn back. He had a younger brother too, he should help them. The distance between Ryu Min and the group closed. He spoke up, "Hey, it seems you all need help. Mind if I take a look?" Like finding a life-saving straw, Young-ho hurriedly asked, "Do you have any way to save him?" Ryu Min replied calmly. He carefully inspected Mankey's condition. It's a serious wound, but not beyond saving. Ryu Min then reached out. A stream of bluish energy flowed from his hand toward Mankey's wound. The magic seeped into the wound and formed a small core of energy. After a moment, Mankey's shoulder looked as if it had never been injured, completely healed. Young-ho gaped in astonishment at the miraculous sight. "The wound," the youth beside him stammered, "the wound's gone." The team members hurriedly asked, "Black Scythe, how did you do that?" Ryu Min replied nonchalantly, "Emergency first aid skill, anyone can buy it at the shop." The brown-haired one brightened. "Ah, I remember now." The blonde added, "Right, I've seen it in the shop, costs like 20,000 gold, didn't expect it to be that useful." Hearing them, Ryu Min thought, that's a misunderstanding. Emergency first aid isn't that effective. He pondered the skill he had just used. It only stops bleeding and heals minor wounds. Fixing a broken shoulder like this is beyond its normal capability. A healing skill came to mind, but emergency first aid is a divine system skill whose effectiveness depends on intelligence. Ryu-min thought, my intelligence is currently boosted to 123. A radiant crown item appears on the screen. Each level grants +1 intelligence and +1% divine skill effectiveness. Thanks to the crown amplifying the effect, the skill could work like this. He calmly asked Mankey, try moving your shoulder. There may be a scar, but movement shouldn't be a problem. Mankey did as told and exclaimed in surprise, I can move normally now. With a cold expression, Ryu-min cautioned, it's not fully healed, this was only emergency first aid. If you overexert yourself, the wound could recur. Seeing his bewildered face, he added, still, hunting orcs shouldn't be a problem. Mankey quickly stood and bowed gratefully. Thank you so much, Black Scythe, you saved my life, truly thank you. The others followed suit. Young-ho spoke on their behalf, thank you for saving Mankey. Two others added in turn, thank you for saving our comrade, thank you. Young-ho, voice full of gratitude, said, I don't know if it'll help, but please accept this. It's a token of our thanks. Two team members gaped at what he produced. It looked quite valuable. One by one they took out equipment to show their gratitude. Black Scythe, please accept this, and this too, this sells for a fair amount at the shop. In less than a minute the items surrounded Ryu-min. He calmly thought he should politely refuse first, then gently replied, you don't have to do this. The young man holding the mace insisted enthusiastically, it's fine, this is our token of thanks, please accept it. The others chimed in, please take it. As a result, Ryu-min awkwardly held the pile of stuff, thinking it's all junk, but 5 people's contributions add up quite a bit. Suddenly his gaze sharpened as he recalled something. There was a benefit greater than these items. Young-ho patted his teammate's shoulder in front of Ryu-min and said, thanks to you, Black Scythe, Mankey has hope to live on. Mankey smiled and replied, beyond the token just now, I will definitely repay this debt later. Watching them laugh and joke, he calculated. Making the future mercenary king feel indebted while gaining goodwill with just a common skill, that's not bad at all. Ryu-min stored the items they gave into space, turned and said, I'm leaving now, see you later. The group bowed in unison, take care on your way. The scene shifted to a nearby forest. A girl sat under the tree canopy staring at the system and wondered if this was okay. It had already been over an hour. The screen showed, time remaining until the round ends 8:55:15. Main quest progress Orc 0300. Julie panicked at the situation. At this rate, forget 300, she might get wiped out. She kept blaming herself. It was all her fault for being cowardly and missing Black Scythe. The previous scene replayed in her mind. Since round 5 began, finding Black Scythe wasn't hard because among the 10 regional representatives gathered for the side match there was Black Scythe, but Julie's face filled with worry. Why did this happen? She recalled a player barely failing to dodge as the scythe sliced past. Their health bar dropped like that, and he died without time to react. Ryu-min swept past each person, each time someone fell without a chance to fight back. His eyes were cold and murderous, terrifyingly frigid. She met that gaze and froze in terrified paralysis. Facing Ryu-min's coldness, a thought arose. The side match is over, now I have to talk to him. But her legs felt like they wouldn't move. Julie squeezed her eyes shut, trying to calm herself. Don't be afraid, he won't hurt you. She opened one eye, surely he wouldn't brandish his scythe to threaten on the first meeting. But then she looked around in confusion. Where did he go? Julie felt anxious and regretful. She'd missed him after all. What should she do now? She recalled the conversation in reality. The task of killing 300 orcs wasn't easy. Orcs were strong and often moved in packs. Ryu-min had carefully warned her, under no circumstances hunt orcs alone. When the area merges, find Black Scythe first, don't think about fighting orcs. Back in the present, Julie considered carefully. Even if she couldn't contact him, she should wait at least an hour before moving. Because Ryu-min kept telling her that, she stayed put. She sank into growing anxiety and unease. But who could guarantee Black Scythe would return to the starting point? If this continued until the round ended, she might not even get a chance to meet him. After a while of thought, Julie resolutely stood up and vowed to herself that she had to go find him. Julie paced around the forest, scanning carefully. At a glance, it looked like he went this way. Then suddenly she spotted something. Rows of small houses built close together made Julie boldly guess. A village. After watching for a moment, questions filled her. Could this be where the orcs live? If so, maybe Black Scythe was in there. Julie shook her head. No, better to stay away now, it could be very dangerous. Behind her, an orc had been standing there all along. It had targeted Julie. Sensing something amiss, she turned around. Seeing it made her scream in terror. The orc snarled in response. With no escape, Julie drew her sword, ready to take a desperate chance. Damn it, she really didn't want to fight an orc. Quickly she cast the blessing skill, which reduces all base stats by 50%. Julie assessed the situation carefully, however, two things still favored her. First, there was only one enemy. She looked at the savage orc and continued evaluating. Second, I know this orc's weak point. Julie's mind raced. The rest of its body was too heavily muscled. Aim for the neck. The problem was how to hit it. She grew hesitant, thinking that if she missed and struck elsewhere, it would counterattack. But she still swung the sword, and they said it's very hard to pull the blade out because the muscle density is so thick. Swift and decisive, the sharp tip of the sword aimed straight for the orc's neck. It quickly shifted its weight and tilted its body, resulting in the sword only striking its forearm. The damage wasn't enough to finish it. Julie went pale. Damn, it dodged. She pulled the sword out and quickly backed away. Julie looked at the blade, feeling lucky. Thank heavens I missed, otherwise the sword might have gotten stuck in that mass of flesh. Wounded, the orc went berserk and raised its axe high. It attacked relentlessly, but Julie nimbly dodged. Seeing an opening to counterattack, her eyes hardened and she gripped the sword tightly. Julie finally spotted its weak point, there, an opening. She lunged forward and successfully wounded its neck. Pain immediately ran through its body, making the orc scream in agony. She watched the situation and breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good, my move worked. Judging the orc's condition, Julie decided one more push would do it. Thinking it, she unleashed a flurry of thrusts into the creature. After a while, its neck was riddled with stab wounds like a honeycomb. It lost the ability to fight and collapsed to the ground. Still holding her sword, Julie thought in disbelief, I did it. Then she grew joyful. She had defeated an orc all on her own.
Suddenly, the sound of footsteps caught Julie's attention. It was Ryu Min, casually holding a scythe and walking confidently, fearless of anyone. She rubbed her eyes, thinking, what is that? Am I seeing things? Julie looked at him, her mind in turmoil. The person right in front of her was truly Black Scythe. The one she had tirelessly pursued, all this time had come here on his own. Then Ryu Min brushed past her as if they were strangers. No, was he just passing by? She steadied herself. Damn it, now is not the time to hesitate. Julie whipped around and stammered, sorry, excuse me. Hearing her call, he stopped and asked, what's up? Julie hesitated before suggesting, then Black Scythe, cooperate with me. Ryu Min looked at the girl before him, suspiciously asking what. She flusteredly explained, to form a team. He replied with a question, why should I form a team with you? Julie was left speechless when she heard that, mumbling, unsure of how to respond. But then she firmly said, I will show you. Julie raised her hand and cast the same type of magic as earlier. Ryu Min seemed somewhat intrigued. This, Julie happily explained, is my enhancement skill, bless that lasts up to 3 hours. It probably increases all your attributes by 50%. Ryu Min stared intently at the status screen, then turned to her. I've already checked. Sensing hope, Julie quickly added, so does that answer your question? My enhancement skill will truly help you in hunting. Ryu Min continued to ask, so if I want that enhancement skill, do I have to team up with you? She confirmed, yes, more precisely, I want you to help me hunt. He hesitated slightly and replied, I don't know. But then he added, I have the right to command. Currently, I can fully use you as support. Julie felt like she had heard thunder on a clear day, utterly speechless. Ryu Min continued his demand, can you promise you won't betray me? She regained her enthusiasm and nodded immediately. Of course. Ryu Min extended his hand to mark their cooperation. All right, I will trust you. He began to introduce himself. I'm level 32 melee type. Julie responded joyfully. I know I'm level 13 and my profession is support. Only then did he ask again. You just said you needed help, but earlier you handled that orc very well. She replied awkwardly. Actually, that was the first time I ever killed one. That remark surprised Ryu Min. That was your first monster kill in the past 90 minutes? Julie could only give a wry smile. Ah, yes, that's right. His voice rang out once more. Then you don't have much time left. I'll help you take them down as quickly as possible. Julie knew he was strong, but was still surprised to hear that. How? The two walked on like that through the forest. Ryu Min went ahead, and Julie followed cautiously. Seeing her standing quite far, he spoke. Come closer and follow right behind me. If you're out of sight, I can't protect you. She replied, all right. Feeling cared for, Julie was somewhat pleased inside. He wasn't as cold as he seemed. I'm glad I listened to Ryu Min. They were walking along smoothly when something caught her eye. It was a group of orcs blocking their path. This time there were 3 of them. Seeing this, Julie fearfully stepped back, and there were as many as 3 of them. Ryu Min held his black scythe and instructed, "Wait here for a moment." After saying that, he gathered his strength at his feet, preparing for battle. A second later, Ryu Min charged straight at the orcs, his hand gripping the black scythe, ready to sweep away the ones blocking the way. The first slash cut into their legs, locking their movement and ensuring none could escape. Losing some blood, the orcs howled in pain. Before they could react, a figure appeared in front of one of the orcs. Ryu Min descended like the Grim Reaper, preparing to send it back to the Earth Mother. The scythe swung down, severing an arm amid unbearable pain, and then the other arm was neatly dealt with as well. Julie was a little frightened when she saw this scene. After a period of intense battle with the monsters, he finally landed, standing amidst the chaos. His voice became sharp and cutting. Now she was to kill them. Ryu Min saw Julie with no reaction and asked, "Why are you standing there dazed?" She only now came to her senses and replied, "Sorry." Julie drew her sword, thinking she had to be careful. Then she decisively stabbed straight into the orc's neck, sending it off to join its ancestors. The system immediately announced that you had slain an orc. Experience increased by 2.35%. Gold increased by 40. She was surprised to hear the mechanical announcement. This was unbelievably easy. She thought there would at least be some danger. Julie sweated as she looked at Ryu Min, not expecting killing an orc to be so easy. His cold face filled her sight, and she couldn't help but think to herself that Black Scythe really was strong. Seeing her stare continuously, he turned to urge, "If you're done, let's go." She flusteredly replied, "There are still 2 more to deal with." After handling the remaining ones, Julie ran to follow him, silently grateful to be teamed with Black Scythe. Truly the luckiest moment of her life. A little later, another orc was shredded. Julie praised enthusiastically. The skills of a top-level player are truly impressive. Hunting monsters was unexpectedly easy. He didn't pay attention to that and just asked, "How many have we killed so far?" She recounted the results. 52 monsters defeated in 30 minutes. That's pretty fast, right? Ryu Min walked while pondering. Compared to other players' standards, it was indeed fast, but for him, it was still not enough. Just as expected, moving everywhere to hunt monsters consumed too much time. He immersed himself in his own thoughts, carefully considering. But if they attacked the entire camp, Julie would be in danger. Even if he went alone, if surrounded by 50 monsters at once, he still couldn't protect her. Then a choice was made. Ultimately, they still had to target the orc shaman. Julie said cheerfully, at this rate, they could eliminate the full 300 monsters in 3 hours. Before she could finish, he interrupted. 3 hours is too long. It must be shortened to 1 hour. Hearing this, surprise clearly showed on her face. "What, 1 hour, really? How?" he calmly replied, "Just by exploiting the orc shaman." Julie questioned suspiciously, "What exactly is an orc shaman?" "You don't know?" Ryu Min then explained, "The orc shaman is a monster capable of summoning orcs." The scene of the orcs appearing and his words aligned. "If he keeps summoning orcs continuously, we will save a lot of time running around hunting monsters." She continued to ask questions. "So does that mean you're planning not to kill the orc shaman, but instead let it keep summoning monsters?" Seeing that she understood, Ryu Min nodded. "That's right. I'll let it live until we have eliminated 300 creatures." Julie stepped forward to question him further, but how did he come to know information about the orc shaman? This was his first encounter with it, after all. He gave a brief explanation. "Before meeting you, I had a brief duel with it once. That's how I knew where it appeared." Seeing nothing suspicious, her expression softened, realizing the truth. Ryu Min spoke to reassure her, "No need to worry. I will handle all the dangerous stuff." Hearing this, Julie was genuinely surprised. She looked at his figure, moving forward without a word. An involuntary smile spread across Julie's lips. She hadn't expected him to be so thoughtful. Truly, some things you only understand after experiencing them. The scene shifted to another part of the forest. The 2 had arrived at their destination, this very spot. Standing before the village gate, Julie asked skeptically if there really was a boss in such a small village. He confirmed firmly. "Yes, if you rush in thinking it's easy to attack, you'll immediately be surrounded by the orc horde summoned by the orc shaman." Ryu Min's gaze sharpened as he thought about how it was all just a trap to lure players inside. He was lost in his memories, recalling that it was the same in the previous round. Behind this village lay heaps of player corpses killed by the orc shaman. That alone was enough to show that the orc shaman was a cunning and very sly foe. The scene of each player falling one by one appeared. In other words, it is very cowardly. He walked while pondering, It's precisely because he lacks confidence in facing them directly that he has to come up with these tricks. Seeing her standing still, Ryu-min spoke. This way. Julie found it strange and asked why there were no orcs at all. His explanation immediately followed. The houses on the other side are just camouflage to deceive players and make them approach easily. In fact, this village only has one orc shaman living in it. The scythe was picked up, ready to fight a proper battle. Ryu-min pointed directly at the largest house. He's inside digging traps to wait for us to step in. She didn't understand and asked again, traps? What do you mean? He slowly analyzed. The trap is simple. Players who know nothing will enter the house, and as soon as they step on the trap point, the orc shaman waiting there will summon a horde of orcs to rush in. Ryu-min looked at her and added, the number summoned each time is about 10 to 20. If surrounded, it's almost certain they will be wiped out. Hearing this, Julie became worried. So what should we do if they all appear at once? It will be very difficult to keep them barely alive. Quickly, he replied, yes, but it's not that there is no way. Suddenly, Ryu-min stepped closer, making her blush. He whispered something that surprised Julie. Does it really only take doing that? Would the orc shaman be so easily fooled? Ryu-min reassured her. Don't worry, I've already verified it. Julie placed her hand on her chest, her voice firm. Then let me handle that mission. He asked again, are you planning to do it alone? She answered determinedly, yes, no need for both of us to go in. I had always just sat quietly like a fledgling waiting to be fed, and I felt guilty. I can handle this much. Hearing that, Ryu-min was momentarily stunned. Then he agreed, all right, I'll wait outside. Julie followed the plan, slowly approaching the house under Ryu-min's watchful eyes. She slowly pushed open the door and stepped inside, tense. Ahead of Julie stretched a long, bottomless corridor, pitch black, with no end in sight. The sword she held firmly in her hand. She cautiously continued forward, when suddenly something caught her eye. Julie stopped before a spacious room and thought, red carpet. Her gaze hardened, she clenched her fists tightly. This was exactly the trap the black scythe had mentioned. From now on, the crucial part began. Julie recalled what Ryu-min had told her. Inside was an orc shaman hiding. If you follow the corridor, you would reach a room with a red carpet. Stepping on it would instantly summon the orc to block the retreat. A perfect plan was devised. We just needed to reach the red carpet and then retreat outside. At that point, the orc shaman, thinking it had just lost its prey, would send a few orc scouts in pursuit. Our job was to deal with those scouts. Ending the recollection, Julie felt even more determined. Yes, it's simple. She brought her foot close to the red carpet, only needing to reveal a slight aura to indicate she had been there before immediately withdrawing. Immediately, Julie witnessed the orc sitting on the throne, emanating a massive gray power. It was waiting for the chance for her to step on the carpet again and get trapped. But Julie turned and ran as planned. She gave her all to sprint toward the exit. The door finally closed behind her. Julie ran outside, breathing a sigh of relief. It was just a small thing, yet her heart pounded wildly. Ryu-min asked thoughtfully if she was okay. She responded cheerfully, of course. I followed the plan, step onto the red carpet, then step back. Hearing that, he was reassured. That was enough. Still doubtful, Julie spoke up, wondering if the orc shaman would really send scouts. He replied confidently that they just had to wait and see. The door opened slightly again. Just as Ryu-min had said, countless orc monsters appeared. They were dispatched to scout. From behind a blonde orc came a voice asking, what are you looking for? As usual, it was Ryu-min's voice as he gently raised the black scythe. It's here. Naturally, the orcs couldn't withstand the strike, and all fell to the ground. Seeing it was safe, Ryu-min called out to leave. Julie hid in a corner and peeked out, replying yes. Time passed again, with the firelight pushing back the dark night. Julie exhaled. Done. Ryu-min seemed tireless and still wanted to continue. Then lure it once more. Julie began her questions again, wondering if repeating them so many times would trap it again. The answer to the question was raised. Indeed, it has intelligence, but only goldfish level, so it quickly forgets. Ryu-min's face no longer showed coldness, but an unusual gentleness. Don't worry. Julie responded to him with a bright smile. Yes, the orc group was almost entirely eliminated, their bodies scattered everywhere. Julie, her face beaming, said, Black Scythe, I have defeated all 300 of them. He replied softly, a full hour has passed as well. She tilted her head and smiled gently. Thanks to you, the hunt was quick and easy. I truly appreciate it. Seeing her smile so brightly, he asked, how many levels have you gained? She excitedly replied, I've reached level 19. He encouraged her, just one more level and your profession ranking will increase. He continued to watch her, thinking to himself that when her rank rose, she would learn new skills, her current skills would strengthen, and he would benefit from that. If we want to set a record against the final boss, I need your stronger buff effects, he said thoughtfully while looking at her. I'll help you reach level 20. Once you get there, dealing with the orcs will be much easier. Hearing him say that made her blush involuntarily. Are you doing all this for me? She shyly stammered. Then, if it's not too much trouble, please help me. Suddenly, a voice from afar sounded, causing both of them to turn their heads. Huh, look over there. One by one, they slowly stepped inside, and some recognized him. Wait a minute, isn't that Black Scythe? Then they wondered, who is the person standing beside him, and what is this group of orc corpses about? A young man stepped forward. Hello, he replied coldly. What is this about? He stammered. We only came here to hunt orcs and didn't expect anyone to arrive first. Even saying that, he couldn't believe it. It was impossible. Looking at the pile of bodies, he was startled. Just 2 people killed all these. Another person thought silently, such a small village having so many orcs was strange indeed. The young man standing beside him stared intently at Julie. Who was the girl standing next to him? A teammate. At this moment, they just couldn't figure out why Black Scythe would be cooperating with teammates. It made no sense. Another young man stood there grinning sinisterly. Maybe he liked her type or something. Looking closely, she was quite pretty. Seeing them just standing there, he grew angry and swung his sickle down sharply. Ryu Min spoke seriously. Don't bother us, get lost. They jumped back in shock. His gaze gradually shifted, freezing cold to the extreme. Think what you want, but you've crossed the line. If you have no business here, then leave. They charged forward shouting, Hey, who are you to speak so bluntly to us? Yeah, meeting for the first time and already talking like that, isn't that rude? Julie suddenly panicked. Are they crazy? How dare they talk back to Black Scythe? The young man who had just complimented her beauty boldly stepped forward despite still being afraid. I don't care if you're a top rank, you have no right to look down on us. While he was speaking, Ryu Min lightly swept the crescent blade across his forehead like a breeze. A blurred red scar appeared, causing him to grit his teeth in silence. He growled, repeating, If you want to keep your life, then get lost. They immediately fled frantically. Everyone, let's go. Sorry for the trouble and sorry to interrupt. Even though they ran, those people still thought about wanting to know what he was planning. Damn it, does he think we'll just leave like that? Even if we have to follow him, we need to see what the hell he's doing. As for him, he wasn't stupid enough not to realize their intention. Those bastards planned to secretly follow him. A few flies buzzing around couldn't stop him from hunting, but if some fool could steal the boss's credit, then he'd take care of him and claim the reward. He turned to look at Julie, deciding that first, he would get Julie to reach level 20. Now that the bugs were gone, let's continue hunting. She nodded excitedly. Following the timeline, the scene also shifted to the people who were scared by him. It seemed they had run quite a distance. Someone spoke up, saying they were probably out of sight now. The teammate was worried. What do you intend to do? The one he had wounded said irritably, Aren't you curious how that Black Scythe hunts? Some disagreed while others agreed. Yeah, me too. I wonder where he found so many orcs. They kept discussing excitedly. So what now? Shall we ambush them from the shadows? He calmly replied, We won't be spotted from afar, don't worry. If you're scared, then go die. Scared? Nonsense, let's go. And then they went back to where he was, hiding behind bushes, watching the two of them. At that moment, more new orcs appeared around him. They saw him standing still without attacking, and immediately charged like a storm. He slowly threw a punch, gently taking down one of them. With just that punch, he sent it flying far away, so strong that the orcs behind couldn't block it in time. One orc accidentally looked up, and he then launched a series of attacks, swinging the Black Scythe with precision, tearing them apart into hundreds of pieces. The remaining orcs stood dumbfounded, not understanding what happened. The people watching him were all stunned, truly a top-tier fighter. We struggled just to kill one. One of them sensed something was off. What's going on? It seemed he wasn't finishing it off but was waiting for something. Why doesn't he just end it? The girl who was earlier is approaching it now. The restrained orcs struggled non-stop. They saw the girl come forward and immediately realized something. No way, could it be she? Is he letting her take the monster's life? At that time, they still didn't understand why. What was the Black Scythe missing that made her act like that? They kept questioning behind her back. Who was that girl to deserve such special treatment? Damn it, look at how easily she levels up, it's really frustrating. She had already gone inside by then, but they kept babbling on. We sweat and struggled just to kill one orc. They wouldn't stop even though she was fatting out of sight, while someone just sat there soaking up the experience. By the time she came back to the house, they were still furious, so annoyed they could die. Really. However, one of them noticed something. There's something off. Why is that? The number of orcs kept increasing. Every time that girl entered or left the house, orcs would pour out behind her. They watched him demonstrate his abilities while wondering, Isn't it strange how many orcs are in that tiny house? Wait, you mean the hut is actually an orc respawn point? Probably, otherwise there's no other explanation. Suddenly they realized, damn it, turns out there's a respawn point right here. Those bastards have been grinding madly here this whole time. Now we get it. They told us to scram so they could monopolize the respawn spot. Once they understood, they quickly discussed. How about we wait until they leave? Once they're gone, that spot is ours. Yeah, good idea. I'd love to take it by force, but we don't have the strength. Meanwhile, Julie looked happily at the system screen beside him and her. She looked up with eyes full of satisfaction and pride. Black Scythe, I've reached level 20 and I've even learned a new skill. He softly said, congratulations. She excitedly ran over and said, my buff, Bless of Bamboo, increased from 50% to 60%. He replied silently, can you use it right now? She felt a bit rushed. Of course. She raised her hand into the air, and a green light emitted from her palm, gathering into a marvelous source of energy. A truly beautiful energy surrounded them both. This is called the skill Bless of Bamboo, increasing all attributes by 60%. The buff duration is 2 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Her clear blue eyes shone with confidence and enthusiasm. A glowing green magic emblem appeared. It was the enhanced Bless of Bamboo. Next, here's the new buff I learned. That gentle green aura, lightly extended to the crescent blade in his hand, then down to his feet, and finally enveloped his entire body. The system continued to notify. Attack speed and movement speed increased by 60% due to the effect of the haste skill. Remaining time for haste skill, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. He looked at the system panel, his face showing no change. Attack and movement speed improved, huh, not bad. She replied, right, I can use it for you every half hour. He grinned teasingly. I really appreciate that, she pouted. I'm sincere. He turned his back. That's enough, let's go hunt the orc sorcerer. She hesitated. Do you need any help? He walked on leisurely. Just stay out of the way. Suddenly he glanced aside. In the place where those guys have been watching all this time, surely those bastards are happily badmouthing us behind our backs. She smiles brightly, unaware of anything. Fine, then there's no need to worry about that. Beneath the red hue, he shows a hint of contempt. Let's see what they do with this matter. The scene shifts back to the house once more. She hides behind a corner nearby, while the others continue to watch them. What's going on? This time the Black Scythe has entered the house again. The thick wooden door is steadily struck down by sharp slashes. He breaks down the door and bursts outside. Behind him follows a group of fierce orcs. They charge forward like hungry tigers, and his gaze is as sharp as knives, matching their ferocity. While standing, Julie senses that something is amiss. She sees him rushing forward wielding a weapon full of questions. Why is the Black Scythe running away? Why is that? Not far away, a group of people also observe the scene. What is that? The Black Scythe is being chased by orcs. Another person adds, impossible is that the Black Scythe. A pair of large feet appear, accompanied by the sound of a staff hitting the ground. It's the orc sitting on the throne. He raises his staff, emitting a swirling black aura. He lifts the staff, aiming straight at Ryu Min. A stream of chilling energy bursts from the staff, targeting him. But Ryu Min easily steps back to evade. From the ground, under the effect of the recent skill, several orcs emerge from beneath. Ryu Min finds himself caught in a pincer move, with newly surfaced orcs in front and more orcs behind him. A young man pointed towards the orc and asked, "Who is that masked figure behind?" Another person chimed in, "He looks much larger than the other orcs." They carefully examined the orc, thinking that if he was the only one that large, he might be the leader, the boss. A perceptive individual realized that these were not resurrected orcs, but one summoned. Julie stood in a corner, fearfully thinking that the Black Scythe was surrounded by orcs, and wondered what she should do. Should she intervene to help? But then something calmed her down. She carefully observed Ryu Min's demeanor. That look in his eyes, he was not panicked at all. Seeing that he was unafraid, the boss raised his staff and continued summoning another group of orcs. The young man who had just nearly panicked saw 10 more orcs appear. Ryu Min was completely surrounded, but showed no fear. He leapt up, dodging a mace swing from an orc preparing to counterattack. A voice said, "Damn, he dodged them all. He really is a monster." The youths kept discussing. "This is no time to just stand still. That big guy, the one who looks like the boss, no one seems to be guarding him, right?" A nearby person replied, "Huh, that's true." One of them spoke in a sinister tone. "Should we steal him?" They hesitated slightly. "I don't know, what if the Black Scythe catches us?" But that one quickly reassured them. "He can't catch anyone now. He's busy dealing with the orcs. Even the Black Scythe would struggle if completely surrounded like this." The white shirt responded as if in agreement. "That's right, and if he asks, just say you thought he was in danger so you rushed in to help." The guy next to him thought it was okay. It sounded reasonable. Then a question was raised while Ryu Min was fighting. So do you want to join this theft operation? Quickly, everyone agreed, I'm in. Me too. True to their word, the reckless group began moving toward the house. That scene was captured within Julie's sight from not far away. She looked at that fool and wondered, what are those people doing? Then Julie panicked, thinking of a possibility. Don't tell me that while the black scythe is drawing all the attention, they're trying to kill the orc mage to steal the credit. The scene rewound to shortly before. Julie called out, "Hey, black scythe." She cautiously asked, "I appreciate your help, but am I interfering with your mission?" Ryu Min replied calmly, "Don't worry about that, I've already completed the main mission." The unexpected answer left her visibly shocked. "What?" Ryu Min turned his head and said, "My target was not the main mission, but the side mission. I've already obtained a balanced stone." Her voice rose in surprise. "You already have one." The conversation continued. "I got it by killing a boss named Orc Warrior. The other stones probably also dropped from bosses." Ignoring Julie's surprise, Ryu Min continued, "All I need to do is kill the bosses, so there's no need to feel guilty." She understood the matter and replied, "All right." Back to the present, she looked at the group and thought, no, that mage belongs to the black scythe. If this goes on, some stranger will steal the credit for killing the orc mage. Julie drew her sword and moved forward. I have to stop them. The idiots still weren't afraid of death as they held their swords and advanced toward the orc mage. Life is never that easy. Knight of Death skill was unleashed, surprising Julie and the others. The game was elevated as the group trying to steal credit now stood bewildered amid the eerie, chilling atmosphere. The sword-wielding man exclaimed in disbelief, "What is this?" But someone quickly came up and covered his mouth in fear. Both terrified, they cautiously raised their heads. Wishing they hadn't looked, after seeing it, their hearts nearly stopped. The orc mage slowly turned its head, its two eyes filled with cold, murderous intent, as it let out a piercing, ear-splitting screech. The group got scared and immediately turned their horses. "Damn it, we've been spotted, everyone run." Naturally, the orc wouldn't let its prey escape. It swung its club and unleashed a skill. Its henchmen were summoned to surround the 5 frogs stuck in a well. At this point, they were truly panicked. Damn it, we're done for. The orcs spared no one and began their attack. The first victim was the one with black hair. He was grabbed by them, screaming in terror like a madman. The black-haired figure, once so resolute, was now utterly miserable. He lay on the ground, desperately begging for help. "Please save me." But then a pair of feet appeared before his eyes, thinking there was hope, but instead came despair. It wasn't someone coming to save him, but an orc ready to send him off at any moment. He looked at the orc's foot descending as if falling into an abyss, screaming in despair. No. Then the blood flowed out, and the black hair darkened the sky. The scene shifted to another orc being attacked. It was Ryu Min's position. He used his black scythe to send the orcs on their way for a distance. He stopped to breathe out a long sigh. Perhaps the prolonged fight had worn him down. Then suddenly, Ryu Min's gaze shifted elsewhere. It was where the orcs were rushing to deliver the others to the afterlife. He watched that scene and thought he had lured the orc wizard out to see what they would choose. Would they try to seize him while he was in danger? Those who intended to ambush paid a heavy price. Ryu Min looked at them falling on the battlefield with contempt. So that was how it was. Then he advanced toward the boss, growling his warning. After all, they had wasted their time lurking to ambush us. They had failed their mission and were wiped out. Catching the signal from their leader, the orcs all turned around. They charged together, intending to attack Ryu Min. Before even touching a single hair on him, red threads appeared on the orcs' bodies. It turned out to be Ryu Min's slash. It was so fast that they couldn't react in time. He attacked while thinking with delight. His attack speed had definitely increased, with blessing, agility, and an additional 50% attack speed at night. Of course, it was that way. The item information panel for the Knight of Death rune appeared, showing scythe damage doubled, and a 50% increase in attack speed at night, while the night position significantly reduced the chance of being detected by enemies. Not wasting any more time, Ryu Min accelerated toward the boss, preparing for close combat. The orc wielding a staff aimed straight at him, but Ryu Min quickly circled around to the back. Just as he had done before, the scythe was placed right on the boss's neck. Ryu Min pulled with great strength, and its head fell down along with his words, "Goodbye." The monster lost its head, and without a brain to control its balance, its massive body toppled to the ground. As it received its eternal slumber, the system quickly registered and displayed a notification. You have defeated Orc Shaman, gained 37.73% exp, 4,000 gold, leveled up. After killing it, the system also collected a new item, adding it to the massive storage. You have obtained the Orb of Eternal Rest. A series of trophy items received rang out. You received a mysterious wooden spirit statue. You received a lowest rank mana stone draw token. You received a balance stone. Side quest progress, balance stone 2-4. Ryu Min smiled with satisfaction. He looked down at the item in his hands and silently rejoiced. I have reached level 33, and I have found an insanely powerful item. The system then displayed detailed information about the Orb of Eternal Rest to inform the player. Orb of Eternal Rest, necklace type, epic quality effect. Each time a monster is defeated, gain 1 stack and lose 1 durability. Every 100 stacks convert into 1 attribute point, durability 1000. Requires at least common quality equipment. Description: a necklace with a cloudy gray orb said to seal the souls of those who were murdered. Looking at the orb's information panel, he couldn't help but contemplate the attributes it possessed. The Orb of Eternal Rest gives 1 attribute point for every 100 stacks accumulated. It is similar to the absorption rune that the Black Scythe once used. However, Ryu Min did not only focus on the advantages, he suddenly recalled a critical drawback. There was a downside. Durability 01000, the more stacks accumulated, the more durability is consumed. This is a consumable piece of equipment. An image of another golden spirit stone appeared in his mind. However, if used together with the endurance absorption rune from the 8th ring, and if a blacksmith assists, I can restore its durability. After analyzing the item he just received, he swiftly finalized his decision. That means I can increase attributes without limit. Suddenly, Ryu Min's train of thought was interrupted by a cry. Black Scythe, where are you? He lightly turned his head to look behind, then realized it seemed the effect of the Night of Death rune was making him hard to detect. Seeing Julie searching behind, he turned to observe the people lying motionless on the ground and thought of a plan. Before dispelling the Night of Death, I should. Using my absorption rune, the bodies of the men gradually faded into nothingness. Ryu Min softly said, "Erase all traces." He chanted the spell to dispel the Night of Death. The rune also disappeared accordingly. The residual effect left by the Night of Death rune after vanishing made Julie notice something strange. Why did the place keep flickering between light and dark? Then suddenly, she darted her eyes to another side and discovered something. Ryu Min appeared right beside her. He walked closer to Julie, and upon recognizing him, she cheerfully struck up a conversation. "There you are. I've been looking everywhere for you." Black Scythe glanced at the monster he had just defeated and replied coldly, "As you can see, I've been very busy." Julie received the information and then asked, "So you finally got it? But did you see anyone else around here? Some tried to steal the name of the orc mage." Ryu Min took his scythe and rested it on his shoulder. He gently replied, "No, I didn't see anyone." Julie nodded to indicate she understood, but she still couldn't help but wonder. "That's strange. I could have sworn I heard shouting." The innocent girl turned to another side, thinking about what had happened to her, making Black Scythe feel guilty. After all, revealing the corpse brought no benefit. Cutting through the air, he turned away, shouting, "Hurry up, we still have to take down the next boss." Julie followed his words and walked on. Yes, they arrived at a village and defeated each monster dwelling there. The monsters' corpses fell right where they had fought. The orcs lay motionless, witnessing the noise Ryu Min was making. On one side, an orc who seemed to be the leader of this place was fighting Ryu Min. With the skills of a hunter, the orc posed no challenge to him. As fast as lightning, the Death Scythe blade moved toward the lower body of the orc. The leader's arm was severed by the Death Scythe blade. It didn't even have time to react. Next to the arm, his next target was the orc's torso. Its body was cut apart by the attack. Blood inside burst out into the air from the severed wound. The Death Scythe had ended another monster's life. After the leader fell, the system immediately displayed praise. "You have defeated the orc archer. X plus 3773%. Gold plus 4000. You received Agile Archer's boots. You received a rusty arrowhead. You received a low-rank mana stone. You received a balance stone. Side quest progress, balance stone 3-4. Ryu Min drew the scythe behind his back. He stepped forward, looked at the system panel, then gave the order to check which item. The panel displayed detailed information about the item. Agile Archer's boots, type of boots, epic quality. Defense 60, agility effect plus 10, durability 1000, requirement, common quality or above. Description, boots said to belong to an agile archer, enhancing agility. Looking at the boots collected shown on the system panel, Ryu Min glanced down at the boots he was currently wearing and silently analyzed. They were much better than the ones he had on now. High-top agile boots, common quality, defense 15, agility effect plus 4, movement speed plus 5%. There was no reason not to switch. He entered the adjustment panel, placed the collected boots on the control bar alongside forging with another mana stone. Ryu Min analyzed its use himself. If he combined it with the blue mana stone he had just obtained, the effect would be even better. After finishing the combination, he pressed the black scythe to the combine button to confirm with the system. Receiving the new setup, mechanical sounds rang out announcing the successful combination. Immediately after changing his gear, the system provided new information to the player about this choice. Agility +4 was added to the Agile Archer's boots. Ryu Min nodded in satisfaction with what he had just done. Perfect. Now I've taken care of all the side bosses. Without letting himself rest, in his mind appeared the image of the final orc boss. Ryu Min set a new goal, only the high-level orc final boss remained. Unlike the others, the high-level orc had an attack rule based on time. The timer reset perfectly to 0. Black Scythe was determined to defeat it as quickly as possible. He tried to analyze. The faster the strategy, the greater the reward. The best record from the previous round was 43 seconds. Then he immediately went with Julie to the position of the final boss. All right, let's go. She smiled happily in response, yes. Seeing her humanoid form, Ryu Min didn't pay much attention and focused solely on defeating the target. Julie had already buffed him. This time he would surely break the record. They left the chaotic scene they had just caused. Black Scythe kept calculating in his mind, but he still wanted to shorten the time even more if possible. First, he had to reach the maximum level and then use the Orb of Eternal Rest to enhance his stats. The defeated orcs left behind were also gradually being dealt with. The system notified again. Remaining time until the round ends, 30 minutes 41 seconds. The monsters gradually vanished into the air, transforming into new items before Black Scythe's eyes. Ryu Min put his weapon aside, thinking in his head, it's time to act. Only one more level to reach 40, but I'm out of time. The item worn around the neck suddenly glowed, clearly revealing that Ryu Min no longer regretted his decision. However, he did not feel sorrow. He had accomplished his set goal. After reclaiming the orcs' corpses, the system announced again, nodding fluctuations inside the storage, adding 9 attribute points. Durability 11000. Julie came up from behind and called out, Black Scythe, aren't you going to continue hunting? Ryu Min turned to reply, I think that's enough. She couldn't help but wonder, so now will you go defeat the final boss? Ryu Min coldly raised his hand to the side to say goodbye. Let's part ways here. Thank you for accompanying me. Julie could only shake his hand, feeling somewhat awkward. Was it really over? Alongside her words, she felt regret in her heart. Now that they were about to part, she felt a little sad. She had intended to ask if she could stay with him until he defeated the final boss. Realizing her thought was foolish, she quickly dismissed it. No, if I stay, I would only be a hindrance. It's best if we part ways here. Julie couldn't hide her gloominess in front of him, which made him pause and think. It seemed she had become attached in this short time, but high-level orcs were very dangerous, and she didn't need to accompany him. Julie raised her hand, radiating power as a parting gift, and said, Black Scythe, let me buff you one last time. Julie was executing a technique while bidding farewell to Ryu Min. The Black Scythe, once again, thanked him for helping me hunt monsters. It would have been very difficult on my own. She wiped a drop of sweat and pressed the option inside the newly appeared system panel. It wasn't much, but here it is. Julie took from her storage a bright blue item glowing with beautiful colors. She explained, I received this item when you guided me. I don't know if you need it, but please accept it. Ryu Min didn't let her suffer any more losses. He didn't hesitate to refuse. You should keep it. Julie shook her hand politely, but still wanted to give him the item. That's not allowed, just accepting the experience is already more than enough for me. After saying that, she thought for a moment. Actually, she had 2, but needed to give one to Ryu Min, so. Ryu Min looked at Julie with gentle eyes. He knew she was worried about him without realizing that he was the one she cared for, and she thought she owed the Black Scythe a favor. And then the Black Scythe had no choice but to give in. He took the item from Julie's hand and said, but I also received help, so let's call it even. Then the Black Scythe turned and walked forward, not forgetting to say a word of promise. I will accept it then. If fate allows, we will meet again. Julie put her hand on her chest, anxiously watching the Black Scythe walking away. Elsewhere, Ryu Min was performing a rapid movement technique, sending a magical arrow speeding forward. The Black Scythe also followed the path it indicated. After confirming the location where he was about to set foot, the system spoke up, confirming the position of the high-level orc boss monster. The distance to the target was 1121 meters. Ryu Min, deep in thought, fixed his gaze on the guiding arrow. It was still trackable, meaning no one had defeated it yet. He recalled the history of defeating orcs, and realized that no one had ever managed to kill a high-level orc in the previous rounds. The image of the 3 orcs he had just slain appeared, with the shadow of the final boss looming behind them. The Grim Reaper's scythe knew that among the 4 bosses in Round 5, the high-level orc was so powerful that the other 3 were merely considered sub-bosses. Ryu Min imagined in his mind an orc capable of matching the strength of many warriors. He conceived that perhaps it would take 100 level 20 players charging wildly to bring it down. A normal player would never be able to defeat it. Black Scythe advanced deeper into the green forest, re-evaluating the final boss. Even he had to die 4 times before winning. That was how he set the current record of 43 seconds. The system's sound echoed simultaneously. It was the noise of movement on the ground, with the distance to the target now 321 meters. Ryu Min jumped onto a tree and used the branches as leverage to propel himself forward. Black Scythe muttered to himself. This time he would break that record. Sounds arose from the branches as he arrived, and then quickly departed from the trees. Black Scythe rushed forward and caught sight of the boss's shadow. The system again announced the distance to the target, 160 meters. Ryu Min suddenly felt surprised when he observed the scene before him. It was the image of a warrior being crushed. He was gradually losing his life to the final boss. The strongest orc was facing ordinary warriors alone in front of Ryu Min. A giant orc appeared. In its hand was the body of the unfortunate human. Jun Seok sat down in fear, his limbs trembling and unable to move. What was happening at this moment? How did things turn out this way? There had been no problems before. Going back to the previous time, Jun Seok was standing talking with a group of people. The orcs act together. Why don't we do the same? Join our team. He rested his sword on his shoulder, confidently introducing himself. First, let me introduce myself. I am Jun Seok, a level 12 warrior. The blonde young man beside him continued. I'm also level 12. Nice to meet you. I'm Barity Pit, a hunter. The young man wearing a robe shyly introduced himself. I'm a level 13 warrior named WHWH. The name is due to a broken keyboard. They all formed a small group and began to eliminate the orcs. At first, we joined the group for mutual benefit, but everything gradually improved and everyone became more open. Barity Pit shouted to Jun Seok, trick them into helping me. All right, leave it to me. Jun Seok shouted loudly at an orc holding a chain. Hey you there, look at me. Thanks to team spirit, we easily dealt with a small orc village. The girl holding the trident jumped on its back and pinned it to the ground. Barity Pit, kill it. The short-haired girl, seeing the orc ready to attack, immediately warned WHWH behind. After eliminating all the orcs, everyone gathered happily to chat. I've collected enough 300. Me too. Congratulations, we all did it. Jun Seok felt very happy to complete the mission. We have completed the main task. Suddenly, feeling a bit bored going alone, he suggested to the group, it's a bit sad to split up. Should we hunt a little more? Sure, I want to reach level 20. The archer and the swordsman joined forces to take down the orc. So we continued hunting, continuously defeating it. Everyone's ranks gradually rose. You have leveled up, you have reached level 20, you have been promoted from apprentice to regular. The combo feature has been unlocked. From there, they could collect many other types of skills. We reached level 20 and learned new skills as a result. The 3 in the group surrounded the corpse of a dead orc and mocked them. Orcs are too easy now. It's funny how we struggled so hard with them before. Gradually, they acquired many different skills and became stronger. WHWH turned to suggest to Jun Seok to go somewhere else, but he was drawn by something. So let's try the bigger village then. Wait, what is that? A giant orc with 2 heads and a long tongue passed by. Both Jun Seok and Barity Pit looked in its direction, wondering it looked quite like an orc, something they hadn't seen before. Could it be the boss? The boss. The girl holding a trident raised a suggestion to everyone. Should we try fighting it? I feel like the 5 of us can do it. Shall we try? The reward must be great. He turned to ask Barity Pit, and he immediately agreed. Then let's split the reward evenly after we kill it. Agreed. The high-level orc was walking when it suddenly stopped. It unexpectedly turned back and let out a roar. The sudden event caught everyone off guard. Or we thought we had become stronger. The high-level orc roared louder and louder. It even stuck out its long tongue. The ground began to show deep dents. It took momentum and jumped very high into the sky. The high-level orc landed right in front of everyone, causing a strong shockwave. It aggressively raised its sharp claws. The black-haired girl was the first target of the high-level orc. After killing the first girl, it turned back and aimed at the orange-haired girl. The scared girl couldn't do anything, only crouching down. The high-level orc struck down with great force. Blood splattered everywhere. It turned away, targeting Barity Pit, who was standing nearby. The enemy was not the prey. The high-level orc quickly grabbed him, lifting him up. It squeezed Barity Pit with great force, crushing his body. The whole group was quickly overwhelmed and pushed back. Jun Seok witnessed the scene, his face darkening completely, and that was death itself. Seeing the danger, WHWH stood in front of him, but was then wrapped up by its tail and lifted up as well. The high-level orc used its tail to smash his head harshly against the ground, leaving only pleas for help. After dealing with nearly all of them, it turned to look at Jun Seok. He looked at it with terrified eyes, repeating in his mind, "I will die, I will die, I will die, I will surely die." The high-level orc advanced closer and closer. Jun Seok shouted, "Don't come near me." His face turned purple, trembling with fear. It raised its hand to finish him off, when suddenly he appeared from behind it. The black scythe slashed decisively, with such force that one head of the high-level orc was severed from its neck. The other head turned to look at him, and it also received a horizontal slash across its neck from him. Finally, it was destroyed by the black scythe, collapsing to the ground. Jun Seok looked up in great surprise. It was, his legs appearing at eye level. Ryu Min slowly landed before the astonished Jun Seok. The black scythe. The black scythe looked at the high-level orc's body, then was attracted by something. Unexpectedly, it died from just one strike. System notifications appeared rapidly. You have defeated the high-level orc. You have leveled up, reaching level 40. You advanced from regular to expert. The negotiation feature has been unlocked. The man with the black scythe on his shoulder continued to watch notifications, showing increased damage for the Death Seal skill from 120% to 140%. The range of the Knight of Death skill increased from 500 m to 1000 m. You have learned the Moonlight Destruction skill, a special skill of the Reaper. The next skill will unlock at level 60. Suddenly, the black scythe smiled joyfully, finally obtaining it. Moonlight Destruction, a Reaper's attack skill. An absolute power skill appeared on the screen. The exclusive Moonlight Destruction skill effect. Channel energy for 1 second and unleash an attack with 1200% damage, increased by 1.5 times at night, has a 10-minute cooldown, and is usable only with the scythe weapon. He only needed one swing of the scythe to cleave many orcs in two. When relying on a single attack skill, missing would be very risky. But since Moonlight Destruction is an area attack, it is very hard to miss. The black scythe's slashes would even cut through a brain, making it increasingly useful when combining both magical and physical attacks. That means it would be effective even against those with physical resistance. He silently rejoiced inside because he had gained such an excellent skill. Now killing monsters is easy for him, but later there will be powerful monsters, so this skill is really useful. Now Ryu Min will check the next reward. The notification continued to appear as Black Scythe acquired the skill just now. You obtained the gloves of an orc. You obtained the fang of a high-level orc. You obtained a low-level purple absorption rune. You obtained a balance stone. The side quest is in progress. Balance stone 4-4. In his hand now lay a stone shining with a blue gleam. You have completed the side quest. You obtained a balance stone. This is exactly what I wanted this time. Black Scythe clutched the stone tightly, causing its energy to radiate around. The rune just obtained automatically engraved itself onto the player's body. The screen displayed the power stats of that stone. Balance stone effect. All stats will double when the difference between the highest and lowest stats is no greater than 10. He observed for a long while and thought, this one only has an effect if I increase all stats equally. Black Scythe looked at the stats on the screen, calculating silently. I knew I would get this stone, so I increased the stats without too much discrepancy. He tapped the screen to view the current stats. Now that it's engraved into my body, let's see how much my stats have increased. Black Scythe was very surprised to see his stats increase dramatically. Even he did not expect all his stats to rise by more than 300. He was astonished at how his power had surged like that. All his stats, power 374, intelligence 614, agility 518, luck 374, and stat points 0, were all over 300 stars. Black Scythe was so amazed that he was left speechless. Even though it was thanks to the round buff and bless, the numbers still far exceeded what he had imagined. He stood on the carcass of a high-level orc, thinking. Indeed, nothing beats a balance rune to strengthen oneself quickly. So this must be the time trial challenge reward after all. A series of other notifications appeared on the screen. You have defeated the level 5 orc boss in just 1 second. This boss follows the time challenge rule. Gold rewards will be given based on the record. Because you defeated it in under 10 seconds, you receive the highest reward of 100,000 gold. Congratulations. He smiled happily upon receiving a large sum of gold. Last time it took 43 seconds, and he only got 23,250 gold. Wonderful, he thought he had to use this gold to learn all the common skills he hadn't learned yet. Because Ryu Min set an unprecedented record, the system wants to register him in the book. You have set an unprecedented record in the history of the time trial challenge. Your achievement will be recorded in the Akashic Library. He was surprised to see the system announce the reward was a choice of a unique item. What is that about? A ticket appeared with a dazzling light. Setting a record deserves a special reward, huh? Black Scythe looked at the screen, pondering carefully. He could also choose a unique item. Could it be that he can pick any item at all? He tapped the card that had just appeared on the screen. A series of categories appeared after Black Scythe tapped it. You can choose one of the following unique items. Reward. First, tap the type of item you want. 1 weapon, 2 shield, 3 hat, 4 armor, 5 boots, 6 gloves, 7 necklace, 8 ring. He looked at a range of weapons and thought carefully. Can he really choose anything at all? If so, the unique weapon I plan to make after returning is no longer needed. As for the rest, after a moment of thought, Black Scythe chose item number 3. This one seemed reasonable, a hat. Jun Seok trembled as he stood up, looking up at him standing on the back of the high-level orc. He wiped his runny nose with his hand and looked at Black Scythe in amazement. No way, that monster was taken down with just one strike. Jun Seok looked down at the bodies of his companions lying scattered on the ground. That strong again? How could he have defeated that alone, something even 5 level 20 players couldn't accomplish? Putting aside that sorrow, he wanted to say a few words to him. No, not now. Now I should be the one to thank him. Black Scythe turned to look at Jun Seok, then spun around and walked away, leaving him completely confused. Jun Seok froze in place, not even managing to say goodbye. Priscilla appeared in the blazing red sky, surrounded by radiant halos. So, how is it going? Have you completed the task well? She looked down at the surviving players below and mocked them. In just 10 hours, the number of people has decreased so much. Priscilla sneered at those players. Could it be they died because of those weak orcs, or did they quarrel over monsters? She snapped her fingers to check the results. Well then, let's see how the results turn out. The leaderboard clearly showed the top 3 ranks. A compilation of the 5th round results across the entire region. Black Scythe, level 40, Knight of Death. The Fools, level 25 Mages. Heavenly Demon, level 24 Dark Knights. The related region, CSK007. First, Black Scythe, level 40 Knight of Death. Second, Democracy, level 21 Support. Third, Napinage, level 23 Dark Maid. Those below were astonished when they saw the results. Oh my god, level 40 already. The record is truly insane. Everyone focused their eyes on him, whispering and discussing. Defeating 3 orcs in just 1 hour. Is that even possible? Black Scythe just stood there, crossing his arms and sighing helplessly. It would be great to receive the reward quickly. A series of notifications appeared in front of him as the results were announced. Congratulations, you have completed the task as the number 1 in this region. Congratulations, you have completed the task as the top ranker of the entire region. The number 1 regional reward and the choice of a rare necklace. The number 1 reward for the whole region is a special reward selection box. Black Scythe happily looked at the screen as everything went quite smoothly. Confirmation that you are the first player to achieve first place across the entire region for 5 consecutive rounds. You have achieved an unimaginable feat and received the title of the leader. It's done, just as planned. I have obtained the title. Upon receiving the title, he began to devise another plan. The title of the leader, condition to obtain. Achieve first place across the entire region for the first 5 consecutive rounds effect. Increases all experience gained by 1.5 times. Because of this title, I never missed first place in the entire region. I can't afford to miss the chance to grow 1.5 times faster. Black Scythe raised his hand and tapped on the golden chest on the screen. Now that the desired title is obtained, let's choose the first place reward. When he tapped it, a series of necklaces appeared. You can choose one of the following rare necklaces as a reward. Please tap on the reward you want. The Skull Knight's necklace, the Java necklace, the necklace of resilience. Black Scythe thought very carefully before selecting the item. Ordinary people might just choose randomly like a multiple-choice test, but I have already tried them all over many playthroughs. After a moment of hesitation, he chose the second item. What I need is the Java necklace. When the Black Scythe pressed it, a series of stats appeared. The necklace of Java, a rare grade necklace, effective, all stats +3, effect resistance +35%, durability 1000, use level requirement of common rank or above. The description said it was a necklace that the alien race Java always wore. The necklace itself contained magical power. He looked at it and then thought about something. What he needed to strengthen right now wasn't power or stats, but resistance to adverse states. A ring and a necklace appeared, each with sparkling gems. Moreover, items with effect resistance are very rare, so if he didn't need them later, they could also be sold at a high price. The system continued to display the second reward. Next, you can choose one of the following special rewards. Reward, please tap the reward you want. 1. Triple experience buff for just 6 hours. 2. 6,000 gold. 3. Information about the sixth ring. This time, he didn't hesitate or ponder but decided immediately. Without thinking, he definitely chose the experience buff. Suddenly, Priscilla clapped her hands, the sound instantly attracting the attention of the players. She asked if all the players had checked their rankings yet. Everyone had already checked their rank via message, hadn't they? Priscilla's eyes flashed with contempt. By the way, the number of people who completed the task was exactly 1,588. As soon as her words ended, those ranked low began to be burned. Anyone ranked 1211 and below would be mercilessly eliminated. No, wait, Angel, please have mercy. They all cried out painfully in the flames, wailing miserably. Please spare me. Priscilla raised her hand to cover her mouth and sneered. How shameful to have to beg for your life like that. Humans really are no better than insects. He looked at her and also laughed scornfully. Do you think you're any different? Priscilla glanced at the ranking board. I guess you won't be able to finish it either. She sneered at the black scythe standing below. Side mission of the first round 5. Priscilla was quite surprised to see him. It's over now. With a dazzling flash, she said goodbye to him and then disappeared. Then humans, take a rest and see you in the next round. After Priscilla vanished, the system appeared to notify all surviving players. Round 5 finished. Entire area survivors, 19,327,557. Related area CX007 survivors, 1,211. Souls will be returned to their original spatial dimension bodies after a few minutes. Round 6 will begin at midnight on June 1, 2023. See you in the next round. Congratulations on surviving. He returned to his apartment. Ryu Min's entire body tensed up. He had to raise his hand to stretch a bit. Ryu Min leaned back against the chair, urging himself on. Meal's done, now let's get started. Black Scythe opened the system and started upgrading the new weapon. The combination window appeared, with the main material being the Reaper's scythe blade. The secondary materials included the heart of an orc and a wooden deity statue. Next, he added the items he had acquired, a rusty arrowhead and the fangs of 2 orcs. It seemed that Black Scythe was hesitating a bit about combining the weapon. If he pressed the combine button now, the weapon would be enhanced into a rare item suitable for his level. After some hesitation and recalling, he remembered that he had a black diamond taken from Yongmin. Finally, Black Scythe decided to combine that stone as well and pressed the button. Combining with the black diamond would no longer make it rare, but upgrade it to a unique item. A unique scythe carrying a mysterious black energy. Combination successful, you have created the Reaper's Scythe. After the combination finished, the system displayed the weapon's stats. Reaper's Scythe, weapon type, unique quality, level 300, all stats plus 10, skill damage plus 10%, durability 3,3000, usage requirement, expert level or above. Description. The scythe once favored by the Reaper. It is said that darkness always follows the death scythe. He laughed heartily, startling Ryu 1. Finally free from the Reaper's side. Ryu Min used his last money to further supplement his skills. Now with the remaining money, he'll learn some general skills. Store, all equipment, materials, consumables, general skills. Explore surroundings, 20,000. The eyes and the skill used to display the navigation map. First, exploring the surroundings will help display it like a mini-map. The second skill helps the eyes see farther, enhancing vision to surpass human limits. And the last 2 skills are used to create a shield and aim accurately at targets. Basic resistance will increase resistance to negative statuses by 15%. Dexterity will increase the skill hit rate by 20%. So all the common skills have been learned. Although all skills have been unlocked, he still has a lot of money. After learning all the skills, he still has 140,000 gold left. Besides a few rare items that won't be available for a few more days, there's nothing worth buying right now. Ryu Min sat up abruptly and decided to stop here. Let's leave this matter as it is. He used his thoughts to open the system and view his stats. The status window. The status window named Ryu Min Expert Level, Level 40, Profession Death Knight. Nickname Black Scythe. Titles: Last Hidden Time Rebel, First Hidden Assassin Angel, Hidden Opposer of Divine Punishment, Hidden Leader. Stats: Strength 106, Intelligence 150, Agility 106, Luck 136. Stat points 0. Skills, General Skills, Tracking, Sensing Presence, Erasing Traces, First Aid, Surrounding Exploration, Vision Enhancement, Basic Resistance, Dexterity. Specialized Skills, Death Seal, Night of Death, Moonlight Destruction, Rune of Slaughter, Radiance Rune, Rune of Cloning, Rune of Death, Internal Rune, Balance Rune. Additional features, Shop, items can be purchased. Combination, items can be combined. Trading, items or gold can be traded. Unlocks at level 60, unlocks at level 99. Ryu Min looked at the screen and smiled with satisfaction. With just the buff from the Balance Rune, it's already like this. If I add the Rune of Slaughter, my power will double. While he was thinking and the system slowly disappeared, excellent, now I'm as strong as I can be. It's time to start doing business with Ma Jeonrak. After finishing that deal, I'll take advantage of Yangmin. Suddenly something occurred to Ryu Min. Wait, thinking back, what's happened to that guy now? I wonder if he survived his plan. He opened a skill and began searching for someone. Tracking Yangmin. Ryu Min smiled happily upon finding Yangmin's location. Being able to trace him meant he was still alive. Great, he could still be exploited further. With eyes as cold as ice when thinking of him, smiling scornfully, he was determined to make him fail. But this time would be the last time he used Yangmin. After using him in this real world, he'd be discarded. The scene shifted to a large building inside the city. Inside a lavish cafe, Julie sat there alone. She looked up somewhat puzzled at the outside. Why did Ryu Min want to see her again? In her mind, she pictured the next scene. Don't say it was just her imagination. Ryu Min gently approaching. Julie, I miss you. Thinking this made Julie extremely embarrassed, she tried to keep calm. What a silly thought. Stay calm, absolutely no outward signs. She was still lost in the chaos when the door swung open. Ryu Min entered with the aura of a handsome prince, turning his head to search for her figure. Noticing her sitting in a corner, he smiled and greeted her. You're here, have you been waiting long? She quickly stood up to explain. No, I just got here too. Feeling a bit shy, Julie said she would go order drinks. What do you want to drink? Today it's on me, pick anything you like. This made him quite happy. Really? Then I'll have an Americano with an extra shot. She nodded in agreement. Okay, wait a moment. After sitting down in the chair, Ryu Min's face became strangely friendly. Thanks for the glass of water, Julie. Julie felt that something was off and began to ponder. Why does the atmosphere feel so tense today? Probably because I was overthinking earlier. Before she could say anything, she thought again about the close scene between the 2 moments ago. This time, Ryu Min gently spoke. So, how is your 5th ring? He seemed quite embarrassed as he looked at her face. You've encountered the Black Scythe, right? She nodded in agreement. Ah, just as you said, I met him and went hunting together. Julie brightened up and announced. Honestly, I had my doubts. The number 1 ranked person agreed to team up with me, but when I showed him my buff, he immediately nodded. It seemed this was part of Ryu Min's plan. I told you, just by looking at your buff, even the Black Scythe would need it. She nodded, laughing and understanding. Thanks to that, hunting became extremely easy. He helped a lot. It was the first time I ranked 2nd in the whole region. This made Ryu Min look surprised and stare ahead. Rank 2, amazing. What did you get? Her eyes became extremely eager. Want to see. Julie summoned the necklace in her hand. Her face glowed sparkling because this item was a rare mid-level necklace that increased agility stats. So, does it look good? Ryu Min looked at the necklace in her hand and had to marvel in surprise. So beautiful, she immediately held it out to him. Here, take it. This made him quite awkward. Why would he give it to me? She quickly urged. Just take it, I got it because you guessed right. It seemed he was still too shy about these things. No, I can't, this is your achievement. But Julie's eyes were very determined. That's not it, the Black Scythe carries me, so the hunt feels light as if nothing. Ryu Min could only force a smile. Then take him away. She sighed in surprise. Why would he need such a low-rank item? He also had his own thoughts. Of course not, he doesn't need it. Seeing the situation, Ryu Min hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Thanks, but I don't need it. I haven't reached the regular rank yet. She felt a bit puzzled. You haven't reached regular rank, so what level are you now? He sighed and lowered his head sadly. Level 19, I've only killed 300 orcs in 10 hours. Seeing his attitude, Julie could only put away the necklace in her hand. The prophet class isn't really suited for close combat. Sensing something was off, she became curious. How does the prophet class fight anyway? Ryu Min laughed, scratching his head, not knowing how to explain. I have a few magic skills, but performing them is a bit awkward. This made her hesitate and think. Then there's no need for the agile archer's boots either, since magic is based on intelligence, right? He nodded in confirmation. Exactly. She also pondered something. Then, a new item appeared in Julie's hand again. I'll give you this instead of the necklace. She also smiled sincerely and explained. I picked it up while hunting, so just take it. I don't know if it's any good, but it's the thought that counts, so please don't look down on it. Seeing her treat him so kindly, Ryu-min was somewhat touched. He gently reached out to take the item from her hand. Thank you for thinking of me. This contact made Julie blush with embarrassment. It's not like I'm thinking anything, all right? You keep giving me information all the time. It makes me shy, too. Ryu-min pondered for a moment, then immediately proposed an idea. In that case, I want to give you something, too. She was quite surprised. Julie, for me? What is it? He continued to announce. What else? The information about round 6, right? These words made her freeze instantly. She forced a strained smile. I would be extremely grateful if you told me. Ryu-min paid no mind and spoke up. Fine, the mission for round 6 is. The two of them chatted together for a lively and extended period. After a while, Julie's expression showed she seemed to understand something more. I should hunt with Black Scythe. Ryu-min confidently reassured her. He probably won't refuse either. You've already proven your worth in round 5. At this moment, she became thoughtful. Form a team with him as well. Seeing this, he immediately grew concerned. So you're happy about that, right? Julie laughed and spoke her thoughts. Of course, Black Scythe is extremely good for me. Ryu-min seemed quite surprised hearing this reply. Good. Speaking up to this point, she focused on recounting with sparkling eyes. He behaved more thoughtfully than she had thought, not as scary as his appearance, a little arrogant. But being ranked number 1 is allowed. These words stirred Ryu-min's mind like a knife stabbing his head. He didn't know what to say. Is that so? After a period of reflection, she announced again. Besides, he seemed to have many insights. Ryu-min felt a bit confused. Insights? She spoke according to her thoughts. It's hard to explain, but it's like being able to read others' minds. Hearing that, he calmed down. That was thanks to the soul seal. In his mind, he already had his own thoughts. I'm not perfect at all. I've failed 99 times. Have I been tricked? The final round requires 5 people to enter the boss room. Unintentionally, he recalled the system announcements from that day. The boss room requires 1-5 to enter the boss room. At least 5 players are needed. Thinking of this, Ryu-min looked decisively ahead, determined not to make mistakes. No matter what, I'm out of chances. I have to reach the final round at all costs. Both Julie and that American pastor as well. Seeing him so thoughtful, Julie felt a bit puzzled. Min, what are you thinking about? He hurriedly shook his head to explain. Nothing, don't worry. She was quite curious. Are you worried about the next round? Ryu-min nodded in agreement. Yeah, I'm not very strong. She sighed with regret. If the areas were merged, I could still help you. He felt quite surprised. Help for free, She nodded to confirm once again. Of course. She sighed as she explained. It's always me receiving help that makes me feel guilty. I wasn't able to help you at all. Seeing her look so guilty, Ryu-min calmly had his own thoughts. You helped a lot, Julie. Thanks to you, I took down the high-level orc in just a second. He gently comforted her. Don't stress too much. Sooner or later, we'll meet again in another world. This finally made Julie lift her head and smile a little. Really. She gave a bright, encouraging smile. Then let's do our best together. He just raised his hand and nodded, although he had his own calculations in mind. If she finds out that he is the Black Scythe, he doesn't know how she would react, and that was his biggest worry. Time quickly shifted to the late afternoon at the Devil Corporation. Ryu-min stepped inside. The secretary bowed his head and announced, Sir, principal shareholder Ryu-min has arrived. Seeing him appear made Ma Jonrock excitedly stand up and greet him. Welcome, esteemed shareholder. He quickly pointed to a chair and then signaled to the secretary. Please have a seat here, sir. Manager On, bring us 2 cups of chrysanthemum tea. The secretary also nodded understandingly. Yes, sir. After taking his seat, Ma Jonrock immediately got straight to the main topic. The main shareholder, the prophet, how was your trip? Ryu-min smiled and replied, very good. The driver you sent was very polite. Hearing that, he breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. If anyone bothers you, just tell me. I will handle it immediately and take appropriate action. He then reasoned. Ma Jonrock, the man who kills a criminal every week, talking about appropriate action. Suddenly, he called out, Ah, right. A plan formed in his mind. It's best not to say anything reckless. Ma Jonrock looked outside and then suggested, Have you eaten yet? If not, we can eat together. Seeing this, Ryu-min laughed and replied, There is something more important than eating. This made Ma Jonrock extremely excited as he stood up. Could it be? His face was full of anticipation. You came to provide information about the next round. Seeing the expression on his face, this made Ryu-min very pleased. He was desperate. He spoke up with a proposal. Of course, I will share information about round 6. Seeing that, he responded happily. Really, I am very grateful. Just as he finished speaking, Ryu-min interrupted. In return, I want you to convene an urgent meeting of the shareholders. He calmly voiced his thoughts. It's time to discuss business. We will have to change our business line and even the company name. Ma Jongrak immediately changed the expression on his face. What do you want me to do? Ryu Min was not to be outdone and went straight to the main topic. At the meeting, I want you to support the project I am about to propose. His voice continuously echoed inside the office. As I said before, don't object unreasonably. That means you must persuade the other shareholders. Ma Jongrak remained silent after hearing these words. From what I foresee, they will not be pleased about this. Sensing something was amiss, Ma Jongrak hesitated, confused, and about to react. What kind of business is this, after all? All his reactions were directed at Ryu Min. He had his own calculations. Judging by his expression, he was dying to know, and understandably so. Hear me say he's switching industries, yet still bringing success. This time he spoke slowly. The business I'm about to launch is creating an exclusive social network platform specifically for gamers. Ryu Min confidently announced, it's about creating an open, exclusive platform dedicated to players.
This made Ma Jongrak puzzled. You mean a website? He nodded to confirm. Yes. The difference between a normal page and this one is that it's for players to use and it's for buying and selling items instead of everyday goods. Ma Jongrak's eyes narrowed in suspicion. You can buy and sell items for cash. He still seemed hesitant. He patiently explained. We'll let sellers decide whether to trade or to receive compensation for their items while they're listed on the site. This also left Ma Jongrak quite bewildered. I get transactions, but do players need cash? Ryu Min calmly guessed, some will. He continued reviewing the original plan. For now there is no other way. Ma Jongrak found it a bit hard to believe, so that's how it is for now. What about later? Looking at Ma Jongrak's attitude, Ryu Min admired him inwardly. He's quite smart. However, all this had been predicted by him. He calmly laid out the plan he'd prepared beforehand. Yes, I've looked into the future and saw someone over level 40 trading with gold instead of cash. It was the first time you'd heard of this plan. Gold. He explained the preset plan more clearly. Upon reaching level 40, you'll unlock a negotiation feature. Using that feature, you can transfer gold between players. We just need to build a system on the site to exchange gold safely when the time comes. A smug look crossed his face. Of course, we'll take a fee in cash or gold. After hearing this, Ma Jongrak sat silent and thoughtful for a long while. A social marketplace for players, huh? Good idea, especially since no one has done it yet. If it succeeds, we'll have a monopoly. He looked up and asked again, so who will use it? Ryu Min replied as if nothing had happened. Players have accumulated many items from the past 5 rounds. Ryu Min had researched these matters thoroughly beforehand. As you know, you can't sell monster drops in shops, so I'm sure they're thinking of ways to offload them. His voice kept echoing around the room. Moreover, now that they're over level 20, they're surely experimenting with many item combinations. Ma Jongrak listened in silence. If there's a website that lets them easily buy stuff. After hearing that, he gradually changed his mind. There will be a lot of users. He nodded in agreement. This is the best chance to create the site. Ma Jongrak needed time to think, sitting still to plan the next steps. As you said, if we do it well, it'll definitely succeed. We can post a bunch of promotional articles. Different thoughts flashed through his mind. We should make an app to make it user-friendly, maybe add an auction system if we don't charge fees at first. While he hesitated over how to proceed, the corner of Ryu Min's mouth curled into a self-satisfied smile. Apparently he really liked the idea. After all, he knew he was a prophet. It seemed he had his own calculations in this plan. It's beneficial to him too. If I monopolize the crafting ingredients whose uses others don't know, I can create unique, legendary, even god-tier items. While he was lost in thought, Ma Jongrak made a decision. Okay, let's decide that for now. What about the company name? Ryu Min glanced at him. Any ideas? His face grew more confident as he offered his suggestion. Let's just go with your idea. You're the largest shareholder after all. Ryu Min sobered up and continued proposing. How about Player Place to emphasize that it's for players? Ma Jongrak silently agreed. Sounds fine, and it abbreviates nicely to PP. Hearing that, Ryu Min exhaled a relieved breath. Good, so how long to develop? He pondered carefully, then announced, at least a month. Ryu Min nodded, thinking to himself that means after round 6. Recalling something important, Ryu Min quickly declared, by the way, let me talk about round 6. This information surprised both Ma Jongrak and the secretary beside him. After discussing for a long time, Ma Jongrak sat there calmly pondering. so team spirit will be very important in round 6. This time he stood up and thanked them for everything. Ryu Min shook his head as if nothing had happened. It's nothing. Ma Jeonrak was overjoyed to have someone planning for the future. Keeping him was a wise decision. Thanks to him, things ran smoothly both in the real world and the other world. He looked up and smiled. So we'll launch the business as you described. I'll convene a shareholders meeting as soon as possible to approve the idea. His face brightened. Will you attend the meeting to present the proposal? Ryu Min nodded at the idea. Sure. He quickly placed his trust in him. Great, I'll call you as soon as the date is set. Feeling everything had moved quickly, Ma Jeonrak instructed, Director An, take him home and by the way tell Ms. Seo everything. An Sangcheol nodded in understanding. Got it. After Secretary An Sangcheol left, Ma Jeonrak turned toward the door. Farewell. A few days passed. Ryu Min woke up and the first thing he grabbed was his phone. Today he'll sell an epic tier item. He opened the shop screen. Shop today's item. His fingers danced over the controls. Staring at the cloak before him, Ryu Min felt a twinge of joy. There it is, the Wanderer's Ragged Cloak, today's item. The system displayed its info. Wanderer's Ragged Cloak, Armor Type Epic, Rank Defense 1, Durability 1000. Usage restricted to official players and above. Description: filthy, tattered clothing. However, it has 1 strength, price 20,000 gold, time remaining 23:59:59. Ryu Min felt a bit wistful, awful defense but huge boosts to movement and attack speed. Even so, he confirmed the purchase. An epic item for 20,000 gold, rare indeed. Watching the screen confirm success, Ryu Min drifted into odd thoughts. Soon, I won't have to rely on the shop. I'll be able to buy everything I need on the social marketplace. A scroll he had just ordered appeared before him. When the time comes, crafting blueprints will sell for high prices. If there's a blueprint that teaches how to make a certain item. Ryu Min thought, checking there to see if anything had changed. You won't have to blindly combine items anymore. Clearly a perfect plan was forming in Ryu Min's head. Moreover, players can resell blueprints so they'd be very popular items. Exploit this advantage well and the market will boom. Thinking of that, he collapsed onto his bed a bit tired. But first he had the shareholders meeting tomorrow to prepare for. The scene shifted to the next day at Chunma Consulting. Each time the CEO entered, Secretary An Sangcheol handed them a packet. This was the packet inviting him to sit. Things were getting better. The shareholders' meeting went smoothly. Ryu Min stood on the podium and presented his idea to everyone. However, nothing ever goes that easily. As expected, there were opponents to his proposal. Someone objected to my idea, but because I answered every question smoothly, they gradually questioned less. Ryu Min showed no fear and calmly explained the plan. This made Ma Jeonrak beside him marvel. In the end, everyone agreed. After the press meeting, Ma Jeonrak happily stepped forward to praise him. You did well, you didn't seem nervous at all. Ryu Min replied calmly, probably from practicing at home, which surprised Ma Jeonrak a little. Is that so? He put a hand to his chest and said his current thought. From now on I'll take care of the rest, you just have to survive the next round. Hearing that, a strange smile appeared at the corner of Ryu Min's mouth. He's probably worried I'll die. Knowing things were improving, Ma Jeonrak quickly suggested, are you hungry? Haven't eaten yet? Let's go eat together. He gladly nodded okay. Inside he finally sighed with relief. Today's business was done. He slowly stepped forward, thinking about the next plan. Only one thing remained, he needed to use Yongmin. A moment later, Jammy's face appeared on the screen. Hello, this is PCW, the regular Sunday meeting. Poppering's expression looked a bit odd. He quickly replied, hello Jammy. She immediately sensed something was off. Why does everyone look so heavy? What's going on? Poppering asked seriously, haven't you heard the news? Jammy, caught off guard, didn't know what happened. What news? The next words froze her on the spot. We still haven't heard anything from my 30-year-old and Honey Jam. Seeing that we couldn't contact them since round 5, I don't think they're alive. This time her face turned completely serious. She glanced at everyone's attitudes. So that's why they're bowing. But wait, are they really sad about that death? I've only met them via video call. Thinking that, Jammy snapped to a realization, probably just pretending to look virtuous. She immediately thought of the chairman's face and hesitated. The founder of PCW is the most influential here. Of course people pretend to be close to curry favor with him. He always puts on a sorrowful act when someone dies. With that in mind, Jammy resolved further. Fine, I'll fake it too. She instantly switched to performance mode and sobbed dramatically. No, not those two. Seeing her pitiful act, everyone started crying along. Don't cry, you're crying, so I'm crying too. Watching everyone mimic her, Jamie smirked inwardly. Look at them, all copying me, people really are predictable. Suddenly the system popped up a new notification. The chairman has joined the PCW call. Seeing everyone's demeanor, the chairman grew puzzled. What's going on? Why is everyone crying? Seeing that, Lost Yark could only sigh and recounted the whole story to the chairman. After hearing it all, the chairman fell into an odd reverie. I see, but I'm very glad you guys are alive. He closed his eyes tightly and said sadly, no round has gone smoothly, now we're down to 6 people. This time one of them asked in surprise, Chairman, can't we choose a new administrator? The chairman hesitated, then replied, I'd like to, but there's no one capable. The candidates from last time are all unreachable. He looked at the employee across from him. Lost Yark, what happened to those 3? Lost Yark shook his head in reply, I've called them many times but no one answers. This disappointed the chairman, maybe all 3 died in round 5. Lost Yark reported more seriously, I'm not sure about the other 2, but Hack Cow is still alive. The chairman listened as Lost Yark explained his reasoning. Everyone must have seen the round 5 results. Someone that strong should be completely safe both in game and in real life. Recalling that ranking where he topped round 5, the chairman wondered, then why Hack Cow? Why has he been hiding until now even though he applied to join? Lost Yark and another person on screen looked puzzled about this. I don't know that either. I'm asking whether he's trying to deceive us. Poppering, suddenly realizing something, said, wasn't the other person an imposter from the start? Not Ryu Min. The reason I can't contact him now is because he died in round 5. The chairman agreed with this point. That makes sense since he was an imposter. Another member, Myeokbang, looking a bit sluggish, suddenly blurted out, well, there's no way a big shot like Hack Cow would want to join a cafe like this. Myeokbang immediately clapped a hand over his mouth, realizing he'd slipped up. However, the chairman's face turned cold in a sudden way. At the same time, Lost Yark and Jamie showed signs of worry. The chairman's voice rose then, hey Myeokbang, did you just insult this kind of cafe? Is there something wrong with our cafe? Myeokbang stammered about that. The chairman's sternness and sudden coldness swallowed the meeting. Our cafe is pioneering this new era by bringing players together through cooperation. It seems something has displeased him, doesn't it? By this point, Myeokbang realized his mistake and stood up, waving his hand. I'm sorry, Chairman, I didn't mean it that way. Mistakes are unforgivable, the chairman declared his decision. From this moment on, Myeokbang, I'm removing you from your executive post. No, you're expelled from the cafe permanently. Myeokbang, shocked, said, huh? While the chairman continued, cooperating to survive when even our combined strength isn't enough, we cannot accept someone who belittles our cafe. Myeokbang tried to salvage the situation, but it seemed too late. From now on, Myeokbang, you'll be on our blacklist, so adapt when a new era comes. At that, Myeokbang's screen went dark and a group message popped up from the chat manager. Myeokbang has been kicked from the conversation, removed without hesitation. The chairman returned to his cheerful self and said to the others, now that we've removed the troublemaker, shall we continue the meeting? The remaining executives' faces were tense. Once again they realized that here the chairman's word is law. Ah yes. At that moment Lost Yark let out an ah and looked clearly flustered. The chairman asked Lost Yark, what's the matter? Lost Yark, scanning more info on the screen, replied, oh that, a player just applied, but that player's nickname is Hack Cow. The chairman and everyone stared at him in astonishment. H-letter 1 EAFC is being used again, the chairman asked. Lost Yark analyzed further. Yes sir, but the real name differs from the previous Hack Cow. This applicant is Yongmin. After a moment's thought the chairman decided, go visit his home. We can't be sure it's Ryu Min, but we have no other choice but to meet and find out right. A follow-up concern, but if he's not him, what should we do, Chairman? The chairman said coldly, then he'll pay for daring to toy with us. Elsewhere, a player was sitting in an internet cafe. That player was none other than Ryu Min. He sat there brooding. Someone had set up a mysterious Hack Cow persona, and the PCW leaders couldn't just sit idly by. His grand plan was to use Yongmin as bait to lure the PCW executives. They could use the interview as an excuse to visit his home. I'd given Yongmin the address in detail. Then he stood up from his seat. They recruit members by forcing players to kill and by ostracizing and enslaving civilians. It's wrong. Such wrongful actions only divide players and civilians and eventually lead to destruction. That's why I can't just stand by. It's better to exterminate the root cause, the executives, and use the organization myself. One day, BCW will grow into a major force with over 30% of the country's players as members. So rather than destroy the group, it's more advantageous to use it to control player numbers. That's why I signed up for PCW from the start. Once I use Yangman to bring down the executives, I'll take that chairman's seat. He opened the door and stepped out of the place. Moving to a new spot, a shrill bell rang as someone opened the door and came in. A person carrying a rather large black bag approached the counter, where the shop owner was engrossed in reading the paper. Hearing footsteps get closer, the shop owner noticed. Hello, just in time as the large bag slammed down on the table. The person who appeared was a bank robber, an unknown man wearing a mask to hide his identity, moving with a sudden, nimble motion. His voice had a chilling edge. Put all the cash you have into this bag if you don't want trouble. The owner hesitated, confusion showed plainly, the player. He narrowed his eyes when he saw the shopkeeper hesitating. And in response his fist slammed down on the counter. Though the punch seemed ordinary, it sounded like a sledgehammer blow, leaving a lasting thud. Damn you, what are you dawdling for? Do you think this is a joke? Only then did the shopkeeper realize the truth. He then trembled as he took the bag to the register. The robber urged impatiently, hurry up, do you want your skull crushed? I'll do it right away. The owner quickly withdrew the cash from the till and handed the bag over, worry obvious in his eyes. Here. An amount of money immediately appeared in the bag held out by the owner. He seemed dissatisfied. Is this all you have? The owner hurriedly explained, business hasn't been good lately. Ticket sales were suspended, you see. I sell many items just like a convenience store. But his income suddenly approached with a flash. I'm not asking about that. I know you still have something safe inside. His fist pointed straight at the owner, shouting, now pull it out immediately. Facing the raised fist, the owner reluctantly ran to get the money from the safe. I'll get it right away. After a while, the money bag was nearly full of bundles of bills still wrapped in paper. Seeing this, he also approved and made a motion to pull the bag close, thinking about 10 million. This seems enough, satisfied. He turned to leave but suddenly turned back, just trying to report this. I will escape prison and kill him with my own hands. The boss was completely silent about what happened. In the darkness, he stepped out of the robbed shop. Quickly he chose a corner and ran swiftly afterwards, minimizing the chance of being discovered. And then, having found a spot, he began to place his hand on something covering his face. Pulled it off, and this person was none other than Yangman. He checked the contents of his bag. A spontaneous smile spread across his face. Hey, today was quite effective. This money is enough for me to eat for a month. But suddenly he stopped with another worry. The thought took over. In the real world I can manage, but what about the other world? Can I endure survival in the next round? His fists clenched tightly in silent anger, all because of that black scythe bastard. Because of him I lost a friend and my stats decreased. He shouted in the alley as if unable to contain this anger. It was all that bastard's fault. But then he was startled when a cat suddenly jumped on his back. As he walked forward, the thought continued, death god, that damned thing, if I meet you in real life, I will chop you in half right there. Arriving at a certain building, Yangman was now rushing up the stairs, panting heavily. However, unexpectedly someone holding a phone stood calmly in front of his room door. Yangman's reaction was shock. Just approaching, Yangman asked, Who are you? This person who appeared was Lost Yark. Lost Yark also noticed, and immediately asked, Are you Yangman? Yangman looked at the stranger cautiously, not answering. Lost Yark then put away his phone. I think my guess was right, judging by his reaction, but Yangman pulled back the bag to interrupt. Who are you? Are you a police officer? Lost Yark was stunned. Police officer. A friendly smile as if understanding. Haha, what? Have you committed a crime already? Without hesitation, Lost Yark introduced himself. I am Lost Yark, the interviewer from PCW. You applied to be a member this morning, right? Yangman's face was blank, not understanding. Is this bastard trying to sell me something? What nonsense is this? Caught something? Lost Yark asked. Aren't you the Black Scythe? And what the hell is PCW? Lost Yark was startled. But then sighed and realized his mistake. I apologize for this confusion. I will take my leave immediately. But Yangman continued shouting, What the hell is this? At least tell me what on earth is going on. Not in a hurry to leave, Lost Yark explained. It seems someone knew your information and decided to bother you because your name and address both match. Yangman was once again surprised. What? Which bastard did this? An answer came very quickly. It was me. Both Yangman and Lost Yark turned around when they heard the sudden voice. In the corridor stood a man wearing a mask with a white-painted face, fully equipped. I used your name, Yangman. The coldness locked both of them. Yangman looked at the suddenly appearing opponent, feeling more superior. Hey, what the hell is this? Who is this crazy guy standing in front of me? Do you know me? Ryu Min, I know a confusing matter, Yangmin questioned, who the hell are you? Instead of answering, Ryu Min took the death scythe from his belongings. Are you asking me who I am? Witnessing the huge weapon, both Lost Yark and Yangmin were stunned into silence. He interrupted to give the other party further confirmation. Does this answer everyone's question? Players using scythes are not common, especially a huge and fierce-looking scythe like this. If there's a player carrying such a scythe, there is only one person. Lost Yark imagined those issues and linked to that ridiculously huge scythe, is that the black scythe? But with that appearance, he is too short, not even reaching 170 cm tall, and has a small build either. It is completely different from the image of the black scythe that I had imagined. Rather, it seems quite easy to deal with. But Yangmin, who had truly encountered the black scythe before, felt that fear rush back. It was the black scythe, really the black scythe. Today was truly terrible. The figure was different, but the words and the atmosphere were completely the same. And above all, those eyes, the gaze visible through the mask, were unforgettable. Unconsciously, he stepped back one step. It was real, the real person had appeared. The black scythe had appeared and approached right in front of him in reality. With a level difference more than double, Yangmin's pale face grew even paler. Countless questions continued to form in his mind. But why was he here? No, more importantly, why was he using his own identity? There was no longer any reason for the two to work together, right? In any case, appearing with a weapon in hand was not a good sign. Not sure whether it was his hands sweating or to ease the tension, Yangmin kept clenching and unclenching his fists. With such strange behavior, Lost Yark looked at Yangmin once more and thought. Was he trembling, because the opponent was really the black scythe? He turned to look at him, but his thoughts remained there. He had never met him in real life. But what if he really was the black scythe? A drop of sweat fell as he bit his lip. He was only level 20, so he couldn't possibly be a match for him. Not letting the opponent think of a way, Ryu Min then shifted his gaze to Lost Yark. He was suddenly discovered. Lost Yark was startled. Ryu Min added a question. You didn't come here alone, right? Tell the others to step outside, I know they're already here. Lost Yark was immediately shocked by this. He even knew there were other executive directors here. Before Lost Yark could speak, the two men hiding on the stairwell appeared. Oh God, we're caught. How do you know we're here? Unaware of ordinary presence detection skills, they both tried to approach Ryu Min, but he raised his black scythe toward them as a warning. Don't come any closer if you don't want to die. Seeing this action, Kyukuru mocked. Hey, is that a big talk coming from such a small body? But Poppering raised his hand to hold him back. Hey, are you the black scythe? In response to Poppering's question, Ryu Min swung his scythe. Looking at this, you should all be able to figure it out, right? Although knowing what it was, Poppering bravely continued. I've heard he uses the scythe as his main weapon, but we've never seen the black scythe with our own eyes, so I don't think just looking at the scythe is convincing. You objected. If you don't believe it, why ask? But we still want to hear it from you yourself. After reconsidering, there is only one way to confirm identity, he said coldly as the answer to the others. Very well, I am the black scythe, is that enough? When he admitted he was black scythe, Poppering's expression changed along with a status board appearing. The target you are looking at is currently telling the truth. Rune of truth, yet he admits that is true. Kyukuru, the person standing beside him, turned to Poppering and asked what it was saying. It said that is the truth. Hearing Poppering's words, the executive director of Lost Yark looked at Black Scythe with surprise. I didn't want to believe it, and indeed it was so. Kyukuru was the only one of the three directors trembling because he had been arrogant when talking to Ryu Min a minute ago. Darn it, party over. My big mouth has ruined everything. What should I do now? Should I apologize for my mistake? Oh no, wait, maybe he didn't hear it. He is still just standing silently there, right? With numb legs, Kyukuru, who was observing the situation, was the first to raise his hand to greet him, but still a bit trembling. Black Scythe is very pleased to meet you, but he declined. Now is not the time for greetings. The Black Scythe pointed once again at the opponent. You said you want to confirm whether I am Black Scythe or not, right? Then let's use skills to confirm. Kyukuru was stunned. Challenging a level 20 player is just child's play, very clear intention. He heard that, damn it, he already heard it. There is no way to escape this situation. No matter what I have to say, sorry, I immediately bowed to him. I am truly sorry for my previous rudeness, sir. Black Scythe does not retract its blade, because of that you apologize. Don't you need to verify whether I am really the Black Scythe? The situation is not good. Poppering intervened by raising his hand to ask for permission. No need to show skills, the verification is already complete. He interrupted immediately. I just said the name, didn't I? Seeing him retract the weapon by his side, Poppering explained. Ah, I have a rune related to that, all right. But I cannot overlook this matter. If he can block my attack, I will consider that rude behavior never happened. Kukuru shivered more upon hearing this. His face turned pale, trying to say a few more words while raising a finger. Please, Black Scythe sir, just this once, please let me go. But he gave the sign, then I will begin, okay. Before he could apologize for his mistake, that happened snap with a cold sound. Kukuru's head fell to the ground. When the colleague's head rolled at their feet, both were shocked. Lost Yark seemed like he wanted to shout, damn it, what happened to this freak? He took a few more steps forward. At a clear distance, Poppering now carried that same chilling feeling down his spine. I didn't even see him swing the scythe. Frustrated by the sacrifice of a colleague, Lost Yark could no longer hold back his emotions and shouted at him, Black Scythe, what are you doing? He turned to look at the other for an answer. What are you thinking? I'm proving that I truly am the Black Scythe by my own skills. Lost Yark clenched his fists tightly and ground his teeth. I already said there's no need to show off your skills. Worry was immediately replaced by some new thoughts. Surely we came here to recruit him, but are we supposed to accept a madman who kills without warning as an executive? Poppering also began with a jumble of thoughts. It's too dangerous to make the Black Scythe an allied member. If we cannot recruit him to our side, we need to kill him right here and now. Both converged on the same calculation, but he is currently level 40. That won't be easy. We must pretend to surrender, make him lower his guard and ambush him. But their thoughts stopped when he breathed out a long breath and spoke. How ridiculous, you all are really showing killing intent. Do you think I wouldn't notice something like that? Poppering was caught off guard and startled, but then corrected his own words. Huh, what are you saying? Ryu Min immediately voiced the other's plan. Are you plotting to kill me? Poppering stammered, trying to justify, no way, how could we possibly think about killing you? The Black Scythe, Ryu Min coldly spoke out the thoughts previously held by the other side. You just need to bow your head and pretend to surrender like this. His gaze shifted to Lost Yark and then ambushed me. Am I right? Both were left speechless when struck at their core. His inner thoughts had been clearly read. Then he turned to look more at Yongmin. Do you know why I used Yongmin's name and address to apply? I want to lead the executives outside. Lost Yark felt uneasy upon hearing this confirmation. What are you planning to do? Raising the Black Scythe, he let the other side know. It's very simple, all will die by my hand. Poppering in the back corner still hadn't changed his expression, especially in such urgent situations, thinking again, let's try to persuade him first, convince him and buy some time, that's the only way. Although Ryu Min killed unexpectedly, perhaps they could still talk things over to resolve, that was their hope. But just as Poppering was about to express that thought, he blurted out unintentionally, because Lost Yark had also become a corpse right before his eyes. Another chill ran down the spine. The remaining Poppering clearly understood the matter. From the start, he had tried to lure us here just to kill us, hadn't he? Fear filled Poppering's eyes as he faced harsh reality. Why did he bear such a grudge against us? Are you asking me why then? The Black Scythe of Ryu Min touched Poppering's neck. Ask me if I hold any grudge when innocent people are killed as part of a recruitment test trick. Hearing him say that so casually, Poppering could no longer trust him. How would he even know that? He suddenly added, especially the executive interviews, where they forced themselves to deal personally with innocent civilians. Poppering hastily began justifying those matters. They weren't innocent. They weren't innocent civilians. They uttered words that despised and belittled players. They secretly envied our abilities. Such duplicitous people deserved to die, didn't they? But he coldly cut off that excuse. What about you then? While treating others harshly, you are lenient with yourself. Isn't that a double standard? Poppering doubted deeply about this. He was really troublesome. He didn't even know who I was. His eyes turned white as he looked at the other and forced himself to say those words and reflect. Why wouldn't I know? I can see through everything with my rune, my truth. Following that thought, he immediately cut the other into two parts. Blood stained his mask heavily. The thought continued. Only scum would kill innocent people. His gaze shifted to the other person in this space. Yongmin was trembling, looking frightened. He stood there and added a final sentence that caused the other great fear. There is no need to be afraid. I will take you to your friends right away. When Ryu Min glanced over, he could see Yongmin trembling from fear. As he stepped directly toward him, Yongmin took a step back and pressed seriously against the wall. How do you know my friends? Ryu Min replied coldly with those footsteps. Why wouldn't I? Haven't we played together before? Or rather, more accurately, I was dragged everywhere by your group. Ryu Min still looked at Yongmin. who looked at him as if wanting to ask what nonsense he was talking about. His body covered with many bloodstains from those he just killed, Ryu Min slowly removed his white mask. "Don't you know who I am?" To surprise the other so he couldn't say a word, a familiar face appeared but instead with a smile that had no hint of killing intent. "It's me, Ryu Min, the one you used to bully." Reactions when something unbelievable happens vary greatly. Some people's faces may become as hard as stone, and Yangmin did just that. "What? It's Ryu Min." Two scenes flashed in his mind as if overlapping. One was Ryu Min curling up like a turtle and being kicked by Yangmin himself. "Bastard, didn't I already tell you to bring the money?" The other that appeared was the black scythe, causing everyone to fear, as its black blade cut off people's limbs with overwhelming force. "That loser, is Ryu Min actually the black scythe?" Yangmin lifted his head once more. Even after rubbing his eyes, he could clearly recognize that the person who removed the mask right before him was Ryu Min. Are they the same person? No way. Seeing the other trembling because of what he had done earlier, he added a probing question. "You don't believe in these things, right? That I'm the black scythe?" Closing his eyes and putting the mask away, Ryu Min recounted an old story. "I understand. It was only last year when I was the one you beat to a pulp." The more Yangmin faced reality, the less he wanted to believe it had happened. His face turning purple and his voice gradually unable to keep calm. "You what? Have you been joking with me all this time? Why would you act like a foolish loser?" He was a bit surprised by what the other said. Ryu Min questioned back, "What are you talking about? Since when have I been acting like a fool?" However, it was still the black scythe. Ryu Min spun once and slashed across one arm. The bag along with countless bills met the same fate, cut and scattered outside. The pain spread all over his body and Yangmin collapsed to his knees in the hallway after the impact. He stood still holding the scythe forward to explain. "Hearing someone like him call me a foolish loser really pissed me off." Yangmin's groans echoed throughout the area, but he didn't want him to do that. "Be silent unless you want your tongue cut." Yangmin tried to hold back tears and endure the pain. Blood oozed from the horizontal cut. But he did not want the opponent to die so easily. "All right, be good, I'll give you first aid." Ryu Min raised his hand and applied first aid. The rows of jade runes immediately moved toward Yangmin. "Go ahead." The bleeding had stopped and the cut was restored to like new. Although Yangmin did not understand what he intended to do, the answer came immediately. "What? Your arm is already severed. But it doesn't really matter anyway, you will soon die." The shock along with everything becoming too surprising, Yangmin tried to suppress the trembling in his body and voiced his doubt. "Are you really the Ryu Min I once knew?" Ryu Min shook his head slightly and looked with cold eyes. "No, the Ryu Min you knew has disappeared." Then he slowly raised his black scythe, like an executioner about to gently ask for the head of a prisoner. "Goodbye." In a critical moment, Yangmin shouted with urgency, "Wait, Min, I've bullied you a lot, haven't I? I was wrong, I truly regret it. Please don't kill me." The black scythe stopped moving in midair because of that. He coldly kept his eyes on Yangmin. "Are you sure?" As Ryu Min listened, Yangmin seemed to see hope. "If I speak well, I might save my life." With that thought, Yangmin chose his words more carefully. "It's true, killing me wouldn't bring you any benefit, right? Instead, why not use me as a substitute?" Withdrawing the black scythe, he asked, "Use me? How so?" Yangmin hastily tried to continue. Well, I can be your exclusive servant. If I have to crawl, I'll crawl. If I have to run, I'll run. I'll do anything you ask. Doing errands to lure prey while hunting or anything else you want." Upon hearing this, Ryu Min raised his hand to his chin as if preparing to contemplate. Yangmin's eyes brimmed with anticipation, but only for a brief moment he shattered the other's dream. "No, it's still not good enough. Are you still thinking about whether stabbing me in the back is right? The whole story about the servant was just to buy time to kill me." Yangmin was sweating continuously. "What are you saying? Why should I have that thought?" Yangmin looked surprised, but inside he couldn't help but be horrified. "Damn it. Who the hell is this bastard? How does he know? Is he just guessing?" It would be Yangmin himself who would never know that he was the one whose thoughts were being read. Ryu Min's slow voice rang out, a mongrel dog trying to bite its owner. "I can't allow something like that near me." Once more he raised his black scythe high. His usefulness ended here. The unfavorable situation returned, urgency clearly showing on Yangmin's face. Wait, please give me a reason." Swish, his scythe sliced cleanly across Yangmin's neck. The words officially ended here. His body no longer controllable, Yangmin collapsed to one side. The previously scattered bills continued to flutter along the hallway. Looking at this trivial and meaningless death, Ryu Min felt a bit regretful. I really did give him a chance before in the previous regression cycle. When I had no rune in my heart, I was cleverly deceived by Yangmin's trident and let him live. And what was the result? A stab in the back. Of course, back then I was an easy target. This marked the end of a special relationship. He looked at the opponent's corpse and spoke a few final words, "Farewell, bastard." His eyes narrowed a little more. Our long and terrible relationship ends here. This is the last time I have to see his cursed face. He sighed softly, then brushed his hand. First, I need to clean this place, erase the traces. Yangmin's body was covered first. And he also did not forget the remaining 3 corpses. All 4 bodies completely disappeared by trace erasing skill. No witnesses and no one noticed their presence. Putting away the scythe and skill, he smiled gently. So beautiful and clean. Should I go to his house now? Ryu-min quickly disappeared into the darkness. The situation changed. Some message appeared. Jamie joined the PCW chat room. An unusual meeting took place and Jamie appeared on the screen, raising her hand to greet everyone. Nice to meet you, President. Seeing she was present, the director greeted her back. Oh, Jamie, you're here. Looking at the screen with only 3 people appearing, Jamie felt a bit uneasy. I guess the interview with the Black Scythe has ended. But where are our other executives? The president sighed before answering. The executives are dead. They went to interview the opponent and were killed. Jamie was startled looking back at the screen. He could have done that terrible thing. Immediately she remembered someone in panic. Could it be? Tiwin, leaning his arm against his chin, nodded and had already guessed it was true. Black Scythe. He was hunting down members of PWC. Jamie brushed his hand aside, his voice gradually becoming more urgent. So Kukuru, Lost Yark, and Poppering, do you mean that all of them had died at the hand of the same person? Tiwin confirmed this, but why? What had they done wrong? The chairman answered this question immediately. Does a murderer need a reason? Perhaps simply because he wanted to satisfy himself. Or maybe he hated that we were increasing our influence. After hearing the chairman speak, Jamie partially understood. There are always people with evil natures trying to steal others' bread. If it seems bigger, could it be because jealousy and envy drove him to act? Jamie completely changed his image of Black Scythe. If that is the case, then we have to kill Black Scythe. Her finger then tapped the table once, so the request to join PWC was just a trap to lure the executives. The result was confirmed once again by the chairman. Exactly. Jamie began to pull his hair out over this. I even hoped to meet Black Scythe, but it turns out he is a psychopath hostile to us. Luckily, I haven't admitted him into our ranks yet, otherwise it would have been a disaster. Mentioning this, the chairman was also vague. Really, maybe my own head would be taken by that Black Scythe. The chairman's expression was not good, perhaps because too many executive directors had been lost, and new orders had also been added. Now Black Scythe is our enemy. We must find him and avenge the fallen members. Although that was said, Jamie still felt that something wasn't quite right. But are we sure that it is not an imposter but Black Scythe himself? The chairman then gave a reason. There was a witness. Please explain it to Jamie as well. Lost Yark appeared miraculously on the screen after being killed by him before. Yes, chairman. The meeting was left with 3 people and Lost Yark explained the situation facing Black Scythe. Time passed and the chairman began to conclude. Then see you at the next regular meeting. Both replied in turn. Yes, chairman. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, chairman. A message appeared in the chat. The chairman had left the chat room. After the chairman left, Lost Yark also said farewell to the remaining person. See you later, Jamie. She then showed more worry. Yes, today you must have had difficulties because of the unfortunate incident. So take care of yourself and rest. Nodding slightly, Lost Yark gently replied, yes, thank you. He then typed continuously on the keyboard, okay. After finishing that conversation, Lost Yark left the screen. The screen turned off. On that black screen, Lost Yark showed his thoughts. Fortunately, it seemed they did not notice, so he removed his helmet. Then the face trembled like waves and returned to its original form. It was not the previously tanned skin, but actually Ryu-min. Transforming himself into something cute, he continued, just as I thought, acting really suits me. Going back to a slightly earlier time, he was smiling while looking at the system board in front of him, thinking. Within 5 rounds, the assassin mask was chosen as the limited combat reward if there was a unique prize that I needed right now. This was the best item. Detailed information added: assassin mask, a unique type of helmet, defense 1. An effect that mimics the appearance of a player you killed by remembering from the start. The disguise, face, skin color, voice, and even the figure all completely change. Durability 3000. Limited usage, expert level and above. Description of a thin mask, transparent, favored by assassins with a success rate of up to 99%. It is said that no one knows his true face, although this item has nearly 0 defensive power. But being able to change the appearance of the player you killed is a huge advantage. No assassination is easier than betrayal from an ally. He turned to the side with a new idea honestly. I wanted to kill the chairman and become the opponent, but the assassin mask had no effect on him. Because the chairman is not a player and the head of the player's group is also not a player, isn't that an irony? He left and walked away immediately. Besides that, there is a crafty player named Jammy who is very close to him. With my current level, I have no way to counter her skills. Until I find a way to deal with it, I will avoid contact with the executives in the next phase. I will faithfully perform my role as Lost Yark through video chat and monitoring the situation. The door opened, he promptly left this place. After that, they probably will not try to find Lost Yark until the next meeting. Meanwhile, I should probably restore the durability of this marble of eternal slumber. Looking back at that distant place, he came up with a new plan for himself. I think I should travel abroad then. Move to a wooden house in a forest in England. Someone is continuously swinging a hammer for their blacksmithing work. After completing the impurity beating, the iron bar is soaked in water for quick cooling. Just taken out of the water, it immediately revealed the shape of a long dagger. The sizzling sound along with the steam smoke rising, when the blade's condition was confirmed to be good, this person proceeded to grind the blade with a machine. Russell Daniel held up the piece he had created to admire it, smiled brightly, all done. Although he created a satisfactory work, he sighed with a hint of unhappiness. Just placing that dagger on the table, he immediately stated the reason. What's the use if it's made, it might not even sell. Ever since those damn angels appeared, my customer base has significantly decreased. Lifting the dagger to admire it once again, he grew more worried for himself. I have tried to manage and get through, but now I have truly reached my limit. The balance in my account has also run dry. Should I start looking for another job right now? My dream is to continue the blacksmithing craft for as long as possible. Is there any way to make that happen? Just at that moment, he seemed to remember something and smiled brightly at once. Thinking back now, they said they would grant me a wish when I reach round 20 to nurture that dream of mine. He immediately made himself look cute by pounding both hands hard on the table with a new idea. Yes, I simply cannot give up blacksmithing. What is the best thing about being young? It is that a man must have passion. He decided to cast aside that sadness and move forward. I will get through the final round and realize my dream. Even in another world, I was granted the blacksmith's profession as if it were fate itself. Although the blacksmith profession is not suitable for combat, at present I can still manage. The weapon's attack power is increased by 150% due to the weapon polishing effect, because I acquired the weapon polishing skill when reaching level 20. Thanks to that, I easily defeated an orc. The super big determination was immediately created by myself. Let's try to reach round 20. The more confident I was, the more disappointed I became afterward. That's one thing, but money is still money. I don't even have money to buy materials right now. My eyes looked far away. I couldn't do anything else. I will rest for a while to save enough money to buy materials. So when I have money, I will return to the hut and start again. As one of my hobbies, I stood there arranging everything. First, I should look for a job after descending the mountain. At that moment, the familiar figure of Ryu Min suddenly appeared outside the house. Daniel inside seemed to detect someone else here through the sound of footsteps, so he turned around. Ryu Min, handsome, carried a big bag and casually put one hand inside his pocket, naturally stepping in. Daniel started to note that he was an Asian youth. It is really rare for anyone to come to this place. Seeing him stop at the door, Daniel immediately asked two questions in a row. What's going on? Are you lost? Without answering those two questions, Ryu Min smiled and extended an arm forward in place of words. Russell Daniel, right? You're famous as a young black steel powder smith. Hearing that you can speak fluent English along with knowing my name, Daniel was startled for a moment, then straightened up and asked once more, who are you? Ryu Min got his confirmation. Judging by his reaction, I must have come to the right place. Fooling around to sift through his memories to see if I was in there, the suspicion grew even more now. Where did you hear about me? I didn't hear it anywhere. I saw it. Ryu Min placed his hand on his chest. A reason to further convince the other party, I am a prophet, I can see the future. Daniel was somewhat confused about this. A prophet, that was a nonsensical thing to say at the first meeting, right? But he suddenly interrupted. Level 21, profession is Smith, area name is C-008, right? Instead of answering, Daniel stood frozen once again. The thought quickly locked onto his mind, even if he could guess the level and profession correctly, yet he could also say the name of the area. Ah, he really can. Daniel began to gradually believe it. Fists clenched tightly and a quick exchange was established between the two. You really can see the future. Yes, I have never heard of a profession called prophet before. Ryu Min smiled and explained that. It's rare so that can be understood, you might not know, but it's a unique type. Only one person can have it. The prophet is one of those types. After those words, Daniel's suspicion grew even more. Why would such an extraordinary person come here? Hearing the other party seemed to have no good impression of him, Ryu Min forced a smile and said, "Calm down, Daniel. I came here because I want to make a deal with you. Just repair an item using your repair skills, and if you do that, I will provide you with useful information." Useful information, Daniel asked cautiously. Perhaps out of curiosity, he confidently spoke so the other party wouldn't overthink it. That is information about the 6th round. Daniel's face suddenly widened because of that. The 6th round, you say? Because he is a businessman, Daniel was always cautious and carefully observed the other party's words. This time he couldn't help but be wary of these words either. If I could know the next round in advance, that would definitely help me get through it. But repairing an item to learn about the 6th round, isn't that reward too great? Daniel decided to ask again to confirm once more. Are you really going to tell me information about the 6th round just so I can restore the durability of the item? Don't you want anything else? Ryu Min looked at the puzzled expression on Daniel's face, and a thought also crept in afterward that was so like Daniel. If he accepted it easily, I would be disappointed in him. When in doubt, don't deceive. First you need to expand your thinking and proceed by a proper method. Ryu Min smiled as he began the next story, speaking frankly, I want to get closer to you. Smelling something dangerous, Daniel froze again. His voice stammered accordingly. What are you saying? Once more he interrupted, bringing Daniel back from his daze. I have seen a future where you have reached the pinnacle as a blacksmith and survived until the 15th round without anyone's help. Whether Daniel believed it or not, Ryu Min saddened further and continued. But that is where it ends. There is no future for you beyond that. It is a tragic thing. But a smile appeared right after. But I can help you. If you join me, not only will you grow faster but also surpass the 15th round. And continue with the blacksmith profession, your lifelong dream. Daniel truly could not believe it. Even Ryu Min knew his greatest secret. After sensing even his desires were guessed, Daniel's feelings began to change significantly. What do you want from me? He calmly replied, it's nothing big, just that we can help each other. Knowing Daniel was facing hesitation, Ryu Min gave him time to decide while adding some new thoughts himself. Daniel was the only blacksmith who could survive until round 15. Being able to maintain a good relationship with talents like him would help greatly in many aspects. He looked confused and hesitant. It seemed he had a lot on his mind. Do you want me to help you make a decision? Ryu Min had studied English repeatedly for cases like this. He smiled and spoke fluently. My request is not much. He just needs to repair my equipment when necessary and use a few skills with me. In return, I will provide him information about the upcoming rounds. If he can do that, he can gain advantages he often missed and develop strongly and quickly. The increasingly better offer made Daniel a bit skeptical. It was an offer that I didn't even need to think about. But can I trust a person like this based on what he said? He seems honest, but it's still best to be cautious. After all those thoughts, Daniel slowly took off his gloves and reached a compromise. I appreciate that you value me, but I'm still not sure, so I will decide whether to continue the deal after seeing the results of round 6. Ryu Min smiled confidently at that decision. Just do whatever makes you comfortable. I'm not asking you to sign any contract either. Just like Ma Jionrock, once you confirm the prophecy with your own eyes, you have no choice but to choose to participate in it. Then let me fix your item first. Afterward I can get information about the 6th ring from you. Got it. Initial deal secured. Ryu Min immediately took the soul stone out of his inventory. Its information was materialized once again. The Marble of Eternal Slumber, a necklace type, level for corpse handler. Effect, gain 1 stack point each time a monster is killed, lose 1 durability per kill. Every 100 stack points convert to a status point. Durability 11000, requires normal level or higher. Description, the necklace has a cloudy gray bead. It is said this bead traps the soul of this. Ryu Min knew the item only had 1 durability left, so it was really difficult. But with Daniel's help, he was sure this wouldn't be hard at all here. After receiving the necklace, Daniel immediately cast the skill without needing to check the item's information. In the short time that followed, Daniel held the item up before him, and everything was repaired. Ryu Min received the item and observed. then began to recheck the information. Durability had reached 1000. All other information remained as before. Holding that item in his hand, Ryu Min observed it without looking away, feeling more confident. Good, now I can stack them up. Sharing a similar expression with him, Daniel formed a new judgment. I don't know what kind of necklace this is, but it looks quite nice and pretty good. It seems like he's trying to keep using it even while improving its durability. But this thought was unexpectedly read by Ryu Min. He looked back and paid more attention to the other person. From what he said, it seemed he knew nothing about that item. I considered it his privacy and didn't intentionally read it. Retrieving the item back into his system, the two then exchanged more with one another. Thank you, thanks to you the durability has been fully restored. Now you can tell me the information about the sixth ring, right? Of course, the mission of the sixth ring is. Ryu Min disclosed many advanced details to the other party. Reflecting on those words, Daniel began folding his arms with confusion and the need to act. If what you just said is true, then I'd better gather strong allies. Ryu Min also agreed with that decision. That's right, I guess that will help. Because after all, those monsters are very strong. Having gotten the information I needed, Daniel felt it was over here. He immediately raised a question back at him, so our deal ends here. Ryu Min was silent for a moment but then broke it at once. Maybe you could sell me an item. It is black steel powder, you have it, don't you? Daniel had always been skeptical, but this time he was left astonished again. He could even guess what he possessed all along. The fact that the other party could know what I own was completely unbelievable. But he was not the only one surprised. Ryu Min once again asked for his opinion. So what about selling me that black steel powder? I guess you're trying to find a job to cover material costs. I will pay you handsomely. This is not a prophecy, but Ryu Min had read the other's mind. Daniel stood there dumbfounded. Did he even know that I planned to get a job to make ends meet? For a moment of daze, Daniel returned with his negotiating words. Truly amazing. Now I believe you are a prophet. Honestly, I suspected maybe you were using some trick. I sincerely apologize. Ryu Min smiled and waved his hand as if not caring about those words. There is no need to say those apologies. I just speak about the future as I have seen it, and whether you believe it or not depends on you. According to these words, it seems Daniel has had significant hesitation in trusting me more, though after some deep reflection he has made his new decision. I will give you that black steel powder. Ryu Min was stunned right there. Huh? And the explanation was added by Daniel. I feel like I've received far more from you than what I've done. He took out a black pyramid-shaped bag from outside. I'm not shameless or heartless, take it. The information was specified once again. Black steel powder item category, description is black steel powder, with a slight magical power aura that can be felt from it. Without even verifying, the other party just gave it to me. Ryu Min was stunned for quite a while. He gave me this rare item for free. Black steel powder is the ingredient used in crafting divine tier items. And he apparently doesn't know it's very hard to find until reaching round 11. Thinking of this, I knew I had to feel ashamed before such kindness. I am the one who should be thanking him. Although I know what I need to do and must do, Ryu Min wanted to ask again for the other's intention. Are you sure you can give this to me? Daniel scratched his head and quickly answered that. I'm fine. To be honest, I don't even know what it's used for. Only you, the prophet, can know its true value. Beyond being talented and intelligent before, Daniel now has a deep understanding and he has embedded that into his thoughts. If you look at the exact requirement, it must be something quite important. But I won't be curious about that. I have already received help. It would be very greedy if I asked for something new. Daniel has gathered all the important and necessary factors, previously lacking only luck. But now he has it as Ryu Min officially sets foot here, adding a beaming smile as well. He has a good character, seeing Ryu Min smile so dangerously. Daniel clearly shows more suspicious question marks than before as originally planned to come here. Ryu Min then threw his rather large black bag toward Daniel in front. Here, open it. Suddenly something was thrown at him. Daniel instinctively took it and froze for a moment. As requested, he opened the bag, and inside were countless stacks of money bearing the image of Queen Elizabeth. Handing over another bundle, Ryu Min explained to him what it was, a total of 20,000 pounds. I would feel uneasy accepting that goods for free. That should cover a lot more of your expenses, shouldn't it? Daniel replied without hesitation, of course it would. If we estimate at the current rate, 20,000 British pounds is equivalent to more than 37 million won. Landlord Ryu Min accordingly succeeded in gaining a new member, and Daniel was on the verge of tears. With this amount, I won't need to worry about finding another job anymore. However, there's no such thing as a giant pile of money falling from the sky naturally. so the two then gauged their own cuteness and Daniel tightened the drawstring of his bag. Setting aside all coldness and seriousness, Daniel nervously voiced his concern, but can I really get that much money? Ryu-min confidently explained that since the other party faced reality too late, it was worth that much, so he could take it without any worries. And of course, it's not like I'm giving it to you to obtain any materials or anything. Daniel, have you run out of things to think about now, then? We can't let the other party guess on their own. Ryu-min turned serious again and extended a hand forward in invitation. Open a foreign stock account, invest about half of the money I gave you in Korean stocks. The two began to delve deeper into this matter. Korean stocks, the company's name is Player Place. I'm not forcing you to do this, but it's a company that will soon explode. If you invest, you'll never have to worry about raw material costs again, and the rest depends on whether you trust me or not. That's up to your decision. Daniel no longer hesitated as before. He immediately presented his choice with confidence. Because it was the prophet's advice, I will believe in that. Moreover, it was money I earned without effort. From outside the window looking in, the two shook hands for their upcoming new plans. So I wish you luck in the next round. Oh, can I leave my number with you? Of course. Daniel took out his phone to save the number but forgot something. He looked up and directly asked Ryu-min. Oh, I forgot to ask your name since you appeared until now. What is your name? Ryu-min put both hands in his pockets and smiled, briefly answering, just call me Mr. Ryu. Time could not stop, and that day arrived as usual, June 1st at midnight. A place like a desert would be the next location to face. Ryu-min, wearing slightly nice vagabond's raggedy clothing, but with a somewhat torn cloak, summoned once again into the game world. Other players then also started to appear around him in groups. Seeing oneself not summoned to a familiar location, the color shifted from fresh green to a special yellow. Chatter continued among everyone. After this round of all dust and sand, are we summoned to a wasteland now? What kind of damned mission could bring us to such a place? Turning on my tracking skill, Ryu-min added some new thoughts. The 6th round is the cooperation round. I need to find someone to work with me. The first person I need to find is Julie. To be honest, besides Julie, I really don't need anyone else. But I need 3 more people to form a 5-person team. Just then he suddenly looked to the side when someone called his nickname Black Scythe. Julie had spotted his position and immediately waved and ran over smiling. As she approached him, Julie kept that smile and asked him right away, "It's great to see you here. How have you been lately?" First he greeted back, "Has it really been that long since we last met?" The present Julie was beaming and she was no longer afraid like before. So it's been a month since we last met. However, their conversation accidentally caught everyone's attention, and thoughts kept adding up. Who is that woman who could be so comfortable talking to the one currently ranked first in the world? It's Julie. Is she a high-ranking person suitable for Black Scythe? Thinking back on it, I believe she placed second in the results of the previous final round. I'm a bit jealous. There's another high-ranking person in line. Not paying attention to everyone's expressions or actions, the two of them walked together and exchanged a few brief words. In the previous round, you were the one who defeated the final boss, right? He replied coldly, that's right. Although knowing he was very strong, Julie still had her doubts. There was little time, yet he could finish it so quickly. Is it true that you managed to collect all the balance stones as well? Knowing what she was about to ask, he interrupted, yes, I did that. But I'm not going to tell you what the reward was. Julie pouted at those words. How do you know I was going to ask? He answered briefly, just by looking, you can tell immediately. Although wanting to ask more, Julie replaced her curiosity with her feelings. I have sensed this for a long time, Black Scythe. You really have a profound gaze. He stopped and looked at Julie, and it seemed he couldn't say another word. Standing beside him feeling it, he stopped and stared at her in bewilderment after saying those words. Julie's face reddened and her heart started racing. Hey Julie, why did you say something so strange suddenly, so embarrassing? Not wanting the atmosphere to get worse, Julie decided to take a step back, bowed quickly and spoke loudly, too shy, sorry for that. Ryu-min didn't mind, it's nothing to apologize for. Julie realized this, oh he's right. To make up for those words, he gave a smile. After all, I should be thankful for the compliment. He smiled along, the new idea had already come to mind. At first he was attentive, then sometimes cold and dignified. He really is an interesting person. And then she started the conversation again, but Black Scythe you. However, the conversation had to stop. Because Seo Arin and An Sanchiol, who were standing nearby, saw both of them, who are Black Scythe and that woman. Immediately the two of them approached the position where Ryu-min was standing. An Sanchiol sent his greetings. Ah, long time no see, Black Scythe. Meanwhile Seo Arin was a bit embarrassed. Hello, Black Scythe. Unable to hide her curiosity any longer, Seorin asked him a new question, is this person your companion? Hearing the other person's words as if implying herself, Julie paid attention, however. Ryu Min looked over and replied coldly. I have no reason to answer that question, right? Seeing him so cold to her. Seorin was sweating a little, yes, that's but then got embarrassed recalling his previous smile. Just now he was smiling so comfortably, but with me. Cutting off her thought, he then asked the question back. Anyway, what brings you people looking for me? Asked so quickly, Seorin still hadn't calmed down to answer him actually. Ryu Min over here knew the reason but pretended not to and thought she must have come here, because I predicted that she would join the team with them, right? But then this awkward issue of Seorin was immediately taken over by An Sangcheol after some consideration. Yes, Black Scythe, honestly speaking, we want to form a team with you. With the face of an assassin, he slightly narrowed his eyes questioning back, form a team you all with me. Hearing his words, Ryu Min immediately made An Sangcheol as flustered as Seorin had been earlier. I know, we are just obstacles in the way. However, we will do our best to avoid causing you any more trouble. In their expectation, Ryu Min rubbed his chin, thinking he should pretend to be a little worried. Honestly, these two are just filling the number of people needed for a team. But what if I put these two in my team instead of others? Ma Jeonrak might have a more favorable view of Black Scythe, seeing Ryu Min show clear confusion. An Sangcheol became more impatient and began to present his proposal. I won't ask you to join us for free. I currently have information about this 6th round. If you can let us join the same team, I would be glad to share that information with you. His eyes narrowed a bit more at that determination from the other side. What information? Exchange that information with me. I guess I need to see what it is first. Ryu Min crossed his arms and replied curtly with 3 basic words. No need, just with this. An Sangcheol, who could not possibly know that he was the one who revealed that information, looked at him with confusion. No need. Wouldn't knowing the information about the 6th round beforehand be more useful? Ryu Min immediately gave his reason for the other to understand. I can handle everything in my own way. I have no intention of relying on any unreliable information. An Sangcheol was confused, but however, Ryu Min didn't give the other time to think, and questions kept adding on continuously. Where did you get that information from? Who provided this source? Questioned so abruptly like that, An Sangcheol was startled and could not give a clear answer. That is. This hesitation from the other caused him to add a few more questions. Can't say. Even if I allow you to join the same team. Facing these consecutive issues, An Sangcheol, who had been confused before, bowed his head deeply and apologized. Half satisfied with this result created by the other, Ryu Min unconsciously gave himself a new thought, not telling me about the prophet. He seems more secretive than I thought, not bad. On the contrary, An Sangcheol appeared sad. Then maybe however, his words were suddenly cut off. I will let both of you join my team. An Sangcheol quickly switched his mood to surprise as if he could not believe those words. What? He smiled, still folding his arms as he explained once more to the other party about this new decision. Because he did not reveal the source of the information that made me think it was reliable. I do not like people who cannot keep their mouths shut. Julie added her own surprise at his behavior. An Sangcheol took a breath, a sudden thought flashing through, silently grateful for the wise decision just made. Thank heaven, if I had mentioned the prophet just now, it would have turned into a negative judgment and drawn attention from the other party. The quick reaction to this issue was probably better handled by Seorin. She bowed her body. Thank you, Black Scythe. That was why An Sangcheol was able to react and bow even deeper. Thank you for accepting that we are on the same team. Knowing everyone might still be curious about Julie, he immediately introduced her to the other party. This is the buffer that I signed a contract with to join the team together. Unclear about his way of introduction. Both were stunned and questioned themselves in their minds. A contract and what is a buffer? How did they meet each other? Although that's what I thought, we still need to introduce ourselves. Seorin stepped closer and extended one arm to introduce herself. Hello, I am Seorin, nice to meet you. Julie then responded similarly, yes, I am Julie. However, Julie blushed slightly and seemed to have remembered this name, then unconsciously added after, wait a moment, you're not really the actress Sin, are you? You just changed your face to look like hers, right? Faced with this quick question, Seorin handled it easily and responded quickly, no, this is my real face. Upon getting a result, Julie jumped up and grabbed Seorin's hands. I really like it. Oh, this is truly my destiny. This is a favorite drama of my father's, and you are his favorite actress in that show. Praised like this, Seorin felt slightly awkward. Really? Thank you for liking me. While the two seemed to have grown closer, on this side An Sangcheol paid more attention to him and said, So you're really okay if I don't provide information about that sixth round. Still with that indifferent look, he said, I don't need that, don't bother me with it, I don't want to owe anyone anything. An Sanchial felt somewhat disappointed by this. If you say so, then forget it. An Sanchial felt even more disappointed when he had drawn a line like a knife. I just want to repay you by providing information. If there's ever an action that goes against the strategy, then at that point I'll hint to him. Feeling still unfamiliar with the recent lack of knowledge, An Sanchial then approached Julie and started a conversation. Hey Julie, your profession is a buffer, what does that mean? At this question, Julie immediately explained the doubt. It's a class that creates buffs to enhance other people's stats. And I will apply them to everyone later. Seeing Julie smile along with that answer, Corin, following the mood, placed her hand on her chest and added, I also have something similar to a buffer. I can perform a summoning command. It's a fairy spirit that can add a protective shield. Julie's eyes lit up. What a cool spirit. Corin smiled in reply, I'll show it to you later. Feeling useless and ignored without anything, An Sanchial stood there stunned. Not wanting to feel out of place, An Sanchial intervened, bowing towards Julie. My name is An Sanchial. Internally he thought, at least I should introduce myself. Julie looked surprised and said, nice to meet you. Immediately after, the conversation shifted to Ryu Min, who was standing looking somewhere else. I noticed it seems like you've known Black Scythe a long time, An Sanchial said, recalling an old matter. Ah yes, Black Scythe has saved both of our lives before. Looking back at him once more, Julie's fondness for him increased. Saving someone in danger, as expected, his gaze to people is truly accurate. Just then, golden feathers appeared falling from the sky. Angel Priscilla appeared following a flash of light, directing her smile towards everyone. She began to speak to all. Hello everyone, have you all rested enough over the past month? Observing and counting the number of people present, Priscilla was pleased with the analysis. This round has 10 participants, truly a perfect number. Then her wings spread further, so we will get straight to the point. To everyone's surprise, a notification window slowly appeared before their eyes. The information was detailed in specific. Round 6 main task. Defeat a boss within 6 hours across all areas. Participants 16,120,590. Achievement 0860295295. Applicable area CS007. Participants 1010. Achievement 0505. More confusion arose as new information appeared. He looked up and listened as people continuously inserted their words into the conversation. What? Defeat a boss? Has a boss finally appeared? How can we possibly defeat that boss by ourselves? Priscilla, hearing the murmurs, quickly formed a satisfied smile. You all wouldn't expect us to do that with a solo battle, right? Don't worry, after all, you can't accomplish that by yourselves. Everyone had further questions. Cannot be defeated. So what should we do? Priscilla immediately answered that question. Of course you have to do it together. That is why we need to prepare some things. A finger was slightly raised along with that familiar smile. A team system. A team is a system that allows people to form groups and cooperate with each other. You need to have 5 people to form a team. And once you are in a team, each of you will be recognized as allies and cannot cause any damage to each other. Everyone below thus gained a new perspective. So fighting is no longer possible. I don't need to worry about being stabbed in the back while fighting the boss anymore. Seeing how quickly they understood, Priscilla added new satisfaction. Of course, attacks from other teams or monsters still have effect. Only members within the same team cannot deal damage to each other. When in a team, experience and gold will be evenly shared among members, regardless of who lands the finishing blow. But if they are more than 100 meters apart, they will not receive rewards. Similarly, whenever there is a new idea, everyone discusses it further. Experience and gold are shared evenly. What about items? Crossing her hands horizontally, Priscilla once again explained in detail. Items drop according to contribution ratio. For example, if 2 people contribute 70% and 30% during the hunt, they will receive items proportionally. A new issue was immediately raised by a player. So even if you contribute little, as long as you are lucky, you can receive items. Priscilla answered precisely. Even with 1% chance, you can get an item if lucky, though the probability is very low. Snapping her fingers, Priscilla seemed to remember something else. And also, the contribution ratio is calculated by the system based on all factors, dealing high damage counts more. But not only based on damage, even players who only use buffs will be counted as contributing. He glanced at a nearby player who was crossing his arms in surprise. A buff-type player can do the same. That's great, if only I were that type. He understood this rule clearly. His eyes glowed redder thanks to that. Players who cannot participate directly in combat can still earn high contribution points. Recalling Priscilla's words, if you are not in a team, you cannot complete this mission. If you have formed a team, you will immediately pass this qualifying round if you kill the boss. This applies to all team members. A girl was surprised the whole year always like that. Looking around at everyone here, note once again there is a total of 101 bosses, meaning only 505 people participating in boss hunting will pass this round. The hand raised again and a few new feathers fell down. The explanation about the team ended here. See, the task isn't difficult at all, just kill one boss, it's that simple. He stood below with his arms crossed and commented inwardly as usual. For them everything was simple. Light flashed once more and Priscilla gradually finished the instructions. Now everyone give your all to kill that boss. Oh, and there are no side quests this round. Though detailed enough to perform the task, a few showed clear dissatisfaction. Damn it, and they say it's easy. A boss is a boss for a reason. It certainly can't be easy, but there's no other way. Everyone's first job is to form a team. Information boards appeared in succession. To form a team, everyone must hold hands and call out together to establish the team. If you are not in a team, the task progress won't count, remember that. The remaining time for this round until the end is 5 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Form your teams right now. Ryu Min's group currently has 4 members, both surprised and worried. On Sanchial pondered, just as the prophet said, round 6 requires a mandatory team of 5. Fortunately, I heeded the prophet's words and followed the Black Scythe early on. Say what's on your mind instead of keeping it inside. Black Scythe, can we form a team now? He suddenly interrupted. Wait a moment, a team needs 5 people, we're still missing one. Co Aaron and Julie were both confused at once, so who will be the last person? On Sanchial, knowing he didn't need to worry about this, said, let's let the strongest person on our team, Black Scythe, decide. He slowly fell silent as if waiting for someone to appear here. It would be nice if that person were nearby. Raising his hand to his chin, Ryu Min continued his previous thought. If that's the case, I can pretend to choose randomly and quietly slip him in. While he was lost in thought for himself, the others were already concerned with finding teammates. First, I have to form a team. If I'm not in a team, even if I kill the boss, it won't count, so it must be 5 people in one team. Among them, some found teammates to join. Sorry, would you like to form a team with me? What's your rank? Another person directly raised his hand and said loudly, warrior level 20. Anyone wants to form a team. But there were also some who stared at Ryu Min's back and harbored their own desires. If I join a team, it has to be Black Scythe's team. Just like that, one person gathered the courage to approach behind him, slightly bowing. This person then smiled and spoke, hello Black Scythe, would you consider joining our team? He was cold, no need to look back, and answered briefly. No, the embarrassment came immediately, oh yes. They quietly turned back with sad faces, but above all those words directly created a feeling of shame for everyone. He told us to get lost without even pretending to think, so humiliating, damn it, there's no way to freeload off the Black Scythe anymore. The idea was conveyed, but Ryu Min did not care about those fools. In the past, I would accept anyone to fill the numbers, but this round I have to recruit people who have the potential to grow with me. Anyway, it seems like every round I attract a bunch of strangers. Some others still hadn't given up hope as they approached him, however, the others received the same result, don't bother me, get lost. Because I am a girl, another player smiled and said right after, can I join your team? He closed his eyes and stood still there, uninterested. The first hopeful ones now felt a sense of disgust towards him. What? Is it really so hard to include just one person in the team? Damn it, so stingy, at least listen to me finish talking. The 2-person team before suddenly paid attention to the others around him are those standing next to the Black Scythe now in the team. Lucky for them, it's almost certain survival. Not only did the others look puzzled, but An Sanchial's team also looked at him intently, not knowing who he would choose for the last position. Looking in another direction, my thoughts grew deeper. If only Chairman Ma Jionrock were here, then I would nominate him to the team. Julie had also considered someone. If Ryu Min were here, he would definitely fight for the last spot. What a pity. At the moment when everyone did not know what to do next, a person with a familiar voice approached everyone, Black Scythe. Although this person approached somewhat familiarly, An Sanchial compared him to the ones before. Who is it again? What unknown guys now? However, this time Ryu Min unexpectedly noticed him. When he realized it was Youngho, he completely changed, while Youngho smiled and raised an arm toward him. Glad to see you again, Black Scythe. With a smile returned, Ryu Min caught the raised hand. That's great, you're still safe. I thought you had been eliminated in round 5. Young Ho laughed loudly at that. Don't underestimate me too much. The smile gradually became more complete and brighter. Watching you fight back then motivated me to quickly finish my hunt. Is that so? Anyway, thank you. Thanks to you, this friend also survived. Young Ho turned to find someone and loudly called Mankey. Like a dazzling flash, Mankey immediately appeared beside Young Ho and bowed deeply toward Ryu Min saying, Black Scythe, thank you for healing my shoulder back then. Thanks to you I was able to extend my life. Feeling that sincerity clearly, he immediately asked a question to lighten the atmosphere. Could you really kill 300 beasts with a body like that? Mankey was startled, bowed again and replied, It's all thanks to the Black Scythe, you are my lifesaver. Stopping to greet here, Young Ho suddenly received another question. Black Scythe, are you looking for a team? Knowing he was a bit blunt and caused a strange expression, Young Ho quickly waved his hand to explain in more detail. Don't worry, we didn't come to ask to join, we already formed a team. Ryu Min maintained his usual expression and confirmed that thought in his mind. I know they already have a team. On everyone's wrist there was a golden chain, a symbol of the bond. Matching his thought, he directly brought up the matter. I'm not overthinking it either, but why did you come to see me? Young Ho smiled and responded, partly to greet you and partly to make a proposal. Young Ho was excited and did not hide anything. What if our team and yours cooperated together? We are not aiming for experience or items. If a boss appears, we will let you have it first. Everyone on Young Ho's team was very much looking forward to it. However, Ryu Min did not say a word about this, which caused confusion in Young Ho. We just want to lend a hand. You don't need to be so wary, really. Ryu Min could read the other's thoughts and knew the truth. He immediately made his decision. I refuse. Young Ho immediately became awkward, then kept stammering and asked him back. Why? Because we would be hindering you, right? He shook his head in protest and said, No, I just don't like unnecessary troubles. Thanks for the offer, but I'm fine. Ryu Min misunderstood, but Young Ho quickly said, I want to help though. He cut off that bad feeling. If I really need help, I will ask immediately. Young Ho regained his confidence. Are you serious? One side happy, the other confused. Both casually responded back and forth. So promise us that if you need help you will call. All right, promise, I said I know already. Not sure why, but the group bowed deeply once again. Young Ho added, so we ask permission to leave. If you need help just call us anytime. When they had left, An Sangcheol gave a small reminder aimed at him. Black Scythe, it's time for you to decide. Who will you choose for the last position? Ryu Min suddenly turned to one side with a cold gaze saying, I've already decided. His finger did not hesitate but pointed straight in one direction. Everyone was startled, looking towards the direction he pointed. According to the direction he pointed, a person covered head to toe was turning their back to everyone and jolted when he spoke. Hey, person wearing the cloak. Immediately come forward and identify yourself here. This person then turned around, still covered but revealing black hair, a small frame, hunched shoulders, a young man who was not strong at all. When he got to a reasonable distance, Ryu Min directly questioned, You have been watching me for a while, haven't you? Stammering before his coldness, yes, he asked again why. Still confused, this person lacked confidence. He himself bowed his head and spoke slowly, giving his hasty answer, Because I want to join the team with you, Black Scythe. He immediately proceeded with the usual questions, level and class, level 23, Dark Mage. The answer was given. He pretended to ponder, whatever. Turning back to look at the teammates behind him, his decision was made. He will be the last one. Quickly, the boy was flustered by such a swift result. Julie, along with Seo Arin and An Sangcheol, were astonished. Eyes slightly squinting, the previous bewilderment merged into their own thoughts, refusing everyone else only to choose such a weakling. Once again, everyone focused on their new member, who was trembling slightly. He then gave a dark smile. His nickname was Napinage. No pain means nothing at all. One day, this guy will found a cult that worships Black Scythe as a deity. His hand reached out, he will become his fervent follower. Building bonds early on will be very beneficial later. The guy shook hands and Ryu Min directed everyone, then let's form the team like this. Everyone put your hands together. As soon as everyone placed their hands down, a linked golden light was born, the team was formed. A ring was engraved with the golden light mentioned earlier on everyone's wrist. The time was not long. The golden link kept forming a perfect connection. However, the new guy in the team had some expression that seemed off. Impossible, the Black Scythe already chose me. Hey, what kind of expression is that? Is that something coming with thinness? This is not good. Just as the joy was barely felt, a tragic past overwhelmed me, the fifth member of the team, the one everyone had turned their back on. Since the first year of high school, I had become what was called a puppet of bullying violence. A group of three tall guys surrounded him. "Damn it, what are you looking at sneaking around like that?" I wasn't looking. This damn guy is really scary. My heart feels like it's pounding hard. There's no reason to bully at all. I just seem lenient with them." From mockery, they shifted to threats. "Friends should know how to live in harmony, right? Don't forget to bring the money. A kid like you, did you hear what we said? Seems like you have no weight at all." His face turned pale as if severely sleep-deprived, his body trembling and stammering. "Sorry, I live with my grandmother, so I have no money to give." They immediately sneered. "What? Whether you steal or do anything else, you must bring money. Fool, if you don't have it, you'll get it from us. Because of you, all of us have become beggars with no money left. When your grandmother dies, do you want to be buried with her?" Once his self-pride was touched, Heotisiok seemed to lose his reason. He jumped up with all his strength, swinging his fist ready to strike his opponents. "You bastards, you damn scoundrels." An obvious fact, the result was disastrous. Heotisiok was beaten badly, lying there groaning, "It hurts so much, it hurts so much." His body trembling, tears flowing non-stop, his mouth smeared with blood. "I want to die. I thought that would be easier. But if I leave, what will happen to my grandmother? My grandmother has endured a lot. Because of me, I promised to earn a lot of money to give her a more comfortable life. That's right, I must endure. I must try to endure with the sole purpose of repaying my grandmother." I tried my best over the next 3 years, and finally had the result right before my eyes. Bangwon High School students achieved excellent results in the exam. We will cheer for everyone. But with the arrival of the angel, a new great disaster occurred. It is hard to find a decent part-time job, let alone provide a more luxurious lodging, and then around the second round of the competition. He opened the door and entered his house as usual. "I'm home," however. An unfriendly voice suddenly echoed in the room. "Oh, our Heotisiok is back already. The trio bullying you this time also attacked your grandmother. They even displayed a provocative smile. Didn't I already tell you? I will bury you along with your grandmother." Heotisiok froze right there, but once again he gradually lost his reason. "Grandmother." 2 packets of instant noodles immediately fell onto the floor. Purple energy mixed with black formed around Heotisiok, accompanied by the sudden appearance of weapons, black scythes. 2 consecutive attacks pierced through one side of the red-shirted man's face and the shoulder of the blue-shirted man. The red-shirted man clawed at his eye, foaming at the mouth, and suddenly shouted, "Oh no, what the hell is this? The spot where the arrow was lodged is rotting." The remaining yellow-shirted man took out his sword weapon, pale and trembling with fear. "Damn it, don't touch this damn guy. Have you changed your profession?" In a moment he had eliminated all 3. He knelt there, covering his grandmother with a blanket as if she no longer had a breath. Perhaps from that moment, I built a wall of separation between myself and everyone else and became stammering when speaking. And I decided to advance to the finals and use the wish to save my grandmother. A summary info board appeared. I had also achieved that in this round. Since that profession change, I have never lost the #1 position in my area. However, there is always a higher mountain. After the first regional merging, Ryu Min directly intervened and eliminated all the representatives. Eyes wide open as if unable to believe what was happening before them. Defeating all 9 regional representatives in the blink of an eye. If only I could do that too, I could have saved her. I wondered how he could become so strong so quickly. I want to meet him at least once. Back to reality, Ryu Min, speaking on behalf of all the team members, spoke first. "Napinog." Tisiok replied unconsciously, "Yes." Then he made a request. "Since we have formed a team, introduce yourselves." Tisiok was a bit dazed. He pulled back one side of his hood and the self-introduction began. "I am a level 23 dark mage. My skills are black scythe and dark chains." Tisiok was surprised at himself. I usually stutter a lot when talking in front of others, but strangely now I don't feel nervous at all. Is it because I feel confident in front of the black scythe? Or is it because I want to leave a good impression on him?" Ryu Min looked over at Julie and said, "Let's go hunting then." Julie smiled and waved. "I will buff everyone." A green rune immediately appeared on Onsanchial first. Blessing skill, all stats increased by 60%. Blessing skill duration is 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Next was the turquoise one for Corin. Speed skill, attack and movement speed increased by 60%. Speed skill duration is 2 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. Immediately all 3 stood stunned in place. What is this? My stats have increased by 60%. Attack speed and movement speed have also increased by 60%. Is this a system error? At this moment, Ansanchial had to look at Julie with different eyes. So that's why the black scythe goes with Julie. She's amazing. The supporter was praised and Julie beamed proudly. Hee, it's nothing. Meanwhile, Corin was a little flustered, but then realized she also had skills. I will use summoning to buff everyone too. When activated, two cute fairies appeared before everyone, flying around surrounded by light. Julie and Tisiok took turns expressing their amazement. So these are the spirits, they're so cute. Holding them close, Corin smiled and explained in detail. Before they only knew how to create shields and had no combat ability. But as soon as they reached level 20, I could summon two and they started using magic attacks. Corin's hands condensed something more and could also summon a golem when reaching level 20. Julie looked at the large lump of earth with wide admiring eyes. So amazing. Corin smiled again and said the golem has no buffs, but it will attract the monster's attention. Julie was still full of admiration. A supporter and a tanker, truly wonderful. However, Corin wanted to receive direct praise from Ryu Min more. What do you think, Black Scythe? I am useful too. Ryu Min acted as if it was completely normal, everything was done. Let's go. Ryu Min led everyone away. Corin sighed helplessly walking beside them. Meanwhile, Tisiok had a new thought, a buffer, a summoner. I also have to contribute. Starting the mission, both Ryu Min and Tisiok led the reconnaissance. At that moment, both suddenly sensed a loud sound coming from a fixed direction. Without hesitation, Tisiok ran to that location. Just beyond the tall stone pillars, Tisiok reached a wider area, where a group of players were fighting a yellow centaur-like monster wielding a spear. A bright smile appeared on the team members' faces, finding the boss that easily attack immediately. With their motto, both charged straight at the monster in front of them, die. However, the monster suddenly swung its spear, and a player's sword was knocked away. On the offensive, both had to retreat. This one is strong, no joke, split up and attack. A female player beside the monster's rear side asked, how do we defeat it? The player in a pink cloak swung her sword and replied, if we attack from behind it. But it seemed Ryu Min was not satisfied with this. Tisiok standing nearby also sensed something. The player in the pink cloak was kicked straight in the stomach by the monster's hind leg. Inertia threw her body, flipping several times before landing. Once stopped, a teammate ran over shouting, Pink Princess. He on this side had done a bit of analysis on the recent issue. Attacking the horse's back really foolish. Unable to stop the assault, the female player immediately swung her short swords forward. The archers here also coordinated with the arrows. Weapons were successively plunged into the creature's chest, causing it to scream miserably. Both waited outside as the group ahead shouted, it's time, die you bastards. Tisiok was stunned, what is this? After a series of attacks, the big monster in front was flipped over. The group then cheered excitedly, we won, we're first place, we finally completed the mission with first place. Tisiok stood beside him, face pale, thinking no way the first place has been snatched away. At this moment up front, the joyful voices of the players still echoed. Finally we completed the mission at number 1, this round was easier than I thought. Tisiok was dazed, amazed beyond escape. While he was distracted and before he could realize anything, could it be that he really lost the number 1 spot? Those eyes glanced at him. He felt very disappointed for not securing first place. Why is he unusually calm like that? Just as he didn't understand what was happening, a member of the front team raised a big doubt. Hey, did everyone receive the mission completion message except me? Another identical person jolted, hurriedly checked the message. No, why didn't it appear on my side? Don't tell me that. Ryu Min here crossed his arms looking over their helplessness. So finally someone has realized. The centaur we just killed is not the final boss. The real final boss is the bull-headed minotaur. To be able to defeat the minotaur, you need at least 20 players at level 20. That means at least 4 teams of 5 players have a chance to win it. That is the trap of this round. It is designed so that everyone may mistakenly believe. It looks like a group of 5 people can defeat a boss. The problem in that angel's statement was revealed once inside the group. As long as the final boss of this round can be defeated, the team members will pass immediately. But she never said 5 people could actually defeat the boss. Those damn angels know how to fake it to make things look different. I also can't wander around to talk more about this outside. So now I just need to stand and watch, that's fine. Looking at Tisiok depressed in regret, He stood there helplessly without explaining to the other party, except for Tisiok, who knew nothing about the prophecy. Everyone else appeared very calm, but he said was the confusion of the three. Breaking this slightly awkward atmosphere, he cleared his throat to signal. Perhaps I really need to put on a bit of acting now, the handsome look paired with a thoughtful expression. Judging by the reactions of the other teams, what just happened wasn't the final boss. The real final boss is somewhere else out there, so let me tell everyone about our plan from now on. We will temporarily put aside killing the final boss and focus on farming the centaurs around to level up until the time gradually reaches its limit and ends. Everyone seemed surprised by this decision of his. With his overly thoughtful nature, Tisiok spoke what everyone needs right now, why? His eyes narrowed to explain. It takes 5 players at level 20 to defeat one centaur, and that's just a regular monster. So to be able to fight the final boss, at least 3 or 4 teams are needed to have a chance to defeat it. We don't know how strong it is, so rushing headlong to fight the boss is an unwise decision. There may also be many other traps lurking and waiting for us there. What if we kill the final boss early and get trapped inside a pillar of light? Then we'd waste the remaining time in vain. Hunting monsters first and observing the situation is definitely a better choice. Starting from the very first meeting until now, On Sanchiol has been continually amazed by his accurate predictions. To be able to find a strategy on his own without even needing to listen to prophecies, I really wouldn't have thought that Black Scythe could have such deep insight. However, Tisiok standing beside him still hasn't been able to readjust his mindset well, stubbornly holding onto that obsession. But if he waits like that to fight the boss, he might lose the first position. Do you feel okay about that? Ryu Min gave the other a satisfactory answer. It's no problem, even if we don't get the reward for first place, the experience we gain in 6 hours of hunting is enough to compensate. Moreover, the first position may not even be measured by who kills it first. At this point, On Sanchiol was speechless. How could he find the right path without prophecy? What On Sanchiol thought was just like escaping a maze on the first try without ever going the wrong way. That said, the 2 girls in the group still each had their own worries. Well then, let's go hunting together. Shouldn't we come up with a simple strategy first? But he denied that. No, that's not necessary. I will be the only one to kill the monster. The whole group froze at that decision and immediately said in unison, huh. Corin thought she misheard and immediately asked for confirmation. Black Scythe, were you really planning to fight alone? Then she analyzed his recent words again. Even the monsters needed a group of 5 to defeat. Tisiok nodded in agreement with his weighty decision, but if it was Black Scythe, probably just him alone would be enough. He confirmed to reassure everyone, that's right, no one needs to do anything, I will be the one to eliminate the monsters. Feeling that staying idle was somehow unreasonable, On Sanchiol asked him for advice, so what should we do? And indeed he intended for everyone to stay idle. Just follow me and gain experience and gold. Consider it carried for you. Problems arise additionally, but all items dropped according to contribution rate will belong to me. In return, you will be granted gold and no need to take risks. Well, deal. An agreement was immediately proposed by him for everyone to choose. And because this deal was too good, no one refused. If so, I agree. We will follow your will, Black Scythes. When everyone agreed and went along with it, he smiled and took out his black scythe smeared with something red. Good choice. You will not regret it. Next, he turned his back to everyone, so let's go. 3, 2, 1, the position where he just stood was left with only 4 people. And before anyone could realize anything, he had already accelerated far away. The quickest reaction. On Sanchiol immediately commanded everyone, hurry and chase after him. Ryu Min kept rushing straight ahead without realizing that the other members, even with added rockets, could not catch up, and although everyone was buffed by Julie's effect, the distance did not narrow at all. At this moment both Corin and Julie were deeply puzzled, wondering how he could move so fast, what his agility stat must have reached. And Tisiok, who thought he was relatively fast, but at this level was no different than a cat compared to a leopard. Just as that thought ended, Tisiok fixed his gaze in one direction, pointed his finger and marked it for everyone, over there. At this time Ryu Min also changed his position, directly confronting the first centaur of the new mission. Blink strike, he vanished from his moving spot. Within the next 0.3 seconds, he landed elsewhere, leaving a familiar slash on the centaur's neck that most monsters who fought him bear. And as the centaur collapsed sideways on the spot, everyone behind had caught up in speed. Instead of joy, a dazed feeling overwhelmed their minds. At that moment they looked at him more like a terrifying monster. What had just happened? no one could have imagined a centaur monster could be defeated after a single strike. Despite all these thoughts, Ryu Min still relentlessly ran straight to the next target. Currently, 2 centaurs were charging towards his position. Upon encountering the first centaur, he stopped, bent his body, and swung the black scythe blade backward. A crescent-shaped slash was thrown out, aiming at the front leg of the charging beast. Rotating the scythe blade along the opposite crescent shape from before at the same time, the monster lost momentum, just as the centaur began to attack. And somehow, the monster's head fell perfectly into the position where the scythe blade awaited. The scythe blade passed through, the monster collapsed. The centaur struck only empty air. He immediately charged at the remaining centaur. Unlike before, this time he directly leaped upward, and when he noticed something rushing toward him, the creature would use its 2 front legs to spring up. He took advantage of this to place his foot on it. A similar scythe blade motion was initiated. With no wasted movement, its neck received a critical hit from him. The monster fell, marking the end of the process, and the system board updated the information. The centaur was defeated. Triple experience was activated. The title effect increased experience by 1.5 times. Experience gained by 0.89%, gold gained by 60. Repeating similar actions, the system provided a different result. The number of monsters defeated reached 172 out of 100. The Rune of Slaughter effect, all stats increased by 100%. He temporarily stopped hunting and assessed his satisfaction, 172 in 30 minutes. This speed was not bad. There are a total of 200 centaurs actively operating on the battlefield. At this pace, I might even monopolize the entire field within 6 hours, of course, except for some from other teams who have already been killed. While he stopped here, everyone once again had the chance to catch up with him. The characteristic of being on the same team with him has been clearly painted by everyone, which is feeling exhausted even without doing anything. His face showed no emotion when looking at them in this state. Ha, I'm dead, haha, ahum ahum. Not wanting to make everyone feel awkward, he smiled and made a suggestion: if you are tired, you can rest a little. Finally getting a rest, Julie and Tisiok felt completely relieved. Really, thank you very much. Without waiting any longer, everyone collapsed. Tisiok was worse, lying completely still. Only An Sangchial could stand firmly, and his complaints showed just running after him was exhausting enough to die. Fanning his arms to let the wind cool him, Corin interjected some analysis. I thought 100 meters was enough. But it turns out it wasn't. Blushing, Tisiok stammered, what do you mean? Not paying attention to them, Julie smiled again and offered a compliment to him. Black Scythe, you really are incredible. Your hunting speed is unbelievable. In response to this compliment, he immediately asked a mischievous question: does that mean you're not satisfied? Julie's embarrassment was obvious when he asked like that. No, it's not like that. It's just that if I could follow you and get promoted like that, how could I hate it? Tisiok stood up, trembling as he gave a thumbs up to him. The one who works harder than us is you, Black Scythe. Ryu Min folded his arms, confused as he caught the vibe, and responded, looking like they are the ones who suffer more. While everyone was happily chatting with each other, another group of people was approaching. And more precisely, this was a team of more than 5 people. Because of this, everyone's attention simultaneously shifted in that direction. What is that? Is someone coming towards us? As everyone stood up, it was also the moment this mysterious group got closer. And this is the end of Chapter 70. Don't forget to leave me a like, a comment, and press the notification bell. That is the motivation for me to create videos every day. Goodbye everyone, and see you again. Among them, a man in a white cloak stepped forward, smiling confidently. He looked straight at Ryu Min, who stood with his arms crossed amid his teammates. He spoke first. Hello, Mr. Black Cloak. What a lucky day to meet you here, hahaha. Ryu Min remained still, the wind fluttering his cloak. His gaze was icy, not a hint of emotion. He answered tersely, calm as if the other's presence meant nothing. Enough, what do you want? The man in white twitched the corner of his mouth but kept a friendly air. Oh, we were just looking for a team to hunt the boss with. Would you like? Before he finished, Ryu Min cut him off coldly, his decisive voice slicing the quiet. No. Silence stretched for a few seconds. The others widened their eyes. The white-cloaked man froze, his face going rigid in disbelief. He stammered, "W-what-W-I?" Ryu Min's dark red eyes flicked over him, cold as a blade. He didn't bother to explain, staying silent and leaving the man more flustered. After an awkward moment, the man tried to regain composure and continued as if proving he knew better. Mr. Black Cloak, don't you realize that boss isn't easy? He turned, pointing into the distance. At the horizon, a giant creature stood out in the blazing sun, muscular body, a bull's head wielding a massive cudgel. A deep roar rolled over, making the ground tremble. See that beast? Looks like a bull. That's the boss, a real tough one. He tried to sound serious while Ryu Min quietly observed. The golden light of dusk hit his face, reflecting in his emotionless eyes. Then the man's voice dropped, laced with fear as he recalled it. Another group once tried to fight it, and they all died. Red images flooded his memory, the monster swinging its cudgel wildly, blood spraying, people falling one by one. The whole team was crushed in an instant. He turned back to Ryu Min, trying to sound sincere. I've realized it. To beat this boss, many parties must join forces. We should coordinate if we want any chance of surviving. But Ryu Min just crossed his arms, speaking nonchalantly as if life and death weren't worth discussing. You handle yourselves. The man broke out in a cold sweat, awkwardly explaining, but wouldn't helping each other be better? We could even let you have the final blow just if you change your mind. Ryu Min opened his eyes, a flash of red appearing. His voice dropped, so powerful the air seemed to freeze. Don't make me repeat it a third time. The man immediately panicked and ran off, calling back, got it, sorry sir. After Ryu Min's cold refusal, the group turned back disappointed. The desert sun beat down, making the air stifling and heavy. The leader in white sighed wearily. Maybe it's not happening. A teammate asked, curious, did you tell him we'd let him have the final blow? He frowned, scratching his head helplessly. I did, but he flat out refused. People glanced at each other, confusion mingled with annoyance. A girl folded her arms, skeptical. Why? He still has to kill the boss to pass the stage, right? The man beside her answered, a bit tense. Or maybe he's scared, the girl exhaled, her eyes heavy. Guess we'll have to do it ourselves. A few others reluctantly rallied, trying to sound confident. That's right, let's try together. As they debated, the ground in the distance began to tremble. Sand and dust billowed, and the giant silhouette of the Minotaur, a towering bull-headed monster, slowly emerged. Its red eyes flared, the oppressive aura making the air feel solid. The leader swallowed, trying to sound calm as he whispered to his team. Whoa, it's even bigger up close. The man next to him trembled, replying, We can do this, right? He tried to look brave and nodded perfunctorily. Of course. The group lined up, all eyes fixed on the monster slowly turning its head. The leader gripped his weapon, muttering calculations. We have 20 people. That should be enough. But no sooner had he finished speaking than the Minotaur let out a terrible roar. A shockwave of sound rippled outward, forcing everyone to cover their ears. The sound was like thunder, making the entire squad tremble. The captain yelled in panic, damn it, it's charging this way. The cry of attack rang across the desert. The group surged toward the Minotaur, magic light, swords, spears, and arrows interweaving brilliantly. Dust flew in clouds, the ground shaking with each step. From afar, Ryu Min stood on a high rock, his black cloak billowing, his gaze indifferent as if watching a pointless play. I wonder how long it'll take them to figure it out. Below, the Minotaur roared loudly, its muscles bulged, veins reddening, eyes blazing like fire. The giant swung its cudgel in a wide arc, forcing many players to dodge. Gruo, Ryu Min watched silently from afar, a calm thought echoing in his head. Actually, this Minotaur isn't as hard as they think. Each of its attacks was powerful but slow. Once you caught the rhythm, dodging was entirely possible. He squinted down, continuing his cool assessment. Its moves are predictable, it's just, they aren't fast enough to exploit that. Below, some warriors shouted, charge, cut its legs. Swords flashed, but when they struck, only a cold clang rang out. No blood flowed, only faint scratches on the thick hide. One man hissed in despair, no way, its hide is too thick. Another replied, sweat beading on his brow, my sword can't get through either. They kept attacking, but the Minotaur's steel-like hide showed no damage. Ryu Min remained aloof, on high, cold calculations running through his head. Even if its hide is hard to pierce, with continuous attacks they'll find a weak spot. Arrows and spells rained down. Fireballs exploded around the creature, light and sand blending into chaotic scenes. Griua, the Minotaur roared, angrily slamming its hand into the ground, creating a shockwave that sent several people flying. But Ryu Min didn't move, only tilting his head, his voice even as if counting down time. Though it'll take time. Below, the captain panted, sweat pouring. He ground his teeth, watching the beast still towering untouched. This thing is beyond tough. Focus on dodging, someone shouted, voice hoarse through the dust. A warrior with a blue glowing axe gritted his teeth, his whole body taut like a drawn string. He bellowed, furious, die, you damn monster. Using every ounce of strength, he leapt up, the axe flaring as it came down. Voo-woo. The axe blade sliced through the air, plunging toward the monster's chest. Gyu-woo. The Minotaur's roar thundered, red blood spraying everywhere. The deep cut in its chest made it stagger slightly, its giant hands swinging wildly in rage. I did it, hit its chest. Someone shouted excitedly, keep attacking, don't let it recover. The captain yelled, the group surged, swords and spears striking relentlessly. Light and blood streaked crimson through the dust storm. A swordsman leapt high, swinging his blade in a diagonal arc across the Minotaur's shoulder. He landed a cut right on its arms. Leaving a deep gash, blood spurted, the monster roared in fury, grew. The Minotaur went berserk, snatching an unlucky player out of the air. Its red eyes flashed in rage. The captured man thrashed desperately, screaming, save, save me. The Minotaur roared, its giant hand tightening, the sound of bones cracking echoing. The scene turned blazing red, blood and light merging. The Minotaur's hand engulfed the man, leaving only a crushed dark silhouette amid the red glow. A sound echoed in the air, crack. The player's body exploded, blood spraying like mist. From afar, two mages panicked and raised their staves as fireballs formed around them. One shouted, cast fireball, hurry. Just then, a corpse was flung into the air, flying over them. The fireballs slammed into the Minotaur's chest, each explosion boom, boom, echoing across the battlefield. Flames erupted wildly, engulfing the creature. Hit it, it's on fire, someone cried excitedly. The fire swallowed the Minotaur, its massive form screamed in agony. Goohh, charred patches of hide flaked off, smoke billowing into the sky. The team panted and watched, clinging to the faint hope that it was truly dead. The monster sank to one knee and then collapsed with a thud, the ground shaking in waves. Everyone erupted. We got it down. Really, we're the first team to win. Cheers rang out as people raised their weapons in celebration. A giant golden pillar of light suddenly burst into the sky, wrapping the whole team in brilliant radiance. The survivors looked at each other, joy mixed with doubt in their eyes. Did we really complete the quest? Someone whispered. The entire battlefield brightened with countless similar pillars. Different groups shouted in delight. Our team got it too. The quest window says completed. Ha, awesome. Another group watched from afar. A man grimaced, rubbing his forehead. Do we have to kill it again? Damn it. The girl beside him tilted her head, eyeing the pillars and said, seems like each time a group completes the quest, a pillar appears to mark them. A man stood inside a golden pillar, scratching his head in annoyance. So, now we just stand here and wait out the timer. A teammate plopped down, chin in hand, answered, yeah, looks like it. He sighed softly, muttering, nice to get an early break, but feels like we missed out on something, doesn't it? Silence hung in the air as the white-cloaked man sighed, then said, well then, I guess I'll go find another group. As he finished, his gaze froze like he'd just realized something. On the rock summit, a silhouette appeared. Light shone down, black hair stirring in the wind. Sir? Black Scythe, he exclaimed in surprise. Standing before them was Ryu Min, relaxed, his dark cloak fluttering in the desert breeze. The man stammered, our team is. Ryu Min scanned the area, his expression calm as if he'd predicted the outcome. The other teams, dejected, don't bother asking. You can tell just by looking. He let out a weary breath and turned away. Black Scythe leapt down and landed, saying, lucky, if we'd killed the boss earlier, we'd have wasted the rest of our time. Julie, seeing this, replied, right, just as you predicted. Ryu Min led the team, his voice low and steady, let's go, don't waste time. Everyone immediately followed, the formation quickly snapping into place. Roger, the group answered in unison. A strong wind blew as Ryu Min dashed ahead like a lightning bolt, cloak streaming, teammates close behind. He murmured, eyes sharp, track them. A blue magical aura appeared. Centaur. Golden light covered the sky as brilliant pillars of radiance extended downward. The desert was bathed in a sacred glow that seemed to declare, the match is over. Groups of players lay scattered within the pillars, exhausted. Some sat down, others simply exhaled in relief. So, it's really over. Looks like it. Everyone got teleported to the safe zone. The mood was lightened, though weary. A man holding an interface board frowned. Hey, where's our ranking? Nothing's showing. A teammate looked up and asked, what rank did we get? No idea, it doesn't say. Another guy chuckled and waved it off. Why care? Surviving is enough, I just want to lie down. He flopped onto the sand, sighing contentedly. Who wins or loses doesn't matter anymore. A blond man squinted into the distance, surprised. Huh, look over there. The man beside him asked, what? Far off, a centaur charged full speed, spear leveled. A dark figure plunged down from the sky like a lightning bolt. That was Ryu Min. Wind whistled past, cloak snapping. He spun midair, the black crescent gleaming brilliantly. Swoosh, a streak of bright red sliced the air. The centaur's body was cleaved in half in an instant. Sand flew, blood sprayed like rain. Ryu Min landed lightly, his gaze cold as steel. Be Black Scythe, someone in the light shouted in shock. The girl beside him widened her eyes. Did he just kill that monster with one strike? The man lying nearby laughed. Ha, level 40 is on another level. That power is insane. The curly-haired woman folded her arms, puzzled. But why is he killing centaurs instead of the boss? Wouldn't it be faster to kill the boss and rest? The blonde man replied calmly, no, if you fight the boss now you won't make the top ranks. He shrugged and smiled faintly. Maybe he's just farming for extra exp. Either way, he already lost first place. He gave a thin smile as the pillar of light in the sky faded. Ah well, what a shame, I thought he'd snag first again. He smirked a little, sounding pleased. Anyway, Black Scythe can't hold the top spot forever. The man next to him nodded, eyes following Ryu Min cutting through the centaurs. Gotta admit he's smart, he's farming over there. In the frame, Ryu Min spun midair, the red crescent slicing through a centaur as blood sprayed like a blazing red curtain in the sun. On the notification board the text appeared, target undetermined centaur. Kills 1920/100. Time remaining 00:20:43. Ryu Min slowly lowered his crescent, eyes cold as ice. Thought, looks like this time I've wiped them all out. Behind him the teammates were nearly exhausted, panting non-stop. Mr. Black Scythe, Julie said between breaths, can we rest a bit? Everyone bent over, sweat pouring like a shower. Ryu Min glanced at them, his tone calm but firm. No need, the hunting's done. He gripped the crescent's haft, golden light reflecting in his eyes. Now it's the boss's turn. Julie gaped in surprise, barely believing her ears. It's done, really. Ryu Min nodded, his cold gaze sweeping the distance. Yes, by my tracking skill there are no centaurs left in this area. Julie murmured, so that's it. While everyone was still dazed, An Sangchial checked his status board and golden light flashed before him. Huh. He quickly shouted loudly, everyone check your levels. Everyone opened their boards at once, golden light shining brightly. Level increased. No way that much. Faces filled with surprise and excitement. Ryu Min looked at An Sangchial, mouth agape at the glowing status. How much? He asked tersely. An Sangchial swallowed, eyes fixed on the number. I was level 20 and now I'm 34. Corin quickly pulled up her interface, her eyes lit up. Same here, level 34 already. Julie next to her shouted in disbelief. I went from 21 to 35. The air buzzed with excitement and astonishment. Hiotisiok's voice trembled slightly. I went from 23 to 36. He spoke while staring at his hands as if in disbelief, sweat still damp. Ryu Min narrowed his eyes, his low voice echoing in his head. Everyone leveled up 13 to 14 levels. The corner of his mouth lifted slightly. And I too went from 40 to 54. The status board opened. Name, Ryu Min. Nickname, Black Scythe. Level, 54. Class, Grim Reaper. Titles, Last Time Regressor. Hidden First Ever Angel Slayer. Hidden Opposer of Divine Punishment. Hidden. Ryu Min checked the loot in his inventory. 19 mana cores, 9 common gears, and his eyes suddenly brightened. The final material I needed for a god-tier synthesis. An item window appeared before him, shining horsetail, a horse's tail that glows, containing faint magical energy. Ryu Min smirked slightly, finally got it. Julie cried out happily, I've got way more gold now. Her face lit up like she'd just won the lottery. Corin, same here, Hiotisiok shouted in astonishment, 115,000 gold. For real? Ryu Min just watched them in silence, his gaze composed. An Sangchial scratched his chin thinking, weird, where did all this money come from? He stared at the glittering gold on his board and said, confused, so, what do we even do with all this? Ryu Min straightened in the desert sun, eyes flashing a cold red. Buy basic skills from the shop, he said clearly. Presence detection, enhanced vision, magic resistance, those are mandatory. Also buy the items in the today's item slot, Ryu Min added calmly. The teammate beside him glanced at the board and mumbled, presence detection, and what else? Ryu Min urged, go shopping later. He turned, desert wind swirling his cloak, eyes bright in the dusk. Let's go, the target this time is the final boss. His decisive tone left those behind frozen for a moment. Hiotisiok took a deep breath and nodded, yes. Ryu Min activated Trace Minotaur. A blue light flared from the corner of his eye, magical strands coiled like guiding threads in the air. A strong wind rose, sand whipping up. Ryu Min shot forward, the black crescent slicing the air with a cold whistle. His cloak billowed as spirals of energy swirled around him. The air trembled, leaving a trailing ribbon of blue light. Suddenly Ryu Min noticed something. He stopped at a spot. Meanwhile, everyone also sensed someone approaching and turned back, ignoring the Minotaur lurking among the rock pillars. Two men from another group rushed over in a panic. Lord Black Scythe, please join our party. Fighting the boss together will surely be safer. Ryu Min halted, his voice low and chilling. No, he turned his head, eyes flashing steely red. I won't share contribution percentages with you. The two were left speechless. Sunlight hit half his face as Ryu Min's voice sounded calm but deadly. I will kill the boss myself. Everyone froze, no one dared speak. One swallowed and whispered, is he really going to solo that Minotaur? Someone else thought fearfully, it takes at least 20 people to take one down, and yet. A warrior folded his arms and sneered mockingly, you're pretty arrogant, Black Scythe. Ryu Min heard this and replied coldly, arrogant am I? You all underestimated me. If you can kill it, why can't I? The man faltered, trying to protest, but we need the whole team to take it down. Ryu Min lightly shook his crescent and smiled, saying numbers don't help much. He stepped past the man while the latter was still stammering, huh, that's a bit. Julie called after him, her voice worried, Black Scythes. He kept walking straight toward the Minotaur, voice soft but decisive. Wait here, I'll finish this quickly. People scattered and murmured, so he really intends to solo it. They were excited to watch a show while bored. Ryu Min glanced around, dozens of eyes watched him from beyond the light boundary. Thinking, quite a few are watching, if possible I shouldn't reveal my main skill. But this is the perfect chance to show them how strong I am. He stepped into the teleporting light, his body wrapped in gold. If they see me defeat the Minotaur in seconds, no one will dare underestimate me anymore. The voice in his head was steady, but his hands tightened on the haft. All right, the faster it's over, the better. In the distance, the giant Minotaur emerged from the golden sand. Its eyes blazing red as it stared at him like prey. On this side, Ryu Min bowed slightly, one hand drawing the crescent back to prepare his strike. Everyone started whispering and scattering. What is he doing? Looks like he's about to use a skill. That stance, weird. Ignoring them, Ryu Min was still calculating. The system only starts the countdown when you're close enough to attack the boss. He gripped the scythe tightly, which meant it was still in the preparation phase. The clock hadn't started. At that moment, the Minotaur let out a roar, and Ryu Min decisively stepped into attack range. The Minotaur lifted its axe and charged at him. He began counting silently 3. His legs coiled to gather force, readying for the strike 2. By the time he reached 1, he and the beast collided, both poised to rip each other apart. The air suddenly darkened, black streaks rose from the ground like trapped souls. Ryu Min closed his eyes, the scythe in his hand glowed a grim purple. Night of death. His voice was low and cold like the Reaper's decree. His eyes hardened with resolve. Now, moonlight destruction. He swung out a blood-red crescent of power at the monster. It froze, unable to react as the strike neared its neck. A clean, sweet cut sliced through its throat. The beast's massive head was hurled skyward, spinning through the air before slamming to the ground with a heavy thud. Its huge body collapsed, dust billowing everywhere. Everyone outside was stunned into silence. One person screamed, voice cracking with terror, "Look, the Minotaur, its head was chopped off in one hit." Another trembled, eyes wide in disbelief. "No way, just one hit, impossible." Meanwhile, Ryu Min stood still, gripping the scythe, thinking, impossible what, do you even know how my stats are? The system's result calculations completed and popped up. You have defeated the Minotaur. Obtained Minotaur hides. Obtained Minotaur armor blueprints. You knew what you'd get, so it's not surprising. The Minotaur blueprint and hide, itemized data details. Hide high quality, very durable and excellent for crafting armor. While everyone was still frozen in shock, Ryu Min approached his teammates, thinking he could probably sell it for a high price. The display wasn't finished. Minotaur armor blueprint, consumable item category description, an item containing 6 recipe combinations to craft a unique Minotaur set. You should prepare notes before using. As everyone wore the same expression, he came closer and shouted to snap them back. You all okay? Julie hesitated, replying, yeah, we're fine. None of them expected he'd kill it so fast. But among them, Hyo Tseok's reaction was the most dramatic, as if he wanted to kneel before him on the spot. Ryu Min responded to that cute display by anxiously turning away. That kid, what's with that weird expression? I can tell he'll be watching me later, so I better keep my distance. The sun climbed toward midday, signaling the players' participation time was winding down. Just like the others before, a pillar of light enveloped and locked him inside. When the game officially ended, golden feathered birds flew everywhere. You have finally defeated all 101 bosses. Next, we will eliminate the remaining teams that failed to catch the final boss without further consideration. The angelic voice of Priscilla slowly spoke, then revealed a chilling, eerie smile. The trash must be removed and vanish. The eliminated players were those not wrapped in any pillar of light. The cries of defeat faded like in previous rounds. "Oh no, Angel, wait, please save me." While the lucky survivors quietly breathed a sigh of relief that they dodged that fate. With the whales gone, the angel Priscilla clapped her hands cheerfully to grab everyone's attention and said, "All right, let's check the rankings together." A massive results board appeared in view, summarizing round 6, first place Black Scythe and 4 others, 0H0M1 second Chin Ma and 4 others, 0H3M21's third The Idiots and 4 others, 0H4M9's in region CS007 first Black Scythe and 4 others, 0H0M1's second Kim Suhanmu and 4 others, 0H5M31's third Rice Parasite and 4 others, 0H5M58's. As they absorbed this information, some teams panicked. Their speech and thoughts distorted. "Why aren't we the top-ranked team? We were the first to kill it, weren't we? How did Black Scythe take first place? Didn't his team kill it much later? Something must be wrong." Priscilla, hearing those mutterings, sneered, who said that, "Are you ranking by kill order? As you've seen, rankings are calculated by the time needed to kill that boss." Some people's perceptions suddenly shifted to collapse time, so our team is last. That teasing smile made them feel even more humiliated. 11 minutes 30 seconds. "I don't understand why you took over 11 minutes to kill a cow. Humans are inferior after all. Didn't you look closely at the results screen?" Priscilla spoke without thinking. "On the other hand, the shortest time is 1 second, and that is the team managed by Black Scythe, so this result is quite good and understandable." Quickly someone interrupted, "The angel time isn't 1 minute." Priscilla blinked in astonishment and looked back as if sensing something odd. Round 6 results, entire Black Scythe area 0 hours 0 minutes 1 second. The information struck straight at the defensive line of thought. A second is a second, not a minute. The time Black Scythe took to handle the boss was 1 second. After realizing this, her expression went blank. The arrogance the angel once had now flustered before the participating players. "Oh, I made such a silly mistake in front of these people below." Changing her expression, she crossed her arms on the spot and complained, there even is a 1 second record. Is the boss really that weak?" These words fell on the players like water off a duck's back. Having fixed her mistake, Priscilla announced something else. "All right, first we will award the 3 first-place positions. Please note that rewards are only given to the players who contributed the most." She folded her arms and waited for the results from the screen. "Congratulations, you have completed the quest as first in your area. Congratulations, you have completed the quest as first in the entire region. First place in the corresponding area, optional reward, Advanced Executioner Helmet, has been chosen as the first place reward for all applicable areas. Special reward selection box." He smiled, looking at his inventory, which he always kept open to await items. "It's time to change my helmet." When he touched it, the notification screen lit up. "You can choose one of the following Executioner grade helmets. Touch the reward you want. 1. Angel Ring. 2. Minotaur's Cow Mask. 3. Hermes Feathered Helmet." There was nothing for him to hesitate about. If there's something I need, it's the feathered helmet, a rather attractive choice. Additional item info for slot 3. Hermes Feathered Helmet, Executioner Grade Helmet, Defense 180, Agility plus 10, grants invisibility, Durability 1500-1500, usable only by professional level or above. Description: a helmet modeled after Het's feathered dragon head. It's not genuine. He equipped it while it was still hot. If I wear it right away. Skill info: temporary invisibility effect hides your entire appearance from enemies. Sound cannot be hidden, automatically cancels when attacking or being attacked. Duration 30 minutes, cooldown 30 minutes. The thing that could make him a perfect assassin was now in his hands. So his smile couldn't end. "From now on I can use the stealth skill. Its drawback is it can't hide sound. If I get a rune that conceals presence, then your invisibility will become invincible." There was one more thing he wanted to activate on the spot. You can choose one of the following special rewards. Touch the reward you want. 1. Random item selection. 2. 14,000 gold. 3. Information about round 7. I'm not short on gold, and I already understood information from previous 99 regressions. So only the first option remained for him to pick. I don't need gold or information. For this type of special reward, you can only choose when you're first. Additional choice info attached. The reward lets you choose one of the following materials. 1. Nearly broken sapling. 2. Bubbling solution. 3. Hardened magic shell. 4. Angel's gold dust. Knowing what they were, he immediately picked slot 4. You don't need to worry, and you already know each material's use. Choose the Angel's Gold Dust, a divine tier item. Angel's Gold Powder item type. Utility description. Powder that drifts like feathers over an angel's hair, it's not dandruff. Golden energy surrounded him and lit up. Angelic voice Priscilla wound down, all rewards have been distributed. You may return now, see you in the next round. The global announcement board activated. Round 6 ended. Total survivors across all regions 8,060,295. Applicable area CSK007 survivors 505. After some time, souls will be transferred to bodies in the current dimension. Round 7 will begin at midnight on June 1, 2023. See you in the next round. Congratulations to all survivors. Returning to reality, the person who appeared was not Ryu Min but Ma Jeonrak. More precisely, someone repeatedly knocking and calling out, Director Ma Gaeonrak. He forced himself up, annoyed while still half asleep. But with someone calling so urgently, he had to put on his slippers. Stepped forward to open the bothersome door. Department head on Sangcheol, polite in a neat vest. Wait, what happened that made you come here as soon as you returned to this place? On Sangcheol's voice trembled slightly. May I come inside to speak, of course. The two moved to the reception table. Ma Jeonrak poured himself a glass of wine. So your level increased a lot, right? After all, you teamed up with Black Scythe and hunted for 6 hours, went straight in. Ma Jeonrak coldly stared and questioned, so how much did you contribute and level up to that you rushed here excitedly? On Sangcheol was embarrassed, not knowing where to begin explaining, simply to the final result. I went from level 20 to 34, a total of 14 levels. Ma Jeonrak's hand poised to drink his whiskey froze midair. 34, are you kidding? Take a sip to sober up. Yes, isn't that great? It's reasonable since Black Scythe handled all the hunting work. Thinking about it is a big surprise. Right, he handled everything alone, we just ran to keep up. Ma Jeonrak shook his glass. I suspected he kept all the obtained items. In worry, on Sangcheol showed a flash of delight. That's right, but I don't regret passing on those items. I never thought my level could rise so fast. Ma Jeonrak's tone turned slightly cold as he took another gulp of water. I never expected you could surpass me in level. On Sangcheol asked quickly, so director, how much are you now? 29. The returned result surprised On Sangcheol and left him speechless. Pushing aside his earlier joy, On Sangcheol showed no emotion. Whatever it is that can't make the director comfortable. So I guess actress Seo Arin is the same level as you then, thinking my level is lower than hers. It seems I need to try much harder. Though smiling it was bitter, Ma Jeonrak refilled his glass again. Tell me, department head on Sangcheol, did Black Scythe really kill that fast? Yes. He took down those centaurs in a single blow. That's incredibly fast. Even with 5 people in a team I couldn't do it that quickly. Truly Black Scythe. I saw the result that Black Scythe defeated that Minotaur in 1 second. Is that true? On Sangcheol rubbed his neck, recalling how Ryu Min performed it and said, that's right. He used some kind of glowing skill then sliced off its head in one move. I've never seen that skill before. Though expecting such results, Ma Jeonrak was startled and found it hard to accept. He felled that Minotaur with a single skill in 1 second. Has the gap between him and the rest of us really grown this much? The Dark Knight is strong but still can't match Black Scythe. If I reach level 40, could I be that strong? Now I must focus on grinding levels instead of dreaming about it. Pride wouldn't let Ma Jeonrak hesitate any longer. I must push myself to work harder. Seems I should thank Black Scythe. He gave the motivation I thought I'd lost, and can help department head and actress Seo Arin grow stronger too. If one day we meet again, I'll give him a fitting gift. He bowed dejectedly. When will the fairy appear? I'll ask when I'll meet Black Scythe. The key question, On Sangcheol said. Do you think the fairy's household is still alive? Ma Jeonrak was displeased at that phrasing. Instead of wondering why not call and confirm quickly. That's your job? On Sangcheol knew he was wrong. Sorry, I'll go check right away. He watched the department heads retreating back and said, no need to apologize, report back once confirmed. Oh, and have you learned the 2 skills I told you? Yes, I definitely learned tracking and erasing traces as director instructed. Good, then later we'll test the skills outside while cleaning up. It's been a long time since we cleaned. On Sangcheol understood, still working at this hour. The sun is already rising. Ma Jeonrak didn't care much, it's fine. After all, we didn't kill anyone on the street. Understood, director. The sun was indeed rising through the glass. This gloomy weather is the perfect time to relieve some stress. Moved to a room where someone was still sleeping. Hyo Tae-seok blinked awake thinking of Ryu Min. Black Scythe had invited him into his party and that terrifying power. Black Scythe is on a completely different level. someone he doesn't even dare to look up at. So he really is a god. He rubbed his hair too much. How can I repay his kindness? Can I help him with anything? I'm not as useful as the buff girl. Immediately he sat up. If only my class could support him. The more he thought, the more he felt he couldn't help him in that world. Then what about the real worlds? A smile gradually spread. That's right. What does a god need most? Of course, loyal followers. Saying that, Ryu Min rubbed his hands and shivered oddly. Why do I feel a chill down my spine today? That cold sensation happened to make Ryu Min's mind hazier. I'm feeling a bit chilled. Maybe I'm just a little tired. Before he could decide what to do, the phone on the bedside table suddenly rang. Ryu Min thought it was an international call. He couldn't ignore it, so a second later he picked up. Only one contact was linked overseas, so he pressed answer and started the call. Hello Russell, it's me. A slightly strained voice came from the other end. Oh hello Mr. Fairy. First, allow me to express my gratitude. Thanks to your fairy, I was able to survive. He asked about this important person and quickly asked what happened. Val smiled brightly and replied, I'll come there soon and tell you the details in person. Okay, so you're coming to Korea soon? Ryu Min's probing question rang out. Meanwhile, Val was packing his things into a backpack with his phone nearby. Yes, I just booked a ticket. Instead of joy, Ryu Min was a big mess of confusion. What is this? This never happened in the previous regressions. This indicated that unlike before when he helped Russell remotely, this was probably the first time Russell was coming to see Ryu Min in person. And Russell noticed the confusion and asked again, Mr. Ryu Min, have I troubled you? If I'm bothering you, please tell me and I'll cancel the trip immediately. Pushing aside that embarrassment, Ryu Min smiled and answered fluently, and somehow that expression rubbed off on Russell on the other end. I'm really looking forward to meeting you. It's wonderful that you can come all the way to my place. The next day the two met again, but this time in Ryu Min's country. Russell, in simple clothes with a small backpack, waved to Ryu Min, who was waiting. Being foreign, Russell was a head taller than him. They shook hands and greeted. Russell spoke first. It's great to see you again, really. Ryu Min smiled in welcome. Welcome to Korea, Russell. After greetings, Ryu Min led his new friend around the country. Let's go, I'll show you around. A new conversation started in parking lot 3. There are so many things I want to say, but I don't know where or how to start. First, I'll hold myself back a bit, haha. The first place Ryu Min took Russell was a large restaurant. A hot pot with countless ingredients had been carefully prepared and arranged. They sat in that area, and it was easy to see Russell's surprise and delight at the food. Why are there so many kinds of ingredients? This is my first time seeing such a sumptuous table, not letting an important partner and future teammate feel embarrassed. He didn't hesitate to add, eat as much as you like, it's on me. Russell happily accepted his generosity, but a few words had to be said now. No, you can't, Ryu Min. I can't keep receiving benefits from you, please. At least this once let me pay for the meal. There's always a reason behind actions, and Ryu Min won't let him do that. He said it outright without hesitation. Russell, don't do that. Let me pay for this meal. But in return, fix the durability of my item like last time. Russell was surprised, but quickly adjusted his mood. Durability, of course. That's something I must. After handing that familiar item to Russell, Ryu Min watched every gesture and movement closely. A skill reinforced the durability of the eternal sleep item in a short time. Then he received that newly strengthened item back. Thanks, I'll pay for the meal. Reintroducing the item's info, the eternal sleep gem, a corpse-grade necklace effect. Each monster killed gains 1 stack and reduces 1 durability. Every 100 stacks converts into 1 attribute point. Durability 1000 of 1000. Usage limited to players of normal level and above. Description: a necklace with an opaque gray orb that absorbs slain souls. As that info appeared, Russell's voice grew a bit hesitant. I still feel I haven't done much to help you. We can't keep talking about that. Ryu Min changed the subject after putting the item away. It's fine, so what exactly happened? You said you almost died. Russell had forgotten he still had that story to tell you about that. He became increasingly stunned as he recounted and remembered the giant shadow of the Minotaur. Following your advice, I hunted for nearly 6 hours, Mr. Fairy, and then we challenged the boss. It was so strong I almost died fighting it. If I hadn't raised my level a bit like you told me, we'd truly have been done for. While others were still afraid, Ryu Min laughed naturally. I'm glad I could help you. So what level did you reach? Russell replied quickly. I've reached level 29. But I'm a little embarrassed to ask this. Can I really become a top master blacksmith like you said? Russell stammered. It's hard for me to believe that. Ryu Min answered confidently. If you keep working hard, yes. With my help you can even achieve more than that. Russell's cheeks flushed at that. Haha, that was enough to reassure me. Just having guidance from a fairy like you means I have nothing to fear anymore. Both still hadn't eaten and the conversation continued. Have you looked into the company I told you to invest in? I opened an account that day, however I invested a bit more than half of the amount you suggested. He nodded in approval, a wise decision, that's enough to secure your livelihood, each holding a chopstick. Russell looked at him attentively and asked, but how exactly did that company become so famous? What kind of business are they in? Frozen for a moment, you even didn't research before investing. How can you blame Russell? I just trusted your word, Mr. Fairy. I thought it would be fine. If so, let me properly introduce the company to you. Instead of just talking, he led him straight to the company. Here it is. A building with unique architecture showing clear sophistication. Not only that, there's a special area and path designated for players. Slipping a hand into his pocket, astonishment returned to him. It seemed all preparations had been completed. Entering inside, Russell couldn't hide his curiosity and looked at him asking, so this is the company I invested 70% of my total assets in. Oh, to be precise, that's your money, Mr. Fairy, not mine. Ryu Min answered shyly, that money is yours, don't feel too pressured. Standing on the stairs and pausing, Ryu Min analyzed the earlier words and turned back to look. But if you only keep 30%, will your living expenses be okay? Russell was slightly anxious but told the truth. It's a bit tight but manageable. I'll cut from 3 meals to 2. You can't let someone important to you eat like that. He made an offer. I'll earn you some money after leaving this company. 10,000 copies should be enough, right? An offer Russell found hard to refuse. Not enough confidence grew further, and the unpleasant image was used as an example. Mr. Fairy, you seem like an angel. No, not that kind of angel. Ryu Min tried to laugh off the odd thought, haha. From the moment they entered the elevator, Russell gradually realized something was off. But thinking it over, can we just walk into someone else's company like this? He asked seriously. It's fine. Although I'm not a major shareholder, it's not far from saying this is my company. Recently, we've renamed the company and completely changed the business model. I'll explain this business model once we're inside. Russell listened intently to him, then cheerfully replied, actually, I don't need the explanation. If you've put everything into this, then Mr. Fairy, it will certainly be a brilliant success. As the elevator neared the 48th floor, Ryu Min added, anyway, you've invested a lot of your money, so at least I should tell you what kind of company it is. After hearing it, you'll surely be more excited, because it's a business any player would be interested in. Leading Russell down the long corridor, he continued to guide. As soon as they entered an office, he noticed some odd glances from the staff. What's that? After walking a bit further, he spotted department head On Sangcheol standing at the door intently watching his phone. Why are you blocking the door like that? Is someone coming? Being a department head, his observation was sharp. On Sangcheol detected his presence. Mr. Ryu Min, our major shareholder, what brings you here? He said calmly, sorry for coming without notice. Stepping aside, he introduced another person. I intended to introduce the company a bit to the foreign investor. I want to meet the director, he's in there, right? On Sangcheol put his phone into his shirt. The department head hesitated and avoided looking directly at him. Yes, he's here, but he's currently busy with a guest. He hurriedly asked, oh, there's a guest. Even though he deliberately tilted his head, On Sangcheol still made no move to step aside. He read that and thought to himself, it seems Ma Jeonrak ordered no one to enter, even so, to pretend not to see when I've signaled clearly. Coldness gradually carved itself onto Ryu Min's face. Even if some fool follows Ma Jeonrak and dies, that's their business. Who exactly is here after all? He began reading the thoughts of department head On Sangcheol, who was flustered and unsure what to do. Troublesome. And of all times it comes when the director's fiancé is here. Reading that, he was startled right where he stood. But then a new smile slowly appeared. That girl has arrived. After a long while, the room was personally opened by Ma Jeonrak. Surprise gradually took over. What brought you here without notice? He stepped forward and asked back, oh, do I need to schedule an appointment to be invited in? Ma Jeonrak forced a smile and tried to explain. It seems my words came out oddly and caused a misunderstanding. In BUSINESS, Chinese letter are always prioritized. Whoever brings more benefit gets priority. He understood that clearly. What misunderstanding? Being a fairy isn't some powerful profession. Aside from seeing the future, there's nothing special. So inside, he's secretly looking down on me, right? Ma Jeonrak tried to force a conciliatory smile. Sorry, a major shareholder like you can of course come at any time. It's just because you always schedule in advance that I'm a bit surprised this time. Paying Ma Jeonrak no mind. Ryu Min glanced at the woman beside him. Haha, is that so? A foreign woman with blonde hair stood elegantly. Ryu Min introduced her in his mind, Christine Gregg. A woman whose sole profession is a cleric and who can survive up to round 15. A cleric is like a support class considered essential. Especially the resurrection skill learned at level 60. It's an unquestionably game-breaking skill that can bring someone back from the dead. However, it has some limitations. Only players dead for under 10 minutes can be resurrected. But even so, having an extra life is an enormous advantage. Initially, I approached Magdon. Meeting her at this time isn't particularly special. But who knows, it might turn out well. Whatever happens, I must turn her into an ally and get her at least to round 20. Ma Jeonrak gradually noticed the strange look from him. Without hesitation, Ma Jeonrak pointed and introduced. This is my friend, her name is Christine Gregg. Under that introduction, he once again gave a disapproving look at the other person. A friend, don't make me laugh. You said you wouldn't hide anything from me, yet you hid your own fiancée, right? Adjusting his mood, he smiled and reached out his hand to greet. And that was his voice. Nice to meet you, Ms. Gregg. My name is Ryu Min, I'm Ma Jeonrak's business partner. Shaking hands and greeting back, nice to meet you, Ryu Min, call me Christine. I didn't know the director had a business partner, Ma Jeonrak startled. He can speak English. Meanwhile, he continued. I also couldn't imagine the director's fiancée would be so beautiful. Christine Gregg's remark increased Ma Jeonrak's fear. The director told you about me too. This time he turned to look at Ma Jeonrak. The unease grew. He even knows the existence of his fiancée. Immediately bowing to him, sorry Mr. Seer, I didn't mean to deceive you. His voice softened. It's okay, you must have felt awkward, thank you for understanding. However, a different look is still a different look, but I wish you trusted me a bit more. Ma Jeonrak dared not look him in the eye, only cursing himself damn. And beside him, Christine Gregg still didn't understand what was happening. Though not very pleased, the important matter of coming here still needed to be done. Ryu Min said, I was also going to provide next round information to your fiancé. Let's go inside and talk together. He didn't forget to tell Russell. Russell, wait outside for a bit. Russell didn't object to his request. All right, Ryu Min. Once again, they returned to the director's room. Ma Jeonrak stood next to Christine Gregg, gesturing and saying a few words. Christine, earlier I didn't properly introduce Mr. Ryu Min. He is one of our business partners and is an executive of our company. Still looking at him with worry clouding his mind. And before he could continue, Ma Jeonrak asked permission to say the next thing. And when Ryu Min nodded, he continued, he is a seer, he can see the future. On that point, Christine was confused and didn't quite understand, what's a seer? He explained on Mag's behalf, just as he said, I am a seer, a special class with the ability to see the future. For example, information and strategy about the next round 7. Still skeptical, Christine Gregg looked at Ma Jeonrak again. Really? Ma Jeonrak nodded with a smile. There has never been a mistake in what the seer has said, and he has never failed to set a target. This was an unbelievable claim, and more importantly, Christine Gregg still didn't understand one thing. She turned to him and asked, Then why do you want to reveal that to me? He said seriously again, I will provide you with information about round 7, with no terms to negotiate. Silence fell. After a while, Christine relaxed her guard. I'll listen. Pausing a bit, he analyzed before he could say more. Even when I offer to reveal the future, her reaction is like that. Surely she still doesn't trust me. And then the message he delivered next, do not be tempted or seduced. Regarding round 7, that's all everyone needs to remember. He only received one sentence which truly worried Ma Jeonrak. So that's it, seer, he nodded in confirmation. I cannot say more. If I say more, people will be in danger. Do not let temptation seduce you. Remember it as if you're memorizing a chant. That's all I can say because there's an extra person here today. He then directly moved to speak further. Christine, I have one more thing to tell you. Yes, part of the reason I arranged this meeting was to tell you that. He sat down with a somewhat serious expression. Christine, in round 11 you will be in danger. Your life may be threatened. Sounding like a threat, Christine Gregg pointed at herself. I won't let you keep that on your mind any longer. Ryu Min added a method, but don't worry about that. A rope will be lowered to save you. The subsequent exchange is top secret. A flight had taken off. It was Christine's flight back to the United States. She was looking out the window but concentrating on some big issue. More precisely, she was unsettled by the seer's declaration that she would be in danger in round 11. Analyzing more, if her father were here it would be a big problem. With his temper he'd certainly go berserk. But revealing a few more details of that exchange, the lifeline would appear. What does that mean? He said it means someone will save you. Who will save me? On that matter, he raised his hand to stop her. That I cannot say. Christine took it as something utterly absurd. Can't say who. Can he really see the future? It's all vague seer talk. Could that person be planning to deceive me? The plane announcement sounded just then. The plane will soon land at Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. Collecting her luggage as she left the airport, she met a familiar face to pick her up, Butler Bishop. He was quite handsome and smiled as a greeting. Christine, did your trip to Korea go smoothly? Let me carry that for you. Christine paused a beat. I didn't expect you to come all the way to the airport to meet me. Taking the suitcase from Christine, the two continued walking forward. Because he was instructed to take Miss straight home, no detours, Christine found nothing odd. Ah, will that be difficult? Let's go. Leaving the international airport, the two went to the largest hall in America, the Shining Hall. They continued walking down a wide corridor. Arriving at a room, Bishop knocked and asked permission. Sir, Miss Christine has returned. No one was seen inside, but a voice confirmed, let them in. The door opened, and this time only Christine entered. Waiting for her was a middle-aged man with blonde hair sitting opposite. You're here. It was Christine's father. She cheerfully replied to him, yes, father. As his daughter sat opposite him, he asked a few questions. How has that young man been living lately? Still living well and tidy as before. He was a bit serious. Has he ever been rude to you? She didn't look at her father. Never happened once. On the contrary, he treats me very politely. He smiled with full satisfaction at his daughter's words. Of course he must be polite. Whose daughter would she be? So have they gotten closer this time? Christine shook her head and sighed. I still don't know. He paused as his emotions stalled. Still don't know how. They've been dating 6 months already after all. At that remark, Christine was displeased and even a little disgusted. Dating? It's just going back and forth without feelings. Can that be called dating? He knew his daughter disliked it, but there was something more to say. Osung Group is a major Korean conglomerate famous worldwide. Marriage to the eldest son of such a tycoon only benefits you and has no downside. No matter how much you dislike it, won't you eventually develop feelings? A sadness built up in her. I don't know. I still feel uneasy because he seems to be hiding and scheming something. He changed his tone. As the child of God, your cultivation is still lacking. Why do you keep doubting like this? Because you are my daughter. A reply that left him unable to voice any further reproach. After a while, the awkwardness hadn't eased. All right, what has he been doing lately? He says he's preparing a business. The world is already connected to God's world, and he still hasn't abandoned worldly material greed. Christine said without the slightest hesitation, that's right, father, he objected. I do not receive God's choices. At that moment, a light radiated from Christine's palm. Father, do you really believe this is God's choice and God's power? He nodded decisively and answered, I believe my daughter has received the grace of an angel. Christine was at a loss for words with her father. The grace of an angel. How many times have I told you what the angels have done and you still don't understand? Wanting to discuss more with his daughter, he continued, your fiancé is also making good use of God's gift, isn't he? He's level 29, ranked 23rd in the region. He seems to be quite capable. His level even higher than Jeffrey's, as you can see. Not wanting to hide anything, Christine looked at her hand and revealed a truth. This time he said he would create a trading market for players, and there are investors too. I've forgotten the name, but that investor claimed to be a seer who can see the future. He had to hear another strange thing. She crossed her arms and shook her head as if to dismiss what she was about to say. He put on airs and gave me information about round 7. But I don't know if it's reliable because it's all nonsense. My daughter doesn't care, but he does. A seer in this chaotic time, no ability is more alluring than seeing the future. I think you should keep a good relationship with that person. Christine's answer remained the same. I'm not sure anymore. She sighed wearily because he kept saying unbelievable things like I'll die or I'll be in danger. Upon hearing someone dare curse his daughter, he immediately flared up. What did you say? She replied as before, it's just the seer's nonsense. Father, don't pay attention. In that mess, what normal players are there? If anyone can be a seer with such vague claims, then anyone could become a seer. Despite that, he still warned his daughter, don't be careless. What if someone among those following you betrays you? She confidently closed her eyes. Father, don't worry. Have you forgotten I'm the regional representative? Compared to betrayal, the number of guards and companions with me is greater. I'll be safe. He seemed to ask less. If you've said that, then so be it, but always prepare for unexpected situations. The conversation wound down. Christine rose from her chair. I understand, father. Feeling uncomfortable and tired, Christine stepped out of the room. By chance, Bishop noticed. He had been watching her the whole time, and then an order was imposed on him. Jeffrey, yes, sir. The leader's coldness kicked in. I've heard Ma Joanrock's investor is a seer. He dares impersonate a seer and babble that my daughter will die. He paused to think. If the seer's warning that she'll be in danger is a lie, I'll make him taste hell a little early. While Bishop waited, the order was issued directly. Investigate whether he is a fraud. He carried it out seriously. In the name of God, I will carry out the order. The chat room info screen connected. Lost Yark has joined the PCW chat. Yami has joined the PCW chat. With an invisibility mask, Ryu Min went to the studio where Lost Yark lives, and now he greeted the opponent with a smile. Welcome, Yami. A voice replied to him. Lost Yark, you came early. Ryu Min answered. I had nothing to do, haha. While the two were exchanging messages, another important figure appeared. The chairman has joined the PCW chat. The meeting room had 3 people, and the chairman said seriously, hello everyone, let's begin the meeting. Last time we decided to recruit executive positions, didn't we, Lost Yark? Among those who applied, have you selected any candidates? Lost Yark listed what he had prepared on the computer. The chairman waited for his report. Among the current candidates, I selected 30 people ordered by level and region for selection. The chairman asked, there won't be any black scythe among them, right? Lost Yark replied, if there were, I'd have reported it immediately. What about the other names? I've also checked. There are no nicknames like Thiern Ma or D-stroke letter 1ED3, NG letter 1ED1C. The chairman frowned in discomfort and said, then we have no choice but to select executives from among the 30 candidates. 5 who pass the assessment will be appointed as executives. Yami, proceed with the testing. Yes, I will do so, Mr. Chairman. At that time, Ryu Min received additional information from the chairman, and the next item seemed to be that a member of parliament had begun condemning the players. Yami already knew about this and said, I saw that news. Yes, Representative Lee Seonghyun of the National Assembly, right. The chairman's expression didn't change, but his tone and manner did. Yes, after the executives are appointed, we will discuss whether and how to deal with that person. Our players' enemies are the legal profession, and they are trying to bind us within so-called legal frameworks. Ryu Min smiled but showed nothing outwardly. It's not the players who should be inserted into that. Information ended there. The chairman spoke final words before leaving. Then today's matters are concluded. Ending the regular meeting, Ryu Min returned to his home. Stepping out of the bathroom, he was drying his hair with a towel and staring at his phone screen. Finally, the day has come. The official Player Place website has successfully launched. Just as predicted, tens of thousands of players logged in and items were posted. Everyone must be short on money, so they've listed all sorts of things. First, I'll scoop up the unique materials. Very quickly, a few items caught his eye. Earthroot 100,000, Black Diamond 300,000, Orc Fang 95,000, Knoll Spine 70,000, Hunter's Liver 100,000. Among them, he picked a few he liked: Earthroot, Black Diamond, Orc Fang, and Knoll Spine. He was satisfied after choosing. With this amount, he could craft at least 3 unique items. The card on the screen had 4 items. He decided to choose fast delivery for all of them. Done. Unique items are now ordinary items. Next are magic stones. Each magic stone is known to cost over 2 million, even though they are low-tier magic stones, but I'll buy them all. 90 items were snatched up by him in 1 second. The sky was clear with few clouds and plenty of sun, and 2 days passed very quickly like that. From outside the room, Ryu One returned carrying a rather large bag. Upon opening the door, Ryu One was completely surprised to see the room stacked with many cardboard boxes for item delivery. Ryu Min sat lumped on the sofa, hearing his brother's plaintive voice from there. Brother, what is this? Acting innocently clueless, he stepped out from inside and spoke gently as he looked at the huge pile. You're back. The pale face didn't think it was him and said, did you order all of this? What exactly did you buy to have so much? Ryu Min smiled and immediately explained his purpose. Nothing grand or special. These are just items for players to use. Ryu One understood but couldn't help feeling flustered. That Player Place regional aid exclusive for players, is that it, right? After a long time to calm down, Ryu Min carried those item boxes inside and left them strewn about like he lived alone. Most were magic stones of various colors. Picking up a purple one, he made a decision in his head. Everything is complete, nothing is missing, so I'll start trying to combine them. First, he began with the magic stones he had the most of. Opening the combination status panel, he placed a red stone in the center and 15 matching stones in the smaller link slots. He explained the reason for this in detail, with 16 low-tier magic stones. You can create a top-tier magic stone, and then a magic stone was formed. Combination successful, successive feedback notifications kept coming without end. You have created a highest quality red magic stone. You have created a highest quality orange magic stone. You have created a highest quality yellow magic stone. Done with the highest unit being 7, Ryu Min completed the collection of top-tier magic stones for each color. After finishing, he returned to the combination panel, but it seemed different from before. Now if I combine these into equipment then. A golden aura appeared, combination successful. Reaper Scythe damage plus 16% was added. He continued the process in rhythm. Hedi's feathered hat, strength plus 32 was added. Traveler's cloak, luck plus 32 was added. Attribute resistance ring, all stats plus 16 were added. The next thing to do was to equip them on himself, already nice but only complete with accessories. Now I've equipped them all, status window. Your stats have increased significantly. Strength plus 206, intelligence plus 284, agility plus 244, luck plus 202, attribute points. Even without a slaughter rune or blessing buff, all my stats are over 200. He smiled with satisfaction at the change. If I apply buffs, it could rise from 600 to even 900. He raised one arm, and above all additional info, you have equipped 7 top-tier magic stones based on 7 colors. Rainbow effect buff has been activated. The equipped gear emitted a subtle light. With the rainbow effect buff, resistance to adverse status effects increased by 50%. The single threat from status types had been improved. He was satisfied, overthinking for a moment. I have increased resistance to adverse status effects by 50%. Adding Java's necklace 35%, attribute resistance ring 35%. What if I also apply the general basic resistance skill 15%? By applying composite multiplication, I can block the effects of adverse statuses at a rate of 82.1%. At the moment, the person filling equipment with top-tier magic stones is probably only me. Because I've monopolized all types of magic stones. Of course, new stones will appear over time, but by then their value will skyrocket and scarcity will begin. Even the lowest tier stones are already priced above 20 million, so I need to be one step ahead. He looked at a few boxes beside him. First, I need to store the remaining unique items. If possible, enhancing high-level worn gear to unique would be more beneficial. But that's for later. I'll combine them when I reach level 60. Standing up from the chair, he checked his phone screen. Until then, I'll keep an eye out for any unique crafting materials that appear. Suddenly, he realized something. Even he himself was becoming hard to believe. Wait a moment. The reason for surprise was nothing unusual. This was a necessary crafting material for legendary items. Info: Immortal hide 1 million. Item description: hide cut from a creature called an immortal. Transaction method: direct trade only. Trade location: Suwon. A new piece of knowledge was added to him. Similar to player ranks, items also exist in 6 tiers: common, rare, undead, unique, legendary, and godly. Things you can buy in shops are capped at the undead tier. For higher tiers, players must craft them through combination. The higher the tier, the lower the drop rate for crafting materials. Of course, that doesn't mean it's impossible, just very difficult to obtain. And currently there is only one place that can drop the immortal hide fragment. That is the level 5 high orc boss. When you kill it, there is an extremely low chance it will drop this immortal hide fragment. But he seriously thought that alone he could not only kill a high orc, but also luckily obtain that material. And then he suddenly snapped awake. Could it be that guy? Is someone capable of killing orcs? Moreover, that person also has a drop rune. Everything seemed clear to him. If it's really that guy, then it's very likely a trap, and a rather dangerous one. He forced himself to look more closely. The direct trade-only condition did seem to be true. Let's see. He opened the chat box. The message began to connect. Hello, are you the seller of the immortal hide fragment? A quick reply came back. Yes, he sent 2 messages in a row. You posted it for 1 million. Could you lower the price a bit? The other party was a little surprised. What price did you have in mind? 900,000. Okay, that's a bit awkward for me. Alright, I think that's fine. But it seemed he had a new calculation. Maybe I'll try to squeeze the price down a bit more. Oh no, my mistake, reduce it a bit more, 800,000. Very quickly, he seemed slapped by that choice. Are you kidding me? Why, after all, the market value isn't fixed yet. Honestly, I don't even know how to use it. If you don't know what it's for, then why try to buy it? His eyes welled up. I just want to try combining a few things. Everyone buys materials for that, right? My wallet is a bit tight right now, so please give me a discount. Gradually, he questioned his own messages as the other party gave no response. Sorry, aren't you selling it? Hello. However, the other party hesitated, but once the hesitation ended, the reply was quick. Fine, I'll sell it for 800,000, but cash only. Can you come to Suwon? The smile returned. Ah, this guy really is him. Of course, he'd still sell after I cut 200,000. I can do it. He assessed the other party a bit more. The item is just bait to lure people in. With a psycho like him, that's not surprising. At the door of a room, so before more victims show up, let's go see what he looks like. Gear up, of course I'll take that legendary item as well. Cut to a sunset scene over a neighborhood, signaling a long night about to begin. In a dark alley, Ju Seontak stands there, holding a bloodied knife, looking at his phone and letting out a manic laugh. Huh? What the hell is wrong with him, haha? He is furious that the item he listed for 1 million was met with someone bargaining, demanding a reduction of 200,000, a savage smile on his face as he stares at the phone. Close-up of his eyes flashing with anger and contempt, he wonders whether the buyer even knows what kind of item this is. This is the precious item he obtained after killing 20 high-level orcs to face the boss on floor 5. He risked his life, nearly died to get it, and yet that bastard dared to try to buy this item for only 800,000 won. What an immoral brat, he thinks to himself, gripping the bloodied knife and vowing to make that person suffer. At that moment, a heavily wounded man trembles at Ju Seontak's feet, stammering pleas for mercy. He shows annoyance. Damn, you scared me. What the hell, you're still alive. The poor man continues begging for his life, but his pleas seem to have no effect. Without hesitation, Ju Seontak swings and ends the innocent man's life. Tusk, making people jump for no reason. How annoying, he says coldly. Dragging the corpse, he mutters, anyway, that bastard would have died as soon as he got here. Hope he's more interesting than this guy. The scene suddenly shifts to the past. Young Ju Seontak always found life so dull he wanted to give it all up. Nothing was fun, nothing could break the boredom, it was just plain monotony. Since middle school was the same, he decided to focus on studying, hoping that concentrating on something would make things better. As a result, he always topped the class with perfect scores. But studying became boring too. When he gave up, his grades fell and his parents began to scold and shame him, saying he embarrassed them. Reflecting on that, he merely sneers in a gruesome smile. Back in the gloomy present, he fingers the bloodied knife, recalling the past and thinking, those were the good days. Another horrifying memory floods his mind, the image of him in a school uniform holding a knife over the bodies of his parents. That is the day he never forgets, the day he found his true joy, the savage smile returning to his lips. He was interrogated by the police, but being a minor, he luckily escaped legal punishment. Thus he continued his path of crime until 27, this time experienced enough never to be caught. He walks coldly, leaving a pool of blood behind, ending his spree of killings in the real world. Ending the flashback of past killings, he realizes the game in the other world is truly his playground. Thanks to the Rune of Drops, he received many useful items, and he quickly chose his class with a shaman-type item. But the real fun began on floor 4, where he could slaughter freely and his bloodthirsty nature was fully unleashed. He felt immense joy and decided he would wish for more rounds when all the floors ended. The flashback ends, returning to the present, he smiles perversely and says, "It's fun, I like watching the world collapse." He sat down beside the corpse he had just made, murmuring, Then he stood up, thinking he needed to prepare to welcome the incoming guest. He dragged the corpse to a nearby trash can, intending to hide it inside. A devious plan was hatched. He would hide the corpse in the trash can, so that when the buyer arrived, he could use the skill corpse explosion. The body would detonate and kill the target. He imagined the scene where, if that person somehow survived the blast, he would use Curse of Fear to hold them in place and toy with them a bit before finishing them off. Footsteps came from the end of the alley. The guest he had been waiting for was approaching. He hid behind the trash can, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Finally, you're here. He waited, urging silently, hurry up, you bastard, I have a surprise gift for you. The footsteps grew closer, entering the alley. And then Ryu Min appeared. It was Ryu Min in Yangmin's form. Ju Xiantak thought to himself, bingo, the prey has appeared. Ryu Min approached, he counted silently, that's right, just a bit more, 5 more steps. But suddenly, Ryu Min stopped just before stepping into the trap's range. He was surprised and a bit puzzled, and why did he stop? Ryu Min spoke calmly, you're the one selling the immortal skin fragment, right? Ju Xiantak began to panic, damn. He only needs to take 2 more steps to be within the blast radius. Ryu Min grew impatient, asking him to come closer to trade. What are you doing over there? Aren't you going to sell it? Come here. This seemingly harmless request was a psychological move, putting Ju Xiantak in a tight spot. He suddenly realized that if he stepped forward, he would also be within the blast radius, backed into a corner. He tried to stay calm, forcing a smile and complimenting the other. Oh wow, you're fast. He gritted his teeth, sweat beginning to flow. The plan had gone off course. He could just use Curse of Fear, but where's the fun in that? Trying to salvage the situation, he said weakly, could you come over here, my leg hurts a bit. He continued to fake it, hopping to lure the prey into the trap, just 1 more step. But Ryu Min mocked, my leg hurts too, friend, do you know how long I walked to get here? Sorry, but I'm disabled. Ju Xiantak froze, disabled, you look fine, he began to panic, damn, could he have figured it out? He tried to reassure himself, no way, how would he know there's a corpse in the trash, or that I have the corpse explosion skill? Ryu Min lost patience, do you want to sell that damn thing, or are you just lying about the item? He pressed further, or are you planning to rob me? That's why you kept telling me to come closer, isn't it, you bastard? Ju Xiantak completely lost his composure. I need to calm down, I can't let him control the situation, everything will end if he takes 1 more step. He tried to explain, you seem to be misunderstanding. But Ryu Min cut him off rudely, misunderstanding my ass. Called a fraud, he angrily shouted, fraud, why should I be nice to a fraud? Losing patience, he summoned the item, here look, it's not fake. Ryu Min just watched in silence, expressionless. Then a sinister, suggestive smile appeared on Ryu Min's face. Ju Xiantak froze, what the hell, why is he suddenly smiling? For a moment a streak of red flashed, the hand holding his item was severed. He screamed in excruciating pain, blood spouting endlessly from the severed arm. He couldn't believe his eyes, but he's over there, how could he? The image of Ryu Min remained at the end of the alley, smiling as if nothing had happened. Ju Xiantak's eyes widened in terror as he realized the horrific truth. The hunter had become the hunted, Ryu Min had appeared right behind him at some point, a knife pressed to his throat. Ju Xiantak only managed a terrified scream. Behind Ryu Min a smile appeared, the brutal hunter had finally met an opponent far beyond his imagination. Ju Xiantak stared at Ryu Min in shock, unable to believe his eyes, stammering to ask if there were actually 2 attackers. Ryu Min smirked arrogantly and casually denied it, saying it was only him, implicitly mocking his opponent's weakness. Ju Xiantak was completely stunned, unable to understand how there could be 2 identical people here. Ryu Min coldly asked back, implying there was no need to explain the obvious, even showing annoyance at such a foolish question. Sensing the disparity in strength, Ju Xiantak began to feel endangered. Ryu Min slowly picked up the fallen piece of immortal skin from the ground. Fear quickly turned into rage. Ju Xiantak ground his teeth, baring sharp, beast-like fangs and roared, cursing Ryu Min. He decided to use his trump card, his eyes flashing horribly as he activated his special skill, Terrifying Curse. Immediately, a system notification appeared explaining this unique skill. It could inflict a fear status on the opponent for 5 seconds if eye contact was made, however, Ryu Min remained completely calm. Yet another notification popped up. Opponent resisted fear, casting Terrifying Curse failed. Ju Xiantak froze, unable to believe his skill was useless. He tried to reassure himself that there was no need to panic. While Ju Xiantak was still dazed, Ryu Min struck, delivering a thunderous punch aimed straight at his opponent's face. The mighty blow staggered Ju Xiantak, blood pouring from his mouth. He frantically asked about Ryu Min's strength stats, unable to imagine how high they were. Giving him no time to recover, Ryu Min followed with another brutal attack, punching Ju Xiantak squarely in the face again. Ju Xiantak fell to the ground after the second blow, his body convulsing in pain. Lying sprawled on the ground, smeared with blood and nearly unconscious, Ju Xiantak could only groan, calling Ryu Min a mad bastard. Just when it seemed everything was over, Ryu Min raised his hand, a blue light enveloping his palm. The light washed over Ju Xiantak's body, It was a healing skill that mended the wounds he had just suffered. Ju Xian-tak was surprised to see his wounds closing. Ryu Min coldly explained that he had used a healing skill. And the reason for that was not pity, but so he could beat Ju Xian-tak for longer. With that he threw another punch. Ryu Min continued his torture, repeatedly punching Ju Xian-tak in the stomach and chest, sending blood spraying. The relentless attacks, each punch extremely powerful, showcased Ryu Min's brutality and superior strength. After being healed, Ju Xian-tak collapsed once more in agony. Ryu Min looked down and asked mockingly, as if he still had not been beaten enough. Despite being battered, Ju Xian-tak tried to rise, mumbling to himself while waiting for the skill's cooldown to end. Then the system announced that the cooldown for Terrifying Curse had ended. Ju Xian-tak smiled wickedly, threatening that Ryu Min would have to die. However, before Xian-tak could act, Ryu Min was a step faster. A piercing scream rang out as his golden sword plunged straight into Ju Xian-tak's eye. Pulling the sword out, Ryu Min coldly said that his parents must have cried blood giving birth to a piece of trash like him, just as he now had blood pouring from his own eye. From Ju Xian-tak's hand, a sword slowly materialized. He howled in pain, calling Ryu Min a bastard. In a frenzy of rage and despair, Ju Xian-tak swung his weapon wildly, shouting that Ryu Min had dared to betray him. But all his efforts were in vain. Ryu Min easily dodged and countered, sending Ju Xian-tak flying. Ju Xian-tak collapsed to the ground, utterly helpless before his opponent's strength. He realized his dire situation, one arm severed and one eye gouged blind. He panicked, not knowing what to do. He thought this was truly the end for him, but then he suddenly noticed something about his current position. A cruel final determination flashed across his face. Glaring at Ryu Min, he gritted his teeth and swore that even if he died, he would drag that bastard down to hell with him. With that, he activated a final skill, a suicide move called Corpse Explosion. A horrific burst of blue energy erupted from his position. Outside the alley, passers-by flinched at the loud blast. They whispered, wondering if a bomb had just gone off. People looked toward the alley in horror, which was now nothing but rubble and choking smoke after the explosion. Police quickly arrived and cordoned off the scene. They reassured the curious crowd it was just a gas explosion and ordered everyone to keep back. From a nearby balcony, Ryu Min stood with his arms crossed, watching silently. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. The scene shifted elsewhere. Ryu Min stood looking at Ju Xian-tak, gasping for life, and thought he had almost killed him. He revealed the defeated man's identity, named Ju Xian-tak, nicknamed Dumbidiots, a powerful player competing for second and third across the server. Ryu Min considered that although Xian-tak had good skills, he couldn't bring a serial killer along to round 20. However, he could exploit him to farm bosses beforehand. The reason for this plan was the drop rune Ju Xian-tak possessed, an extremely useful item. The info panel explained, drop rune increases drop rates when hunting, especially for bosses, boosting special item drops by up to 10-fold. Ryu Min continued thinking, as long as Xian-tak stayed alive, he would keep gathering good materials to sell on the market. The only problem was he was a serial killer. If left alive, he would certainly keep killing innocents. Thinking that, Ryu Min summoned his golden sword again. A blazing red sharp slash was swung, a decisive action. Then a stream of blue energy radiated again, but this time it focused on Ju Xian-tak's wounded eye. Ryu Min performed a strange act. He used his power to take something from Xian-tak's severed arm. He reattached an eyeball to Ju Xian-tak's eye, thinking that when he woke up the restored eye would show him what had happened to his body. Ryu Min told himself he had ensured Xian-tak's severed limbs could not be reattached, preventing him from walking freely to kill again. After all, only the body in the other world mattered for drops. He was confident that because Ju Xian-tak had never seen his true face, he would not be able to find him to exact revenge. After a while, Ju Xian-tak began to regain consciousness from his blackout. He groggily opened his eyes, completely unaware of what had happened, and wondered where he was. His last memory was activating the corpse explosion skill in the alley. A wave of pain hit him, making him cry out. He recalled the moment Ryu Min severed his arm. He frantically searched for the enemy, but then a more horrifying truth struck. Ju Xian-tak looked down and realized not only his arm but an entire side of his leg was gone. He screamed in pain and despair. In panic and fury he shouted, demanding the bastard who had harmed him to show himself. At that moment he found a piece of paper left on the floor. He curiously picked it up, It was a letter with the first line, "First, it wasn't me who did anything to your leg." The letter continued in a mocking tone. "Why did you hide a bomb to kill me? I almost killed you, but your leg blown off looks so pathetic, so I spared you." The words in the letter were full of sarcasm and contempt. Who would be kind to someone trying to rob them? You should count yourself lucky. Stop pulling this trashy stunt. Live like a decent person. At the end was a harsh threat. If you keep causing trouble and get caught, you will really die. I have memorized your ID and your home address. Jusiontak clenched his fist, furious. He realized the bitter truth. His corpse explosion skill hadn't killed the enemy but had blown off his own leg. He cursed in anger. He wondered how long he had been unconscious for that guy to do all this and leave. He began checking his pockets. A harsher truth hit him. His phone, wallet, and all his cash were gone. His rage reached its peak. Not only had his arm been cut off, he had also been robbed of his items and money. Jusiontak screamed in humiliation and fury, vowing he would repay this debt to Ryu Min. The scene shifted to a luxurious location outside the Imperial Hotel. In a traditional restaurant, Ryu Min was dining with Julie. She praised the meal as delicious, and he enthusiastically replied that it was the best restaurant he'd ever been to. Ryu Min smiled, saying he was glad it suited her taste, and suggested they come here more often. His suggestion made Julie a bit embarrassed and surprised. She blushed and asked, "More often?" Seeing that, Ryu Min quickly corrected himself adorably that not too often, just occasionally. Julie shyly agreed. The cheerful atmosphere quickly changed when Julie asked why Ryu Min had been so busy lately, why he kept declining her calls. He apologized and said some things had happened. While taking a bite, he thought, "I have been very busy with players' meetups on weekends." His gaze grew cold and alert as he revealed the real reason, and also, "I can't go out comfortably because I have to watch out for someone tailing me." He looked out the window. Even now someone was still following him. But that didn't worry him because he already knew who it was, someone capable of erasing identities. That follower was a level 28 assassin, Jeffrey Bishop. In his mind, Ryu Min had already identified his tail. It was Jeffrey Bishop, a level 28 assassin. And the one behind him was none other than Christine's father, Nathan Craig. Ryu Min recalled that at first he didn't realize he was being followed, but thanks to his presence detection skill, he knew someone had been tailing him for days. The fact that he couldn't see that person indicated he was an assassin with stealth abilities. However, it seemed he lacked a presence detection skill. Because if he had it, the killer wouldn't have followed so blatantly. Since discovering his tail, Ryu Min decided to play cat and mouse. He began to tail the man in return. And the moment the assassin let his guard down and revealed his true form, Ryu Min recognized him. He even read the man's real intention. Ryu Min thought to himself that it seemed Christine had told her father about him. He could understand why Nathan was displeased. A stranger suddenly appearing and saying his daughter would die in the future. Of course he would have someone check. Ryu Min decided to ignore it and let the man tail him. As long as he wore a mask and used stealth, he would just look like an ordinary person going to work. In a diner, a girl started a conversation with Ryu Min. "But Ryu Min, you told us about round 7 before, didn't you?" Julie asked anxiously, "Is it really just that? Just remember the phrase, don't be tempted." Ryu Min smiled and replied decisively, "Yes, that's all you need to remember." He sipped his tea thinking that knowing the details of a mission in advance could actually lead to failure. And failure meant annihilation. Ryu Min couldn't let them be erased. This time he resolved to save as many people as possible and reach the final round. Ryu Min looked at Julie with determined eyes and called her name. He seriously proposed, "Let's survive together until the final round." Julie smiled and agreed to his proposal. Shortly after, an announcement was made. An angel with pure white wings appeared in the sky and greeted humanity. The angel inquired, "Have you all lived well this past month?" Below, the crowd responded only with silence. The scene shows a vast field. The angel announces that this time 434 people survived. And with such a small number, the game can no longer continue. The angel began to make a new statement, so. Hearing that, the crowd below began to panic and run away. The angel continued her words. "This time as well, we will proceed to merge the zones." Gigantic walls of light descended from the sky, beginning the process of dividing and restructuring the entire area to the survivors' astonishment. People could only helplessly watch the disaster unfold, swept into the chaotic zone merging without knowing what awaited them. After a while, the angel announced that 10 zones had been merged. The total number of participants had now reached 4,992 people, all staring at the scene in shock. The angel smiled and declared the name of the new Zone C2 ESKA003. She also reassured everyone that since they were all Korean, there was no need to be too cautious with each other. The angel continued, "Before we begin, we need to choose a representative for the zone." A man in the crowd muttered in frustration, "Damn again." But the angel interrupted, saying there was a matter to discuss about how things would proceed. Then she vanished, leaving everyone stunned. Ryu Min smirked. He knew a battle to choose the representative was about to occur. He absolutely could not miss the chance to become the representative this time, because it would grant an authority usable even in the real world. Not only that, the reward for this round's side quest is also extremely enticing. It is the mental barrier relic, a precious item. This is one of the 18 mandatory relics, and it is necessary to counter the abilities of an enemy named Yamti. Ryu Min resolved that no matter what, he had to obtain both things, the reward for the representative and the spiritual barrier relic. He had prepared thoroughly for this. Meanwhile, in the heavens, the angels were discussing. A high-ranking angel asked if anyone would volunteer to descend and lead the new mixed zone. Obviously, no one wanted to take on this difficult task. One angel spoke up, saying she heard Priscilla played an interesting game with Olive. It was a game where the humans in the designated zone would become king if they won. Priscilla, the angel who had spoken with the players, smirked and suggested, "We should try that game too, it sounds fun." Another angel interrupted, "Wait, then let's choose the representative by the most basic method, a deathmatch." Priscilla asked in surprise, "Your zone has Black Scythe, right? Isn't he the only one who has surpassed 50 stars?" The other angel objected, "If we hold a deathmatch, Priscilla, you would clearly become king. That's not fair." Priscilla replied, "Do you have a better idea?" The angel proposed, "With Black Scythe present, any strength-based game is impossible instead. Why don't we choose the first person to clear round 7? The other angels agreed, saying it was a good idea because round 7 has nothing to do with combat strength. All eyes turned to Priscilla, awaiting her decision. After a moment of silence, she agreed. Priscilla descended before the participants and announced that the method for choosing the representative had been decided. The representative position for the merged zone would be given to the first person to complete the task. The crowd buzzed. A man sighed in relief, "Not a deathmatch, that's better anyway." Priscilla declared, "Then I will announce the round 7 mission." Ryu Min and the others fell silent, waiting. A mission board appeared before everyone, but the description of the main task for round 7 was all question marks. Everyone was surprised and confused, wondering if it was a system error. Priscilla said coldly, "That is not an error. The round 7 mission is secret." Priscilla vanished, leaving a mission board with the remaining countdown time for this round set at 2 hours. The crowd became chaotic. They didn't know what the mission was or what to do while time kept passing. Everyone was panicked and anxious. Some people angrily said they would have to find the mission themselves now. Others thought that if they wandered around, maybe something would appear. Suddenly, a group of people approached Ryu Min. They called him Black Scythenim. Ryu Min asked why they had come here. An Sangcheol cheerfully replied that they had met by chance recently and were glad to see him again. An Sangcheol asked Ryu Min if he knew what the mission this time was. Ryu Min replied coldly, "Why ask me? If the mission doesn't appear, what can I do?" An Sangcheol immediately changed his tone, offering to let Black Scythe know information about round 7. He asked in surprise how he knew. An Sangcheol confidently boasted that he had heard it from a prophet in the real world. Ryu Min thought to himself that last time this guy pretended to hide things, yet now he was revealing them openly. He wondered if he had been foolish to think the man trustworthy. Seeing Black Scythe silent, An Sangcheol flustered, "Why? Why are you looking at me like that? I'm being serious." An Sangcheol explained it was an acquaintance who had helped him many times. Then he turned to Seo Arin seeking agreement. Ryu Min added Seo Arin to the list of people he couldn't trust. He decided to just listen to what they had to say. An Sangcheol revealed the prophecy to pass round 7. Remember one thing, don't be tempted. Heo Tisiok wondered, tempted? What does that mean? An Sangcheol admitted he didn't know the details either. Hearing this made Julie suddenly realize with shocked coincidence. Julie suddenly asked An Sangcheol, coincidentally, was the prophet's name Ryu Min? The question left the man and Seo Arin speechless. They hadn't expected the prophet's identity to be exposed. Ryu Min sighed. He hadn't expected his prophet identity to be revealed. He thought to himself that the existence and identity of the prophet had now been shared with 4 people. As long as his black scythe identity wasn't exposed, it wouldn't be a big problem. For now it was best to separate the 4 of them. Ryu Min, as Black Scythe, said, "Thanks for the information. We'll have to see what that prophecy truly means. For the time being it seems better to split up and gather more information." An Sanchial protested in surprise, "Split up but going together. We don't even know if this is a team mission, why do that?" The group agreed with Black Scythe's decision. They decided to attempt round 7 on their own and wished each other luck before dispersing. Julie hesitated and said, then I'll also." Ryu Min coldly told her to go. The girl felt a bit disappointed but turned and walked away. Left alone, Ryu Min sighed. The situation had become more troublesome than he thought. However, Ryu Min suddenly realized, what exactly was the round 7 mission? He couldn't fully remember either. Lost in thought, he was startled by a scream crying out from afar. Without hesitation, Ryu Min immediately darted like an arrow toward the scream. He moved at extreme speed, cutting through the dense forest. Sensing something was wrong, Ryu Min's expression grew extremely tense. The scene before him was a deserted path in the woods. Under a tree, the Julie from earlier was slumped down, covered in wounds. Ryu Min was stunned to realize it was Julie. Right then, Ryu Min appeared. He was stunned and furious to see the scene before him, not understanding what had happened to Julie. Julie clutched the bleeding wound in her abdomen, her face contorted in pain. She called Ryu Min's name for help in desperation. Ryu Min stared at Julie, his mind in turmoil. He wondered whether she knew his true identity and why this situation had occurred. Julie whispered, "Min, it's you, you're Ryu Min, right?" Hearing this, Ryu Min calmly asked how Julie could know his identity. Tears welled in Julie's eyes. She confessed how could she not know him? For he was her first love. No matter how he tried to hide it, she still recognized him. Ryu Min was surprised. He asked if she had known for a long time but pretended not to. Julie admitted that pretending had been truly difficult. Ryu Min supported Julie. He worriedly asked about the wound in her abdomen and pressed to know who had attacked her. He placed his hand on the wound and felt it was extremely serious. A greenish light began to emanate from his hand as he tried to heal her. Magical energy poured from Ryu Min's hand, enveloping Julie's wound. He said that if it had been a bit later, she might not have survived. Julie's wound gradually recovered thanks to Ryu Min's power. She looked up at him and murmured a word of thanks. After Julie had stabilized, Ryu Min gently stroked her hair, but his gaze turned icy. He pressed again. "Who stabbed you?" Julie answered fearfully that it was a man. His name was An Sanchial. Hearing this name, Ryu Min froze, his eyes flashing with astonishment. Ryu Min gritted his teeth. Fury flared within him. He growled, asking where that bastard was. From behind, a voice rang out, "Right here." An Sanchial and Corin stepped out of the forest. Recognizing the enemy, Ryu Min glared at him and spat curses. The knight An Sanchial merely curled his lip and mocked that a prophet like him could speak so rudely. Ryu Min was surprised that An Sanchial knew his prophet identity. An Sanchial casually admitted he had just learned it after torturing a woman. Hearing this, Julie painfully realized she had inadvertently revealed Ryu Min's secret. She apologized to him through tears. Ryu Min fell silent, clenching his fists, his eyes blazing with anger. An Sanchial warned him not to look at him that way. An Sanchial spoke up, saying she had been shocked to learn that someone who looked so frail was the Black Scythe. Ryu Min growled, demanding An Sanchial explain before he tore his mouth apart. Ryu Min stared into the enemy's eyes and repeated the question why he had attacked Julie. An Sanchial casually answered that because he saw Julie seemed close to Ryu Min, he ambushed her to extract information. He laughed triumphantly, boasting that the results were greater than expected, and his boss would surely be pleased to hear this important news. Ryu Min, his eyes blazing red and murderous intent surging, readied himself to attack. He challenged An Sanchial, wondering if he would live long enough to report back to his master. Seeing Ryu Min prepare to rush forward, An Sanchial hurriedly raised his hand to stop him, ordering him not to come closer. He knew he could not face the Black Scythe directly. An Sanchial played his trump card. He threatened to detonate the bomb hidden on Julie if Ryu Min took another step. Ryu Min froze, stunned by the cruel threat. Ryu Min could not believe his ears. He looked at Julie in shock, then turned to An Sanchial, who was grinning with satisfaction at his helplessness. At that moment, Hio Tisiak appeared beside An Sanchial. The knight pointed at the newcomer and said that he had lent a hand as well. Ryu Min recognized the traitor. He exclaimed his name in shock, Napinage. He couldn't believe that the teammate he once trusted had shown up here. Hyo Tseok, smiling with a fake apologetic expression, formally confirmed his betrayal of Black Scythe. Ryu Min's gaze became bewildered. He concluded that there was no way Hyo Tseok could have explained the bomb. It was a dark seed, a skill that a dark mage learns at level 40. When you plant a dark seed in the ground and activate it, it randomly summons one of the Demon King's minions at that location. A ferocious demon dragon would be summoned, illustrating the terrifying power of the dark seed skill. The explanation continued with a chilling question. If you take that skill and plant it inside a person's body before activating it, what do you think will happen? Ryu Min, horrified, realized the bomb inside Julie was exactly that. Ryu Min turned to ask Hyo Tseok how he could have reached level 40. Hyo Tseok replied that he had grinded very hard because he wanted to become as strong as Black Scythe. Ryu Min ordered Hyo Tseok to remove the dark seed immediately, but he flatly refused. Ryu Min angrily shouted, questioning the admiration he had once shown. Hyo Tseok admitted that to him, Black Scythe had once been a god. But he added that that admiration existed only if Ryu Min handled things perfectly. If he was no longer perfect, there was no reason for him to follow anymore. Ryu Min was dumbstruck, feeling as if a knife had been driven straight into his back. He pressed them what exactly they wanted. An Sangcheol sneered, remarking that the woman seemed quite important to Ryu Min. Backed into a corner, Ryu Min demanded he get to the point. Ryu Min pulled Julie behind him. He agreed to a compromise, demanding they swear they would not kill Julie if he gave them what they wanted. Hearing Ryu Min's proposal, An Sangcheol burst into a mad laugh, as if he had achieved his goal. Ryu Min reluctantly agreed and asked what he wanted, information about the next round or the location of a hidden item. But then An Sangcheol revealed his true intention. He didn't care about those things. What made him angry was that someone like Ryu Min had dared to deceive and manipulate Chairman Ma Jionrak. An Sangcheol bowed his head. A mysterious voice ordered him commit suicide. Julie panicked when she heard this demand. An Sangcheol issued a brutal condition. Ryu Min had to end his life right in front of them and they would spare her. Ryu Min slowly raised his scythe toward himself, seemingly accepting the demand. He only coldly said, "Keep your promise." Witnessing that scene, Julie screamed in despair through tears, calling Ryu Min's name, begging him not to do it. In the final moment of the illusion, Ryu Min's only thought was, "If I can save Julie, that's enough." He accepted sacrificing himself. Darkness enveloped the trio of villains, evil smiles appearing on their faces, marking their victory in this illusory world. But at that moment, a system notification suddenly appeared. A hidden side quest has appeared. This was the signal Ryu Min had been waiting for. The entire scene began to crack. The faces of the villains and Ryu Min's pain shattered into pieces. The illusion was broken. Another notice appeared declaring, "Player Black Scythe escaped the illusion." Ryu Min hovered in midair, freed from the grip of the artificial world. The system continued to announce he had completed the main quest, escaped the illusion within 2 hours, and the side quest, unhesitating suicide. Ryu Min slowly opened his eyes in a bright space. He breathed a relieved sigh, realizing it had all been an illusion. He had succeeded. He stood in the middle of a verdant meadow, calmly reflecting. The main objective of Round 7 was to escape this illusion. Ryu Min explained the mission's trap. If a player knew beforehand it was an illusion, they could not continue and would be erased. It was an extremely perverse challenge. And this was when he revealed his brilliant plan. As soon as Round 7 began, he used the skill domination on himself. He knew that once the time limit started, the system would generate illusions, and knowing of their existence in advance would trigger the erasure penalty. The command he assigned himself was, "Do not think this is an illusion until the side quest is complete." He erased his own memories. To complete the side quest, he even brainwashed himself before entering this world. He planted 2 core commands in his mind. Save Julie at all costs, even if it means sacrificing your life, and I love Julie. Ryu Min further explained that Round 7 was where the system creates illusions based on a player's deepest anxieties, and steers them into situations that force them to kill. In his case, those were the fear of his identity being exposed, and the worry of being betrayed by trusted teammates. The illusion recreated those fears exactly. Because the system registered the love he had implanted for Julie, it built the entire scenario around that, turning her into his greatest weakness. And the system exploited that affection to manipulate and force him to kill in order to escape. Fortunately, thanks to the self-brainwashing plan, everything went according to his design. Ryu Min smiled confidently. Suddenly, Seo Arin stepped out of the illusion. She had also escaped that artificial world. She approached and asked Black Scythe whether he had completed the Round 7 mission. Ryu Min confirmed, and she smiled, saying she had escaped the illusion as well. The two looked out and noticed that other players still seemed trapped in their own illusions. Unexpectedly, the girl turned to Ryu Min and bashfully confessed. "The truth is, I think I really like you." This was the system's final attempt to manipulate him. She said she was completely serious and felt if she didn't say it now, she'd never have the chance. Meanwhile, Ryu Min listened coolly, his hand already beginning to gather dark magic. The girl stammered, offering to stay by Black Scythe's side, hoping the sudden confession might move him. But Ryu Min, who had seen through everything, did not hesitate. He swung his scythe, a sharp and ruthless strike that cut through the girl's illusion. The girl's illusion collapsed to the ground and dissipated into the air, revealing its artificial nature. Ryu Min stood there coldly watching the illusion vanish. He said with contempt, "Stop using such cheap tricks." Immediately after, a final notification appeared confirming, "You have completed the main quest. Resist temptation within 2 hours." The woman's body collapsed and vanished in a shaft of golden light, confirming that she was only part of an illusion. Not just her, the other players around also vanished one after another. The entire grand scene before was part of a play created by the system. Suddenly, Priscilla appeared in midair, looking extremely surprised. Priscilla panicked when she realized a human awakened at this time, seemingly unable to believe someone escaped the illusion so early. Her gaze stopped at Ryu Min, and recognizing his weapon, she blurted out the name Black Scythe. Ryu Min appeared puzzled by the angel's appearance, not understanding what was happening, while the angel giggled mysteriously. The angel covered her mouth and spoke to congratulate Black Scythe. "You are the first to escape the tempting illusion. Congratulations." Ryu Min mumbled illusion. As a column of golden light enveloped him, a system window appeared announcing that rewards would be granted after the time ended, with over 1 hour 30 minutes remaining. The angel delightedly flew around while Ryu Min could only stand and wait. He chuckled with satisfaction, fully in control. He calmly thought, as expected, the main task was still escape the temptation. Experience from previous regressions had taught him the game's rules. Like the first illusion, this main task lured players based on their personal data, for example, the temptation of material things. Or it could be the temptation to be freed from pain. Or even the temptation of resin. The rules were simple. If you did not escape the temptation in time or were eliminated before facing it, the player would be disqualified. Otherwise, rankings would be determined by completion time. Ryu Min confidently sat down in the protective column of light, calculating that he had escaped in about 1 second, just like before. At the same time, another player awoke from the illusion, his mouth agape, face full of shock and confusion. Other players gradually regained consciousness, still bewildered and not understanding what had happened. One even mumbled about his girlfriend, showing the illusion had deeply affected their minds. The angel applauded, feathers fluttering around. She drew attention and demanded everyone focus. A new system window appeared announcing Round 7. The main task remained unchanged, but now an awful side task was added: commit suicide without hesitation. The angel's smile turned sinister when the side task was announced. The other players cried out in shock. "What? Suicide is a side task? What kind of insane task is this?" Before they could recover, the Round 7 results board appeared. The name Black Scythe proudly occupied first place on both the regional and global rankings with an unbelievable time. 1 second, the other players were stunned, unable to believe their eyes to see this familiar name atop once again. The other players could not believe it. Such a difficult task, how could someone finish first? It made no sense. A series of reward notifications popped up for Ryu Min. He not only ranked first in the region but first across all regions. The rewards were a random choice ticket and a special reward box. Other angels appeared and discussed Ryu Min, acknowledging his mental strength as perfect. One of them blurted out, "Then finally Priscilla will become queen." Priscilla returned with a malicious smile. She announced the fate of those who failed to complete the task within the time limit. With a farewell to you all, the failing players were engulfed in golden light and vanished amid screams of agony. The system had ruthlessly purged them. More system notifications were sent to Ryu Min. He had become the new regional representative. His temporary skill authority/dominion had been modified, allowing him to use it once in the real world. Ryu Min clenched the new power in his hand, his gaze decisive and dangerous. Finally, I have a way to fight Yamddi, he thought. Now I can control player place anytime. The scene shifted to a luxurious bedroom. Ma Jionrok woke on the bed looking tired and miserable. He sat up, forcing a smile as he wondered, have I really returned to reality? Or was what I saw just an illusion? That illusion showed his brothers trying to take his life. Ma Jionrok shuddered and wondered, what if it's not an illusion but a glimpse of the future? Haunted by that prospect, he resolved, I need to grow the company fast and earn my father's recognition. Ma Jionrok stood looking out the window and thought about the rankings. He didn't see any nickname like the Prophet and wondered what was going on. He continued analyzing, realizing this wasn't a combat task, yet the Prophet completed it but didn't appear on the leaderboard. Did he deliberately delay completing it? Ma Jionrok wondered. What is that Prophet planning? Scene change. Ryu Min was enjoying his meal at a restaurant, looking completely relaxed. Sitting across from him was Julie. She looked unwell, her eyes vacant and body exhausted after the last round. She told herself, maybe it was a mistake to agree to meet so soon. I'm not mentally stable yet. Ryu Min noticed Julie's oddness and asked, Julie, what's wrong? Not hungry? Julie awkwardly said the food was good but hesitated. Ryu Min cut to the point. What happened in round 7? Julie's face flushed. She stammered, I don't know. Ryu Min saw her reaction and seemed to realize something. He thought to himself, I've already seen it. Ryu Min comforted Julie, saying that whatever that illusion was, round 7 was over, so forget it. Julie, still blushing, agreed they should. Julie tried to hide her confusion, saying it was nothing, just tired from rushing to get ready. However, Ryu Min knew she was lying. Outside, Jeffrey quietly watched their every move. Ryu Min decided to reveal the main reason for the lunch. Actually, the reason I invited you to lunch is because I want to tell you about round 8 as soon as possible. Ryu Min's eyes grew sharp and serious. He glanced toward Jeffrey thinking, from this moment memorize every detail I'm about to say. He explained round 8 in detail to Julie while privately calculating. To gain Christine's trust, this information must be passed through Jeffrey. A system screen appeared showing 2 players named Yamddi and Lostyk had joined. These were the targets Ryu Min was aiming for. Meanwhile, in another office, the chairman was tearing at his hair, looking extremely tense and angry as he repeatedly checked the news on his phone. Close-up on the man's glasses reflected a stream of news lighting up his phone screen, revealing the cause of his irritation. The businessman was watching news on his phone. A series of GBS news articles appeared. Interviews with survivors of Round 7, the success of the player marketplace app PlayerPlace, and the success of the player-only exchange PLPL. He sighed, annoyed that new player-related articles kept appearing non-stop within minutes. In his mind, his father's scolding echoed. The youngest son of the Oseong conglomerate succeeded with a player-targeted item. Didn't he? He's 3 years younger than you and already business-minded, while you haven't even become a player and don't have a single article about you. Back in reality, he gritted his teeth, seething. I never thought PlayerPlace would belong to that bastard. He blamed his failure on one man. It's all that bastard Ma Jiongrok's fault. If only I had become a player too, I could have competed with him fairly. He scrolled his phone and saw news about politicians passing anti-player bills, allowing the formation of anti-player police forces and arrests without warrants. A dark idea formed in his mind, to expand influence and prove myself to my father. His gaze grew cold and determined. I need to carry out the plan immediately. A video call began on his computer screen, connecting him with 3 others. Those on the call greeted him, "You're here, Chairman." Their faces appeared, including Yamddi, one of Ryu Min's targets. The chairman asked Yamddi about recent CEO interviews, confirming, "You said 3 people passed the killing test, right?" Yamddi calmly replied, "Yes." The chairman smiled menacingly and declared, "We will execute the plan tomorrow." The scene shifted to a large modern church, Christine's father speaking to her. "Christine, it seems best to keep close ties with that prophet." Christine appeared surprised and skeptical at her father's advice. She replied, "Do you seriously trust him just because he guessed one thing right? Couldn't it be a coincidence?" Her father explained, "I had Jeffrey investigate him, and he doesn't seem particularly dangerous. I heard he's just a young man who goes to work and comes home." He added, "Your fiancé also trusts him, doesn't he? They're even business partners." But Christine remained unconvinced. Suddenly a voice rang out, making both turn toward it. So how about this, Christine? Jeffrey entered and announced, I just received information about round 8 from that man. Christine's father asked in surprise, round 8. You've heard the prophet then, Jeffrey nodded in confirmation. Yes, this time he explained in quite some detail. Jeffrey turned to Christine and said, if you truly can't trust him, you can decide after experiencing round 8. Christine folded her arms, looking thoughtful. Seeing Christine relent, Jeffrey smiled and said, listen. The scene returned to Ryu Min's conversation with Julie. This was the information Jeffrey was relaying. The difficulty of round 8 changes depending on your choices, and the experience you can gain also changes accordingly. Back with Christine's group, Jeffrey said and added, and there's more. Jeffrey continued to reveal important information from the prophet. He said a new factor will appear in round 8, and that is, Christine curiously asked, a new factor. Jeffrey solemnly declared the new factor was NPC, a feature promised to completely change the landscape of the next round. The prophecy about round 8 continued to be revealed, set against the backdrop of a magnificent mansion, signaling a completely new challenge. And that new factor was the appearance of NPCs. A beautiful female NPC like a spirit with green hair and pointed ears appeared, promising to play an important role in the next round. The underground parking lot was silent, only the pale fluorescent lights glinting off the expensive cars. Inside one car, someone waited patiently, eyes glued to the control screen. On the TV, Senator Lee Seong-hyun was boldly declaring players to be the seeds of society's crime. Watching the news, Yamti curled her lips in a knowing smile. It seemed her target had been revealed. The senator continued his prejudiced speech, beside him a framed photo of the once happy family. A rough hand reached out and slammed the TV's power button, cutting the blaring screen. The room fell into silence after the sharp click. Lee Seong-hyun sat there, his face etched with hatred and exhaustion after hours of political struggle. He looked at the photo of his wife and child. The pain of loss was the driving force behind his desire to wipe out the players. Shaking off the thought, he rose and stepped out of his luxurious apartment. In the lobby, the guards bowed respectfully as the powerful senator passed. Entering the elevator, Lee Seong-hyun adjusted his tie, his mind still brooding over plans to pass the new bill. The luxury car was waiting in the garage. The driver promptly opened the door for his boss. He casually took the rear seat and gave his usual morning greeting. But immediately his expression changed, his eyes widening in terror. Yamti had somehow already been sitting in the driver's seat. She turned and waved with an eerie smile. Just as he steadied himself to shout and demand the stranger's identity. A crushing blow to the back of his neck from behind sent him blacking out. Lee Seong-hyun slumped unconscious onto the leather seat. A guard reported that everything was ready. Yamti coldly ordered the car doors closed. The car door slammed shut, extinguishing the senator's last hope of calling for help. The car quickly pulled away, gliding past the rows of pillars in the quiet garage. Yamti hummed a triumphant tune as she drove, utterly unconcerned. Glancing at her prey in the rearview mirror, she trusted completely in her absolute charm skill. It was the enchanting collar, a skill that allowed her to manipulate someone's mind through contact. With it, she had turned formidable warriors into pawns, ready to hand over spoils to her. However, the skill had a weakness. It could not be reapplied to someone who had been freed. A list of those she was controlling appeared, including some prominent names. Yamti activated the release command for several cards that had lost their usefulness. Seeing the bewildered players on the screen, she smiled with satisfaction. The next move was ready. Only Song Yi-jeom was kept, because she needed him to control the PCW community. Recalling the beginning, it was Yamti who used her beauty to trap Song Yi-jeom at a cafe. She had been surprised to learn that the founder of the largest players' forum was just an ordinary civilian. She ordered Song Yi-jeom to behave normally in front of others, rather than calling her master. Back in the present, Yamti focused on executing the next phase of the kidnapping plan. This plan had been thoroughly discussed between her and Song Yi-jeom beforehand. Song Yi-jeom arranged to make the senator's kidnapping look like the work of ordinary civilians with criminal records. They planned to appear as saviors, but in reality they intended for Lee Seong-hyun to die before any rescue could arrive. That way, PCW would be seen as heroes by the public, and the anti-player bill would be repealed. Although she found the plan entertaining, Yamti told herself to warn Song Yi-jeom not to act on his own next time. The car sped along the empty road, leading deep into the remote mountain forests. Yamti slung Lee Seong-hyun over her shoulder and casually walked to the wooden cabin, the stage for his final act. The cabin's rough wooden room appeared, stacked with old books and dim yellow light. Senator Lee Seong-hyun awoke with a gasp, realizing he was tightly bound to a chair. "Oh, you're awake," Yamti smiled in greeting. Behind her the henchmen stood guard. Panicked, Lee Seong-hyun shouted for the identities of these people, while Yamti calmly prepared more rope. The senator roared, brandishing his powerful title to threaten the kidnappers he considered scum. Yamti's men didn't flinch at those meaningless threats. She sneered, declaring she would kill him and stage it so her faction would be hailed as heroes. Lee Seong-hyun ground his teeth in fury, unable to believe what he had just heard. Yamti coldly reminded her subordinates not to reveal the plan too early in front of the captive. She twisted the rope in her hands and ordered him to sit still and cooperate. Lee Seong-hyun kept struggling, testing Yamti's patience with his stubbornness. "Aha, eager to see your son so soon, are you?" she taunted maliciously. Seeing his terrified face, Yamti promised to send him to reunite with his son as soon as the criminals were in place. Unable to control his rage when his pain was touched, Lee Seong-hyun lunged straight at her. But Yamti was quicker. She casually dodged and prepared a counterattack. A powerful kick sent the senator flying backward at terrifying speed. Lee Seong-hyun crashed to the floor, coughing and racked with agonizing pain. Yamti stood above him, mocking that he had underestimated her simply because she was a woman. She roughly grabbed his collar, forcing him to face her. Lifting the senator with one hand, Yamti began to unleash her manipulative power. Her eyes flashed a hypnotic pink as she whispered temptations of reuniting with his deceased son. The system announced that Lee Seong-hyun had been successfully enchanted. His gaze went blank and he obeyed. She tossed him back into the chair, clicking her tongue at having to waste another slot of enchantment on this target. "All right, prepare the scene quickly so we can finish early," Yamti ordered her subordinates. Lee Seong-hyun was hooded and tightly bound in front of the preset camera. A subordinate reported that everything was ready. They only waited for the master to appear to begin the play. At that moment, the cabin door flew open, making Yamti start and turn around. She froze when a figure not in the plan stepped inside. "Why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be standing guard outside?" Yamti demanded irritably. Ryu Min in Lost Yark's body strolled in casually, claiming he was bored and wanted to see how things were going. Yamti stepped closer, called him Lost Yark, and reminded him of the importance of today's mission. She snapped, worried the plan would be ruined if the police showed up before it was finished. Ryu Min remained oddly calm, leisurely asking whether the staged criminals had already arrived. He gave a meaningful smile, making the room's atmosphere suddenly feel oppressive. Irritated by the mocking attitude of the man she considered a subordinate, Yamti invoked her seniority to intimidate him. She pulled out her phone to check it, her face full of worry and impatience. Yamti wondered why Song Yijum wasn't answering, something that had never happened before. "You're really stupid, haven't you realized by now?" Ryu Min suddenly sneered. Yamti was stunned by the blunt insult from someone she had always treated as a pawn. Anger flared, she barked, demanding Yijum's whereabouts with a glare like a bullet. "You traitor, look me in the eye," Yamti roared, intending to use her enchantment to punish him. But she was mistaken. Ryu Min's eyes blazed an overpowering purple, and he decisively flipped the manipulation back around. Yami, annoyed and blaming herself for not dealing with him sooner, coldly asked, "Where is the leader?" Ryu Min haughtily retorted, "Must I necessarily answer?" She froze, unable to believe he dared speak to her in that tone. Ryu Min asked again in a mocking tone, even asking if she was deaf. Yami began to panic. She had clearly used the charm technique, yet he showed no reaction. Not believing it, she decided to channel her power and try again. But Ryu Min remained unfazed, continuing to demand she answer the question. The spell utterly failed. Yami panicked, not understanding what was happening to her trump card. At that moment, a system notification appeared right in front of her. The system announced that Ryu Min possessed an extremely strong spiritual barrier, and that he was the notorious Black Scythe. Yami went pale, realizing she had just provoked a real Reaper. Ryu Min sneered, guessing she had seen his username, praising how convenient this name-revealing skill was. Yami trembled and asked how he knew about her skill, but he coldly answered with a counter question. I have said it time and again, must I necessarily answer your questions? The atmosphere turned heavy. Yami knew she was in an extremely perilous situation. She told herself she couldn't win with fists and feet. She had to negotiate with words to escape. Yami began to back down, promising to comply with any demand if he revealed his purpose. Just then, her henchmen approached to check the situation. They surrounded Ryu Min, and the leader arrogantly asked if there was any trouble that needed handling. Ryu Min slightly curled his lip. His smile sent chills down anyone's spine. Yami stood beside him sweating profusely, sensing doom. The thug kept insisting on stepping in, but Yami snapped at them to be quiet, saying they'd only get in the way. Ryu Min added a cutting remark, saying these lackeys at least knew how to read the situation better than she did. He began to act. A blaze of red energy enveloped his legs. With a single swing, an energy scythe swept the henchmen away, blood and heads falling in an instant. Yami froze in place, horrified as the bodies collapsed around her. Ryu Min stood amid the pool of blood, the blackened scythe exuding power. His speed was so fast that Yami's reflexes couldn't even register the movement. She completely collapsed, realizing all her tricks were meaningless before this reaper. Ryu Min pointed the weapon at her and ordered that the charm on Assemblyman Lee Seonghyun be dispelled immediately. Yami hesitated, unwilling to lose her most important political pawn. Without waiting long, Ryu Min swung and created an incredibly sharp slash of energy. She screamed pitifully as her hand was pierced through the floor. Ryu Min's cold gaze made it clear he hadn't come to hear any refusals. He stamped hard on her bleeding hand to crush any thought of resistance. Yami cried in pain, tears streaming down, her earlier arrogance completely gone. Suddenly, he used an ancient rune that emitted blue light to heal her hand. She was stunned to see her hand could move again as if nothing had happened. Ryu Min repeated the order one last time in a threatening tone. Terrified, Yami hurriedly dispelled the charm as requested, and the system immediately confirmed success. After confirming she wasn't lying, Ryu Min finally withdrew his murderous intent. In the distance, Assemblyman Lee Seonghyun began to regain consciousness, his head still spinning from the side effects. He was still covered with a sack, so all he could do was shout threats at his captors. When the sack was removed, the Assemblyman was dripping with sweat, his face showing sheer terror at the blood-soaked scene. Ryu Min told him to sit tight for a moment. He still had to deal with that issue with the woman. The Assemblyman stared bewildered at the pile of corpses on the floor while Yami knelt nearby. He nonchalantly turned his back and walked away, leaving Lee Seonghyun still in shock. Ryu Min stood before Yami and asked about her life. Could she live the rest of her life without using that skill? Yami clasped her hands and swore in every way, promising on her honor never to repeat it. Very well, I'll spare you this once, Ryu Min said with a smile that she couldn't believe. He told her she could go, and Yami rejoiced, thanking him profusely as if she'd struck gold. Without a second thought, she immediately ran off at full speed. Yami sprinted into the deep forest, panting, afraid the Reaper might change his mind. After running some distance, she stopped to catch her breath, coughing and gasping from exhaustion. Looking back and seeing no one pursuing her, Yami began to feel it was odd. She wondered if that man really intended to let her live. A sinister smile began to appear on her lips. Yami burst into a mad laugh, feeling as if she'd just toyed with death itself. She mocked Ryu Min's stupidity, claiming he had been enchanted by her looks. Holding her phone, she sneered, "Only a fool would keep a promise to someone like you." But her delight was short-lived. Yami suddenly felt a murderous aura right beside her. Ryu Min had been standing there all along, coldly saying, "I knew you were untrustworthy." Yami went pale and tried to cover it up, insisting it was just a misunderstanding. Ryu Min gave a bitter chuckle, saying her earlier smile sounded very angelic, especially the part where she called him an idiot. Seeing the show had ended, Yami reverted to her old act, begging him to spare her because she still had value. "Why should I trust you when you just made a meaningless promise?" Ryu Min's eyes showed contempt. Yami was tongue-tied, unable to utter a word, while Ryu Min asserted he had never said he would kill her. He stepped close to her face and admitted that destroying such an overpowered skill would be a waste. She stared in confusion, not understanding what he planned to do next. Immediately, Ryu Min activated the skill position of the ruler, ordering Yami to become his slave. Yami's eyes began to turn purple, marking the change in her mind. She collapsed to her knees and respectfully addressed him as master under complete control. Yami knelt low at Ryu Min's feet, her eyes vacant, completely subdued. She swore she would do anything he asked. Ryu Min looked down, smiling with satisfaction. Finally, the enchantment rune was firmly in his hand. To achieve this, Ryu Min had planned carefully in advance. His target was to get close to Song Yijeom, the owner of the PCW organization. He had secretly tailed Yijeom to this warehouse as soon as he discovered the plot to kidnap Assemblyman Lee Seonghyun. Just as the criminals hired by Yijeom were about to move, Ryu Min silently appeared from behind, letting no one know. Inside the warehouse, the henchmen bickered, demanding Yijeom triple payment after the job was done before they'd agree to go through with it. Yijeom, masked, held his phone and barked orders in a threatening tone. He was ready to take back the huge deposit if they failed. The thugs laughed loudly, contemptuous of life, thinking killing someone nowadays was as easy as flipping a hand. Ryu Min stood in the dark watching it all. He thought to himself that the world, players and normals alike, was full of scum. Yijeom continued to avidly direct his men, completely unaware that death stood right behind him. He dialed Yami, ordering her to be ready to carry out the next step of the plan. Once finished, Yijeom urged his men to get in the cars quickly to go to where the assemblyman was being held. But before they could move, a guard was struck down by Ryu Min in an instant with a devastating blow. The next man also took a brutal hit to the face, with no chance to fight back. Seeing his men fall, Yijeom froze and stared at Ryu Min. He uttered the name Lostyark with utter astonishment. Ryu Min stepped forward with cold, murderous intent. He declared that now it was Yijeom's turn to go to sleep. A thunderous slap sent Yijeom flying meters away, his glasses knocked off in the impact. Witnessing Lostyark's overwhelming power, the remaining henchmen began to tremble like leaves. Ryu Min summoned a blazing red scythe, looked at them with killing intent and asked tersely, "What now?" They realized they were facing a professional player, saw they had no chance to win and stood frozen in fear. Ryu Min had no intention of showing mercy to those willing to kill for money like them. He swung the scythe to finish off the criminals with decisive cuts, staining the warehouse red. When it was over, Ryu Min calmly stood among the corpses, his expression unmoved. He used a special skill to erase every trace of the massacre from the scene. Ryu Min decided to leave Yijeom there. Either way, when he woke up, all the trouble would have been neatly resolved. After dealing with the henchmen, Ryu Min sped off in a car, heading straight to where Lee Seonghyun was being held. Upon arrival, he saw Yami appear in the distance. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had staged. Ryu Min manifested before Yami, feigning mercy and offering her a chance to keep her life. Believing him, Yami knelt and thanked him profusely, unaware she was about to fall into an even more terrifying chain. In reality, Ryu Min did this because he didn't want Seonghyun to see him use his power to take the enchantment rune. This enchantment rune is extremely powerful. It can control anyone without being limited by level or identity. But thanks to the spiritual barrier rune he obtained from the previous round, Ryu Min was completely immune to its effects. Taking advantage of Yami's momentary lapse in vigilance, he ordered her to become his slave forever. Yami's eyes went dim. She was utterly subdued and ready to obey every command of her master. Ryu Min instructed her strictly that when others were present, she must never call him master or act like a slave. He told Yami to run and report to Yijeom that Lostyark was the traitor who ruined the operation. Ryu Min also forbade her from mentioning the identity Black Scythe to anyone from now on. Yami awkwardly asked what she should call him if she wasn't allowed to use that name. "Just use my real name, Ryu Min," he replied with a smile full of implication. Meanwhile, in another scene, Assemblyman Lee Seonghyun sat tied to a chair, his mouth gagged, alone in a quiet room. He was still stunned, unable to believe he had been brazenly kidnapped simply because of the bills he was pushing. Seonghyun was convinced that only players could be behind this, since only they had the capability to threaten him now. Ryu Min entered the room where Lee Seonghyun was tied up. Seeing him, the assemblyman felt a surge of hope, believing this was his rescuer. Recalling the scene, Ryu Min smiled reassuringly and told him to wait a moment. He needed to step out to settle things with that woman first. Lee Seonghyun watched him with puzzlement, wondering what the relationship between this young man and Yami was. They did not look like allies. But he remained cautious. In these chaotic times, the fact they weren't accomplices didn't guarantee Ryu Min was on his side. Ryu Min began to bend down and untie Seonghyun. He apologized for arriving late, explaining he'd been busy handling some matters outside. When asked about Yami, he casually confirmed that she was behind the kidnapping, but that he had already taken care of everything. Ryu Min smiled faintly and promised he would explain everything to the assemblyman once he had fully freed him. Suddenly, he made a sweeping motion and used a skill. Blue streams of energy appeared, causing the criminal's body to dissolve before Seonghyun's horrified eyes. Seeing that, Seonghyun immediately recognized the young man as a player. He trembled and asked why he had risked himself to save him. Ryu Min explained sternly that many players hated him because of the bills he was pushing, and the kidnapping was part of that. He revealed he had been invited to join the plan, but felt the world truly needed fair laws like Seonghyun's. That's why he decided to betray them. Seonghyun anxiously watched the dissolving bodies, feeling deeply indebted for his rescue. Ryu Min pointed at the bodies, asserting they had been sent to kill him, and said he could provide their identities if needed. Still shaken, Seonghyun asked Ryu Min directly what he wanted in return for this act of mercy. But Ryu Min's answer surprised him. He only wanted the assemblyman to stay true to his chosen path and push the bill through to the end. Seonghyun was stunned by the young man's selflessness. He bowed his head in thanks, yet felt he owed an unrepayable debt. Hearing sirens outside, Ryu Min knew the police had arrived, so he decided to leave immediately to avoid trouble. Seeing his benefactor about to leave, Seonghyun hurriedly called out. He didn't want his rescuer to go without knowing a name. As Ryu Min climbed out the window, the assemblyman shouted at the top of his lungs, asking what his name really was. Ryu Min paused for a beat, glanced back with a proud smile and left behind a shocking name. I am Black Scythe. Soon after, news of the kidnapping and the appearance of Black Scythe flooded the online headlines with thousands of excited comments. At Yami's house, she eagerly showed Ryu Min comments on her phone praising him as a public hero. Ryu Min nonchalantly scrolled through them. The public reaction was fairly positive, but he knew he couldn't become famous overnight off this one incident. He returned the phone to Yami, thinking to himself that he needed time to build his image gradually. There was no need to rush. Ryu Min began assigning tasks. He instructed her to change PCW's recruitment approach, prioritizing character over killing skills. He also told her to use Song Yejeom's authority to check applicants' criminal records, making sure no criminals slipped through. When he was told about roughly 4,000 remaining players, Ryu Min asked whether all of them had passed the so-called killing test. Receiving Yami's nod, he sighed in dismay. That meant the entire remaining player pool were hands stained with crime. Ryu Min fell silent for a moment as a new plan to deal with this trash formed in his mind. He smiled coldly, thinking it best to let the cleanup crew handle people like that. Exactly at midnight on the first day of the 8th month, time passed and everyone was transported to a strange, blinding white space. The crowd whispered anxiously, unsettled because this wasn't the planes they had expected. Amid that chaotic mire, Ryu Min stood with his arms crossed, calm. From afar, Minjuri recognized him and waved, loudly calling out the name Black Scythe. Ryu Min was slightly surprised that she found him so quickly. Minjuri beamed, claiming that thanks to the tracking skill she had just learned, it was as easy as eating candy. Seeing Ryu Min's face look displeased, she clasped her hands apologetically, sweat pouring down because she knew she had gone against Big Brother's wishes. Ryu Min coldly reminded her that tracking wasn't on the list of skills he told her to learn. Minjuri could only give an embarrassed smile and let it slide. At that moment, Hyo Tseok in a black cloak also stepped forward to greet them. Ryu Min glanced over, wondering whether the guy had wasted money on that useless skill. Although he returned the greeting, Ryu Min sighed inwardly. He realized both of them were throwing money out the window on trivial things instead of focusing on strengthening themselves as he had advised. Hyo Tseok excitedly recounted seeing Ryu Min rescue a doctor on the real-world news. Minjuri joined in, saying she'd been leaving supportive comments for him everywhere. Ryu Min skimmed the flattering comments that raised him to the heavens, saint, sexy idol, and only uttered a nonchalant ah. Hyo Tseok looked at him with glittering admiration, lavish with praise. Ryu Min could only break into a cold sweat at the excessive enthusiasm. Suddenly a pair of brilliant golden wings unfurled across the sky, drawing every eye. A powerful presence was about to appear. It was the angel Ariel, the new administrator of this area. She descended in splendid attire with an arrogant smile, telling everyone there was no need to applaud. But the truth was there wasn't a single clap. The crowd stood silently, staring at Ariel hovering above. Ariel's face darkened, she muttered in annoyance, thinking at least one person should have clapped. What an irritating lot. Sensing the atmosphere freezing over, Ryu Min and those around him began to clap half-heartedly out of courtesy. He thought to himself that the situation was truly awkward. Ariel immediately brightened, thanking everyone for their feigned enthusiasm. She snapped her fingers and announced it was time to check the mission for round 8. A notice board appeared. The main task was to escort a caravan to its destination. The side task was to eliminate the traitors for a mysterious reward. The number of participants reached into the millions. Players began to panic. Some wondered where the merchants were, others fretted whether this was a roleplay scenario. Some even feared they'd have to act as the merchant for others to protect. Ariel laughed scornfully at their naivety. She mocked that while she expected humans to be petty, she didn't think they'd be foolish enough to assume the system would force them into acting. She explained that the caravan was from another world. Players would be assigned to escort one of 3 types: humans, elves, or dwarves, with difficulties of high, medium, and low, respectively. Identical choices would automatically be grouped on the same team. The condition for success was to deliver the caravan safely to its destination within 5 hours, fighting off the ferocious monsters along the way. But the most interesting part was that there would be traitors embedded within. Whoever made the greatest contribution to finding and eliminating them would receive a generous bonus reward. Ariel declared the game would start in 10 minutes. She hovered and sent out a wish for good luck, accompanied by a knowing laugh. Players began to deliberate. Some wanted to choose the easiest path for safety, others picked the human caravan because the other races looked too scary. Most sought the most comfortable route. Ryu Min observed and predicted that people would flock to the human side first, then the elves, and finally the dwarves. For him, if he had to choose, the dwarves made the most sense. He analyzed carefully. The dwarf route was the easiest but offered the least experience. Elves are medium difficulty, while humans are the hardest with their horned monsters. Anyone who wants an easy round should pick the dwarves. But escorting is only a necessary condition. Rankings will be based on contribution points. The weaker the monsters, the easier it is to earn points to climb the ranks, but in return the experience gained will be extremely meager. Conversely, higher-tier routes are tougher but yield enormous experience. It's a trade-off between safety and power. Minjuri stepped closer and asked which route Ryu Min planned to take. He answered vaguely that he wasn't sure, then asked her what she intended to do. She propped her chin, looking troubled, and said she was still thinking. It seemed she was facing a difficult choice. Inside, Minjuri was in turmoil. She feared that choosing too easy a route would stunt her level growth and widen the gap with Black Scythe. Then he might no longer need her help. Ryu Min realized she was worrying about nothing. He thought to himself that if he'd known this, he would have made her pick the dwarves from the start. He looked straight at Minjuri and said sternly she must remember one thing: greed leads to ruin. The top priority is to survive as long as possible. Ryu Min affirmed that it was the best path for her, for him, and for everyone. Minjuri was stunned, unable to speak at the weight of his advice. She wondered if Ryu Min could read minds, since he had hit exactly on her fears. Ryu Min quietly hoped his words would make her choose the safe route. The system began activating the caravan selection process. 3 doors, human, elf, and dwarf, appeared, requiring players to touch them to confirm. People around began choosing on impulse. Some picked randomly, others were curious to see what the elves looked like. The selection panels glowed brightly at their feet. Minjuri decided to join the dwarves and invited Ryu Min to come along. But he flatly refused, telling her to go ahead without him. Though a bit disappointed, she nodded in agreement. Before leaving, she carefully buffed a green aura onto Ryu Min. He smiled faintly, finding her thoughtful. Minjuri waved goodbye as her body began to dissolve into the light of her choice. She shouted her determination before stepping into the mission. After Minjuri, Hyo Tseok said his goodbyes to go on the mission. Ryu Min casually told him to go ahead and not worry about him. Around them, players began disappearing into the brilliant teleportation light. In the gradually emptying white space, Ryu Min stood motionless like a statue. Seeing most people had left, Ryu Min still made no move to choose a side. The system kept announcing there was 1 final minute left and warned of severe penalties for the tardy. The countdown ticked tensely by the second. 10, 8, then the final 5 seconds passed. Ryu Min remained calm, ignoring the system's flashing, urging notices. He smiled subtly as time returned to 0. His choice was to select no caravan at all. Immediately, the system flagged an error for missing the selection window. A brief system message appeared. Player Black Scythe was assigned to the traitor group. His Round 8 mission was completely changed to preventing the caravan from reaching its destination. The reward was unclear, but failure would reduce his stats by 20% and he would have only up to 3 retries. Other players pushed into the same group began to panic, not understanding what was happening when they were suddenly labeled with the notorious traitor tag. The angel Ariel hovered above, laughing scornfully at the indecisive lot thrown into this corner. She ordered everyone to gather to hear the rules. Ryu Min strolled among the fellow sufferers. People immediately recognized him and were astonished to see the top expert appear on the traitor side. Whispers buzzed endlessly behind him. They wondered how someone like Black Scythe could miss the selection window or whether this was actually some other scheme. Ariel coldly explained the rules. As members of the traitor group, their task was to sabotage the caravan's journey at all costs. She chuckled with pleasure, adding that this faction would have no team formation or experience sharing, because the nature of traitors is that they must never be allowed to trust one another. One player worried about having to hunt alone, while another lamented losing the chance to join Black Scythe's team to share in his strength. Ariel posed the hypothetical of someone betraying their own teammates for gain. A burly man immediately declared he would kill that person on the spot to silence them. Ariel looked pleased, saying that was exactly why they weren't allowed to form teams, to allow freedom to attack one another when necessary. She announced that everyone's nicknames would be hidden to protect identities. A player asked skeptically what good hiding names would do when their faces were already visible to all. Ariel argued that remembering faces is much harder than remembering names, and no one could memorize more than 20 faces in an instant. Ryu Min merely smirked inwardly, for he had already memorized each person. She urged them to start the game and warned that failure would mean retrying at a higher difficulty with a weakened body. One player remained stunned at the prospect of facing a different caravan if they lost. Ariel explained the retry sequence would begin with the dwarves, then the elves, and finally the humans. The crowd buzzed in fear as they realized the grim outcome if they couldn't win from the outset. She laughed cruelly, confirming that if they lost on the dwarf round they would face the elves with all stats reduced by 20%. It was nothing short of a slow death sentence. The other traitors began to sweat nervously, vowing to give everything to succeed on the dwarf side at all costs. They believed this was their only chance to survive. Contrary to their panic, Ryu Min coldly looked away. He had no intention of ending the mission so quickly. Ryu Min had seen through a loophole in the game. The traitor faction could experience all the caravans if they accidentally failed. This was a golden opportunity for him to clear monsters on all 3 routes and reap massive experience. Not only experience, each route hid unique items and runes. Ryu Min wanted to monopolize all those resources. He glanced at the others, inwardly pitying them for about to become tools in his leveling plan. Ariel waved to order the start. Not forgetting a sarcastic remark hopping they'd deliver a spectacular show for the higher-ups watching from afar. A teleportation light enveloped the group, sending those labeled as traitors straight to the first mission location. The scene revealed a rugged mountain range, thick fog shrouding the sheer cliffs. A notice appeared, escort the dwarf caravan. An uneven battle was about to begin as 230 guards would face only 29 traitors.
The surrounding scenery shifted to a location filled with treacherous, craggy mountains. The players started whispering among themselves. Is this really another world? It's unbelievably magical. Haven't we been living in an otherworldly realm this whole time? Is something wrong with your head? Wait, why can't I see anyone else's nickname? Black Leem appeared among the crowd as well. A system window popped up before his eyes. Mission: escort the dwarf merchant caravan. Number of participants: 230 traitors, 29. Protect the dwarf merchant caravan and reach the designated destination safely. If the escort mission is successful, all members will receive experience rewards. The individual who contributes the most to eliminating the traitors will receive an additional side quest reward. In the case that all traitors are wiped out without a single one remaining, bonus rewards will be granted to everyone. What is going on? Even the number of traitors is clearly displayed. Our side has a whopping 29 traitors. That means there's a backstabber for every 8 people or so. Are they currently hiding right here in this crowd? Black Leem looked around and thought to himself. The atmosphere was starting to get suffocating and tense. This was inevitable since no one knew who the traitors were. He turned his face to look at a guy who had appeared earlier. That guy, was he trying to expose his own identity as one of the traitors? They needed to be dealt with before Black Leem exposed the entire treacherous plot. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out, "Oh, is that you, Black Leem? Wow, I never expected to run into you in a place like this." Reuman approached him happily and spoke up. "Did you also choose to follow the dwarf merchant caravan? Could it be that you're following me?" Black Leem replied calmly, "Your support skills generally have some use after all." "Oh, I see. Although the number of players gathered at this dwarf caravan is fewer than I imagined. That is true." At the same time, another acquaintance stepped forward. "You're the famous character Black Leem, aren't you? I'm truly surprised to meet you again in a place like this." Priscilla smiled eagerly. "It's a pleasure to see you." But then everything went silent. "Oh, so Min Jury is here too, and Priscilla the actress." "Hello, nice to meet you. It's an honor to meet you in real life." "Oh, hi." Priscilla's face bowed slightly. It was strange. She felt a weird, uncomfortable itch. She whispered to herself, jealousy rising in her heart. Reuman looked around and asked, "What about the person who usually accompanies you? Where is he?" "The bodyguard guy." "No," and Sanchel decided to join the human merchant caravan. The human caravan. I don't know why, but he insisted on going there no matter what. "I see." Even knowing that place has the highest difficulty, he still chose the human caravan. That's truly a surprising decision. Then someone's scream drew the attention of all three. "Oh, look over there, everyone. It looks like there are about 10 carriages approaching." The dwarf merchant caravan had appeared. The caravan leader jumped off his mount and said, "Have you all gathered here, O brave warriors from the other world?" Activating the secondary interpreter feature, you can now communicate with the races of this other world. He continued to explain, "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am H, a blacksmith from the dwarf merchant caravan. It seems you are the warriors from another world who have come to accept the escort mission. Is that right? As expected, my judgment has never been wrong. No wonder your appearances and aura are completely different from the aggressive bandits in this local area." The entire stock of goods on the carriages consists of rare iron ore and metal materials. These are items that must be escorted through the Kagego mountain range to the Anbit kingdom. Unfortunately, there are too many monsters surrounding the path. That is why we had to seek help from the temple like this. The players looked at each other with confusion. What is this? Are they real flesh and blood people? How is that possible? They must just be artificial creatures like the goblins. The only goal is to complete the mission and get the rewards right. However, Black Leem thought differently. Anyone who encounters a race from another world for the first time would usually show such a confused reaction. Later on, the other races would appear with increasing frequency. So one must accumulate as much reputation as possible right now to receive special privileges later. Especially the dwarves, who have the ability to craft and provide legendary-grade divine weapons or god-tier materials. Therefore, surely no player would be stupid enough to give up such huge benefits just to make enemies with the dwarf race. It was precisely because they were completely ignorant of that information that the eyes of the traitors looked so shifty and uncertain. Even if you paid them, they wouldn't dare to act overtly in front of a large number of other players. The caravan leader stepped up and declared, "O warriors of the other world, the journey this time is entirely in your hands. The countdown to the destination is 5 hours." And so the group began to move, with everyone staying alert. Reuman also slowly followed the group. Things like orcs could be dealt with in a heartbeat. From within the dark canyon, an army of orcs appeared to block their path. The players looked at each other, puzzled. What is this? Orcs everywhere. They're swarming out like ants. Aren't these the same ones we encountered in the 5th round? Isn't it fun to meet them again? And so everyone rushed in to kill them wildly. Today, I'm going to send all of you to the afterlife. The players looked down at the pile of corpses and chuckled to themselves. They weren't much, after all, but it seemed the number of orcs this time was a bit overwhelming. Why do these monsters keep pouring out endlessly? Black Leem bombarded the monsters single-handedly. Every slash he swung took the lives of countless foes rushing at him. The exact number was 4,600 orcs appearing, because after every wave, the number of monsters produced would be 20 times the total number of players present. There would be 30 such waves of attacks. This meant the monsters would launch a full-scale attack every 10 minutes. At this rate, the experience points. Why was the experience gained so miserably low? On top of that, the experience gained from killing monsters was divided equally among all members in the party. However, the traders received 100% of the experience from the monsters they killed themselves. One by one, they fell under his relentless attacks. After a while, Black Leem stood on a pile of orc corpses and calculated. He had successfully taken down a total of 463. The system was applying a triple experience effect and an additional 1.5x experience bonus thanks to his title. Congratulations, you have leveled up. They had only gone through the first wave, and he had already leveled up once. If he could persist through the remaining 29 waves, breaking through level 60 was definitely within his grasp. The dwarf leader spoke again. "O warriors from the other world, you have worked hard. Now, let's continue on our journey." A moment later, the orcs frantically poured out from all directions in a continuous attack. The players started to get exhausted, cursing the crazy wild boars. Why are they attacking again? We haven't even had a moment to catch our breath. Looking around, everyone was exhausted from constant fighting. Only Black Leem remained full of energy, sweeping through one wave of monsters after another without pause. "Damn it, I can't take it anymore." They pointed at him and muttered, "Wait, if the situation is only at that level, we can just stand back and watch, right?" Yeah, come to think of it, that's true. Even if we don't lift a finger, the experience points will just automatically flow into our accounts. Why don't we take this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to hop on Black Leem's carriage and hitch a ride to speed things up? His eyes glanced backward and he smiled. Are those freeloaders dreaming that they can easily tag along? However, if you just stand around doing nothing, that won't work. Because the leaderboard ranking will be decided based on the actual contribution level in hunting monsters. Minjuri understood that rule clearly, so she kept moving around to cast buffs. In that case, I will cast buffs to increase your strength. That's amazing. All stats have been enhanced by up to 60%. Please cast the buff on me too. Ryuman smiled. It seemed he didn't need to worry about Minjuri falling behind anymore. Moments passed and finally the monsters were all down. Everyone was panting from exhaustion. Have we cleared all the monsters? Hurry up and let's get moving, my warriors from the other world. A player stood up and complained. Hey, old dwarf, at least give us a short break to recover, will you? If the caravan stops moving, the monsters will continue to swarm out and attack. If you want to rest, do it while we walk. You cannot stop. Damn it, this is so frustrating. These trash monsters only need a light sword swing to be finished, but they're still. The difficulty of this round wasn't high, but the lack of time to rest caused stamina to drain and fatigue to set in very quickly. Now, the opportune moment for the final action had finally arrived. Suddenly, someone standing on a rock ledge shouted, "Everyone, look over here and listen to me for a second. Instead of just blindly hunting monsters like this, isn't the urgent priority to bring the traitors to light? If we continue at this rate, We'll all be dead from exhaustion before we even find the traitors. That makes sense. We've been too focused on eliminating those guys. The mission to find those hidden backstabbing bastards is also extremely important, but the problem is, how can we identify them? Traitors aren't in the same party as us, so when they attack, they will definitely deal real damage, right? Why don't we try swinging our weapons at each other to test it out? What do you think of this plan? Oh, that's surely it. Using this method, it will be easy to expose them. Let's just agree to follow that method. What are you all still hesitating for? Try thrusting your sword straight at the person next to you to test it out. Then one guy walked up in front of Black Leem and raised his sword, slashing firmly toward him. But then it hit someone nearby. The protective layer deflected his sword backward. The obvious result made him smile. Oh, it really doesn't deal damage. They are completely normal. Let's try it too. On the count of 3, let's thrust. 1, 2, 3. Both guys swung their weapons at each other, but the result remained unchanged. It felt like hitting a block of metal. This side was definitely our comrades too. At this rate, we'll quickly find all the traitors. The protagonist turned to look at everyone and thought, things have come to this, they will start acting now. A traitor stood confused with a fearful expression. Damn, what should I do now? If this keeps up, I'll be exposed. In this situation, I have to quickly kill the dwarfs. But then suddenly, from behind, a sword slashed straight down onto his shoulder, extinguishing everything with pain. What? My sword actually pierced through him. A traitor found a traitor. And so 3 or 4 others rushed to attack him, piling on, kill him. Huh, there's another traitor here. There's one on this side too, so there's a traitor here too. Kill them all. In an instant, everything became chaotic as the traitors were easily exposed with such a simple method. Hey, what are you hiding over there? You're a traitor, right? As soon as the truth was revealed, he took out the person opposite him. Damn it, you bastards. The remaining 2 immediately ran over. That bastard just attacked our party. He's a traitor. Catch him. Anyway, if I just stand still, I'm dead for sure. There's only one way to survive. I must kill the dwarfs and end the mission. 2 other traitors also understood the plan and rushed over to help. This is our chance. There won't be a second one. Kill Heimer. Wait, warriors from the other world. What on earth is this all about? All 4 jumped in together with intense bloodlust. Die. Just as the dwarf was about to give up on everything, suddenly someone appeared from the shadows and saved his life. He softly asked, "Are you all right?" The merchant wondered, Who is that? Stand behind me. These bastards are targeting you." Who is that bastard? Where did he crawl out from? If you know what's good for you, get lost. Don't get in our way if you don't want to die. Then one guy said arrogantly, "No, we don't have time to wait. Kill him too." Right, that's you asking for it. Don't blame us. All 4 attacked repeatedly. But he still calmly blocked everything easily. A horizontal slash finished off the spear wielder, his cold eyes showing no mercy. You know, for those who dare to point their blades at me, I will not show mercy. All 4 were taken down in the blink of an eye. No one could resist even a single blow. Their heads were severed before they even knew it. You brought this upon yourselves. Don't blame me. The players in the distance seeing the scene couldn't help but marvel. Wow, who is that guy? His skills are top tier. How come no one knew about him until now? Either way, it doesn't matter. At least our group has a skilled person. He walked up to the panicked dwarf. What is happening? Why did they attack me? Ryumin explained slowly. There are traitors in our group trying to prevent the escort mission. Traitors. The reason we were attacking each other earlier was to expose the traitors. I didn't expect there would be such people among the warriors from another world. That was a close call. Thanks to you, this humble life of mine was saved. Please, my benefactor, let me know your name. He thought to himself that he had intentionally hidden his identity, so he couldn't say he was Black Leem now. At times like these, he just needed to use his title. The others saw this and wondered, what's that? Why is only his name displayed? How did he make it show up like that? He smiled to himself. They wouldn't know because they had never received a title. Titles were harder to find than ancient scripts, and when using a title, "Wait, are you the pioneer?" People in the other world often reacted as if following a pre-written plot. "So you are the pioneer. Oh, no wonder. Dear pioneer, I have heard of you for a long time." "Is that so? I didn't know I was that famous." The pioneer is truly humble. They bowed respectfully. "Thank you for saving my life." "O pioneer," the dwarf race's favorability toward the pioneer has increased from neutral to friendly. Just as he wanted, he had gained the trust of the dwarf race. He would definitely receive the reward he was aiming for after the escort trip ended. But increasing his reputation a bit more wouldn't hurt. He would hunt 1 or 2 more waves of monsters in this form. Let's leave finding the traitors for later. Let's kill the orcs first. The new wave of monsters began, and everyone threw themselves into the battle again. With each slash, monsters fell. The dwarves watched in awe. Having the pioneer here is really reassuring. His skills are far superior to the others. If I gave him a weapon I forged myself, would he use it? While fighting, Minjuri thought to herself, "Tisk, too slow, how annoying. If I had the scythe here, I could have sent 4 monsters to the afterlife with a single swing. But still, if I can win the favor of the dwarf race and get a reward, it's worth it." A while later, the battle finally ended. After the 29th wave, the current status, 190 participants, traitors down. There were only 10 minutes left, yet there were still 5 traitors. Are they assassins or what? Assassins can use invisibility skills. Is there anyone we haven't attacked yet? I'm not sure. I thought we tried thrusting at everyone. Are you sure you didn't miss anyone? Have you tried thrusting at Black Leem yet? What, Black Leem? Thrust at Black Leem? Who in their right mind would dare to do that? In my position, I'd rather die. If I'm a spy, my life is done for, plain and simple. So that means no one has dared to test him yet. If everyone is chicken, let me go first. Black Leem turned to look at him and spoke, "Come on. If you're good enough, step up and try." HMPH. Looking at that threatening demeanor, it's clear he's a traitor, isn't it? When did I threaten anyone loudly? What? Just a moment ago you glared at people like you wanted to finish them off in one blow. Do I have to smile happily at someone who is suspicious of me? I'm not a saint. I'm annoyed because I'm being falsely accused. If you like, go ahead and thrust. Hearing that, the blue-haired guy backed away in fear. It was troublesome. If he did it and the person was innocent, he'd bring trouble upon himself and get held a grudge foolishly. He looked at the guy and thought, no matter how suspicious he was, because of the consequences, no one would be foolish enough to stand up. But the suspicion still wouldn't fade. What does Black Leem's attitude mean? Is he really a mole? Probably not that far. In the end, was there no one brave enough to check? But then, suddenly, someone stepped up and said clearly, "Everyone doesn't need to be suspicious of Black Leem anymore, because I have checked him myself." "You tried it yourself?" "Yes, I just did it a few minutes ago, but the weapon was deflected as soon as it touched him." If Minjuri confirmed it like that, perhaps Black Leem let her test him. Her words were completely trustworthy. Ryuman's eyes narrowed as he looked at her. His pride was deeply hurt. She was even better at winning hearts than him. So, using positive influence brought better results than using violence to suppress, huh? Yuri winked at him and whispered, "Black Leem, did I do well? Don't worry, the secret about your traitor identity will be kept by me." "I really don't understand what you're babbling about." "Come on, you don't need to be on guard against me." Yuri left happily. Usually I'm protected by him. I finally found a chance to pay him back. How lucky. You really want to help me that much. On the other side, CO Aaron felt a bit sad. She should have volunteered earlier. Suddenly, another wave of monsters appeared, rushing to attack. Over there, monsters are appearing. There's only 10 minutes left to finish and they're still pouring out. Damn it, we're exhausted. These annoying monsters are so annoying. So the whole group had to jump into the battle with the monsters again. This battle was definitely the final sweep. It was a coincidence that in the last wave, I reached level 60 and upgraded my skills. Why not take this opportunity to wipe out all of them in the final round? Black Leem activated his exclusive skill, Night of the Reaper. What is that? Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? Is this the skill Black Leem released? The range of the Night of the Reaper skill had expanded to 1,500 meters. When combined with the Reaper's ancient script, his attack speed was increased by 50%. I will sweep them away in an instant. The players stood there stunned. Oh my God, how can it be that fast? It's even more terrifying than before, and I had the guts to try to test the patience of such a terrifying monster earlier. His hand tightened around the scythe. The damage of Moon Slash was also enhanced by 1,800%, so the finishing blow would be decided by Moon Slash. A giant slash was unleashed, blowing away the orcs in the way, tearing them into fragments. What kind of ridiculous skill is this? Seeing those orcs being slaughtered makes me feel sorry for them. It's fortunate he's on our side. After a while of fighting, the battle finally ended. The countdown to the destination was less than a second. The dwarf leader shouted happily, "Oh, warriors from the other world, thank you all very much. We've passed the treacherous area. The escort mission can end here. Our final destination is just ahead. We will travel the rest of the way ourselves. You can return now. Thanks to everyone's help, the shipment has arrived intact. Once again, I express my gratitude to everyone, and you, over there. O warrior from the other world, not the leader who guided us. I am deeply grateful because you saved my old life. It's nothing worth mentioning." Then he took something out of his pocket and gifted it to him. This gift can never repay the life-saving grace. But I still want to show my sincerity. Please, kindly accept it. You received a durability ancient script fragment as a reward from the master blacksmith. Activating the durability ancient script fragment. The newly received ancient script would automatically fuse and be carved into the player's body. Durability ancient script effect. The durability of currently equipped items will automatically recover by 1 point every second. Now, even without a blacksmith by his side, he could fix his own gear durability. From now on, he wouldn't need to bother Russell for repairs anymore. Goodbye, leader. I look forward to our next meeting. A notification board appeared. Successfully completed escorting the dwarf merchant caravan to a safe location. In a few moments, all participating members will be awarded experience for the successful escort. The additional experience will be double the amount of monsters that the individual and the party have killed. Is that for real? Experience doubled based on the number of monsters killed. The system is really going big and being generous this time. So, following the party lineup means everyone is leveling up simultaneously, right? Your level has increased. Your level has increased, reaching level 70 thanks to the trip with the dwarf merchant caravan. This amount of experience is beyond my imagination. At this rate, the next round could completely break through the level 80 milestone. Min Yuri walked over slowly and said, "Black Leem, everything is really over. You've worked hard and everyone has put in a lot of effort. See you all in the next round." The campaign to escort the dwarf merchant caravan has officially closed. Statistics: 190 players participated, 5 traitors. The traitors' mission failed because they couldn't stop the caravan from reaching the destination. All stats will be reduced by 20% until this round ends. In a moment, the system will transport you to the waiting room dedicated to the traders. Angel A appeared and laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, warmly welcome back, my beloved traders. Oh, did our side end up with only 5 survivors? This number is much lower than I calculated. Calculated? Did you foresee the scenario where everyone would lose their lives like this? That is obvious. Because the scale of the dwarf merchant caravan is quite small, the screening and hunting of moles would happen extremely quickly. Did you think the challenge level was low and develop a complacent mindset? That is truly immature thinking. To be frank, it's foolish. However, you still have the opportunity to turn the tide, and there are 2 more chances left. The elf merchant caravan gathers up to 700 people, so the difficulty definitely won't be as intense as this time. Next time, the 5 of you should learn to coordinate and fight properly, although you are currently suffering from the stat reduction penalty. The 4 traders quickly met up. Our side only has 5 people left. This round we must coordinate really well. Right, if we want to save our lives, we have to team up. Next round, let's move and fight together, acting as one. Should we come up with a specific strategy before we set off? What about Black Leam? What do you think? You guys go and take care of it yourselves. Does Black Leam not intend to coordinate with us? Even during the attack on the dwarf group earlier, he didn't even bother to show his face. What do I base my trust on when it comes to you guys? We weren't even in the same party to begin with. But it was just a coincidence that our mission targets overlapped, and otherwise, it's every man for himself. That's why the experience points were divided individually. Ditch those nonsense thoughts and focus all your energy on hunting. Angel A smiled. So tense, it seems all 5 of you are having internal strife and disagreements. But whatever, I don't care, so you guys can fend for yourselves. Now, prepare to transfer to the elf merchant caravan area. The setup for you this time will definitely lead to victory. Elf merchant caravan escort mission. 740 participants, 5 traders. Protect the elf merchant caravan and have it arrive safely. When the escort mission is completed, all members will be rewarded with experience. The individual with the most outstanding performance in hunting traders will receive a hidden mission reward. If you wipe out all the traders without a single one remaining, everyone will receive an additional bonus reward. The players were transported to the starting location. Oh, we're starting the escort journey right here, but why is the troop count so crowded? It must have passed 500 people, right? Everyone must be curious to admire the beauty of the elves, so they rush to choose this map. Why can't I see anyone's nickname? I heard the announcement that 5 traders are lurking in our ranks. How can I find their tracks among this sea of people? With such a large force, we can't use the method of thrusting at everyone to check. Oh, look over there. Oh, they really are flesh and blood elves. They look exactly like the elf characters from Game Worlds. The rumors aren't wrong. Whether they are male or female, they all possess stunning, sharp beauty. From far away in the forest, the elf legion slowly appeared. One of them stepped down and approached the players. It seems everyone has gathered here according to the schedule. Greetings, everyone, brave warriors from another world. I am Eugito, manager of the magical merchant caravan belonging to Elsorium. To have warriors from the shrine guide us like this, truly, there is nothing more reassuring. Hearing that, they replied, "Oh, I never thought I'd have a chance to see elves in real life. Did he mention the magical merchant caravan earlier? If so, that elf must be the head of the caravan, right?" Black Scythe smiled to himself, thinking, magical merchant caravan, my foot. Despite wearing merchant attire, those elves are actually knights belonging to Elsorium. This means the knights are escorting something so incredibly important that they are forced to hide their true identity. And that thing that needs strict protection is right over there. hidden carefully inside the large wagon. During this trip, if we protect that item perfectly, we will certainly receive a worthy reward from the elf tribe. Then suddenly, someone tapped him on the shoulder. Isn't that Black Scythe? Nino asked in surprise. Why is Black Scythe here? Could it be that he's following me? How could that be? What kind of nonsense are you thinking? Obviously, I'm here because I personally chose to follow the elf merchant caravan. His expression softened slightly. Then again, how could he possibly know my choice to follow him? If so, could this be an arrangement of fate? An opportunity ordained by destiny for me to accompany Black Scythe once more? What do you mean by looking at me with that face? Ha, it's nothing. Then someone else approached. Are you Black Scythe? Who are you? It's Junseok. You still remember my name. I just vaguely remember it by accident. Is there a problem? No, it's just that last time you saved my life, but I didn't get a chance to thank you, so I've been feeling uneasy about it. Thank you very much for saving my life. Being in the same party as you on this trip is a great honor for me. Hearing that, Nino ran over to ask, wait a minute, did you say your name is Junseok? What do you mean by Black Scythe saving your life? Ah, so that's how it was. Did Black Scythe appear just in time to rescue you? That's truly lucky in such a dangerous situation, but may I ask who you are? Sorry for not introducing myself until now. My nickname is Napinagin. Hey Junseok, are you following any religion or sect? Religion or sect? What's that? Honestly, I'm looking to recruit more members into my organization, so let's head over there and chat a bit. Ryu Min saw the scene and could only sigh. He was truly worthy of being the head of a future sect. Even in these circumstances, he didn't forget to look for new followers. Whatever, let them do what they want. Anyway, having more people following and supporting him didn't hurt. All right, let's start moving now. We're counting on you for the upcoming journey. Oh, brave warriors of another world. The group began the journey in silence. Suddenly from the sky, a pack of monsters appeared and attacked. Hey, there are monsters flying this way. Everyone be on high alert. How are we supposed to attack those things flying in the air? I only have a sword in my hand right now. Black Scythe summoned his scythe and thought that dealing with harpies wasn't any different from normal monsters, because when they want to attack, they have to swoop down to the ground anyway. Moreover, their only weapons are their beaks and claws to scratch and tear. Just be patient and wait for them to fly close enough, then swing your blade. Instantly, a fatal blow sliced the monster's body in half with ease. The others saw this and hurriedly cheered. Oh, it turns out the method is that simple. Using a sword works just fine, charge. One by one, the harpies were taken down. Their attack patterns were far too predictable. Another one swooped down at Nino, but it was easily restrained by his dark magic, shadow chains. Following that, an arrow pierced straight through its head for a clean finish. While he was celebrating his kill, another one lunged at him from behind. Its pair of sharp talons were aimed straight at him. What is this? Fortunately, someone appeared just in time and delivered a slash to save him at the very last second. Hey Napinagin, be careful. Thank you so much, Junseok. But wait, have you thought carefully about the recruitment offer I mentioned earlier? Can we just finish off these monsters first and then discuss it later? Okay. Standing from above, Black Scythe observed everything. Since when did they become so close? But then again, a shadow mage combined with a melee warrior could completely make up for each other's shortcomings. As soon as the thought ended, two more monsters lunged at him. Stop being so pushy. Even if you didn't urge me, I was going to finish you off anyway, so rest easy. A slash cut across the monster's mouth, splitting its body in two. Black Scythe landed lightly on the ground. Behind him were the scattered corpses of the harpies. He slowly turned his head. there was still a massive swarm of monsters hovering in the air. Black Scythe decided to unleash his ultimate move to wipe them out in one strike. Moon Slash, a terrifying wave of power erased the sky in a flash, leaving behind corpses scorched down to the bone. That was close. I didn't expect flying monsters to appear here, but after fighting them, I realized they aren't as scary as I imagined, are they? They have fast speed, but their durability is incredibly weak. That was only the first wave of attacks, and the amount of experience received is as small as a mouse's tail. Well, with 740 people sharing it, it's obvious the points would be low. However, there's a huge number of monsters here, so if we persist in hunting, we'll eventually level up. Did you guys observe what happened just now? Did you see when Black Scythe fought? He used that scythe to slice them in two. Slicing in two is nothing. He even minced them into tiny pieces. This is the first time in my life I've felt sorry for the monsters. This group seems quite relaxed and comfortable, but this leisure will sooner or later turn into sighs of frustration. Because ahead, there are still 29 waves of monsters waiting. Harpies, lizardmen, and wolves. In this quest chain, those three monster types will take turns appearing to attack. Even though the number of monsters here is only half compared to the dwarf caravan, every 10 minutes, monsters with double the strength of orcs will pour out continuously. There won't be a single second to rest by then. They'll soon realize the ferocity of this. While walking with the group, suddenly someone noticed something unusual. Wait, it sounded like something just made a noise from inside the bushes. As soon as those words were spoken, a legion of monsters rushed out like a disturbed beehive. Aha, the monsters are here. Everyone get your weapons ready. Leading them was a lizardman wielding a massive blade. His power was certainly superior to the harpies from before.